now it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite co-host and put together of show and things producer, Adam.
Nice. Hey, how's it going? Look, and we have two fabulous guests. Look at this.
Oh my gosh, who are these people? I've never seen these people before in my life.
Anna Kasparian and Shoeonhead, part-time YouTuber. Look, is this the first time you guys have ever streamed together?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Amazing. Look at this. Wow, we're making internet history here. What do you guys want to talk about?
Someone in the chat prior to the show going live was talking about like the internet exploding with the two of us on at the same time. So
really?
As far as I can tell, it hasn't exploded yet, but let's work on that, Shoe. Let's work on
Okay.
I've been wanting to talk to you for such a long time. Like, because I just see what's happening and I'm just like seething inside, like, oh God, I know this feeling and it will be okay.
So that's kind of why we invited you on, because we were thinking, look, Anna came on our show, and I still feel bad for as much blowback as she got for like the most innocuous show in internet history. So we figured, look, Shu, you've been down this path, right? You've lived this life. Maybe you can give Anna some advice.
Like 10 years. Just, I guess it's such basic advice, but literally like, don't give a fuck. Like, just say what you believe, and then you will get, people who agree with you and people who respect that. Sometimes they don't agree with you, but they still like respect your opinion or watch you or whatever. And that's a far better feeling than like feeling like you need to be a useful tool for anyone, anything like that, and not to be bullied by cry bullies. So
yeah, I mean,
you've been doing a pretty good job, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if this is my job, if it's, sharing news stories and then my analysis and opinion on it, if that's literally what I'm going to spend most of my time doing, I'm not going to pretend like I'm something I'm not. Some people are going to be really mad, but I think like the portion of the audience that was like outraged has pretty much gone away. I don't know if they still do, but they briefly referred to themselves as TYT refugees, which was hilarious. And look, I'm happy to say it was a pretty tiny portion of the audience. And that was my prediction. I'm glad I was correct. Most people do want to hear different perspectives. Most people, it's just that like the loudest people are the most sensitive ones. And I've realized like in the Twitch streaming community, there's a lot of like taking small things and blowing it up because they got time to fill. Some of these streaming contracts are insane. Like they have to stream for 8 hours. Did you guys know about that? Like they got to stream for 8 hours.
We're streaming for 12 hours today, Anna. Okay.
No, I know. But you guys didn't sign a contract to do that.
Oh, of course not. Of course
right?
not. I mean, I wish we had like one of these $100 million contracts could go a long way. Come on, we could do a lot of good in the world with that.
So like with us, like at TYT, we do a two and a half hour show every day. And that's limited real estate at a time when there's so much news to cover. Like the idea of covering like, oh, Lance said something that's offensive. Like, it's just laughable to me. Like we would never do that.
What's the craziest thing about
Lance is trash,
thing?
right? We all agree on that, correct?
I dislike Lance. Yes.
Okay.
Very diplomatic.
Look, we told you, Anna, we were going to try to get you in trouble. Do we like? If you got like, what do you guys want to talk about? Look, we're trying with guests. Our first, like, we always have a bunch of questions, a bunch of things we can talk about, but I think our first question should always be like, what do you guys want to talk about, right?
Yeah. Well, I have a lighter topic to start off with, if that's okay.
Okay, sure, let's do it.
So, Adam, when you are looking for guests that have good chemistry for Sitch.
Uh-huh.
Like
what do I do?
Sitch. First of all, let me just say I really liked Aristocracy.
Hold on, we have to give the backstory here. Okay.
Oh my god.
We did a live stream last Tuesday, okay? And Sitch and I had a guest on that look, I didn't do a lot of talking on that live stream because
you did not.
I felt like
Adam
there
fell
was
asleep, okay?
magic.
He was just
I
playing with the
felt
chat.
I just felt there was magic in the air, okay?
Oh my god.
And I know when to shut my mouth. Okay, I really do. So, but there was a heated debate in the chat over whether or not there was a chemistry between this guest. Now, this guest is Aristoc.
There's no debate. Come on.
You know, sometimes I hate that you actually watch our show.
Sorry.
So this guest is Aristocracy. She does some streaming. I think she has a Twitch channel. I think she has a YouTube channel that she's thinking about streaming on again. So look, you have a fan here, Anna Kasparian. So check out Aristocracy's channel, subscribe, and maybe she'll do some more content. Maybe she'll come back on our show again.
Right.
So
there you go.
Yeah.
So Sitch, are you sufficient?
Right, so Adam, and I think the chat have been, for some reason, trying to get me married for the last 3 years of the show. So I think Adam intentionally goes out of his way to
look. I don't know if you guys know this. Anna probably knows this because she's such a super fan. But my New Year's resolution was I was going to stop playing matchmaker for Sitch.
He had to actually say this on the stream.
Right. But I think my because New Year's is coming up here. I think I might have a New Year's resolution. I'm gonna try to get Sitch married next year. That's my goal.
I mean, you seem to be picking. I mean, look, I remember when Katie was on. I watched that, and you guys were like making jokes about how like, oh, there was chemistry between Katie and Sitch. There was no chemistry.
Really?
I give you guys no. Come on. I mean, I didn't. Maybe it was one-sided. And it wasn't coming from Sitch, at least from what I gathered, right? Like, so that was a ridiculous thing to say. But look, unbeknownst to me, I didn't look at the chat at all. I was actually, I like to listen to the audio of the show while I'm like running errands. And later I went into because I remember hearing it thinking to myself, like, oh my God, these two, like, I feel like a voyeur right now listening to this conversation. It seems so intimate and so like a little bit flirty. It was very cute and endearing. And then later I read the chat and I was like, oh,
I must be autistic because everyone tells this to me. I don't sense any of this stuff. I'm just like a normal person out there in the world talking to people.
Look, the chat was coming up with Jewish themed pickup lines for Sitch.
At one point she said, you know, that's a very astute observation. This is so cute. This is the cutest conversation ever.
Why is this the 300 stream? The bully Sitch stream. What's happening here? Oh my God.
So good.
This is awful. Listen, I need to bully you. Okay. So let me put you in the hot seat. Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you to choose, if you had to choose between DeSantis and Trump, who would you choose? But Adam said that if I asked you that you would be dishonestly clipped out of context. Okay. So wait. So my new question is, if I did ask you that question, who would you choose if you had to between DeSantis and Trump? How likely would it be that someone that would clip that out of context?
Oh, 100% someone's going to clip it out of context. Okay, 100%. But like if I had a gun to my head and I had to choose, that's
Look, let's look at how they're going to clip you out of context first. Like one of the advantages I have of doing the show with Sitch is like we look out for each other. So if Sitch says something that I know is going to come off as like he accidentally said gas the Jews, I'm like, look, he didn't. That's not what he meant, right? Like that was what he actually means here. Like if I say something inarticulate, he's going to say, he's going to cover for me as well. So I just. How exactly is it going to be clipped out of context? My theory is like if you said, well, I would have to pick DeSantis, like they're basically going to say Anna Kasparian endorses DeSantis for president. Like that's going to be the headline.
Yeah. Yeah, look, honestly, I don't even care. Like they can go ahead and do it anyway. Like it is what it is. Like I really don't care.
Look,
at this point, I don't. Because the people who've already decided that like that's what they want to do, they don't like me, their audience doesn't like me, so F them. Like I don't care. But I do think it's a really interesting, it's a provocative question, but a fascinating one, because I think there are, again, like let's say those are your only two options and you have to pick one or the other. You know, there are different reasons why each one would be bad or good. So with DeSantis, he's just so awkward. So I just feel like he's a standard Republican politician. I will say, I do think that he's smarter strategically than Trump is. But Trump is also entertaining, and sometimes he has the right instincts. So that crazy Axios podcast that you guys covered the last time you streamed, that was really interesting to me, right? Like the fact that he met Abbas, he met Netanyahu, and he's like, F Netanyahu, he doesn't actually want peace. And he wanted to broker a peace deal, just that he appointed so many hardliners who are pro-Israel, and they kind of worked against him, which made me kind of think about that the Joint Chiefs of Staff guy, I don't know why Mark Milley. Remember how Mark Milley got into all this trouble because China was under the impression that Trump was planning like some sort of invasion in China, and that he was going to escalate war with China. And so, Milley reached out to them and just kind of diffused the situation. And that was supposed to be like a big example of treason. But then you have like Trump's literal bankruptcy lawyer meeting with Netanyahu behind his back and like promising Netanyahu the world without even letting Trump know about it. Trump's never like spoken out against his bankruptcy lawyer for doing that. He's never considered that treason. Like, it's just such an interesting side note.
That's an interesting perspective. No, I never really considered that. Yeah. Yeah, because he goes after all these people, but he never went after the attorney that got him in all the hot water with Israel. So
yeah. Sorry, that was like a total tangent.
No, that's okay. Look, I want to get Shoe in here.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions for Shoe, Sitch? Any?
Well, wait. What was?
Is
was
my
there an
mic
answer?
working?
Your mic is working.
Yeah, it works great.
Oh, okay.
Are you not?
It's not lighting up. All right. Yeah. Okay. There we go.
That's
But
fine.
wait, was there an answer to who DeSantis or Trump?
It's too hard to say.
Sitch,
I will
look.
say.
Oh, come on.
Sitch.
No, wait. Whoa. You guys
I
put
feel like
me
it's
on the
easy.
spot. Okay.
Look at Anna.
Like,
Uh-oh.
Yeah, tell me,
Anna,
Shu, what
you're
would you
feeling.
prefer? I'm curious.
It's got to be Trump. It's got to be Trump. There's no question about it.
Okay.
No
because
question.
DeSantis is smarter,
What?
right? Like he would be able to actually accomplish things that Trump might want to accomplish.
Wait.
but he's
Don't stop. Don't throw her a life raft. Let Shoe sink her
Okay,
swim.
sorry. Go ahead, Shu. Sorry.
No, that is my exact reasoning too. So I've tweeted about it before.
Yeah.
So like DeSantis could actually get shit done, and he just sucks like all around. His personality is terrible. He wouldn't be funny. He's just awful. At least with Trump, you get some like jokes, you get some one-liners. Like even if the world is crumbling, it's still pretty entertaining. And also like you guys said, sometimes he does have like these tidbits of like, oh, I agree. Like, like 20%, like sometimes he says things and I'm like, oh, like even he might be like on the right track. He has like that populism, and then like he'll just veer off and it's like, oh, okay. But I feel like he's one of those he basically agrees with the last person who kisses his ass.
Totally.
So like if you get him in a room and you're like, hey Trump, like we should introduce something called Patriot Care, right? And everyone gets like every like American gets free healthcare. Doesn't that sound like cool? Or like Trump Care, called Trump Care, and he'd be like, oh yeah. So like I don't know. I feel like I just like Trump better, I guess.
Look, Trump just wants credit, right? So during the coronavirus pandemic, I remember the left was so angry with him. And when I say left, I mean I don't mean leftists. I mean like just like liberals were mad at him because he wanted to sign the stimulus checks. He wanted his name to be on the stimulus checks. And I was just like, why are you guys so dumb? Like, why do you not realize how strategically smart this is? Like, he wants the American people to know, I made this happen. Like, if Democrats were smarter, then they would know how to message as successfully as Trump messages. But they think it's beneath them or something. But most of politics is really about taking credit for making people's lives better, even if it's, marginally better, it still counts. And so he understood that. I think he's actually pretty brilliant when it comes to marketing, and people kind of look down at him for that on the left. And I just think it's actually really dumb to do that. I think you can learn something from how he markets to people.
So it sounds like you're saying you're on the Trump train. Is that what's going on here?
Look at Sitch.
I would never say
Look
I'm
at
on the Trump
Sitch.
train.
Oh my God.
He's mad at me because I started off the stream by mentioning aristocracy. I see you.
Look, that was perfect, Nana. Comedy gold here.
So I agree with everything that you said, Shu, about Trump. But my counterpoint, which is that Adam convinced me of this, is that I do think that if Trump wins again, he's going to try to essentially use the Justice Department to go after like everyone on the left that he can.
He has 4 years to get even.
Right. And so while I do think that, maybe he can be better on policy, I don't think DeSantis is, I could be wrong, but I don't think DeSantis is the kind of person who's going to be like, oh, if he loses, he's going to try to overturn the election or do some of these like institution breaking things that I think Trump does.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I've been so checked out of politics for like the past like
God, I'm so
6
jealous.
months.
That's awesome.
But yeah, he's a little more like unstable. Like he'll try to rock the system and like break it. Like he didn't drain the swamp whatsoever. I don't think he's going to do that again or like ever. And he's a lot of talk and no action. So it could be that again. It could be like the locker up thing. Oh, like I'm going to, get rid of all these people and like nothing fucking happens because nothing ever fucking happens. So
I completely disagree with you. I think he was a lot of action. Like the whole idea of you made a comment about introducing like patriot healthcare. I think if Trump saw that on Fox News, there would be like an executive order of it tomorrow. Like this is what happened. Christopher Rufo just did a story on critical race theory, and the next day he's in his office and they're doing an executive order together. That's kind of Trump's style. Look, and I think, if we're forced to live with Trump for another 4 years, I think pushing him in that direction, saying, look, you're going to have a better legacy if you pass Patriot Care and displace Obamacare with it than if you throw Hillary Clinton in jail. Like your legacy is doing good things, not doing bad things.
Well, look, I do agree with Sitch in that Trump is the kind of guy who holds grudges, and all of these indictments are infuriating for him. And so I do think he's going to spend a lot of time trying to prosecute his political enemies. Obviously it's too late now, but if I knew then what I know today, I think I would have encouraged the broad left to take advantage of Trump's characteristics and what Trump tends to respond well to, which is the complimentary treatment, to try to nudge him in a better direction. Now, I don't know if that's going to be possible if he, wins a second term. I do think he's going to be out for blood. I think he wants his pound of flesh. But then there's the other thing that I'm concerned about, which is I think we're finally kind of getting to a point where people are questioning, I guess, the pretty intense cultural backlash to Donald Trump, because he would say terrible and irresponsible things. And then that would lend credibility to like the fears the most neurotic people in the country have about like, oh, they want to create a ethno state and all of that. And I really, really don't want to go back to that place of extreme paranoia where every single tweet or every single Truth Social post is going to be dissected. The news is just overwhelmed with that. And we're like no longer really talking about anything of substance. I guess a good way of summarizing it is I think we're starting to kind of get past the cultural sensitivity where people are afraid to talk and speak their minds. And I'm worried about going back to that place because Trump can't help himself. Like the way he speaks, and even his most diehard fans will admit this, right? The way he speaks is irresponsible. And some of them will even criticize like what he says and how they don't agree with it. But they like the populist message he has. They like that he is obviously aware of what their economic insecurities are. Look, I think right now it's hard to deny that we do have a serious migrant crisis. And I think even the most diehard Democrats admit it now because you have the migrant crisis hitting blue cities and they don't have the resources to deal with that. That doesn't mean that you're a hateful person. That means that we have finite resources. The federal government has completely dropped the ball on that issue. So you have places like Chicago, New York, just like totally overwhelmed with migrants. They don't have housing for them. They don't have the correct resources for them. And so when someone like Trump brings up that issue, it really does speak to the insecurities and the frustrations that I think a lot of ordinary Americans are feeling.
Sure, you want to weigh in?
Well, yeah, like Anna, for example, just to bring it back to you and what happened with you, for example, everything you were saying was so normal. Like a lot of the things you were saying were so normal, and getting canceled for that was just like amazing to me, especially your crime takes. Because I don't know since when, like maybe we're veering off to a different topic, and we'll get to this, but I don't know since when like is just it's okay to like steal, like when not even when it's just food or whatever, it's okay to just steal. Who cares? It's Target, who cares? It's like, okay, but that's people's community. Like you're putting and like those places will leave if they keep getting stolen from. And even then, like, you don't want to make your community dangerous, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know since when it's been like a leftist position to just be like, who the fuck cares, let your community go to trash? But we need someone, like you're saying, to just like point out those very normal like observations and not just close your eyes and ears. And I feel like if Trump does that, especially in his next thing, he's gonna win easily, I think. And I feel like we just need a very smart Democrat sort of person to just be like, hey, like crime is pretty bad, guys. Like, it's just, I mean,
look, I think the one role of government that everyone agrees to, regardless of their political persuasion, is to keep their citizens safe. Okay, to keep society safe. And, you know, I just think this argument that, you know, we wouldn't even need prisons or police if we just deal with the root causes of crime. And so like the whole idea is if you deal with the economic insecurities that people have, then crime will never happen. Well, there was a story just the other day in Long Beach, California, where broad daylight, 2:30, I mean, of course this happens, like it doesn't surprise me at all, but like a guy, again, 2:30 in the afternoon, he like tackles this woman with his pants down, lifts up her dress, and is like gonna try to rape her in front of everybody. Luckily there was a guy standing by and like he intervened and stopped it from happening. But George Gascon didn't even want to charge it as a felony. It's attempted rape. So at first he wanted to charge this as a misdemeanor, like his office did. And there was so much, this woman didn't quit. Like she went on local media, she made a big stink about it. So they got so embarrassed that they finally changed it from a misdemeanor to a felony. But like, people shouldn't have to engage in that kind of intense pressure for prosecutors to do their jobs when it comes to violent crime. Attempted rape is a violent crime. Since when and by the way, I don't know if providing more food and benefits to this guy would have persuaded him not to want to rape a woman at 2:30 in the afternoon. So like, again, yes, do some crimes stem from economic insecurity? I'm sure. But this simplistic way of looking at the issue is infuriating. And for anyone who's watching right now, because this has been driving me crazy too, there are people on the right who are like, you asked for this. You wanted this. You asked for this. Please show me a single example where I said, I want criminal justice reform, where we turn a blind eye to violent crime. I have never said that. I've never been a proponent of that, ever, ever.
Well, the counter to that would be they would say something to the effect of, you endorsed policies that led to this. This was an unintended consequence of the policies you previously endorsed.
Listen, I just didn't want people caught with drugs to be thrown in prison. Okay. Right. I didn't want nonviolent individuals to be targeted and thrown in prison. I wanted other solutions for those types of individuals, right? I wanted help for them, rehabilitation for them. I wanted to reform our prison system so it's not as inhumane and disgusting as it is. I want people to take prison rape seriously. It is not taken seriously at all. I wanted to, pursue better reforms and training for police, not doing away with police. I didn't think that was going to be a real objective, but for some it was. And, the other thing is, for the cities that did end up defunding the police and then immediately reinstated the resources because they realized it was a bad idea. Once you get rid of cops, it's really hard to recruit and bring on other cops, right? Of
course.
And so that's why a lot of places around the country are struggling right now with like a massive shortage. And, LA is one example. Oakland is like terrifying when it comes to their shortage. So look, I just think it's a balancing act. I don't want to be this like crazy, draconian, tough on crime person. That's never who I've been. But I do think it's important to keep people in society safe. That's the whole role of government. And if they're unable to do that because they're intimidated by a bunch of like activists who think that they're like doing God's work as they sit comfortably in their gated communities, well, then they need to be voted out.
So it's weird because like there used to be this idea that DAs were motivated to just charge everyone really heavily to get their rates, the number of cases they tried and convicted up really high. And then they use that number to, I don't know, maybe go into private practice or get elected to some higher office or something. And it's weird because in the case that you're talking about, like, what is motivating these people to just be so soft on some of these crimes? Are they just so afraid of activists, or is there something else going on here?
I think they're afraid to come off as like racist. Like, if I'm being honest.
I don't know. It's a guessing game, but I would say
the story that you brought up, Anna, was there like a social justice component to that? Was it like a mixed race thing, and that's why they weren't charging the guy?
He was black and homeless, and she was white. So I mean,
maybe
interesting. You could see that.
Well, no, I don't know. Look, I see this is super frustrating, Anna. And both Anna and I live in Los Angeles, so there will be like there was a woman who was brutally murdered at a furniture store. Okay, the guy walked in and stabbed her to death. And I'm watching all of the reports, and they're not even naming the race of the suspect when they know the race of the suspect because he walked in to the store next door. They had a description of him from the business owner, but the police, look, and I'm so sensitive to this. Like our audience constantly gives me a hard time because I don't like promoting negative stereotypes. And I understand if I was black and everyone looked at me when I walked in a store like I was a common criminal, I would be livid. So obviously, it's not all black people, but at the same time, if there's this brutal murder and they're not even willing to define the suspect, that hurts the community at large.
Right. So let me jump in on that. First of all, let me know, Sitch, thanks for looking up the story. So I listened to a radio broadcast about that Long Beach situation. They did not mention the race of either individual. So I had no idea, but that kind of goes to what Adam was talking about, because I remember that furniture story and I remember the media going to great lengths to not, mention the race of the perpetrator. And I think especially in that situation, it was important to know because the guy was still at large. Yes. So it's like, we're supposed to try to find this guy, right? And what if you live in that community and you happen to come across him? I mean, it's going to be hard to determine who the perpetrator is if you don't even know what their race is. But there's just this fear because, look, I think journalists are in a really tough spot, especially because there's just this sensitivity about stereotypes and how the media stereotypes certain races. And so they don't want to fall into that category of stereotyping. But I think that there was an overcorrection to some extent. And look, like I told you guys, when I experienced what I experienced, which like really like started my change in how I see the world around me, there were two white guys. So I don't think that it's, I don't think it's wrong to mention what their race is if the two individuals are at large, or if in the case of that furniture stories, the woman who got murdered in the furniture store, she was only like 24 years old. It was so sad.
I know. Oh man.
It's like one of the saddest stories.
Yeah.
She was alone in a furniture store and a guy walks in and she had texted her friend, like, there's a guy here who's making me uncomfortable. I'm a little worried. And then he like stabbed her to death and she had bled out random? Alone.
You just did it randomly?
Totally random.
Wow.
They did apprehend the guy. They got him in Pasadena. So look, horrible for the family. Obviously you're in media. I mean, we're all sort of in media, and it's a tough balancing act because you do want to.
Yeah.
Look, I think the media should be conscious of creating negative stereotypes, willy-nilly, just thoughtlessly. But at the same time, I mean, you kind of have to weigh the pragmatism of certain things that you have to get done. So it's a tough balancing act.
I think
I've kind of landed. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sue.
No, you go. You guys are having it back and forth.
No, go ahead, Sue. Look, I want to get Sue. We want to hear from you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So like one issue with the left in general, liberals, whoever, is they're absolutely petrified of giving the right ammo. And I think this is part of the reason, like, they don't want to call out crime because, well, right-wingers talk about crime, so we can't talk about that. And you saw it on a small scale when you talked about birthing people. And a lot of these liberals and leftists, I remember like only 3 years ago, like they also made fun of the birthing person kind of language, and they were like, this is stupid, this is a psyop, nobody talks like this. And now their biggest concern with bringing things up like that is like, well, you don't want to give the right any ammo, like why are you talking about this, like this is pointless, like why are you talking about things like this? And I saw some of them who were talking about you, they like soft agreed with you. They were like, yeah, that language is stupid, but don't talk about this. Like,
Right.
why are you talking about this? Don't talk about this, because you know, like, the bad people will agree with you. Ben Shapiro was retweeting you. So they're just really petrified of like agreeing with Republicans, whoever. And I think on a bigger scale, the crime thing is one of those things where it's like, well, we don't want to like be tough on crime because that's the other guys, you know? So maybe it's some of that.
What they fail to understand is if you just keep going in the direction you're going in, normal people are gonna want to go back to tough on crime. The pendulum will swing right back to where you do not want it to swing back to. So if you want to be part of the conversation, and if you want to find the appropriate solutions for these issues, whether you like it or not, like you're gonna have to be good faith, and you're gonna have to be an honest actor and call out, you know, some of the extremities, I guess, of your movement and what you're trying to accomplish. Because at the end of the day, like when it comes to the crime issue, it is important to reform our prisons. It is important to have solutions that actually rehabilitate people so they can get out and be productive members of society, and they don't, you know, end up in this vicious cycle of recidivism. I want that, right? We're never going to get to that if we just deny the reality of the situation. And I don't know how this happened, but I feel like we went from a good faith conversation having to do with solutions to like almost overnight, I don't even know when it happened, to like the abolitionist talking points. And I was like, wait, when did this happen? I don't want that. That's crazy.
It was just the past like 2 years, I swear to God, like overnight, like it just completely flipped. And now if you're not the extreme, you're like a reactionary. And like I've heard these people say, like verbatim, say shit like, oh, if you're just like a progressive because you support trans people or gay people, then like you're gonna be a reactionary in a year. It's like, whoa, like what the fuck are you saying? It's this never-ending progress to progress sort of thing. And that apparently means supporting people ruining your communities by like stealing and doing crime. I don't get it. I don't understand.
And look, the left, the country doesn't just consist of people on the left. Obviously, when you look at how our government is structured, you need some buy-in from moderate Republicans in order to accomplish some of your policy goals. And immediately going to the like extreme solutions or the extreme options while refusing to ever work with anyone on the right on anything, or at least acknowledge when they might be correct on one topic or one issue or another. It's not conducive to accomplishing any solutions at all. And instead, it's just this endless, annoying cycle of social media, for lack of a better phrase, virtue signaling, right? Because it's not really about finding solutions. It's about like posturing to the world that I'm the purist and I have the most I guess, progressive or leftist solutions for these things. But what good is that if you're not even going to be able to accomplish it? And to be quite frank, in the context of the abolitionist movement, I'm glad that they're not going to accomplish that, because it's crazy.
Do those people even vote? Like, are they a voting coalition? Like,
I hope not.
The way that I look at it is the crime thing has sort of become a wedge issue, exactly in the way that Shoe lays it out. Like, they're so afraid of giving the right a win. But as soon as you say, okay, look, we both agree on crime is getting out of control and we need to work together to solve it, then it no longer becomes a wedge issue. They can no longer campaign on, the Democrats are soft on crime. The Democrats, want to let everyone out of prison, because the Democrats are saying, no, we don't want to do that. So look, it seems like that's the way it used to be. And I do agree with you that there is this virtue signaling, like luxury beliefs component on the left that they just, but I don't know if those people vote. Like a lot of them seem super young, and young people. I mean, obviously, a lot of young people showed up last time to vote because of the student loan issue. But you know, they don't always vote in high numbers. So I don't know if you lose them. And the suburban moms who might be virtue signaling, you know, I don't know that this is an issue that's going to make or break them. I think they're more interested in like abortion or, you know, they're probably in favor of being harder on crime.
Yeah. Let me jump in on that. I have so much to say. So there's this disconnect that I think lawmakers are starting to wake up to. I think Elon Musk destroying Twitter is actually a good thing because I think both the media and politicians were relying heavily on the messaging on Twitter to make decisions. Like they thought it was representative of what most people think. And that's not the case, right? And so I think Democrats are starting to wake up to the fact that, you know, it's mostly the extreme end of the political spectrum that's being represented on these platforms. And I think in a very local way, when you look at Los Angeles, I don't know, Adam, if you've ever streamed the LA City Council meetings. There was like a long stretch of time when I was streaming it every single time because I was like just fascinated by the activists showing up and being like pretty freaking threatening to the city council members, right?
Wow.
Like you gotta watch it. It'll blow your mind. It's like, I don't know if you guys watch Parks and Rec, but there's this one
I love
scene.
Parks and Rec. Are you kidding me? Look, I keep trying to get Sitch to watch that show. It's amazing.
Okay, so there's this one episode with this one scene where the some ambassador of Venezuela shows up to Pawnee, this little town, right? And there's a city council meeting where a bunch of people are rowdy and they're yelling at the main character. Leslie Knope is her name.
Yes.
And then it cuts away to the ambassador from Venezuela and she's like, I can't believe this. This is outrageous. We would never let this happen in our country. He's like, you yell at politicians, you go to jail. You overcook fish, you go to jail. You undercook fish, you go to jail. Like it's just like one of my favorite scenes because it's so ridiculous and hilarious.
It's Fred Armisen, right? I mean,
it's Fred Armisen playing that role.
He's hilarious. Yeah.
It's such a funny scene. But like, no, like this is the wonderful thing about our democracy that we really do allow freedom of speech. And even though you have like all these activists getting rowdy and like in some cases literally threatening members of the city council, they're hearing them out. But my concern is, since they were so persistent, some city council members thought that they were representative of how all Angelinos feel. And that is not how all of us.
Oh, yes. Some of us have better things to do than to show up at the city council meeting once a month, right?
It's like a couple times a week, I think.
Wow.
And I would get so mad because it's in the middle of the day and I want to go, but I have to work. You know, it's impossible to make it.
You do like
hilarious.
a live show from one of the meetings where you get to stand up there and yell at them.
It would be fiery.
Do you identify with Leslie Knope?
She's a little too optimistic for my taste. Yeah. But I admire her character. I admire her optimism, and I wish I could be more like that.
It's weird. This is a Fox News, or it's a local Fox News article, but it's still a Fox News article that was talking about the assault that you were mentioned earlier. And the first line says, "A man experiencing homelessness is accused of sexually assaulting." Not a homeless man, a man experiencing homelessness. It's a very interesting turn of phrase.
Well, it's really good that we changed the phrasing because it definitely made his life better.
Yeah.
And we've really gone a long way in solving the problem.
That was sarcasm, guys, in case you didn't pick it up. Anyway.
What is the new term? It's like houseless?
Unhoused.
No. Unhoused. Yes.
Unhoused, yes. Yeah. Which I don't know, why is that better than homeless?
I don't know.
When I go to the grocery
like,
store, am I technically unhoused? I feel like I am.
Yes.
And it's so funny because like in a few years, unhoused is going to be the bad word to say.
Oh, of course.
And then they're going to, because then it's just going to keep going. Like, it's stupid.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what always happens.
And nothing
Whatever
will change
term is
for the actual
becomes-
homeless.
Yeah, whatever the term is becomes the slur, and then you have to change it again because it's offensive. But
Sitch, do you want to ask some questions about conspiracy theories?
I mean, I can. I have a two-part question. This could be a contentious question. It's for both of you. The first part is for Shu. What is your favorite conspiracy theory? And for Anna, do you think conspiracy theories are ruining our country?
favorite conspiracy theory?
Yes.
How would you? Ooh.
I know for you there's too many to choose.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what my favorite is. I'd have to like think a little
Mhm.
bit.
Well, do you want to like mull over all the conspiracy theories that you like?
Well, my like most popular one that's always like dunked on by people, and like
Mhm.
I have there's like, you know what Rational Wiki is?
Yes, unfortunately.
It doesn't have that much information about me, just like it's all very stupid. But then
Mhm.
out of nowhere, it's like
Is it
she also
conspiracy
is a
theory about
9/11
you?
truther. No,
Wait,
like
wait.
they have me down as a 9/11 truther.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
And one of my conspiracies is that like we knew that it was going to happen, and George Bush knew it was going to happen, and just
Mhm.
kind of let it happen. So
So
that's
you
one
are.
sign that I get in trouble for.
Wait,
there's
but
different
wasn't he
levels.
warned about it? Like, look, I don't know all the details, but wasn't he
Uh-oh.
warned about it and they chose not to do anything? I could be wrong. I don't know.
You're
Yeah, and
very wrong.
Oh, okay.
the
No, so,
Pentagon took out like trillions of dollars beforehand too. So
well, I don't know what she was referring to specifically, but I'm assuming what you're referring to, Anna, is
Mhm.
I'm trying to protect you here before you get in trouble. Is that Richard Wolff, who was the czar of anti-terrorism, had been trying to warn Bush about various threats, including the threat of people hijacking planes and flying them into buildings. I don't know if
Right.
specifically the World Trade Center was talked about. And for some reason, Bush kept putting off his meeting with this guy for months and months and months and months. I think he only eventually met with him like literally days before 9/11. So,
Mhm. Okay,
there
yeah,
was
that's what
there
I
were
was
people,
referring to.
right.
But
But I mean, like, there are people, just in the context of the conversation, there are people that were raising the alarm about that. But to my knowledge, it's not like they're like, hey, I mean, obviously Shu has a different opinion, but to my knowledge, it's not that there are people like, hey, they're going to go fly planes in the World Trade Center. And Bush was like, whatever, let them do it.
yeah, I didn't think that it was that specific.
Right.
It was more like a broad warning, and look, if it was days before, then you don't really have that much time to do much about it, I guess. I just think Bush was a disaster overall. Like, you don't even
Mhm.
need to believe conspiracy
Yeah,
theories to acknowledge how
know.
awful he was, you know?
Chu, do you believe in conspiracies, or are you just
no, I just
Look.
well, I like them. I think
Okay.
they're interesting to think about, but I'm not like a QAnon head.
Is
I
there
do
any
think, like, there's
conspiracies that you do believe in, or it's just pretty much
Also,
all
like,
of them are? Like,
it's
you're
not
not a
even a
9/11
conspiracy.
truther, right? That's
No, because there's different
that's
layers of it.
Look, update that wiki, you mean people. You retards.
I mean, if you think what I said was 9/11 trutherism, because there's like different layers of that. So there's like the planes were fake kind of truther,
Sure,
Mhm.
okay.
but then there's like the more, I don't know, like government, like new sort of truther. So I guess I'm that. But a lot of my conspiracies just kind of stem from the overall like system that we live in. Everything's money, everything's like with our foreign policy, stuff like that. So it's not really so much, I don't know, like the wacko shit that I'm interested in, but like when you think about it, there's like rich people who have their own interests, and that's like they'll do things to protect their own interests and blah blah blah. And so I don't know, I think everything kind of like stems from there.
But that's
So-
not really a conspiracy. They're
No, exactly.
their interests
So,
aligned. They're not meeting and working together. Like, I mean, some people do believe
it's
in.
just,
I mean, they do meet together and work on certain projects together. Obviously,
well, yeah, like the freaking the World Economic Forum is creepy.
I've
But
heard
again,
a
those are
lot
just a
about,
bunch
like-
of rich people thinking they're like philanthropists. So like philanthropist, what is the word? Philanthropist.
That's the correct word, yeah.
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 Yes, like it's not so much a conspiracy as it's like right in front of our face. A bunch of people think they're saving the world
Totally.
when it's very creepy. So stuff like that is, I guess, where you would put me on.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's a conspiracy theorist or just I notice things. I don't know.
You want to weigh in, Anna?
Yeah, I actually have a favorite conspiracy theory just because it's like a little, I mean, all conspiracy theories have a tinge of absurdity to them, at least, in the very least. This one I think is really funny because I guess there's like a growing number of people on the right who think that Biden isn't really the president, that Biden is like the face of the presidency and it's really Obama. who's like, he's like the puppet master or something. And
Really?
so I did
I've
some
never heard
research into
this.
this. Yeah. I did some research because like Jank and I were talking about it one day during our production meeting. And he's like, I've been hearing this more and more lately. Like, can you look into what started it? Where did it come from? And so in a New Hampshire speech, Trump had, of course, floated it, right? And then I guess Shapiro had tweeted something about it. Shapiro tweets something, it's going to get attention. It's going to put some ideas in people's heads. And then you have Trump like saying it during a speech. I don't know which one came first. There was like a lengthy Vanity Fair piece that kind of explained what was going on. But usually the thing about conspiracies is it's really not a conspiracy. Like it's just like Trump, he's got his advisors, right? And Biden, I'm sure he's got his advisors. I don't know if Obama's really one of them. I mean, if you look at
Obama has to be one of them. Are you kidding me? Look,
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure.
He probably
but
texts Obama like 3 times a day.
Is that really like that outlandish or out of the ordinary? That's like pretty normal. And like, you don't have to worry about puppet masters being concealed because you can just go to opensecrets.org and see who the puppet masters are. It's out there in the open. For the most part, there's also dark money, but you know, a lot of these politicians, they try to engage in this balancing act between their donors and their constituents. But one thing that I like about, I wouldn't say about the conspiracy theorists, but about people becoming more and more political, is that these politicians now have to do that balancing act. It can't just be listening to their donors. They're noticing, oh, damn, my constituents are getting pretty rowdy. They're getting pretty angry at me. And I actually have to listen to what they say. And I have to balance their concerns with funding my campaign with this corporate money. And so I think overall, like, it's mixed. There are good sides to the, because look, the conspiracy theorists, they know that things are effed up and they're looking for explanations. They want to understand why this great country where you could build an amazing life for yourself just by working hard, right? You can work hard, buy a home, establish a family, live a good life. They want to know why that has been taken away from them. And so the media is not doing a great job explaining it. Like, at least corporate media isn't. Legacy media isn't. As we talked about the last time I was on the show, they omit a lot of information in their reporting. And so what do you think normal people are going to do? They're going to look for explanations elsewhere. And so the failure of our politicians, the failure of our political system by, you know, baking legalized bribery into it, the failure of our media, I would argue, has spurred the conspiratorial mind. And I don't really like how they get trashed as like maniacs or zany people, because they're normal people who just want to understand what's going on in the world. And the media has left that vacuum, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, just like lost, desperate people. And then comes like the censorship of people talking about these things. And then it's like, oh, what are they trying to hide?
Oh,
it's
yeah. That plays into it.
Yeah. So it is just it's people looking for answers because they're not getting any. Absolutely.
I mean, I think there's a couple groups. I think there are people like what you're describing who are people who are just looking for answers, because it is a complicated question. And I remember even asking this question for the last 20 years whenever I talked to someone who would purport to know about economics as to why there was this massive economic shift in America from kind of like the 70s onward. And I never really got a good answer. And especially now, things seem a lot more dire, especially for a lot of millennials. And it's weird because I keep seeing articles claiming that things are fine or the same for millennials. And I just doesn't seem to match at all with what I experience and what it seems like everyone else around my age experiences. So I think there is that group of people, but there also seems to be a group of people who just, even if everything is fine, are just attracted to the idea that there's either secret knowledge out there that everyone's lying about, or that everything happens for some sort of complicated, planned out reason. Like they just see connections everywhere, regardless of whether the connections actually exist.
Yeah, I agree. I think they definitely exist. And look, I think I'm going to give a specific example. That does not make the situation better if you're trying to avoid, you know, the conspiratorial mind. You know, you have like I remember when Russia invaded Ukraine. No, that wasn't when it happened. As we were pulling out of Afghanistan, if I'm correct, a video started floating around featuring Hillary Clinton just telling the truth. It was like a very candid statement that she made about how it was the United States who funded and empowered the Taliban in Afghanistan in order to fight the Soviets, right? And then fast forward several decades later, and that's our enemy, and we're going into Afghanistan to fight them. And so when those instances arise, I think that it makes Americans less trustful of, you know, the establishment, of established forms of media, of the, you know, the stuffy buttoned up politician who might look to be the credible one, but behind the scenes, they're playing all these games and engaging in all these plots. Like all of that stuff, I think leads to Americans being less trustful toward our politicians and, you know, legacy media. So I don't really know how to solve it, right? But I do think that one of the worst things you can do, and I've gotten some backlash for saying this, but I really do believe it. The worst thing you can do is cut a family member or a friend off because they start believing these theories and saying things that might seem unhinged or might be unhinged. I think it's important to be empathetic to those people and keep them in your life and just calmly continue engaging in conversation with them. Because if you don't, then it's really easy to fall down that rabbit hole and it's hard to get people out.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's exactly what's going on with, you know, people lose faith in our government, people lose faith in our reporting and media institutions. And it does, you know, it creates a way of thinking where you just say, oh, well, if the media or the government is saying this, then the opposite of that must be true because it was true in these other examples. You know, I saw this a lot with sort of, you know, kind of with Russia invading Ukraine and sort of the politics and the ideas around that. A lot of it just seemed to be people saying, well, if the mainstream is telling me this, then I should automatically assume the opposite, which, I mean, that can help you. That can be true sometimes, but then that could also be false sometimes. And it's just annoying because we have to sort of do the impossible task as humans is to just learn to try to look at every incident independently and try to get to the bottom of what is true, as opposed to coming up with some like very simplistic lens where we just say, well, we're just going to do the opposite of whatever the mainstream tells us to do.
Correct. Yeah, I agree.
I say I do that like jokingly, like whatever the mainstream media says, I just automatically disbelieve it, even though that's like 90% true, but not all the time. but yeah, like I just because like you see patterns, right? So you see like not like schizophrenic, I'm seeing patterns, but like
I mean, kind of maybe it could be, right? That's
maybe a little bit. But like you see like history, what America has done in the past. You see like you see undisclosed like CIA files and things like that, and then you could put it together and be like, oh, that sounds really familiar. You know, maybe they're doing something like this again, and you bring stuff like that up, and people are like, no, that was in the past. The CIA doesn't do anything like that anymore. It's like, come on, really? Like, you don't think there's maybe something weird going on to some of these things? I don't know. I'm more like lenient towards things like that, but
oh yeah, like... I'm aware.
So let's talk about this term woke.
Ooh.
Like, are we? Look, if I lived my whole life and never uttered the word woke again, that would be good. Unfortunately, people are talking about peak wokeness with the Israel-Palestine thing, but first, you know, obviously a while back, a woman was asked to define woke on a podcast, and it went super viral because she kind of flubbed it and didn't have a ready definition of it. We've bandied around some definitions on the show. So just Shu, do you have like a definition of what? I don't want to put you on the spot. Like, take your time, obviously.
Yeah. I feel like there's two different ones. So it kind of woke almost went the way of SJW, but almost even worse than that, where now my parents know what woke is, and they're calling things woke. My parents are like
so uncool.
old school Democrats, and they're like, the world has gone so woke. I'm like, do you even know what that means? Like,
you should be like based. Good job, parents.
No,
that's what I said. So what do your parents mean when they say that?
So they're just saying like things like, "Oh, people are so racist to white people nowadays." Like
whoa,
things like
okay,
that. Yeah.
okay, whoa.
Just I don't know where they're getting this because they're so like they voted for like Obama and blah blah blah, and they voted for like all of like Democrat their whole entire lives, and now they're just like, I miss Trump. It's like, where did
Wait,
this
your
come
parents
from?
said that?
Yes.
Wow, you've radicalized
And
your parents to be
I
the
don't know
Trump
how
supporters.
it happened. I
Like,
think they're watching TV too much or something. I don't know.
okay.
No, but I kind of get what they're saying. They're like, everything's just a mess now. It was so much better under Trump. It's like, was it though? I don't know. But my dad is kind of like me though. He's obsessed with like currents, like everything going cashless and stuff. That's like his conspiracy. He's like, they're gonna make it all digital and then they can take away your money whenever they want. So it's like that's my dad's like conspiracy.
Are they
kind of true, honestly?
You said on Twitter that you were Catholic. I'm not. Look, all of your tweets are hilarious to me, Shu. You are very funny, and I
come from a Catholic family. Yes.
Yes. So is it like a 666 thing? Is that what the number, like the cashless society is? Because I know some people are like,
they're not like, my family isn't like God freaks or anything. How would you describe it? I don't know. But they are they're Italian. They're very Catholic.
Cashless society, that's like heaven for me. I'm like, wow, that's a good thing. Who wants to carry cash?
My dad thinks it will be much easier to control people when like all of our cash is like not physical.
Yeah,
I mean, that's definitely true. I mean, you can't get paid under the table.
Like, are we already like almost already like that already?
Anna, are you paying people under the table?
No, I'm not.
I'm not.
But like, I do. My heart does ache for all of the small businesses in Los Angeles who operate on a cash-only basis, who will now have to pay their taxes, especially in a state that doesn't give a damn about them and will not give them any services for the taxes that they pay.
So like drug dealers, right? Is that what you're talking about? You don't want drug dealers to pay taxes?
No, drug dealers should probably pay their taxes. I'm thinking about like the Armenian sub shop down the street, like they're not paying their taxes.
Listen, as an
American,
what?
Godspeed.
As an American, everyone should have to pay their taxes. What is this? What is
this?
This
is getting clipped. Look at this, Anna. Full-on libertarian. Taxation is theft.
Okay. The rich people can pay their taxes. Okay, the ones not so rich, we'll let aside. We'll pretend not to see. Okay.
Yeah.
The Armenian sub shop, they're pulling up in their gold Mercedes.
Look, I'm kidding for the most part, but like, look, I am not one of these taxation is theft type people. But lately, I really feel like taxation is theft.
Look, I constantly say this. Like it's dumb to say taxation is theft categorically, but at some level, it sure as hell is theft, right?
Dude, I have no problem paying taxes. Okay, I barely have any deductions because I didn't pop out any kids. Like, so it's rough out here in LA. It really is. Like, our local taxes are super high, federal taxes are high. Yep. And so I don't mind, but like I see the schools in my neighborhood falling apart. I see like this drives me crazy. The reason why gas is so expensive in California is because we have a gas tax that is supposed to be utilized to improve our infrastructure. No, I mean, Adam, I'm just going to ask you, what do you think about the roads?
Oh, they're horrible. They're horrible.
Awful. Yeah. They're awful. So like, that's theft. I don't know what they're using that money for, but it isn't to fix the streets. That's for sure. It blows my mind that we spend so much money on taxes, especially in this state. And there's so much falling apart, so many things falling apart around us. You look at how much money was spent to combat homelessness in Los Angeles alone. I'm happy to pay that money. Paying the money through taxes is not the issue. The issue is how that money gets allocated to these nonprofits who then take the money and they like stuff it in their pockets. And then like, it's infuriating. So when you think about it in that context, yeah, it feels like taxation is theft. And I don't begrudge people for feeling that way. I'm feeling that way these days. And again, it's not because I don't want to pay taxes. It's that I want my money to make my society, my community better. And right now it doesn't feel like that's happening.
Well, when you're paying $6.30 for gas, I guess I'm sympathetic to that.
It was almost 7. I drove past a place.
Oh my God.
I was like, oh my, holy cow. Yeah, exactly.
So that's not all taxes, right? Isn't there some weird thing where like California has to have special gas that nowhere else in the country does or something?
I think so. I know there's like a special summer blend in California.
Yeah.
I don't know the details of it. I don't
They put
even want to
pumpkin
get into
spice
it.
in the gas.
So look back to the woke thing, and I do. I mean,
yeah.
I like your.
Forgot that
I
was
like.
the question.
Look, I like your parents' definition. Racist against white people. I think
it's I don't think that's their definition, but I think it's more like, so there's 2 different definitions, I think. So I guess like woke in my mind is the type of people who are like virtue signaling, like online, like I don't know, canceling people for cultural appropriation, and it's like it's just a white person making sushi. Like, to me, that's the definition of woke, like this very shallow activism, identity politics, stuff like that. But there's also this other definition of woke that I see and I think is also correct. It's like this, I don't even think I would call it woke though, because I feel like that's such a weak term for it. People who genuinely just want to dismantle everything in society, the normalcy, language, the, I don't know, heteronormative, blah, 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 like just destroy everything. The type of people who want to see, like, I don't know, statues torn down and just, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like the very
they want change. They want
the
radical
revolutionary
change.
Yeah. That's the other thing. That's the other woke. But I tend to see the other woke, the other definition I said, where it's just like cringe people like being silly. That's woke to me.
It's interesting how, I mean, obviously, like there is no solid definition for it. And I think that people who use that word have, their own minds made up about what it means. So for me, what it means is when people engage in performative actions, when they engage in posturing that gives the appearance or the illusion of making society better or making people's lives better, when in reality, it doesn't do that. Instead, what it does is it takes normal everyday people and makes them out to be uneducated, hateful, bigoted, when they're not.
Right.
I think there's a lot of that going on, right? Because obviously language keeps changing. What is and isn't permissible keeps changing. And most people, most normal individuals, like they're out there, they're trying to make ends meet in this awful economy. And so if they use the wrong word, this like, I don't know, like this urge to jump down their throats and make them out to be these monsters it's just a huge characteristic of so-called woke culture for me. That's like how I think of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a power
that's
trip.
Good. I always think of it as like the left originally met awake to social injustice.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them are saying just the right thinks of it as progressive politics. That's their term for progressive politics, because they're kind of adopting that same definition that the left is using. They're just saying that they're turning a lot of things that are innocuous into systemic injustice.
Mm-hmm.
That the right doesn't necessarily believe is a systemic injustice. So I do think people on the right are kind of using the same terms. And I think that can kind of fit into what you're saying. You're saying these people are posturing, like they're not really sincere. They want to look good, but they're not really fighting for systemic change, or they're fighting for it in ways that are unproductive.
Or they're fighting for it in ways that actually demonstrably make life worse for the very people that they're pretending to fight for. So, just very briefly going back to the crime discussion that we're having, listen, what happened to me sucked, but at the end of the day, I am not the one who's going to bear the brunt of these, terrible policies. It's disadvantaged communities, majority Black and brown communities. And that is why, if you actually take the time to listen to them, which I think is incredibly important, they hate what's happening with the crime spike. They hate how it's just decimating their communities. Listen to the people who live in Chicago and are experiencing the smash and grabs, who are experiencing the gun violence and all of that. They're furious with, Brandon Johnson, the mayor, who was newly elected. they want change. They were willing to give him another, give him a, self-described progressive a shot because he was saying the right things. And it seemed like he was taking crime very seriously. But then he gets elected and, it's more of the progressive jargon and, we need to deal with root causes. But here's my conspiracy. Okay. I don't know how true this is, but I do think that leftists have given mediocre politicians the green light to do nothing. Ooh, right? Because politicians love nothing more than to be able to do nothing. And that is what's happening right now.
And you see it with Biden. It's like, oh, guys, like, who cares if Biden is doing this? Come on, we have to vote for him, like, because Trump is worse. It's like, how long are we gonna do that for? How long is it gonna be like?
I know. Yeah.
Come on, guys, the Republicans are worse. Like, you need to give us more than that. There needs to be more than that. We need to actually feel like, this person is good and we want to vote for them, and not just be the only thing they have seems to be is like guilt tripping. It's like, how long is that gonna work?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're both completely correct because it's so easy for a politician to either run against Trump or to run and say like, oh, I'm going to reduce racial inequality or some kind of vague generic term, which can't really be measured. And it's not like saying, oh, I'm going to run on healthcare, where you have to actually produce a policy and then pass that, which, by the way, I mean, one of the things that I'm very annoyed at Biden is that he ran on a public option and then I don't see that they even tried to do it to any capacity, to my understanding, whatsoever. Right. And yeah, so as long as you can just run and say that you're going to do some kind of performative virtue signal thing, it makes it so much easier for them to essentially do nothing. And it gets frustrating when I talk to some people on the left about this. Not like normal people, because normal people, like Shu's parents, maybe not as base as Shu's parents, but even my own parents who are, very, liberal and been Democrats their whole lives, like people just see this PC-ness existing. Everyone knows it and feels it. It feels that it's changed. And it's kind of annoying because, Adam, you brought up I forget the woman's name. She wrote kind of a book about wokeness, and she kind of struggled to give a very clear definition, because it's one of those things where when you talk about like woke or how the left has changed, everyone who's, I think, is being honest acknowledges that somewhere in 2015, 2016, 2017, somewhere in that time period, there was a shift that occurred on the left in terms of how some, not all, but how some of the kind of more extreme elements of the left definitely seem to behave in America. And, the way that I always define woke is people who are on the left who believe that liberalism can't solve our problems and want to move the country to the left of liberalism into something more socialist or more Marxist. And that, everything kind of stems from that. Even the performative virtue signals that people are doing all stem from this leftist anti-liberal lens. And until I think that the left can acknowledge that, I'm not sure it's going to go away, especially with Trump being around, because they think that they can use this. And I think this is kind of part of why it took off so big in 2016 was I think a lot of moderates on the left sort of made a Faustian bargain with some of the more extreme elements to basically get the language they could to, attack Trump, call him racist, do all the things they want to do, as opposed to realizing that this contingency on the left isn't your friend. They're not your ally. They don't like liberals. They kind of want to destroy a lot of the mainstream Democrat Party. And they shouldn't really be aligned with them. And, I think this is I think we have reached the peak and possibly a turning point, especially with all the Israel stuff, because you do finally see that a lot of mainstream people on the left are starting to they're starting to see the chickens coming home to roost, because unfortunately people seem to only be able to change their minds or wake up once something affects them personally. And the weird rhetoric of some of the people on the left and then some of the people on the college campuses who, if people think that, Israel is being too violent or whatever, that's fine. But for some people to just be seemingly explicitly pro-Hamas and especially like right after October 7th, that was just a wake-up call to a lot of the mainstream left, I think, in this country.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Shu.
You go ahead. You go first.
Yeah, I literally couldn't even believe that anyone was justifying what Hamas did. Like, it made me so angry. It made me so angry for a long time. But just responding to what you're saying, Sitch, it's tough because I'm personally at this place where I hate every group. Like, it's because think about it, like, for different reasons.
Right.
Like, okay, so I hear you about, you know, the liberal left now kind of waking up to the more toxic components of the leftists.
Mm-hmm.
However, let's not forget about the fact that increasingly the Democratic Party has become the party of the elite. They have become the party that represents the hyper-educated, you know, pro-corporate electorate, and also the never Trump Republicans. That has become like the base of the Democratic Party at this point. And that leaves a lot of typical like left-wing voters pretty furious because they look at their lives and they see, okay, well, that FDR era of the Democratic Party ceases to exist. We don't identify as Republicans because they've always been more pro-business, pro-corporate. So where do we go now? They don't identify as leftists. They don't want to dismantle, you know, our institutions. They don't believe in Marxism or socialism. So they're kind of floating around trying to figure out, well, who represents me? And I think that's really the biggest tragedy of, you know, the Citizens United ruling, money in politics, because increasingly some of the donors that were, you know, more focused on catering to the Republican Party and the Republican politicians are now like, well, we can just bribe both sides, you know? And there are some donors that only focus on Republicans, like the NRA is a good example. But when you look at the corporate donors, right, the Wall Street donors, they're like, no, let's just buy politicians from both sides. And so increasingly it has left us with really no good options. And it's so incredibly frustrating. So really, I can't identify a single group where I'm like, no, these are the good guys. And these are people who more often than not represent my best interests.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that completely. And because unfortunately, I think the way that society and extremism seems to work is that you always have these people that are extremists or revolutionaries, and they always exist and they're always at the edges of your society trying to pull society or groups of people in that direction at all times. But most of the time, they're just kind of ignored. But when there's some environmental change, like when people feel like the quote moderate parties are starting to fail them, you know, a lot of Republicans felt this way with the Republican, you know, the mainstream Republican Party, and so they went to Trump. And a lot of Democrats, people on the left, are feeling exactly what you're saying. They feel like Democrats are just, you know, not the party of FDR what they want, and so I agree that feeling exists. And then the problem is that you have these extremists pulling on the edges, and it basically, people just see like, oh, well, I can either be, you know, a mainstream Democrat or I have to be a leftist. And they get sucked down a pathway, which I view as being even worse than being kind of a, you know, milquetoast, not really helping anyone Democrat to, I'm going to actively try to tear down and destroy liberalism and liberal society. When to me, the solution would be to have a left-wing party in our country that's more trying to actually go back to sort of the, you know, 1930s to 1970s economic policies that created sort of the post-World War II boom. And none of that was socialist. That was all on the backs of liberalism. It was just a more pro-labor, pro-employment form of that.
I think the only way we get back to that is if we encourage the formation of more labor unions. Because look, FDR's fear was that if he hadn't acted, or if he failed to act to improve everyone's material condition, then we're going to veer in the direction of socialism. And he wanted to save capitalism, right? The problem is, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this, I feel like the quality of politicians, whether we're talking about their charisma, their intelligence, their foresight, it's just really, really like degraded like over the decades.
Politicians used to be like mob bosses back in the day. They were like Huey Long's like my favorite. Like he was like, he would like strong arm, right? His like for the people though. So he was like they called him like, what did they call him? Not a benevolent dictator, something. But he would just get shit done. And that was back then, like he was fighting against the KKK, big oil, like everything. And he was like a great populist figure, and also FDR, like they were around the same time, like the 1930s, like 20s, like 40s, like, and now it's just completely degraded. There's nobody like that anymore. There was like hints of that in Bernie in like 2015 or so. And then it just slowly disintegrated over time. I don't know where that went, but I don't see that in any politician. I don't see any like pure, like real care for
LBJ was like notoriously awful to his colleagues. Like in order to get what, like he would threaten, he would coerce. I'm not saying that I want that, except I am kind of saying that I do want that. I do, like, because carrots and sticks, right? Like right now, I think that it's all carrots. Like you look at Biden, all carrots all the time, right? You have two senators completely destroying his agenda. And like, I'm just going to assume good faith actor Biden actually wanted to accomplish his agenda. He didn't act like it though, right? Because it was like, oh, Joe Manchin, I love him so much. I can't wait to blow him. Like that's how it felt with Biden. And it's like, can you just at least pretend like you're playing hardball? But he couldn't help himself. Oh, Kirsten Sinema, so intelligent. She's so wonderful. And it's like, okay, I get it. If you want to try that strategy and see if the carrots might work, right? He did try carrots with Manchin and giving like his wife some job that she wanted, some appointment that she wanted. But clearly that didn't work. And so at what point do you use sticks, right? So, you know, you really want this project funded in your state. It's going to help you get reelected. You ain't going to get it unless you give me something, right? Like I need a concession from you, something. It felt like there was none of that going on. And it was so infuriating. And look, I think that there is a place for civility politics, respectability politics, whatever. But there's also a time to play hardball. And I think that there's just this very clear culture right now where Democrats need to be united on all fronts and they need to respect their colleagues. And what I kind of enjoy seeing play out on the right is they kind of threw that out the window. Now, it's kind of manifested in some toxic ways, but it is interesting to see that if you're willing to apply pressure, if you're willing to deal with the negative press and all of the, you know, threats you might get for trying to stir the pot, you can stir the pot and you can get what you want. Like in the case of Matt Gaetz, it's really unclear what he wants, but that did demonstrate.
He wants to be president. What are you talking about?
Well, that's true. It's like, it's very selfish, right? Like for Matt Gaetz, it comes from a selfish place. But if you have a politician who actually has an agenda that they want to accomplish, they could accomplish it, or at least some portion of it.
What do sticks look like on the Democratic side? Like, I agree with everything that you're saying. Like, Trump would immediately take to Twitter and just savage the person.
Right.
Just try to destroy their reputation immediately.
Yeah.
So, but what is it? I mean, I'm not sure that the left really can do that because it seems completely off brand for them.
Well, I think they could do it. They couldn't do it the way Trump does it because Biden doesn't have the
so that's the question.
The fervent, dare I say, cultish appeal that Trump has. So if Biden goes to Twitter and says something bad about Joe Manchin or whomever,
look, he's got the dark Brandon meme. Come on, like he could pull something out, right?
Maybe. I mean, maybe it would make him more popular. I don't know.
I don't think Biden going on Twitter and like saying mean things about Manchin is going to help anything, right? But
okay, so that's what I'm asking. Right? So what is the move?
But like, don't compliment
that is
him.
The stick.
Yeah.
Look, just withdrawing compliments is not a stick, Anna. That's not a stick. You have to hit the person.
No, totally. Like, I think that the way you do it is threaten cutting the funding for the projects that, like, for the pork that Manchin's relying on for his state, right? Or, I mean, I don't know how successful this would be, but I would certainly try. The people who are living in West Virginia obviously are struggling economically. That will be
spun. Look, that will be spun as hurting the constituents, though, which is a bad move. This is why it is smart. What Trump does is kind of smart because he's not hitting the constituents.
Look, I I don't think Biden has the energy to do this, but
Oh.
if you have like a young, energetic president who's not sleepy Joe Biden, he would, go to West Virginia and speak directly to the people of West Virginia. This is what I want to do for you. This is what I want to accomplish for you. But the person standing in my way is your United States Senator, Joe Manchin.
Right.
All right. And I would just really hit that
good.
message home. I think that's, I don't know if it would work, but I would definitely try. I would try to speak to the people of West Virginia directly, and I would apply that political pressure.
Joe, I want to give you money, and Joe Manchin wants you to starve.
I mean, Trump would probably try to do something like that, and it would work, right? I mean,
of
and that's
course.
the thing about Trump that I want Democrats to understand. I get that they just think the way he speaks is buffoonish. And I'm not talking about like the sometimes bigoted things that he says. I'm just talking about when he's trying to drive a message home. He uses simple English. And guess what? People like simple English. People don't want the like buttoned up, stuffy, teleprompted speech. They want to feel like you're connecting with them. They want to feel like you're authentic and you're actually looking out for them. So simple English, let's try that out. Let's try to learn from some of the things that Trump has actually done successfully. It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't mean that you're a far right winger if you do that. It just means that stylistically, there are some things that Trump does that I think Democrats could learn from.
Cool.
I think you definitely could have, a stick approach where you go to Manchin or someone else and you are threatening to cut funding or remove them from certain, committees they want to be on. Or I feel like there's got to be a lot of different things the Democrats could utilize. And yeah, I mean, there will be some blowback at them to the people saying, oh, well, you're just hurting the people and the constituents. And I guess my response to that would be like, yeah, but that's only if he doesn't do what you want. If he does what you want, you give him a little something for the constituents, right? And so you say, listen, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to give you more things. You can always just spin it however you want. I'm trying to give you more things, and your representative is standing, or your senator is standing in the way of that.
Yeah.
Cool. So, Sitch, you wanted to talk about like the current state of the left. I guess we're kind of talking about that already, right?
I'm curious as to like what you guys think the future of the left in the next 10, 20 years is going to look like. If you have any predictions.
Like a disaster. I don't know.
It's
not going good. It's been going downhill. Like there was so like when I started off getting into politics, like I don't know, 10 years ago, I was more into like the culture war stuff, and then I found Bernie and I was like, oh wow, he talks like I've never heard a politician talk like this. This is cool. And then I got into it, and then during like 2020, I saw, the left, who to me was always the woke and the SJWs. I finally started, because Bernie was running again, seeing all these people, like I'm agreeing, like they're talking about real issues. They're talking about housing. They're talking about healthcare. They're talking about all this stuff. And I was just like, oh my God, the left is cool again. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Like we're actually talking about real things that I agree with, and it's awesome. And then I don't know what happened, seemingly overnight. I guess Biden won. And then like the ancient curse was released again. And then everyone just went back to like weird culture war shit. And it's just really disappointing because like we weren't talking about the stuff that we're talking about now. Like 3 years ago, we weren't talking about puberty blockers, trans kids. We weren't talking about it's fine to steal and do crime. Yeah. And I don't know what happened. It's like just clown world right now to me, looking in on it. And I'm like, can we just go back to like, I don't know, talking about the real like bread and butter stuff that, so like to me, I still am very much a like left winger, pretty far left when it comes like economically, but like, I don't know where they're going culturally and socially. And it's just like freaking me out. I don't know. They're losing me on that. But like every time they talk about real things, like Anna, you do that a lot. Like you talk about stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Like I just think that it's splitting off in all these directions, and I don't know. It's
you buy into UBI, right? You're like a UBI fan?
I mean,
okay, so look,
I liked Yang in his prime days.
It's crazy that they tarred an Asian guy as like a member of the alt-right. It's kind of like insane.
That's just like the go-to.
Lance, your favorite came on and basically tried to call Sitch and I right-wingers because we were supporting Andrew Yang at the time, which is kind of hilarious.
Is there anyone Lance doesn't think is a right winger?
Oh, of course. Well, let's not dwell on Lance, but
yeah, let's not.
When these people call some people reactionary, it's almost like a compliment because, like, I've seen what you think makes people progressive, and I don't want to be that. Like, so whatever is a reactionary to you must be a good thing. And so some of this shit is like insane, but. And the things that people are being called reactionary over are things that are so normal, like Anna, what she's being called a reactionary over, and it's so disappointing. And you guys are always called far right. This podcast is always called far right, which just blows my mind because you're always pushing back. There's like right wingers in your chat.
Well, Sitch is a little right wing. I mean, let's be honest here.
And it sucks because then they throw that label on you and you almost feel like you need to defend yourself constantly. No, I believe this. I believe that. I voted like that. I voted like this.
Well, no, I'm legitimately for UBI, and I brought it up in the context of like Anna's pushing for the unions thing, and I'm thinking like I don't know if we can go there, but I'll let you finish and I'll move on to that. But yes, you are constantly being perceived as a right winger, Shoe. And it's insane to me because like you're much further left than we are, and I mean we're pretty far left. So
it's just like at this point, you just got to go okay and just keep advocating for the things that you believe in that clearly aren't right wing. Because like even if today I was like, yeah, guys, I'm a conservative, I'd be the worst conservative ever, and I'd be kicked out of the conservative club.
Totally.
So it makes no sense. Like it's an insult that they'll throw at you so they can, I forgot what that's called. There's a word for it. They'll throw at you so that no one listens to your.
Yeah. Look, this is a problem too, because it really is like a lose-lose situation because we have like, I think 60% of our audience is right wing and they'll use that against us. But the reason why 60% of our audience is right wing is because we're the only lefties on the internet that are not constantly insulting them right and left.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
We try to understand their arguments. And I admit, look, I have like a book learning understanding of conservatism. Like I don't have these moral intuitions. I grew up in California, like surfing and smoking weed. Like I'm not like a classic conservative type of guy. So, but I do have a lot of empathy, and I do feel people deserve respect. And especially in a political setting, like if you're literally asking them to vote for you on something like universal health care or UBI or custodial voting, anything that you want to put forward, you've got to make an argument that is not going to insult them or insult their intelligence.
Yeah, we forgot the power of persuasion, and you don't persuade by browbeating. And look, I think that there's just this effort to flatten the right into like one group of people who all believe the same thing, when in reality there are a lot of gradations there, just as there are gradations on the left. And I want to accomplish solutions, and you can't accomplish solutions if you're like extreme in your views and unwilling to work with people who might have other disagreements with you. So like I was heartened to see AOC and Matt Gaetz propose legislation together to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks. And anyone who's against them working together because Matt Gaetz bad and we should always like, clown on him and never want to work with him. Well, you're wrong. And you're actually not interested in finding solutions. You don't care about making society better or government better. So just bow out, like go engage in your little purity circle jerk and let the adults get back in the room and actually accomplish something,
Oh, man. That's getting clipped. That's totally getting
clip it, CT.
Like you were saying about like not kind of like talking down on the audience, and that's why you have a right-wing audience. That's like, I think I took a survey like 2 years ago and it was like 45% of my audience was right-wing. A lot of them were centrist.
What are you doing?
And it's like people will be like, oh, that like tells something, but I think that's a good thing because like these people aren't listening to Lance. These people aren't listening to those, like they put themselves on this pedestal and they act like there's like holier than thou, especially the ones that used to be right wing and they make that their whole shtick, are the most like holier than thou of them too. And it's like, that was you last Thursday. Why are you looking down at these people? And I think and a lot, like over time, I'm always getting comments, messages, tweets like, you changed my mind about this. And especially back in the during the primaries, people like right wing people were like, I think I'm gonna vote for Bernie this time. And that's not like my goal to change people's minds, but it happened naturally just because like the way I talk about these things isn't like fucking condescending. It isn't like I think I'm better than these people for having different opinions. And naturally they're not going to be like bullied into having different opinions. It's like goofy. I don't know.
Yeah, look, that doesn't work. That totally doesn't work. Yeah. It's all carrot when it comes to persuasion. You have no leverage over them. You can't force them to vote with you on anything.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like if you're like a big,
here we go.
No, I'm just, if you're a big pundit, because I think there is stick here. Because I mean, that's part of like what, we're talking about woke. And this is true for the right too, with a lot of the Trump stuff. Like if you're on the left and you get something woke, they try to beat you down and like, oh, you're a bad ally. You're racist if you don't do this. And it works for a lot of people. There's, of course, the people in this conversation were all enlightened, free individual rebels who say, no, screw you. We'll do, we stand for truth. But, and the same thing's true of the right. There's a lot of like, oh, if you don't support Trump, you're a rhino. You're not a real Republican. So I think that definitely happens. But I'm also curious as to where you guys think the future of the right is going, because I wonder if the Republican Party and the right overall in America is going to kind of go through the same thing that kind of happened that you were talking about, Shu, with like people losing faith in the left, and you were saying, Anna, about people losing faith in the left. I feel like that's going to happen with the right too, because once, if Trump either wins or loses, he's going to be gone in 4 years. And yeah, there's going to be DeSantis, there's going to be other politicians who try to pick up the mantle of Trump, but I don't think they're going to be successful. I think he's kind of a once in a lifetime personality that no one is ever going to be able to replicate. And I'm curious as to what's going to happen to the right when a lot of the right-wing politicians, they might put on the mask of Trump, but it's going to be business as usual, neoconservatisms, like,
like Vivek.
Actually. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think Vivek is a good example of the future, at least the near future of the Republican Party, is the people putting on the Trump mask. And then they just have like Reaganomics as their whole thing. It's like, you're not the new guy. You're the old guy with like a car salesman personality. I think they might go back to their like neoconservatism actually, maybe in the further future, especially if we're heading towards like war and things like that. Because I see it already, all these people who, I know you guys are more like on the pro-Israel side or whatever, but I see like a lot of the neoconservative coming back in that party. And like
that's interesting.
Well, you got to be careful here, because I think Israel is like carpet bombing Gaza right now. So I don't necessarily know if, like, I think our position is more nuanced than just
I wasn't sure. I just saw like some things, neutral or whatever. Honestly, like I said on Twitter,
look, we're not neutral at all. Like
okay.
That's one thing that bugs me.
You.
It's fine.
No, look, that's one.
Continue.
No, that's one. Look, people constantly conflate centrism with neutrality.
Yeah,
I'm like, screw you. What are you talking about? Like, I
think
take
you guys
positions.
I think you guys have actually done a pretty decent job in balancing perspectives on that, because
you're trying to thread the needle too, Anna. Obviously, I'm watching.
Well,
your
I mean, it's not even that
Turks.
difficult to thread the needle, right? Targeting civilians is freaking unacceptable. Like, raping and murdering Israeli civilians is not in any way, number one, it's super immoral and disgusting, okay? And if you think it's going to help you accomplish any of your goals, obviously it's not. Look at what it's led to. So referring to them as freedom fighters, I think is insane. But at the same time, what's happening in Gaza is also unacceptable and honestly is counter to the best interests of Israeli civilians. I'm actually terrified of how many people are being, radicalized right now as we speak, Anyway, it's just, it's a terrible
I didn't mean
situation.
to interrupt you, Shu. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, It's gone. The thought.
Okay,
It's
look,
okay.
Sitch
Well,
does that to me all the time. And
I
I'm
know.
like,
I do it
yeah,
intentionally,
I just
actually.
look. I do what I'm like a whatever. We'll move on.
Well,
Oh, the neoconservatism.
yeah.
Right.
Okay,
I
look,
see
it
that
came
coming
back.
back. Yeah, I see that coming back on the right, especially now. And especially all these people who were like the populists and were like, don't trust the media, don't trust the government. All of a sudden now the media and the government's all telling the truth, apparently. Like, it's just kind of goofy to see that go down. And I think that might be the direction, like, especially if Trump doesn't win, I think they're just going to revert back to, the good old Republican Party, and the populism is going to die.
Interesting, because I wonder, I think overall there's going to be a lot of people reverting back, but I think there's going to be kind of like on the left, there's that group of people that kind of broke off and, became leftists or became politically homeless. I think there's going to be a sizable chunk of people on the right that are going to break off, and I don't know what they're going to become.
I agree. I totally agree. Because
we got a well out of Anna. Did you see that? It was like perfect. She was like, well.
Well, because I think there's a disconnect, right? I think one thing that I've noticed is that the Republican Party, meaning the politicians, have been much more respondent to the electorate or their base than the Democratic Party has been. And that's, while they might have the urge to revert to neoconservatism, their voters are different. And I'm actually kind of surprised to see that there's like a bit of a split among Republican voters in response to what's happening in Gaza, right? I traditionally, historically, the neoconservative wing of the Republican Party dominated not only among the politicians, but also the voters. And now you have like a few Republican politicians, but more importantly, I think a sizable portion of Republican voters who are like, no, we don't want to fund these wars. No, we don't want to involve ourselves in these wars. And I think the reason for that, to be quite frank, is after Afghanistan, after Iraq, after all of these, men and women in our military suffered the consequences of these wars and then came back to this country, which basically neglected them, neglected their PTSD. They're like, no, we're not just going to co-sign on any war and be supportive of, they're a lot more skeptical. And so I don't know if the Republican Party is going to be able to just automatically revert back to neoconservatism when there is this like pull from a portion of their electorate to like actually move away from it. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how it plays out.
Well,
there might be a split.
Yeah, I think there will be some kind of split. I'm curious to see how the split manifests. I'm not so sure that I think Republican politicians are more, or that Republican voters, I guess, are different in terms of pushing for what they're pushing as much as it's just like Trump kind of becoming so popular and him sort of allowing that energy to dominate the party. Like if there was some, if Bernie had the Trump magic or whatever, I think the exact same thing would have happened on the left. I don't think there's anything specifically different between the Democrats and Republicans going on there in terms of voting base or even the politicians. And I think that even goes to like the whole isolationism on the right. I'm not sure that that's really rooted in anything like that's like a right-wing moral intuition. I wouldn't like, I think so much of that, because when we're talking about that, we're kind of looking at a lot of it's around Russia and Ukraine. And I think so much of that is just because the right was basically kind of in this weird spot for the last, ever since, Trump was running, was in this like weird spot of sort of either defending or dismissing Russia because it was all tied into the 2016 election. Was saying, Trump has a secret Russia connection. Oh, Russia hacked Hillary's emails. Russia, like the left is saying Russia bad, Russia bad, Russia bad. And that kind of reactively makes people on the right either want to defend that or just dismiss that. And then when all of a sudden you get into a war with Russia, I think that same thing plays out, where if the situation was reversed, if Russia was hacking Trump's emails and supposedly helping Hillary, I think almost everyone on the right would have been so, vehemently in favor of protecting Ukraine against Russia. And then there would have been the left that was kind of split on the issue.
I think there's some truth to that. But even when it comes to like the funding for Israel, there's a sizable portion of the right speaking out against that, which was shocking to me. That was not something I would have expected. And that includes, some members of like more independent right-wing media, Look, she's got a history of saying some stuff about Jewish people that makes me uncomfortable, so I hesitate to mention her. But Candace Owens questioning the funding for Israel, right? Marjorie Green, Thomas Massey, like you have these pretty big names saying, no, I don't co-sign. And that was unheard of previously. So I don't know if that's something that's going to grow. I don't know if it's just a novel situation that we're in at the moment. We'll see, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there definitely are people that are isolationist on the right and are definitely motivated and have an actual principle of, isolationism. I mean, obviously, you had the Pauls, I've been in that camp for a while. But and so they exist, but I don't think like the majority of voters and the majority of like the base, I don't think they're isolationists from some sort of principled stance. And I think the people that are isolationists can use the energy at the moment because of the Russia situation to kind of push for what they're pushing for. But I would be skeptical that would sort of manifest or become a thing that's like a staple of the Republican Party going forward for the next 10 or 20 years.
Well, if you see Trump's debate in the primaries in like 2015, 2016, when he was like, going to Iraq was a mistake and everyone booed him.
Right.
That was
exactly.
interesting
That's a great point. Yeah.
Because then like you see the complete flip now. People would get cheers. People like Vivek say that on stage and are like cheered. And that was not a thing just a few years ago. So it is interesting to see that flip. And if Trump did anything good, I think it was pushing the right at a more like anti-war, at least skeptical of that kind of thing. I think that was a good move.
By the way, at the same time, and I think this is like indicative of like a realignment that I've been noticing, but as Trump did that, you have more of the isolationist part of the electorate voting Republican, but then also the never Trump Bush era Republicans started voting for Democrats. Right. And so there's like this crazy thing happening. And it could totally be temporary because moral foundations theory like doesn't really make sense. And it could just be a temporary thing. I'm just really curious to see how it plays out. Like David Frum was the speechwriter for Bush, like total right winger, total neocon, hated Trump, like despises Trump, and starts voting with the Democrats. I don't know how, I doubt that he would be the same way if Trump isn't a candidate, but that wing of the neocon Republican Party joining forces with Democrats has been pretty brutal. Like
the Lincoln Project.
Yeah, exactly. Lincoln Project's a good example. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if it's like with David Frum, it could just be personal because, Trump stole it from Jeb, so maybe there's something going on there. Or, I guess there could be just a philosophical thing of, Trump was not, he was very populist and he was not he's not really a Republican or he didn't run. You could argue about how he managed the country, but he didn't run as kind of like the continuation of the neoconservatism Reagan era Republican Party that existed since the 80s. And so I could understand that maybe some Republicans would be so afraid of this populist revolution that they would actually vote for the Democrat because they'd be like, well, we have to quash this before it takes over my party or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Trump is an interesting character. He brought a whole new bunch of people into the electorate too. And I think that's part of this equation as well. Like a lot of people who voted for Trump, it was like their first time ever voting in an election. So obviously that has to do with him being a celebrity. So
my fantasy is that we have at some point a Democratic candidate that's similar to FDR. This is fantasy world magical thinking. And then he wins by such a large margin. Trump is done with politics and he decides to pursue a very successful and lucrative career as a traveling insult comic, because I would pay to watch it. Dude, he's so funny.
Like just
if you were, I would pay.
He is hilarious.
I would pay.
I know.
Here's a headline.
Look, your unconscious.
Wait, here's the
loves
clip.
Him. That's the problem. That's the problem, Anna.
Here's a headline from Mediaite today, and I do not condone this, but like the fact that a prominent politician / presidential candidate is saying this publicly with no shame. Trump calls Chris Christie a fat pig at Florida Freedom Conference. Quote, I heard they booed him off the stage. Like, he's vicious and it's super entertaining. It shouldn't.
Have you seen pictures of Chris Christie, like from the full body? I mean,
Big boy.
I'm not going to weigh in on that. No pun intended.
Wow. Oh, I can't believe you said that.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's a little truth to power when he says that.
Big
I
boy
really do.
season.
He's just got no shame. And it would be fine in the context of a comedian who I would feel absolutely no shame in supporting because he has no impact on politics. He's just doing his thing, you know?
When you're president, it's
a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's like a big debate between me and Adam and our audience.
Oh, no. Well,
which one of us is more right wing? Me or
Adam?
Oh,
yes. Yeah.
What do you guys?
I think it's Adam, actually.
You think I'm more right wing? Really?
But like the reason why I think that, I could be totally wrong. I don't think that any of the policies you've brought up make you right wing. I think it's the way you react to any stereotype about the right wing, right? Like it seems to be a little bit.
I protect them too much.
You seem to get like a little heated.
Yeah, look, I have a bunch of friends and family that are. I feel the same way about the Jewish stereotypes because I have a bunch of friends that are Jewish. Like I just don't like people attacking people indiscriminately.
Yeah.
So.
But which one of you is more conservative? I'm curious.
So wait. So you think Adam, because he seems to be more defensive of right-wing stereotypes, where I don't care, whatever, let him.
Let him burn.
Yeah, honestly, like you don't seem to get heated about it.
Right,
certainly not to the same extent as Adam. And look, like you guys do 12-hour streams. I obviously don't watch the entire stream. Like that would be kind of crazy.
That would be insane.
Yeah. Sure. But I'll come across clips. I love that you guys are doing more clips, and I watch the clips more often. And you guys get pretty deep about like one topic. And so there's a lot of content to kind of pull from to figure out where you guys stand politically. I don't think either one of you are right wing. I think that you guys are pretty balanced and you explain the nuances and your opinions, why you think the way you think. I don't think either one of you are, but the only thing that makes me think Adam might be a little more conservative is like, yeah, you jump in and you get super defensive toward conservatives or on behalf of conservatives. But you also, I mean, we've talked about moral foundations and like the moral foundation test. I shared the results with you guys in a DM.
You shouldn't have told. Now people know it's out there. People
I came out.
Send me the test.
It's actually super interesting. I don't know how accurate it is. I still came out as a liberal Democrat. However, there are two areas that are typically associated with conservatives where I scored higher than conservatives, which was surprising. One wasn't that surprising. Loyalty, I scored super high. And I think you probably do too, Adam.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And then
we had an exchange after you had read, while you were reading the book, we DM'd back and forth a little bit, and we both had a chuckle over how the left shows scores particularly low on loyalty. Yeah. As they're throwing you under the bus every single day, you're like, oh, I see this. This seems obvious.
Yeah, totally. And that helped me kind of understand the disconnect because, look, I got to be honest with you guys. Like the idea that I would see one of my friends say something I disagree with on another show and then go on my show and trash them is like inconceivable. Like I would never do it. Right. So, but now I kind of understand like why that happened.
Go ahead, Shu.
Like I said to Anna in DMs, like I say this all the time, but a lot on the left, they don't have friends. They have temporary allies. And
that's so sad.
They have enemies. They have enemies and they have temporary allies. Like they don't know what friends are. And so they'll do that. They'll just like drag you. And you're just kind of sitting there and you're like, why are you dragging me, Papa? Like, just talk to me. Like, this is so weird. So like, I'll see a friend of mine have a shitty take, right? And maybe I'll go after someone else who has the exact same take, but I'm not going after them for having a shitty take. And like, go off, queen, have your shitty take. I don't give a shit. And I used to not be like that, though. There was like this, almost this pressure that people like, that I didn't even like would put on me. Call out your friends, call out your friends, no, I'm not gonna call out my friends. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, sorry. It's just it's very asocial behavior. There's of course like healthy critique and things like that, but the way they do it is not that. They just want to get in front of it to like virtue signal, be like, I don't want anything to do with this person. Like that's gross.
Yeah,
I don't know.
like
really
I love and I respect my audience. But I love and value my personal relationships and my family more. I'm not going to throw them under the bus to appease a portion of my audience that might be like, you know, they've got that bloodlust. Like, oh, are you going to condemn them? Like, no, I'm not. It's happened with like Jenk several times, and it's like I'm very loyal to Jenk, and it's because he's been good to me. He's, you know, yes, he's my employer, but he's also a good friend of mine. And do I disagree with him on some stuff? Absolutely. Am I going to go on the show, or am I going to go on social media and trash him? Never. And it's not loyalty to a fault. It's about respecting the people in your life enough to have those conversations privately. Like, I don't need to put on a show for people, right? If I disagree with him, we have conversations and we duke it out privately, and that's it. That's the way friends treat each other. But like, I won't say who, but like after, you know, the initial tweet, and I really don't want to get into birthing people again, but like the initial tweet about that, someone, I won't name who, like reached out to me to let me know, hey, there's pressure to address this. So basically I'm about to go on my show and trash you. And I was like,
what?
Okay, thanks for the heads up, I guess, you know? And then they proceeded to do it several times. Like it was really like amazing to me, but it didn't really.
Can you tell us the first letter of their name?
Yeah.
No, I won't do that.
Why?
Because,
Look,
see,
why
even
didn't
now,
you just
it's
respond?
I can't
Fuck
do that to
off.
people.
Like, why didn't you just like give them the finger? Say,
Because
okay, well, fuck you.
Iron loyalty. That's why. Even when they're stabbing you in the back, you're like, I'm still loyal.
Even now, like I just can't do it. I'm not that kind of person.
The amount of
go ahead.
Sorry, you go.
No, you go, Shu.
I'm just always I never know when to like the amount of other like streamers and creators who will like DM me privately when things are going down. They're like, I agree with you, but you know, I can't say anything.
Those people are cowards.
Oh my God, it's
disown them. Disown them. Shame them.
Never disown a friend over political things. You will regret it really hard.
That's a character.
I wish you would at least call them cowards, because they're the ones that are really responsible for a lot of this stuff. Like if people actually knew what was going, this is called preference falsification. It's when every single person acts like they are okay with something, but really none of them are.
True.
Until they come out and say, listen, I'm in favor of this. I think it's a good idea. I think we are going too soft on crime. I think criminals are running rampant. I think they're hurting poor and disadvantaged people, and we should do something about it. And this defund the police crap sucks. Until people stand up and say that, nobody's going to stand up. Yeah. It's like the podcast that we had with the Benjamin Netanyahu and the Abraham courts. As soon as one of the Arab countries was in, they all wanted to do it.
Yeah. No, it's such a good example. Like the way that I see it though is oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like she
or just one thing. Well, what happens is they make an example of people like Anna. This is what happens. And so everyone else is like, oh shit, I don't want to be socially ostracized, because social ostracism is a very powerful tool, and the left knows how to use that very well, even against normies. You don't put a black square up on your Instagram.
This is a difference, Shu. Like, I understand that there are certain people that can't take it, like they're not kind of the rebel types who are willing to take some slings and arrows, but the people you know who are, you should say, listen, you're stronger than a lot of the other people. You could stand up and say something, and I bet 5 or 10 other people would stand up behind you. Like, that's the thing to do.
They're like people I like, and it's like I don't want them to face the same sort of like dogpiling and like stress that
take a dogpiling. This is society that's on the line.
We make things better.
And I like
you have to stand up.
I'm
like, we can't be cowards. Look, millennials are the hero generation. Step up.
I almost feel bad, and like I get it at a point. I'm just like, okay, fine, you don't want to,
I know,
you don't want to
it's
be
not-
under
look-
fire, but it's almost like, come on, like if
Look,
we all
it's-
agree with this one thing, why can't we say it?
Exactly.
Yeah. I
Go
mean,
ahead,
look,
Anna.
the way that I see it is if your entire social group is part of this space, it's really, really hard to say anything that counters what that community is, preaching publicly. And so for me, since I have a healthy, like, I don't know if you guys notice this, I do my job, I do the show, and that's it. Like, I'm not on Twitter all day. I'm not on social media all day. People that I've met through the work I do, there are rare instances where I'll meet people and we've become friends and we've been friends and I feel that loyalty and we're good. But for the most part, I've learned to not rely on people that I've met through the work I do as my genuine friends. And I just focus on my social group outside of work. They're the ones who keep me grounded. They're the ones who give me the foundation and the strength I need to really speak my mind without worrying as much about the social media consequences or the consequences of other streamers or other content creators coming after me, because that's not my social group, right? I don't rely on them for friendship at all anymore, right? And so that allows me to aggressively speak my mind, and hopefully, this is what I'm hoping, it gives others the strength to say, you know what, I agree. And the more I talk about these things, I'm hoping that the more it normalizes what I'm saying. So others who agree with me privately through the DMs increasingly feel more and more comfortable also saying the same stuff, publicly.
Well, you make a great point. And this is important too. Like if you're kind of, pushing someone to make a public declaration, it does matter if they actually have a real life beyond the internet, because the support system there. Yeah, see, so look, maybe I am wrong about this. Maybe it is too much for them. But those of us that do have, family, like obviously I'm married, Sitch and I have been friends for a long time now. We're like thick as thieves. We've got each other's back. So a lot of people, if someone doesn't have your back, I understand it can be an insurmountable hurdle. So I do feel for those people.
Yeah, and a lot of these people are like, socially awkward. They don't have a lot of friends. Not like I do, but like a lot of them are like LGBT too. And they found this like little community that they're a part of, and they don't want to be kicked out of this community. And it's like this so much pressure to just everyone just, I almost feel like everyone's just pretending like to a point to agree with this dumb shit. And that might be a cope, but like, the amount of times I've seen it personally where it's like, I agree, but I'm sorry I can't say anything. Like I would defend you if I could, but it's like, it's so, I don't know, demoralizing. But I don't know, maybe that will change one day.
We're hitting about 2 hours, and I hate to throw you guys out, but obviously you guys can come back on the show like anytime. You're both welcome. Anna, I actually was going to jump in, I think last Sunday, spontaneously, but I didn't get to the DMs fast enough. So look, I as a producer, I'll pester people. Like if I want to get people on the show, I'll pester them. But oftentimes I don't know, if they're just being polite. They're saying, oh yeah, I'd like to do that, but really they don't. Anna seems like she would like to jump in from time to time, so she'll be back. Shu, I think I think we've scheduled Shu once. And like, I think you've jumped in, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
So
I jumped in when you did the iDubbbz thing, because I was like so passionate about making fun of him. But if you ever want me on, I don't know, if the subject is something you think I would enjoy, I don't know, maybe just hit me up.
Okay. Well, before you go, we do have a couple of super chats. Sitch, I don't know if you've pulled any out. There was one here that I wanted to read that was particularly good.
Really?
I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to close the blinds.
Okay.
The sun is...
Did you check through these super chats at all?
I will.
Okay.
I've been neglecting my duties.
Oh, that's okay. This has been a fabulous conversation. So, are you?
I mean, read the one that you have. Or do
well,
you
no, I want to wait for Anna to come back to read it. Like, do you have a? Okay. Could you? Oh, I guess you were headless, so you could, or you're
Headless.
wireless. Headless, yeah. Clip it, CT. Lives in Dev's walls specifically for $50, says Mensa.
Thank you, Adam. I'm so glad that you had that of all the super chats. That's the one you wanted to bring up.
Look, I tried, Anna. I tried. I crashed and
so
burned.
good. It was so
I crashed
cute.
and burned a little bit there, but I was trying. I was trying to help a brother out.
Uh-huh.
I don't think he needed any help. I think he was doing just fine. That chemistry,
I know. Anyway, Sitch, are there any more? I guess you haven't really looked at any, so.
I'm looking.
Ostracy for $50 says happy 300. So
thank you.
So we've got a bunch of
congrats, guys.
Yeah, we got a bunch of other guests lined up. So we're gonna kind of keep it intimate with a few guests at a time. We're super glad that you guys could come on together, just because obviously we want to break the internet. So
this was great. It was really nice chatting with you, Shu.
Yes, you too. I would love to talk in the future too. Whenever.
For sure. Yeah.
Well, you guys are both big streamers, so you guys could stream on your channels.
No. They're not allowed. They have to do it through us. Okay, that's obviously how it has to work.
Yes.
So, Sitch, if there's no super chats, maybe we will say goodbye. I feel like we're kind of winding down here. So,
something
Sitch
about
is like
tunnel
this-
mice. I don't know what that means. Was there some comment about Israeli tunnel mice? What does that mean?
Here is Become the Night for $20 says, Anna, you seem like a completely different person since your change. You seem lighter, brighter. I'm so happy for you. I truly wish you the best, heart. So
Thank you.
I do. Look,
Yeah.
I do. I watch a lot of young Turks now, and I admit, I feel like Anna there's like a ship, and she's trying to turn it around a bit. So I do feel that.
Once you start understanding the world around you a little better and you stop buying into the fear mongering, the partisan fear mongering, yeah, of course you're going to be happier. You're less scared. You're less worried and paranoid about the intentions of the other side. You understand the voters and what motivates and drives them a little better. And look, at the end of the day, the thing that I want to accomplish the most is getting Americans, regardless of their political persuasion, to see themselves as Americans who love the country and want to look out for one another, regardless of where they stand politically. I don't know if that's something we could accomplish. I feel like we were there at one point. I think we can get back to it. It's just we have to be more careful with our rhetoric, and I just don't want to engage in fear mongering. There was a lot of that I bought into before. I don't really buy into it now, and that makes me happier, and I think it makes the way I present stories a little more accurate.
True.
Yeah.
Well, and we all know how Shu feels about America as she sits in front of that.
The most dedicated patriots criticize America the hardest. So
true.
Love the people, hate the people in charge. So
true.
Okay, so I guess we'll leave it there. We'll let you guys go.
Right.
We have another 10 hours of streaming to do, so we're going to be seeing a lot of guests.
I'll be listening.
Maybe some of them are cute girls that I've invited on.
Ooh.
So,
all right, you guys have a great Sunday.
Yes, thank you so much for coming on, both of you.
Bye, guys, and bye, chat.
Take care.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we're gonna read super chats for like an hour, I think, and then we have our next guest come on. No, are they ready to go now?
Well, look, I'm going to send them the link now, but we can read some super chats. So the way that we've structured it is we're kind of going to talk to people and read super chats between guests. So MAULER, RAGS, and FRINGY were going to come on. I haven't seen a DM from MAULER, but he says that they can come on at 6. He thought they might be a little bit late. I guess we're doing another show. So read some super chats.
Okay. Well, also daylight saving times maybe change things. So
what's that?
Maybe daylight saving times affected things.
Well, if we have to read super chats for an hour, we can do it.
Okay,
so.
I'll read while you hook up.
How awesome was it? Like Anna says, clip it, CT. CT is going to use that.
There you go. Use that for all the clips from now on. Yeah.
Clip it, CT.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Were you embarrassed? Look, I want you to know, okay, Sitch.
Oh my God.
That was
Adam
not
told me
that was
there's...
not my idea, okay?
Oh, sure.
Anna did that completely on her own.
What is listen. Adam the other day, he in the DMs, he's like hinting that he has some nefarious plot that he's gonna unleash on me with Anna's help on the stream. I'm like, what is he talking about? Now I know. Now I know. Okay.
Look,
No, it wasn't my idea. Look at this guy over here trying to shift the buck.
How was I?
Where's your loyalty, Adam? You're gonna try to throw Anna under the bus? Where's your loyalty? Okay.
Okay, it might have been both of our ideas. It might have been like a sign.
The truth comes out. Yeah, I bet Adam was like,
"No, look,
it'd be hilarious if we do this."
Look, this only came up for a brief period.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let me read some super chats. Well, let me see if they can.
Yes, let me send. I haven't even sent the link, but I'll send it.
Okay, you go send the link. Stug, thanks so much for the $50. Stug, thank you. Says congratulations on 300 plus shows. Hope you both, the guests in the chat, all have a fun show today. Thanks for all the great streams and discussions so far. Here's to at least 300 more. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thank you, Ostracy. It says for $50, says happy 300. Thank you, Ostracy. A lot of generosity today. Grendel Vat, thank you for the 100 gifted memberships. Thank you, Grendel. And thank you, Mr. Ubercross, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Bopack for $20 says congrats on 300. Adding on to parallels, leftists don't see the land back Israel. The China Uyghur situation seems identical to the boarding schools the U.S. used to educate tribal kids by force. Also, welcome back, Anna and Shu. Did we have those in the U.S.? I thought that was just like a Canada thing. I'm unfamiliar. I mean, that would make sense, but I just don't know the history about that. But I would say I don't know. I would say identical. I mean, the thing with the Uyghurs to me is seems different than just like, oh, we're trying to take you to some sort of like school to so you can learn I don't know how to participate in society. You can learn like reading, math, things of that, so you can get a job. I mean, that does not, my interpretation of the Uyghur situation seems to be much more like we're trying to eradicate your culture, and and is also used, there were reports of violence being used to basically facilitate that. So it seems a little bit different to me. Just a little bit different. Calvin Paffer for $20 says A-Team is gay team. Wow. And Sitch is a bitch. Wow. Well, thank you, Calvin. Happy 300. You use toilet water. You use toilet water drinking centaurs. Take my money. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. As always.
Are you still drinking used toilet water, Sitch? I thought I talked to you about that. Stop doing that.
That doesn't even deserve a response. Rico Zorro, thanks so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, Rico. Daniel Tan for $20 says, I really wish I had known this was happening sooner. I'm looking forward to catching all the stuff I missed. Well,
you're in luck. We record them as we go, so.
And J-Mac, our surrogate father, J-Mac, Daddy J-Mac, thank you so much for the $300 and saying happy 300, you filthy animals. Well, thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
Well,
one of our biggest fans and supporters.
Well,
look at this. Mauler's here. Just
you got to get rid of the stupid Sitch in the dress picture, Adam. Okay, you have to get rid of that. You literally have to get rid of it. I'm sick of it. You have to take it out. Okay.
Look, I'll get rid of it. Jeez, I feel like you're legitimately angry.
It is. You had it up for like 4 shows. It's ridiculous. So 300 show, you have this stupid picture in the background.
Well, look, they're gonna clip a bunch of Anna Kasparian out of context. Look, this is like the best troll of all time. What are you talking about? Look, they're going to be talking about this on Fox News, and they're going to see you in a dress in the background.
I said people have to pay $100,000 to get me to wear a dress, and you're giving it away for free, Adam. What are you doing?
I can't help myself.
And this is what you bring me in for.
Yeah, ridiculous. Listen. How much would you, for $100,000, would you do a face reveal of yourself in a dress?
$100,000? I guess so.
Okay. Well,
I guess so.
I guess. I mean, sure.
Well, how
Who's
about
paying?
look? I feel like
Anyone.
we've overpaid. How about $50?
Yeah.
Wait, what? What is? Wait, is someone paid Sitch to be in a dress? Is that what's happening?
Not
No,
yet,
so
but
Adam said that he would not take $100,000 to wear a dress
Just to wow.
on stream. Obviously.
Oh no, Adam.
Yeah.
Why?
you want, look,
What happens
Mauler,
to
you want
Do
me in a
die
dress?
or-
If you want me in a dress privately, Mauler, message me. We'll work something out.
As much as that is irrelevant, I feel offended that you would imply that I would have to do something special to get that kind of treatment from you, Adam.
Oh,
I feel like
okay.
I've earned it.
Oh, okay.
Look-
Private shows for me at this point, I'm just saying, feels entitled with the task of coming on this mess of a show. Congratulations, by the way, 300
Thank
episodes,
you.
not bad.
Thank you. What
Thank you.
what number are you guys at?
256, I believe.
Okay, not quite 300.
Well, we don't label everything we do as an episode. so.
Look, Mauler, I'm on your side. This was Sitch's horrible idea. I was like, we could pull 300. We could push 300 off forever for me, but
Mhm.
at least we got November the 5th, right? Remember
Yeah.
the 5th of November.
The gun.
I don't know. How do you feel?
Plot.
How do
How
you
I
feel
feel?
about V for Vendetta?
I like the movie. I hear it's
Okay.
controversially liked and hated by many people. I wasn't so aware of
Is
that.
it really?
I mean, it's got like some cringe in there, sure, but I always thought it was neat. I don't know.
Is that
I
like-
like
What
it.
do you guys think?
I
love
liked
it.
it, and when it came out, I remember basically everyone liking it. I don't know if there's like a new thing among the
I heard
the Zoomers
several
now.
people saying that it was shit in my Discord. I saw some stuff on different Reddit threads, and I was like,
These are
"My
young
God."
children, right? That's saying this.
People who don't know anything. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. No, people who didn't
Wow.
grow up you didn't grow up when it came out. They
I
saw
saw
it, like,
someone
years
say
later.
Hugo Weaving's voice is cringe, and I was like, okay.
What? That person you should remove from your Discord. That is blasphemy.
Remove from life. They gotta
I
keep going.
mean, you said it. I'm just agreeing.
Oh, I just meant the game of life, the board game. Jeez, I didn't. Whoa,
Uh-huh.
you have to make it so real.
Mhm.
You
I
know,
didn't know
'cause
this.
this
We
person
still
loves
have-
playing life. So
We have Anna Kasparian. We're talking to Anna Kasparian right now. I don't
Mhm.
know if you know this, Mauler.
right now,
Anna
but I'm
Kasparian,
MAULER,
host
not
of
Anna
the Young Turks.
Kasparian.
That's what it says on screen. I don't know.
Look,
Oh.
I'm doing a little light graphic design as we go. I had to send Rags the DM on Discord, and I don't know how to send. I'm sure I can send Fringy
Oh,
the
Mauler, can you
link
send
as
Fringy a
well.
link?
Yes.
I sent them
Oh,
both it.
okay. Okay, cool. I didn't know.
Well, I thought
All
I
right.
thought they were already here, and you just weren't
Oh,
letting them
look.
in or something.
Oh
Are
no!
they?
Look, now I see them in the waiting room.
They
My bad.
were. Oh.
There we go.
Sorry, guys.
No.
What's
nice.
up? Welcome
Hello.
to our show. Look, I'm
Hi.
doing.
Listen,
Graphic
Sitch, I
design
know
as
it's
we
300
speak.
episodes, but this
Wow.
Adam guy's not working out. Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Alright.
He's such a boomer.
People
doesn't know
love.
technology.
People absolutely love the light graphic design portion of the show. Okay.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Light graphic design.
Wait, so,
So
if
what-
I'm Anna Kasparian, who's going to be Shoeonhead now? Is it Rags?
So what do we?
I can be Anna Kasparian.
Oh, yeah.
It's too late.
Oh,
I
it's-
am.
All right. I will be
I'm a new
Jen
host of the Young
Cougar-
Turks.
Jen Cougar.
How
Okay.
look? How have we outpaced you in shows? And you're like
you
a
haven't.
well.
You're
You're like
behind
a
us.
well-oiled machine, and I'm
You-
still doing a light graphic design during the show.
I consider this offensive. You guys don't even do Adam and Sitch movies or Adam and Sitch TV. You just do the lame normal episodes.
Yeah.
Where's your quiz show?
Well, we're
This
gonna
could
do
be
one
the
right
quiz
here.
show. What do you
Yeah.
mean?
What do you guys
Ooh.
want to talk about?
Okay,
our-
here's the quiz show. I got you. So I'm glad you all came. Let me start off with a very easy question for a quiz show. How do you guys feel about the Israel-Palestine conflict?
I just hope everyone has a fun time.
There are 5 correct answers, and they all give you different amounts of points.
So
Hope
you want to go
everyone has
first?
a good
Photo,
time.
Fred?
I hope
You
they
wanna
out
go
there,
first,
have
Mauler?
a great game of baseball.
We could poll the audience.
Yeah, would you like to
Who's-
poll the audience on the
who's-
Israel question, Mauler?
Who's going first?
You know what, Sitch, you'd have loved the quiz episode we did. You'd have wanted to be there. It was guessing the most like famous and referenced people on Earth, and the more closer to rank 1 you get, the more points you get.
Oh,
Wait,
you're talking
it
about
was-
that horseshit EFAP we did?
It was.
Oh,
It
says the
wasn't
guy who
horseshit.
lost.
He's so bitter because he lost. You're so
No, I thought it was
mad.
great.
Ooh.
There
No,
he
you-
is.
He's
What's
so...
up, Fringy?
Hello. Yeah. No,
Welcome
it
to
was
the
fun.
stream.
The
was certainly
the best part,
interesting.
the best part of it was that in the top 100, when you're guessing, you think like an American president would surely be on the top 100 of most known reference people in history. And out of curiosity, what would you two have guessed as the most likely president to be on that list?
Oh. Well, when you say reference by who?
Let's just say all of Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Like,
Who do you
and,
think
and
would be the
multiple
most
Wikipedias
referenced?
as well.
Wikipedia?
Yeah.
Because like if you were to say like news articles, I'd say Trump just because it
No.
happened recently, right? But Wikipedia.
Yeah. What do you
Ooh.
reckon?
I don't know, probably like Washington or Lincoln would probably be my two.
Yeah, so that's what I thought.
It's gonna be
and
someone like Taft. Someone you're like, what? Like
Well, what do you reckon, Adam? Who do you think it would have been if it wasn't Washington or Lincoln?
For what was the question again?
The most referenced US president on like Wikipedia, if you had to pick
Washington or Lincoln? FDR.
one. Wrong again.
What?
Yeah.
So the actual answer was Jimmy Carter.
what?
Oh, because they're basically bagging on him the whole time.
I
They're
don't
like,
know, I
"Oh,
don't
God,
know."
he's the worst president ever.
I don't know. I don't know why, but he was
He's
he was
history's
ranked
greatest
97th.
monster.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what's going on.
That's so weird.
Yep.
This
No,
was a
Jimmy
trick
Carter.
question. We were tricked. I feel
It's the most reference
Well,
on Wikipedia.
if you were tricked,
Okay.
we were tricked as well because that was the adventure that we went on.
And yet, despite being tricked, you have with us today champion Fringy, who was
That's
victorious and won.
That's
So,
right. Compared
not
to
bad.
Virgin Rags, who lost.
The opposite of a virgin. I'm a sex haver.
Oh wow. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, good for you. Nice.
Who was
I've
on the
heard-
top
I've heard good
100 list
things
of
about
having
sex.
sex with rags on quiz?
I didn't have sex with anyone on that list.
Oh, not even Jimmy
Most of them
Carter.
You
have
haven't
died
done
since.
Jimmy
Not even
Carter?
Jimmy
Come
Carter?
on. What are you waiting for? How can you be a true American?
Is he alive? Could I still
Yeah, he's
theoretically
still
have sex
alive.
with
I
Jimmy
think
Carter?
he's like 97 years old.
Yeah, he's like building
All
a
right,
house
so
or
there's still
something.
a chance.
I think he is building houses. He did a lot of charity work.
He's
didn't he?
erecting houses.
Oh.
Ooh.
Mm.
Okay,
By himself? He's just out there building houses like
I
Minecraft?
think he does a lot of like, well, not like, well, in real life Minecraft, yeah,
Yeah,
building houses for like poor people.
Mhm.
yeah, those guys, those gross guys, who are just crawling around. He has to get homes built for him.
So what was like a weird one that Fringy got that just Rags just totally dropped the ball?
I don't know that the one that
it's
was
not like a-
surprising. The big one was that Che Guevara was on the list and pretty high up. That blew all of our minds.
Huh. I mean, huh. I don't know how to
Well,
respond to that.
bearing in mind that the only US president that was on the list was Jimmy Carter,
Yeah.
like, yeah, it was pretty surprising.
There's a lot of explorers, philosophers, physicists,
Yes.
scientists, sort of stuff.
Well, I guess if it's referenced on Wikipedia, it'd be someone that had a lot of influence in some field that like would just constantly be referenced back to. So it makes sense that like philosophers and scientists would just
Yeah.
fill up that list.
Yeah, like foundational mathematic people, stuff like that.
Oh, what was the
sure.
one that you got really mad about? Was it no Pythagoras was on the list? It was someone else who wasn't Rags that you guessed.
I don't know.
Ancient Greek. Was it? Oh, damn. I don't know. I can't remember who it was, but
Aristotle,
Jar Jar Binks?
Jar Jar Binks.
Jar Jar Binks was not on the list. Nor
Jar Jar wasn't. He was the key to everything, but he wasn't.
Oh, was he?
on
He'd
this
be on
list.
the he'd be on the fictional characters list, top 10 probably.
Probably, maybe. Well, top 10. Yeah, a man can
Okay, top
dream.
5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And thank you. Shu just gave us $20 saying happy 300th. Thanks for having me on. Well, thanks for coming on, Shu.
What did you guys
Yeah.
talk about? Was it something non-controversial?
We just talked about how Shu and Anna are secret right wingers who want to
Oh.
indoctrinate their audience into voting for Trump.
Yeah, not
Oh, I
secret
see.
though. Everyone knows now.
Wow.
that's right.
Oh, whoops.
I was gonna say
Oh.
you guys are streaming, by the way. I don't know if you knew.
Are we? I thought this was just a private conversation where Anna was going to put on a dress for you.
Well, I thought that was gonna be later, but
But I mean, if he wants to do it now, I'd love
Yeah,
to see
go for
that.
Yeah.
What kind of a dress? Like a nice flowy sundress that you can just lift up and see everything.
I'm not sure.
Something
look,
that billows in the breeze. A little old 20.
What are
Let
those
a lot of fresh
dresses?
air in.
What are those like Bo Peep dresses that like stretch out at the bottom? I think
They're called.
those
That's
are-
what they're called. Bo Peep dresses.
Okay.
yeah, everyone calls them that.
That'd be pretty
Mhm.
cool.
You just walk into any store and
Look,
say, "I'm
we-
looking for a Bo Peep dress."
What do you the first.
Wait. Bo Peep doesn't wear a dress anymore. She's athletic and cool and action packed.
She's super
she's
awesome
a
and
leader.
cool now.
Yeah.
That's right. She wears short shorts. And
Look, we've actually prepared for this, you guys. We have questions.
Well, wait. Before you get into your questions, I want to ask Rags and Fringy. Would you guys wear a dress on stream for $100,000?
For $100,000,
for $100,000,
it's easy.
I mean,
Wearing a dress, that's easy.
Seems like
that's such a low.
Yeah. Apparently, Adam said no to this.
You said
what?
no to wearing a dress on stream for $100,000.
You fool!
How
about $50, you guys?
$50. Yeah, not so much.
Oh, okay. Why not? Look, why not $50?
Probably $50. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For $50.
I just don't. It's not that big of a deal,
right?
Just to put on a dress and be like, yes, I'll give you $50. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm secure enough in my sexuality to be like, yeah, I'll wear a dress. I don't give a shit. I'll look good in anything.
You don't even go on camera, Rags. What are you talking about?
Talk about an easy $50 then.
Oh, look at this.
No.
Look at this. Oh, the loophole.
Ready to go.
The loophole.
He did. He was prepared. No, you have to
write that one down. Did you write that one down, Rags? You have it in a notepad?
That's pretty good.
Right, what down?
Oh, just your memes, your puns.
No, I don't write anything down. This is all natural.
If you say so.
These are just my pearls of wisdom. Bloop, bloop, bloop. They're just falling out of my mouth. Look at them go.
Other places. What's the low at like $10,000? Would you all wear a dress on stream?
I don't think I want to figure out exactly what the price.
I want to find the lower limit here. We're gonna.
What's up? What's going on, Fringy? Getting uncomfortable?
For me, it's pretty easy. If I do it for 50, I'd probably do it for $10,000.
Well,
that's straightforward.
We already got it. That you're a whore. Okay, you'll do it for $50. But these other gentlemen are high class. I want to be
reminded, you have capped us to 2 hours, as far as I know. And this is what you want to ask us about.
Yes, Sitch, what the heck?
300. We're just having fun.
Mauler, thank you.
It's a serious conversation.
Thank you. Let's move on. Let's move on to our questions. Our first question is,
oh boy,
is there anything you guys want to talk about?
That's a really good first question.
That is literally the first question. So,
we saw
MAULER
in the Middle East. So what else is there?
Well, look, one at a time here. MAULER, what is there anything you want to talk about, MAULER?
I said, what's you guys' worst recent media take?
All of our media takes are gold.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Fool's gold, pyrite.
Well, I was going to say they'd have to be gold to you. Like, that's how that works.
Have you been watching the new Loki show?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's awful.
It is
okay, that's fine. All right, that's okay.
There we go. We're safe, everybody.
All right,
the guns
Sniper,
down.
That's okay. Yeah, go home.
I don't know what have I even seen recently.
Hey, wait! Before we move on, Sitch, could you describe to me the plot of Loki season 2?
So I've only seen the first 2.5 episodes.
Oh, good.
And it's Loki. So Loki knows that Kang is coming back, or he thinks Kang is coming back.
Please make it stop.
He's trying to warn the TVA. He's like, you gotta get ready. The Council of Ricks / Kang are coming to destroy everyone. And everyone's like, oh, I don't know what that means. Who are you talking about? And he's like, look, here's a statue of his face. And they're like, okay, yeah, shut up. And then there's like a civil war, I guess, sort of, but it's like very under the radar in the TVA, where people who want to keep pruning timelines, people who don't want to keep pruning timelines.
Oh, make
and
it
then
stop.
They
so
spend
painful.
an entire episode for no reason trying to interrogate this one fucking stupid guy.
Brad.
Yeah,
Brad.
They're like, hey, Brad, tell us where Sylvia is. Tell us where Sylvia is, because we think you know. And I don't know why they spent so long on this. Like, they're really dragging this stuff out. And then finally he tells them, and it's like, she works at McDonald's in the 70s for some reason. And you're like, why?
Isn't that great?
And then that was the episode. And I'm just like, this is really awful.
That was excellent.
So you haven't kept up with the show somehow? Like, you haven't been compelled to continue it? That's crazy.
No,
you're missing out. You missed out on the universe. All universes turning into spaghetti.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, in the first episode, I liked that they had Short Round in it. I'm like, oh, it's that guy.
What's up?
I like
him.
you.
He's
There he
very
goes.
endearing.
You reminded me of a much better movie.
Exactly. Everything, everywhere.
You remind
Several
me of
much
two
better
much better
movies.
movies.
That's right.
Oh, we talked about Indiana Jones. Yeah. Well, I'm assuming that's why they had him in this
you,
movie. They're like multiverses. They had that guy in the movie.
Ooh, we
Are
can
you
ask
guys
about their
really
Indiana
excited
Jones
for the
opinions.
Marvels? Are you really hyped for that movie? It's coming out
Oh,
this
is that
week.
the one with the cats?
Yes, the alien
Yeah,
cats.
I love cats. Yeah.
Dude,
All
alien
right.
cats even? All right, well, yeah.
Wait, or is that the one with the girls in it?
Oh, there's
Well,
girls in
yeah,
it.
That's like
they're-
the
CMCU, that's all of them.
superhero slumber party, right? I think I saw an ad for that.
It's the one,
Gonna be
yes,
great.
the one with girls and cats in it. So they're hitting a very specific demographic. They're like girls and cats. This is the movie for you.
Yeah, I expect another $1 billion, just like last time. $1 billion box
Mhm.
office smash.
I think that's a
office
little
smash.
optimistic.
I don't
to
know
be
about
honest
that.
with
I'm not
Okay,
sure
well,
that's too
Fringy believes
optimistic.
in this project, and I don't think you should
Yeah.
hamper
I can't
that.
tell if you're being sarcastic or not, Franny.
I'm not being
What?
sarcastic. I'm dead serious. I'm
think it's gonna
really
make $1
excited for the
billion?
Marvels. I think so. I think you look at it's going to beat Oppenheimer for sure.
It might be the first $1 trillion movie.
Maybe.
Who's
Okay,
who's
wait, now
going to
you're
make
just
more
messing with
money?
me. What's happening here?
Who's going to make more money off it,
Me, 'cause I
Marvel
put on the
or
dress.
Well,
YouTube? Because YouTube is obviously like that's going to just spawn 1 billion videos. So
Right.
much advertising is going to be made on savaging that movie.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, so who's
I
who is
call it
going to make more
advertising?
money? Who's going to make more money, YouTube or Marvel? I think YouTube might make
Maybe.
more money on this one.
Mhm.
Look, YouTube makes
Ooh.
money on all these movies that do
Considering
poorly.
Marvel going to make nothing from it, YouTube will
Oh,
definitely.
you're
make more money.
right. You're right. Yeah,
Sure,
they're
yeah.
gonna.
It's-
They're
yeah.
lucky if they break even. They're gonna lose money on this.
If
thing.
if YouTube makes $1, I think they win.
Well, if
Yeah.
YouTube make, let's say,
YouTube's
pennies,
already
like $90
made
million
dollars.
or something.
Look, people are reviewing the trailer. They're already making money off this thing.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, yeah, they're probably not going to turn a buck on this one, which oof.
Technically,
What a
Marvel makes
shame.
money on the trailer too.
Dude, wait, do
If
they
that's
run
included in
ads
their
on
marketing
trailers?
budget for
Wait, isn't
Yes,
it
we
weird?
can get these YouTube views and funnel them back into our marketing
Oh
campaign.
yeah, see guys, we didn't lose money because all the ads.
We made money on
from
the ads for the
YouTube.
movie.
they just like hire someone to make the videos shitting all over the Marvels, and they make their money back through that one YouTube. There we go.
Oh, capitalism.
That's so weird that like nowadays studios will make money on the ad for their movie by putting ads on their ad for their movie on YouTube.
I didn't know that they put ads. I wondered about that sometimes. Like, do they run ads on their ads?
Well, even if you don't, if you have YouTube Red or Premium or whatever
Is
they
the
call it
ad
nowadays.
another movie
true.
trailer?
That's right. If that's a good point. Yeah, because with the YouTube like premium, that would that's a smart strategy. Honestly, that's
There you go.
clever. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Okay,
again,
Rag.
I'm not a multi-million-dollar corporation anyway.
There
Rags.
you go.
Rags, is there
Hi.
anything you want to talk about?
Oh goodness. Wow.
Granny goodness.
I don't think Muller's ever asked me that question.
What?
Wow, how long have you guys
Wow.
It's always
Well, yeah, but we don't
Mauler.
fuck around. None
it's
of us ask
always,
each other
hey,
that.
watch this bad thing and I'll monetize your tears.
Mauler,
Listen,
Mauler,
Rags,
not
listen.
very considerate.
We're
Not
considerate
very.
here.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they
I'm
say
like
about
Mauler.
considerate
care.
people?
No.
What do they say about considerate people?
They'll get killed.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't-
It's horrible.
They'll
I've never
get
heard that
killed.
saying before.
So, you be careful out there, okay?
What was the beatitude about considerate people and what happens to
That's
them?
a little strange, but okay.
There's that moral about is it like the rabbit and the turtle, the considerate one dies.
The rabbit and the turtle,
Mhm.
the tortoise and the hare.
That's-
So it's in some
Oh yeah, I
countries.
remember that story. The considerate
But
rabbit.
some
and
people,
the
for
inconsiderate
some
because-
countries,
turtle.
it's the turtle and the rabbit.
The rabbit warns the turtle to get away from that hunter, but the hunter gets him, and it's so sad.
Look at
So-
this. Mauler has already taken over Rags's time to talk about what he wants to
Do
talk
you hear that,
about.
everybody? He just said it's Rags' time. I told you, considerate people
No,
die.
I
It's
don't want
horrible.
to. It's not. This isn't about whose time it is. It's about you and the celebration of your 300th
family.
episode.
That's
Yeah,
what's
but
so
we want
powerful
look.
about
We
it.
want to talk about what you guys want to talk about. So, look, we have other questions, obviously. So we're going to ask
Sweet.
you about. We still
Well,
haven't
wait.
finished our talk about
Is there
Israel and
something-
Palestine. So
That's true. But is there something Fringy wants to talk about?
What did you guys think about the Barbie movie?
Oh, we have a winner. We have a winner.
There you go.
Oh my goodness.
Sitch,
There you go.
please explain what you thought of the Barbie movie.
I want to hear MAULER and Fringy give a very detailed explanation of the politics, the feminist politics of Barbie.
Oh,
How
yeah.
feminism is ruining movies.
It's a very considerate movie.
Yeah.
I wish it would have considered being good.
I asked you. My question was, what did you guys think about it?
They're cheaters.
Everyone knows what our opinion is. That's why you asked the question. It was a meme question.
We don't watch this crappy show. We don't know
Yeah.
what your opinion is.
It's vaguely a
Right.
meme question, but it's almost it's not
I
entirely.
wasn't
a
on
meme
the episode
question.
where we were covering Barbie. Or
I
something.
think, yeah, exactly. I think Barbie is a wonderful laugh
Aw.
riot. That,
Wonderful
That-
laugh riot.
that sensitive men on the internet are projecting politics into, and there's obviously no politics
Yes.
into a movie where they have to use a feminist speech to deprogram women from the patriarchy. That's just part of the comedy.
It is
That's not- there's
embarrassing.
no
It's kind of a
political
fun
message.
adventure romp where, like, it's just like it's basically a doll sort of reaching humanity. That's really all it's about, I'd say.
Yeah, like Barbie
there's
wanted to
several scenes that
become
are great where she just goes through the motions. She sees humans being happy, and she's like, "I want a piece of that. I want to know what that's like."
Mhm.
I want
Yeah,
a piece
when-
of the
yeah.
happy.
When you say
Yeah.
several scenes, when you really mean one scene, that one scene where they establish Barbie's entire character.
It's not about
wanting
the
to be
amount of
real,
scenes.
like,
It's about how
it's-
powerful they are and
Those
how they
several-
speak to the spirit of womanhood.
Yes,
Several frames in the movie are about that, so that's a lot. There are many frames even. So yeah,
You
I
know
don't
how
think
many frames are in each second? I mean, there's lots of frames there. That's true. That's a good.
Not that many.
Yeah, only
Oh, yeah,
about
it's-
20. Wait,
24.
24-ish,
24?
30-ish.
that's more than
29-ish.
like 5. So
It is more than 5, but it's not. It's still not much.
Yeah, but 6 is more than 5, and it's not that much.
yeah,
I
exactly.
would say 24 is a lot. Okay, there's only 24 hours in a day. And
That's
a long
true.
time.
So there's as many.
Is that why
frames in a
A24 is
second.
called that?
yeah,
The studio
is.
company?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, if you think
I
about
didn't
it,
know
each
that. That's
frame,
clever.
if it's 24 frames, that means each frame is like, or each second is like a day.
Well, it's that, and they're only going to make 24 films. As soon as they do that, they're done. They're out.
Ooh.
Yes.
I hope they're less shit than The Green Knight.
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, that
Oh,
was.
no.
I have so much fun.
I don't believe you. I think you're lying to us. I think you're not being honest about what you think about that movie.
Uh-oh. What movie? The Green Knight?
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah.
It's
Just watch
not.
the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, last 10 minutes is cool. I don't know. Do you think the last 10 minutes even works without the other 2 hours?
Nah, maybe it does.
I'm
Maybe
never
it
gonna
does.
rewatch it to check.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't care enough to check. I'm just gonna say maybe, and that'll be it for me.
Yeah.
It's based on the J.R.R. Tolkien book of the same name, or no?
It's true. Yes,
No.
The Green Knight. Yes, J.R. Tolkien's The Green Knight. That's the one after Two Towers.
Oh, he is the Green Knight. Okay. It's an autobiography about his time in World War One.
That's right. Yeah, The Green Knight, because of all the gas, and he was sleeping at night, and so he had to put on his mask, and it was The Green Knight.
And it was a green mask. Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. Someone has a good question. Sammy has a good question. She says, we know Rag's opinion. What is MAULER and Fringy's opinion on Hello Kitty?
Ooh.
I can't even remember my
Ooh.
opinion on it.
Rags, did you see the little animation that Sammy G put together? Oh my god, it's so hilarious.
I have
Really?
not seen Sammy G.
Look,
No,
what's
who's
go-
Sammy G?
What's going on with your Twitter, Rags? Like, why aren't
I
you
don't
hanging
have
out?
one.
What do you
I don't
mean?
have one.
I
If
know,
you know
but
someone who
why?
knows
What
someone,
do you mean
and
Twitter?
can-
What is his X?
Yeah, what is
Oh.
my ex?
Look,
other than a
Fringy,
lying.
Fringy,
whore?
I
Rags
don't-
has lots of X's. Yeah, that
Fringy,
doesn't
I
count.
don't go for that X bullshit. Okay.
No, well, no, I'm just saying, just in case
Listen,
it's more
Elon spent
accurate,
a lot
isn't
of
it?
money
Yeah.
to ruin the brand.
Yeah, I know.
bad.
I know. Look,
I said, what are the tweets
I'm kind of
called
in
now? Are they called
denial.
X?
Okay, I admit it.
They're
No,
posts, I think.
I don't know if I'm in denial. I'm in like acceptance, but not. I don't
Right.
accept it. I,
Yeah,
I
there
It
you
refuse
sucks,
go.
doesn't it? Isn't it fucking absurd that he did that?
But look, you would have seen the animation if you were on Twitter, though. Like, I keep seeing people say,
I can
like,
view Twitter. I can see. I go to Twitter. I can.
yeah,
I
but
can
we would
read
at you.
things.
We would send it to you. We go, look
I
at
guess
this.
you just
we
have
would
to use
force you. We'd say,
Discord like
look
it's-
at this immediately.
Well,
Ew,
maybe we can
Discord.
LARP like it's 2023, and you can send me a Discord DM.
Oh, I know. Discord. Okay.
Terrible.
But I mean, if you
I'll-
know,
I'll put
a
it on
way to
my
get me
calendar.
unbanned, that would be fun. I'd like to poke my head in and check out the memes.
We
and every
thought it
once in
was
a while
you.
call someone a cunt.
Don't you have to ask somebody? People are
For what?
rallying for you to come back to Twitter.
Then tweet Elon Musk. He doesn't have anything better to fucking do these days, I guess.
We've done it.
Or tweet someone. You do it again.
It's been done.
Maybe he'll notice it this time.
Again and again and again.
I would do Twitter sometimes if I was there.
Oh my God.
If I was allowed to make posts and like and retweet. As
We'll
the kids say.
We'll make sure that you see it. It's amazing. We talked about Hello Kitty on the show, and we had a very funny back and forth that Sammy G ended up animating. So, but are we going to talk about
wait? What was
Barbie
what
or
is
what?
Fringy and Mauler's take on Hello Kitty?
Oh, they never answered. Yeah, we know
on Hello Kitty. I'd say
Rags loves Hello Kitty. That was his take. I don't know. Don't contradict yourself,
right.
Rags.
Yeah,
The internet will get very angry.
I'm pretty indifferent to Hello Kitty, if I'm being honest.
Indifferent.
Yeah.
Wow.
Honestly, I'm just pretty indifferent.
What a mean person. Anyway, Mauler,
I don't think I'm mean.
how much do you love Hello Kitty?
So I mean, looks like a cute little brand that doesn't really appeal to me.
Oh, okay.
Why does it not appeal to you?
Simping for S-Class.
Like there's so like the pinks. Pink is not my color for one.
It's not pink, it's light red.
No, a lot of what I'm seeing is pink.
Is it?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it's light red. Can you send it me a screenshot on Discord? A Discord DM?
Can I? Oh yeah, sorry, we can't send each other shit in this crappy fucking application. This is the page I've been provided.
I tried to look. Look, I tried to look. Don't we have one here? I feel like we have one. Rags. Yeah, look right here. We just need to add Fringy to it.
Wow, that's light red. Yeah.
Hey,
Rags, you understand there's more than one color in that image, right?
No, well, I'm talking about the pink part.
Yeah, so am I.
Well, no, you're the light.
You were talking
red
about
part.
the light red. I'm talking about the pink.
No,
you can't see a single pink in that image.
it's all
Fringy,
light
help
red.
me out here. Can you see any pink?
No, it's light red.
There is much pink
Yes.
in here.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we're gonna have to agree to disagree.
Rags, are you?
What? Come on.
What is Well, I mean, it could be Rags. Are you actually? Do you have a little bit of color blindness?
What
No,
He's a
picture
dog.
of Hello Kitty are you looking? We got to bring
that's
that picture
actually
up.
that's an old wives' tale.
We have
Which
to let
wife?
the chat
Was she
decide.
trustworthy?
I don't know.
which one do you want, Sitch?
No.
which
What
old
picture
wife
are
would you
they
like?
looking at and arguing about right now?
I will provide it to Adam in Twitter. Or
I
Sitch
think
as
I
well,
just have a
guess.
trained artistic eye, and so maybe a lot of people might not be able to-
trained
Wow.
artistic.
Wow.
Cringe autistic eye.
There is no cringe. Cringe is colorblind, as Twitter has taught me.
That
Well,
is
I just
actually
found
true.
out that cringe is colorblind.
That is true.
Look at that. Oh, that's amazing.
So it's just all of the screenshots.
Yes, and I'm saying I'm getting hit with a large sense of pink, and it's just not quite my thing.
I mean, the line between some of these pinks and some of these light reds is thin. And some
I wouldn't deny that there's reds and light reds, and there's a
Right.
rainbow in there. You got some yellows. There's all kinds of stuff, but obviously the main thing that I'm not. I don't mind greens, oranges, purples. I'm a big fan of purple, actually.
Purple's
like
pretty
pink.
good. Purple's pretty good.
Yeah,
so if Hello Kitty wasn't pink, you'd be on board. You'd be a big fan.
Maybe. The thing about
Well,
it is I don't even know.
Hello Kitty is white.
I don't even know what what am I to get into? Is it just a decal or like a phone cover? What a Funko Pop?
Are there Hello Kitty Funko Pops? I guess there's got to
There's
be
one in the
right?
image, right?
Oh, I have a mildly interesting Funko Pop story.
Yeah.
Okay.
So today I was driving back from the grocery store. I was driving through the suburbs, and there was like a garage sale, and someone had all these tables and all sorts of shit lined out for you to come and buy to get off their hands. And one thing that I noticed as I drove by is that there was like it must have been like 4 stacks high and like 4 stacks wide of all the same Funko Pop.
And what was the
what
Funko Pop?
one? Yeah, what was it? Don't leave us.
I don't know. I was driving by in a car. I didn't like. I don't know which one, but
Oh.
like they all, like you could tell they were all exactly the same.
Mhm.
I was going kind of slow because I was kind of looking at it. No, I wasn't kind of looking. I was definitely looking at it. But I thought to myself, I need to keep an eye out for more garage sales and yard sales because that's a good way to get your hands on like old gaming stuff and just knickknacks and doodads, Pokemon cards and Lord of the Rings, stuff like that. The old stuff that maybe kids collected and the parents are trying to get rid of, like retro consoles, Game Boys, that kind of thing, old games. So I was like, I need to keep my eye out on garage sales.
What if
So,
they were
yeah.
all rag pops?
Ooh, I don't know if I would do would I do a Funko Pop?
Or vinyls?
Well, vinyls
When
are
did,
cool.
when did your
Those are
guys'
fucking
vinyls
cool.
come out?
Any second.
January, I think. But
Okay.
like, do you understand any difference between vinyl figures in general and pop figures in general?
They're little plastic things.
Yeah,
that
we're
have
not pop
big heads.
figures. We're
I don't
fucking
know.
timeless.
It's all the same.
It's all the same.
Yeah.
All
What's the
right.
difference?
It's one of those realizations where you're like, fuck, I was making fun of pop figures for different reasons than everyone else was, I guess.
Yeah.
You
What's the
guys just like hate plastic, I guess, is it?
I
What's
only
the
love
difference?
plastic if it's in the ocean.
Listen,
choking
I-
a fucking sea turtle.
I purchased all 3 of your guys' vinyl figures.
Yo,
I
thanks so much, dude.
purchased
Appreciate
your
it.
wonderful merch as well, but we can still talk about whether or not we hate
Oh,
plastic.
I don't actually have yours. Do you have any spares? I never knew that you guys were selling.
Look, they did vinyl figures and plushies, Sitch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Combo.
wow. Wow.
They're different things.
Yeah.
I don't know if we
Sweet.
have what Adam has a couple extra suspended from his ceiling, but I don't know if he has that many extra.
Oh, okay.
We don't have.
I
any
would have
extra
bought yours if
plushies,
I knew
no.
about them. I just didn't know that you guys were
We
selling
told
it.
you about them on the show. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that.
He doesn't know about that.
That's why there's a
We were
reason,
selling
'cause I
ours
wanna
at the
get
same time
them.
you guys were selling yours. Okay.
Listen, it's fine. I didn't buy their.
For some reason, I don't
plushies.
have them.
Okay.
I would have
So
bought
what
them
do
if
you-
there must have been some
I mean, I
reason
didn't buy
that
them
I didn't.
intentionally, but that's different.
I need to expand my collection so that I can have all my friends and acquaintances.
In toy form to know they're infinitely okay.
There you go.
So look, I have my next question here.
All right.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah.
What else
So,
do you want to
let's
talk
see
about?
here.
Is that your second question?
We'll begin with MAULER again. MAULER.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys cover politics on your show?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Because politics is cringe, and also MAULER has very.
Rags, it is not your time to talk.
I just want to answer before he says something about
Okay.
the white race.
Look, okay. Look at this. That's a friend, MAULER. That's a true friend. Look,
look
he's
at
saving you.
He's like,
saving-
listen, off air, MAULER just does nothing but talks about the right race, so I had to jump in.
Makes me
and
glad
save him.
I'm a dog.
MAULER, your avatar does have a little bit of the Nazi vibe to it.
Well, so if I can do the white race part
It
quick,
looks like a
let's get that done.
sci-fi, like the Iron Hand of Germany will come down on thee.
Yeah, but I'm also paired up with a cute, cuddly dog and a friendly, very much
Hitler
on the
famously
Oh,
has
yes.
dogs.
side.
That is
A
true.
German Shepherd. I see.
Hitler was a German Shepherd.
Whenever someone looks at me and they're like, kill
metaphorically.
it, I lift up Rags. I'm like, you wouldn't want to do that. Look at him. Oh,
Right.
I'm your conscience.
So why don't you guys, MAULER, why don't you guys cover politics on your show?
because we cover media.
Okay.
We cover Medea.
Look, Sitch, we talked about this, right? Didn't we? This was like,
Yeah, well, I know it's just because it's interesting because there's like a lot of crossover nowadays between media and politics, and I understand if like, people don't want
yeah.
to bias their media position by making it political or bias. Maybe they don't want to turn people off in their audience. So I was curious as to like what is the thought process there?
Well, you're asking like specifically on why wouldn't we cover, let's say, a cringy video where 2 people debate over whether or not there should be like a $15 minimum wage or something like that?
No. I mean, well, no. I mean, like because obviously a lot of people, including people that you stream with, like, you talk about Barbie. There's a lot of political stuff of that. Talk about Star Wars. You talk about a lot of political stuff about that.
Well, so what we try to do is, let's say a film is all about how awesome communism is. Right. We haven't really come across one yet. But if we did, and we desperately wanted to cover it, hopefully we would be able to analyze it from a perspective that we wouldn't want to basically go in saying like this movie's bad because communism is bad. Like that would be bringing in a very, very strong bias. If I've said this before a couple of times, so I find like like the whole Canto Bite scene in TLJ.
Yes.
In my videos on it, I said like it's obviously trying to levy criticism against sort of late stage capitalistic systems and societies that can take advantage of different groups, and it sort of shows you that a level of moral responsibility lies with more than just the Darth Vaders or the Emperors. There's the people who supply them the things that they use to hurt people, and they make money off it, and they sit here in insane splendor enjoying their time. And it's like, okay, how consistent is that with what they show us? Because like whether or not that point is fair, valid, or applicable to real life is not necessarily what I'm talking about. I just want to know how well they execute it. And they show us like a world that gets ravaged by Finn and Rose to get cleaned up by all of the slave workers and likely covered entirely for the rich people by their insurance policies that they would have in spades. They may even benefit from this whole event. And then like it's all well and good to present that these guys have been getting money or supplying weaponry to both the good side and the bad side. But like, is that something that we need to be dealing with right now when we have the bad guys have a giant weapon that's killing 5 planets, the whole systems at once? Don't you think, as much as you might be able to highlight, there's something to deal with here politically? It's like, do you have the time? This is in the middle of the final gasp of the rebellion getting blown out of space. Right. They go on an adventure to talk about capital. It's like, what are you doing? So like and that's just like a tip of the iceberg in terms of the problems with that scene. Is my attempt to say like it's disjointed, it's out of character, it doesn't line up with the theme, it actually goes against a lot of what it's trying to say, and it's just inconsistent writing. That's my issue with it. However, if I wanted to say like, well, and now let's talk about if the idea is valid, if capitalistic sort of people who sell weapons to the good guys and the bad guys of a war, are they morally dubious? Should they be punished alongside the worst, aspects of the people who involved doing the most war crimes with the most weapons in any war? That I feel is more like maybe you guys' domain. We could talk about it on EFAP, but I feel like a lot of people would feel they're like, no, I'm here to see how the art represented the ideas, not whether or not you think they're moral ideas.
Mauler, that is totally not our domain. We would never like evaluate a movie that was in favor of communism according to communism bad. Like we would evaluate it obviously on some movie criteria.
Oh, I wasn't saying you'd necessarily do that, but you might be interested in talking about if a movie made a point that was quite moral regarding like, if you in any way made money off a war, you deserve to be killed. If that was like a point the movie made, you guys would be like, okay, wait, let's talk about that. Let's take a second.
Oh yeah, that's something we've covered. Yeah, totally.
That's not something we necessarily don't cover though. There's plenty, like burying the prison under snow in order to commit to whatever goal they have in Black Widow. There's political aspects to that. Do prisoners like just forfeit their right to live? Like there may be some people in the world who would possibly try and push back on that. I knew Marvel fans at the time were like, well, aren't these prisoners like all horrible murder rapist people? It's like, so even in that scenario, you think that it's okay to just kill them all? It's like, there's a complicated thing there, but obviously like we want to still focus on the storyline and the efforts that the writer took to translate a message or, what matches within. Because I think that there's a billion different lenses, as people say, right, in terms of how you can look at something through values you have in your own life. And even through talking about TV shows or movies, you can often try and encourage better morals. You can be like, yeah, you should, enjoy something like a Star Wars. It has plenty of a moral backbone that can be inspiring, and it leads you to better directions than something like, like Glass Onion, which probably it leads you to blowing up art. I don't know if...
Got to burn that Mona Lisa.
That was awful.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is like, we don't even not talk about it at all, but I know that a lot of people watch us not to, especially, I think that we're supposed to provide a form of escapism, and I'm totally on board with that. So like, if we can avoid being like, this character is obviously supposed to be Trump. Trump is the president of blah, blah, blah. It's just like, do we have to? And then like getting into whether or not the film is fair or something, it can be complicated. But again, I've talked about South Park's Pandaverse. We kind of talked a little bit about that in the previous episode.
Very funny. Yes,
I agree. So
is there
I
politics in the
say...
Pandaverse in that episode?
A little bit.
Oh well, yeah, sure.
Just a tank.
Social politics too. And I was about to say,
I mean, it's just funny. There's no politics in there. Sitch, what are you talking about?
I would say as well, we obviously do talk about politics, especially settled politics. Would be something that we're totally fine with. It. You could maybe argue we try to avoid hot buttons,
controversial political
stuff that everybody is angry about and fighting over every day, all day. If someone, if bringing up certain topics that are settled is mostly fine, or ones that are even partially controversial, it's half and half. But we're trying to bring people in to talk about movies and to take them away from the world outside, which is painful and annoying.
Okay, so you're saying like you want your show to be a respite, an oasis away from all these political annoyances that we all have to deal with.
Somewhat, yes, but I have to admit, as anyone would, it's not exactly. It can be impossible sometimes, depending on what we're covering.
Sure. Does Rags, Fringy, you guys feel the same, or it's a different take?
I pretty much agree with that. The idea of that we're escapism. Everyone else is talking about woke this, woke that, which is fine if that's what you want to do. But we really do want to focus on the storytelling elements of it. But of course, we talk about, and it'll just necessarily happen, especially when we evaluate characters and how they feel about certain things. Stuff like, what's their character? What does a character think about X topic? And so we evaluate, well, is that moral? Would they think about it this way? Is that actually a good stance to have? And sometimes that melds in with, like, what is the director or the movie, like, what's the movie's message trying to tell me? And is that absurd? That kind of thing. So, it happens, but it's not like our primary focus, but it is often a part of our critique and our examination of the movie.
Are there ever examples where you find YouTube content creators? Like there's a cottage industry on YouTube pointing out movies that are woke. This movie's woke. This movie is terrible because it's woke. Is there any example that you have where someone has done that, pointed out a movie that was woke that you thought, well, that movie really isn't woke?
Oh,
like,
yes.
What is the line? Okay, go ahead.
But
I
don't know if Fringy and Rags would agree with this, but I feel like the number one would be Dead Space. I know it's not a movie, but
fucking hell, that was baffling to us. That was insane.
So I haven't seen Dead Space. I don't know what it is. But
well, Dead Space.
Okay.
Is a movie
we're not referring
Bryan
to the hit 1991 film starring Bryan Cranston.
That's right.
So, but what is? Explain it to me. What do people think is woke, and how is it not woke?
Does anyone else want to do it? I can do it.
Well, I mean,
so just because we're talking about the 2023 remake.
The remake, yeah.
The 2023 remake of the game Dead Space. Okay.
Yes. Which we highly recommend to
so
everyone
it's a good
playing.
game.
Highly
Look,
recommend.
I don't like woke games. What are you talking about?
Well,
this
I guess
is awful.
Slip through the cracks. Indulge just a little bit. It's a cheat day.
How dare you recommend a woke game, Frankie? Look, convince me this isn't. I feel it's woke. Convince me it's not.
Well, so Dead Space is it's a science fiction horror game that revolves around like these ancient alien artifacts called markers that turn people into horrific monsters. And Isaac Clarke is this engineer, this very salt of the earth, regular guy who just gets embroiled in this crazy circumstance that is well beyond the scope of what he's prepared for. And
now are these monsters colonialists?
Sort of. Actually, yes. Actually,
it's I mean,
I knew it.
There's a lot of different perspectives.
It's woke.
Yes, they are.
It's totally woke.
Of the Ishimura, they have a lot of different perspectives. But the point is that Isaac, he's just doing the best he can to save the world and save his friends and his girlfriend.
From the colonialists.
Unfortunately, his girlfriend is insufficiently. She's too old. She's too old.
What does that mean?
So remember, she's too old. She looks
look
too
at
old.
This.
She's too old.
What does that even mean?
She looks too old, and that's
too many wrinkles.
That's pretty wok of them.
Is the desexification of women?
Yeah, there were.
So they made her ugly. She's not attractive.
She is actually. But they did two things with the remake. What they did was they used the voice actors of the original characters. They modeled the characters in game after the voice actors.
Oh,
So you have Gunnar Wright. He's the actor for Isaac Clarke, and you have Tanya Clark, who is the voice actress for Nicole Brennan. And so they do their roles, and they do quite a good job. But some people were very upset, shockingly upset, that Nicole wasn't hot enough anymore, because Tanya Clark is 51, and she's a very good-looking 51, but she was 51, and so they used the voice actress, and they expanded the character and made her better and gave her a lot more stuff. But I guess she wasn't as hot as the young character from the original, so people got up in arms about that, and they were very, very upset. Which is I think,
that
ridiculous.
Is that woke or not woke?
It's not. It's not woke.
So to do my best representation of the other person's argument, it would be the making women less attractive, manifying women is a thing people are very, very concerned about, and they believe this is an obvious example of it, and that it's binary. Any woke stuff in a game, quote unquote, is that means it's woke. It's done. That's a rot.
I mean, I agree. I want all women in all games to be very hot. And
Look,
I don't
she
like
should
that.
be
That's
as
not what I
hot as
said,
possible.
Sitch.
It's like
no.
a
I'm saying
fictional game.
I'm not saying what you said. I'm saying what I'm saying. That's
What
I'm
I'm
saying.
saying,
My
I agree.
position.
What I'm saying is that women have an obligation to look fuckable to me.
Look,
Yes,
fictional
thank you.
women, I mean, kind of do. I mean, I know you're
Yes.
joking.
What is the
They
point
are-
otherwise?
No.
What is the point of women in fiction otherwise? Is there one?
True.
But
Men,
for
the
reference, the
same
craziest
way.
thing was like
I need my
myself,
juicy twinks.
myself, Metal, Rags, Fringy, like we blasted through the game, had so much to say about
Love
like
it.
how respectful it is or what it did for changes, the graphical update, mechanical updates,
Mhm.
and like the darkness of it, the map being so huge. And then it was like, what's the main thing everyone's talking about is that she's not as fuckable as she was in the previous
Oh,
one.
and also that wasn't it also that Kendra's boobs were smaller?
Yes.
I'm
Oh.
actually not ready to confirm that. People said that, but I don't even know if that's true.
Oh,
I mean, it could
let's-
just be a creative
Kendra
choice. So.
Kendra is a character, and she was attractive in the first game, and she's attractive in this game. But I guess some people think that her breast size is maybe like not quite as big, which doesn't even mean they're less attractive. I don't know. But I guess some people were upset about that. So I don't know. It's kind of that was really
It
weird.
was just a really bizarre thing because it was like such a fixation on stuff that just seemed like
like
why
only
aren't we
when we were
focusing,
like
why
a
aren't we
14-year-old
focusing on the
would think
video
about.
game itself, you know, like this
Yeah.
amazing horror game that looks incredible, has great sound design,
Well,
has
you may have
really
thought
like cathartic
gameplay
combat.
was the first thing to talk about, and that story was the second, and maybe atmosphere was third, and maybe like graphics were fourth. But it's like no, it's the hotness of the women comes number one, and then there's a huge chasm, and then maybe you could talk about mechanics.
And I remember the same thing happened with Resident Evil 4, that people were saying that Ashley wasn't
Yep.
sufficiently attractive either.
That got squashed, I think, eventually, because
Yes,
people
yeah.
fucking loved that remake,
Well,
Yeah.
which is
first of
crazy because
all,
it should have
Great
happened
remake.
for Dead Space as well, but it seemed like that one lasted longer. The Nicole complains.
the boob size shrinkage of a character is a very important thing, and I don't like that you guys are just brushing that aside. Okay, if that did happen, we need to get
I
to the
agree
bottom.
with Rags.
Can't they make that
bigger
optional? I
does
feel
not
like-
mean better on.
They should put a
boobs, whatever
slider
it
for
is.
all female
Like
characters that you
what?
can just customize to whatever you want. Well, okay, but let me ask you.
I mean, they could do a slider for the gentleman too.
Well,
I
let me
mean,
ask you
let's
a
not
question.
be sexist here,
Do you
right?
think?
Yeah, bulge slider.
Because
Ooh,
I never played
Bulge
Dead
size.
Space, so I don't know specifically with Dead Space or the Resident Evil 4 remake. But
Isaac Clarke needs that bulge.
but it seems like in some media that there definitely has been a weird thing to make female characters look like not as conventionally attractive as they used to look, 10 years ago. That definitely seems to be a thing that's
yes,
happening.
I would agree that in a lot of games and stuff, there does seem to be this almost hesitation to make women sexually attractive.
Mhm.
You see a lot of very masculine or not, at least not
There's,
feminine women in a lot of the games and stuff, which is sometimes distracting.
I would say another sort of thing you can angle this with as well, and this happens in movies, is that we don't want to show, like we still have movies that get people naked, but movies that like used to sort of, they're like PG but show a lot of ass shots or enough skin that it's kind of suggestive but nothing explicit. They want to stop doing that entirely as well, right? There's been like a big
Mhm.
effort to be like, women are not was that Frosk thing? She's like, women don't exist to be sexy or whatever. Well, yeah, that. But then, you know, not just the fact that that's been happening, right? In many forms, we've got people recently were comparing the old Mortal Kombat characters to the new ones.
Yeah, well, there is the double standard, I guess, is the more.
That's where I was going with this.
The male characters can be topless, but the women characters is always like dialed back a little bit more.
I'm a sexy supremacist. I'm fine with men and women looking hot. That's fine with me. You go right ahead. I have a preference, but you know what? I shouldn't be serving just me. In any case, it's kind of strange when you get told and almost preached at that like it's enough of women like in the MCU or Star Wars being sexualized. Now they're going to be wrapped up. You're like, oh, okay. And then they actually still have mandates. Men need to have the one scene at least where they get their shirt off. And to the point where, because we've talked about on EFAB, like Chris Hemsworth was apparently relatively uncomfortable with the fact that he has to keep doing that. Drax, Dave Bautista wanted to stop being shirtless. And that's why in Guardians 3 he's wearing the Ravager outfit for most of it. So it's the kind of thing where it's just like, yeah, maybe we should... Instead of being like, well, yeah, but you're a man, so it doesn't matter. We can sexualize you. It's like, okay, that's fucking odd. So yeah, obviously we would be concerned on one hand do it all the being time, consistent, and then the other being retarded. Like it's a stupid thing to do in the first place, but they don't even do it properly. Like they don't do it fairly.
So it seems like your position is the game is woke. But you're okay with that because
why would the position be woke?
How did you do that? What happened in your brain?
That's what it sounds. Look, it sounds like you're saying it is woke, but you're giving it a pass because it's fun to play.
How did you get that out of what we said?
Look,
Adam is just spitting the truth.
What are you talking about? You're saying it's first of all, you're saying they made everyone ugly.
They didn't
because they don't want to objectify women.
We never said that.
Okay.
You did say that. Play back the tape. Those are the words that you said.
Sitch, help me out here. What's going on?
Every character is ugly. Even the necromorphs are ugly now.
Well, wait. So wait, we're going to the serious thing about it. It's weird, the whole, because you brought the Mortal Kombat thing where it's like, you know, the men can be wearing skimpy outfits and sexually objectified as much as possible, and it's fine. And the women, it's like they have to all be wearing like as many coats and layers of clothing as possible. And it's weird because I actually kind of did this as like a somewhat joking tweet, but it was like my fucking biggest tweet ever was, you know, IGN made a video where they were talking about posting ass shots of Venom from the new Spider-Man movie, and he's got this big, thick, juicy, wobbly ass. And I said it's so weird that we exist in this time period where you can objectify sexually men to any degree and everyone just cheers. But if it was like, if that was a
you
woman's...
get the Kotaku tweets and all that about top 10 sexiest Leon mods and stuff like that, and then they bitch and whine about how a woman wore a bikini in a game.
Yeah, and if IGN did that and it was a woman's butt, that guy would have been fired. It would have been like a massive campaign about sexism in IGN, sexism in games. It would have like literally been a firestorm of fucking controversy if the genders had been reversed on that character. And it's super weird to me that this is the current environment that we live in. And Spider-Man, they even brought up, you know, people have been talking about how they made MJ look less attractive and made her look like the head writer or something in the game on top of it.
She does look shockingly.
She was not the head writer.
Who was the woman that they were pointing to?
I remember people comparing the photos and I was like, oh, she does look like her a lot. And then I saw someone else saying, yeah, but she's not. Got heavy info. I don't know what her role was, but I remember someone saying like people are not.
But again, like, why don't we just talk about the fact that Spider-Man 2 is like only 20 hours and it's an open world game that you can beat it in like that quickly, and that it's not super diverse and varied in terms of the experience it has to offer. Why is everybody fixated on?
So here's the question, Fringy, I have for you. Do you buy the? So some people would say that the reason they think that there's been a lack of, or the quality of games and movies and TV shows have gone down is because they're hiring people that are so woke pandering that that's their concern as opposed to the concern of making a quality product. And they might say that in relation to Spider-Man 2. Do you find that argument persuasive at all?
I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like in terms of my experience with playing Spider-Man 2, like, mainly my observations about it were to do with like it as a video game rather than that what it offers as a story. I don't know. That wasn't like that's the conversation I'm just more interested in.
Saying the story sucked, so you didn't even think about it as a story.
It's not amazing. The fact that it gets compared to God of War Ragnarok is pretty like, wow, really? Okay. But I don't know. I was way more interested in the conversation about like what it offers as an experience as a video game. I think that's a way more relevant conversation, particularly for like Sony games at the moment. It feels like Sony games in particular are starting to exclusively sort of occupy a similar space in terms of what they have to offer. That's like a lack of variety compared to what you'd get on Nintendo, for instance.
Just to clarify, was the question, were you asking for any, like, does he believe that it is possible that it is fair to sort of have the point of view that people who are quote unquote like bought into woke ideology, as soon as how you put it, is that can affect the, like, in a sort of tangential way, in a lot of ways, the writing quality, the execution of gameplay mechanics, the tone, the atmosphere, the graphics.
You're asking a far more fair and nuanced question. My question is more that people say specifically, they make a very declarative statement that the fact that these writers or programmers care about wokeness is why, like, the focus on wokeness is why they're not focused on making the game good.
I think that it is preferable that when people are entering into like these sort of creative endeavors, that there's more of a, I guess, a stricter focus on what's best for the story, like what for these characters, for what we're trying to create. I dislike it more when we sort of come in with these askew kind of objectives, whatever they might be, whether it comes to like specific practices for monetization, like we're seeing with like the new Modern Warfare, right? That game being completely like rushed out the door because they wanted a new Call of Duty game this year, probably because they needed something to prop up Warzone, and then you end up with something that's very creatively compromised. Yeah, I think I would just generally prefer like less and less instances of, I guess, what you would say is like creative compromise stemming from whatever it may be, even if it includes, you know, like, I guess, like desires for certain political advocacy that people want to do with like the stories that they're telling.
And I think there is an element to every, like, if you hire, if you're a company and you hire someone to make sure your game is fucking diverse enough, that's a coder you didn't hire. That's a balance tester that you didn't hire. That's a texture artist that you didn't hire. That's like an actual, like a real person job that you are not hiring because you did that bullshit.
Yeah, if I could go a little, presumably further than Fringy, I would just say yes as an answer to your question, Sitch, but it's worth mentioning that these biases go in all directions as far as I'm concerned, and all of them can damage the core aspects of making something good, whether it be a game, book, TV show, movie, whatever. For example, if someone was to be like, I'm going to make the best fucking Snow White to own the libs, it's going to have all of the, and then like the whole thing is to just be counterculture to maybe Disney, for example. It's like, okay, but like, do you care about like writing a good story? Do you care about the, you know, faithful nature of the source? Are you gunning for like good actors and actresses? Or are you gunning for hiring cast members that will promote a particular idea? It's like, this can all crumble in many ways. The example I used to give all the time was like, if Michael Bay told you like, my only concern is getting scenes set up that I can blow things up in, I don't really care about the story. I'd be like, okay, that's a problem too. Like all these focuses can absolutely distract and destroy from the overall product. What we want to point out is that when you like false positives, like there's several people who even in chat now have been saying like EFAP will ignore the flaws if they like the thing. It's like, no, our whole point is that you're seeing flaws that don't exist because you like your patent software has gotten so fucked that you'll spot it anyway. And that's just a matter of like cleansing biases. It happens. For example, if you start up a new movie and it's like, this is a superhero movie and she's gonna kick ass, a lot of people will sign off immediately. It's like, whoa. And it's like, I already know, because it's built by these people. They know what they're doing. It's going to be a girl being girl power, blah, blah. Some people be like, no. Let's give it a chance. And then you find out like there's a character that says like, man, I love working with you because you're so smart, funny, and awesome. That might be enough to turn people off, because it's like, good God, the writing's so bad. But it's like, it's going to be a certain amount of ticked boxes. And Nicole being 51 and representative of that is absolutely laughable. Like, there are going to be aspects that we get, you know, we did shit tons of coverage of Batwoman, right? And it would be like, there'll be a new character in the police force. It's just a guy, and a white guy who's like, hello, I'm new sergeant, and we're all like, he's gonna be evil, he's evil, yeah, he's gonna be evil, he's next evil. And then he was, we were like, yeah, he was evil. That's how it goes. And then it'd be a new girl character. We'd have like probably like a 60% bet of her being gay, and she was. It was fucking nuts. Like, all
I don't know where all the people in the Batgirl universe come from. Everyone's gay.
Main characters, like, didn't she have a husband and he just like disappeared randomly, and then they like made reference to how she might be gay, and we were just like, how did it's like the one straight character, she's gay too. And then of course, like, you know, if one was to say like that would be examples of woke ideology destroying storytelling, we'd be like, well, yeah, we think that's dumb as fuck.
Yeah, it's
But, like,
I noticed
we
it's weird.
just
I
don't
noticed the
buy
same
it for
thing.
I consider it important to, and I assume you guys have done it, where it'd be like, people like, this thing is this thing, and you're not admitting it because you're like scared or something. It's like, no, you're just being retarded. This isn't woke.
Well, no one's accused us of being too scared to announce something as woke. But I mean, I remember people.
It
I
must
didn't
have
think
been a
Mario,
movie that you've
like,
disagreed on.
yeah, there was, because like, you know, Mario was one of the things people were. Is it woke?
Wait,
And, you know,
what? Oh,
and-
yeah, right. That's
and
right.
and me and Adam were on the side that it's, you know, we didn't say that it was woke. We didn't think it was correct to say it was woke, even though it had like girl boss elements. I don't think it reached the standard of wokeness.
Yeah,
you know, I think it had
that's my question: is what
Right.
is the event horizon for wokeness?
Well, it's
like,
kind
when
of,
does
it's
it
like,
rise
listen,
to the woke?
It's like
label?
Pornography. Okay,
You know
I'll
when
know
you see
when
it.
I see it.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
well, it's kind of like what you were saying with Batgirl. Is very similar to, I don't know if you guys watched Sandman. It was, and it was only weird because I noticed it. I was like, wait a minute, why is almost every couple in the show that weren't like bad people were either interracial or gay? And it bothered me that I noticed that, because I want to live in the liberal, colorblind, gender blind, sexuality blind universe.
It ain't the late 90s anymore, Sitch.
Yes, but I noticed, I'm like, wait a minute, this is so apparent. I'm noticing it. It was the same thing when I watched the second episode of Loki, where there's a scene. No, I guess it was the first episode of Loki. There's a scene where like the I forget the character's name. There's like the black security guard lady who's now like a main character, I guess, even though she was kind of just like a secondary character in the first season. And she's giving this impassioned speech to the judges who are in charge of the TVA about how it's wrong to like kill the literally trillions of people that they're killing. And I'm like, who is this person? Like, you have Owen Wilson right there, accomplished actor who's a very good actor. Why is he not giving this amazing speech? And I went, oh, wait a minute. Everyone at the table who's all making important decisions right now are all women.
Women, and one of them is disabled, and it's
yeah. And I'm like, oh, and then it bothered me that I'm even thinking about that. I'm like, is that why they did it? Is that really what's going on here? Is it just like we need to have women be in charge of the TVA? Like, oh my God.
They're trying to indoctrinate you, Sitch, secretly.
It bothers me that I even have to think about this.
Because they won't shut up about it all the time. Disney goes and talks about that shit all the time.
Well, and I like
I mean, I get to access to a lot of like stuff through Real BBC of like interviews and comments from the creators, and it is wild how much they're like, you know, please watch our thing because there's women in it, or because there's whatever. And it's just
put a woman in it and make it gay.
What's that from?
Yeah, exactly.
What's that from?
That's like a new meme.
Well, so to sort of answer my own question that I asked like 10 minutes ago, I don't think it's an issue of like, there's a weird thing that is going on with how a lot of characters are being written. I don't know why it is that way, where if they wanted to put more strong women in shows and in games and TV shows, that'd be fine. It's just weird that they've decided to not have them very often go on the same hero journey arc that you would generally see a male character go. And that's what I don't understand. Why do they have to be the perfect person from the get-go who doesn't struggle? And why does every male have to be like, not every male, but why so many times do all the males have to be bad?
Because if you show women struggling, women are not going to want to enter STEM fields, Sitch. You know,
showing a woman growing means that she had room to grow, which meant that she wasn't fine just the way she was.
Something that I found really interesting was going back and rewatching just a bunch of movies. From the particular movie that really reminded me of it was we rewatched Anastasia, which is a great movie.
That movie's fucking great.
You guys seen that, right? Anastasia, the
like
animated film from the 90s.
The animated one?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
You
very
should
long
have said
time
Once
ago.
Upon a September, you fool.
Remember it.
But it was because it seems like a sort of a perspective that for whatever reason just seems to be accepted is there weren't any like great female characters. Furthermore, there weren't any great like confident, assertive female characters until like the last 10 years. And then you just go back, rewatch these movies from like the 90s and the 2000s and the 80s and like the 70s, and it's just like, you guys you lied to me. You lied to me and or yourselves. You know? Like it's kind of strange. It feels like we got it, we nailed it, where everybody was written as characters and that was that.
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I'd be like, oh yeah, Captain Amelia and Treasure Planet and Akima and Titan AE and all of these fucking movies, Princess Fiona, and of course Anastasia, all these characters. It's like they were just women and they were written well as good characters. Well, it was great.
It was funny. Me and Frey recently watched RoboCop 1. It was before I was going to be playing the game for the first time. I was like, oh, I may as well rewatch it. Get my a bit of a refresh. And it's his partner in the film at the beginning, Lewis, is introduced, and she's like, you can tell they were having this like, she may be a woman, you better watch out. And she like, I think she like punches the fuck out of one of the guys they've got. There was like, one of the like, not prisoners, one of the like criminals that they've got there or whatever. It's definitely you can tell the movie is like, hey, she may be a girl, but she can take care of herself, that sort of thing. And it's like, oh yeah, because that's what it was in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. The girl characters weren't like, we were moving from and I can't believe I keep coming back to it. Shrek is like the movie for this. Where it was like,
it's a perfect
the
example.
damsel in distress. What if she was able to kick ass? And you're like, oh, okay, that's kind of what Buffy's premise is. And it was a better time because they wouldn't just have them go from being damsel in distress to like amazing character that had no flaws. Fiona had shit tons of flaws. She goes on a serious arc in the whole movie. She has a bunch of things to think about. How many mispreconceptions. Her whole life she's led to believe one thing, and she needs to learn a completely different thing. And it's something that people highlight is modern arcs for female characters are so botched now, and there's a weird collection of them all being excellent, and then they learn to be excellent plus by the end. And it's usually not because they learn a new skill, not because they understand something about themselves or the world. They just go, they're just like, I was better the whole time.
You were right all along. You were right all along, which just feels so antithetical to the general idea of storytelling, which is a character has a lack of something that they acquire through adversity.
And if, as Fring was about to say, I think that it's kind of encapsulated by Captain Marvel, who has this moment in the film where she's falling through the sky and she's like, just got to believe in myself and then I can fly. And it's like, what? There was no reference to being able to fly. Yeah, and then she can fly. And you're like, how could you fly? It's kind of like fucking Wonder Woman in '84. She can fly now. She could just fly. You're like,
they fly now.
How can you fly? And then America Chavez, how can she beat Wanda? It's like, she just can now. Doctor Strange said you can do it, and then she's like, I can do it now.
And then it's the like the speech, right? The impact, like, because I was thinking of Sylvie, because obviously Loki's on my mind. It's like there was no moment for that. It was just that Loki telling her how awesome she was, which just feels like the cheapest way of building a like in a character is, here's a character that you like, which I don't like new Loki. He's not the same Loki anyway, but even assuming you did, you like him, right? And he likes her, so you should like her. Like, as if that's how you build likable characters.
The problem on the male side of the characters is like, if you take Doctor Strange, it's like, so they're writing an arc where he feels he has to be in control of everything, and he needs to start like understanding that's not what he should do in each of these cases, because it's like disconnecting him from humanity or something. It's like, oh, that's an idea. They do it horribly. But it's like, where's that idea for the female characters? What's going on? Why aren't you giving them something to learn, something to understand about themselves, to grow with? It's like, well, the assumption right now is that a lot of the writers are afraid that they're like, well, we wouldn't want to imply that the woman has a problem she needs to solve. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I think Shrek is a great example. Another good example I think of is Kill Bill, because if that movie came out now, everyone would say that movie's woke. It's got a woman who's a strong lady assassin. She literally kills like 100 people in the first movie with a sword. But when you watch it, it doesn't come across that way at all. And I think some people might be tempted to say, well, it's because it's from the 2000s, blah, blah, blah. But it's not. It's because when you watch the movie, you watch the character, you see that she is vulnerable. I mean, the movie starts off with her in an incredibly vulnerable position, in an incredibly dangerous and scary situation. And she takes it the way a normal person would take it emotionally. and you see her like act and seem like a normal person. She's just not a person who's like, I am this like immortal, impervious character, and I'm becoming more immortal and impervious character. And even in the scene where she's like, chopping up all the people, it's like you see her get hurt, you see her get more tired. Like it feels like a real character who's going through something realistic. Well, I mean, as realistic as a Kill Bill could be, right? But I'm just saying, compared to like the Captain Marvel, character of just like, oh, you just have to believe in yourself more. Well, like, no, that's not what's happening here.
Have you not touched on something pretty interesting there? Do you believe the statement that if that came out today, it would be considered woke?
So I think a lot of the people that would look at it and they would write it off as woke instantly. And then they would go into it with that bias and see it as woke.
Yeah, it's a problem.
So that's something that I feel that EFAP tries to balance out with a lot of other places don't really care to address.
Remember Arcane being woke, right? As like a statement. So it's like, damn, this is where everything got. Like
people wonder why we don't like use it as a category, because I don't know what it means most of the time. A lot of people have said Arcane is an example of something that's woke but good.
Mm-hmm.
And that like threw it up for me. I was like, I don't fucking know what it means anymore. I don't know what it means
woke
anymore.
But good.
I guess
something that has woke politics but is still a good show in spite of it, I'm assuming, is the argument, right?
Would that then, is that what people would say about if like Aliens was to come out today? It would be woke but good.
No, that's the thing. But I would argue that people are using it improperly, because I would say Kill Bill and Aliens is not woke.
Aliens is woke. I mean,
well, but so to bring us back, then that's what we're trying to say about Dead Space Remake. It's not woke. Right. It's not with the definitions that we believe people use, but at the same time, that can change between the person you were talking with, and that's why we'd rather get their definition first.
Yeah, and that's the difficulty. And we were talking to Anna and Shu about this. Is like, that's why I made the joke about pornography. You know it when you'll see it. Like, it's kind of nebulous what exactly woke is. Doesn't mean it's not real, but it's just difficult.
You have to define that. Yeah. Whatever. If I ever get into a conversation about wokeness with someone, it's going to be the leading question: is could you define wokeness for me?
Exactly. Yeah. Right. But
do you think Alien would be defined as woke? Because I kind of feel like the underwear scene in the end kind of like destroys the idea that. I mean,
well, it was weird. Adam, as an example, the creator of, I think, the director of Black Widow was talking about how like it's wrong how much like the camera rides up Scarlett Johansson's ass in a lot of her movies in the MCU.
That's wrong.
There were like several. There were like several ass shots in Black Widow that were pretty blatant, and I was like, I don't understand. Like, it's like the male gaze. It's like, well, is this the female gaze? Like, what's going on?
Gaze, right? Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna hire Scarlett Johansson for a reason, right? I mean,
I don't think any of us need to talk about whether or not it's okay to make use of how hot she is. It's like thumbs up. But if your director's gonna be like, it's disgusting that was done, and then does it herself, it's just like, okay.
Look, it's harder to fight an alien in your underwear.
Is
so
it?
I mean, it's a character growth thing, obviously.
Well, listen, when the director signed on for the Black Widow movie, in the contract, it's stipulated there must be at least 20 ass shots in the script, or in the final.
Well, and
product.
also
they do stipulate that kind of stuff in contracts. Yeah,
but
I wouldn't be surprised.
Remember, I think you guys agreed with the whole rot point of view, right? Which is that if there's any one example, then the whole thing is fucked. So if we have a female character that's giving orders to the superior male character, and she like overrules him, and then like a droid has to make that happen. I'm talking about the early parts of Alien, and then that guy is sent to go and fight the alien himself and fucking dies, and then the woman beats it. That's pathetic. Look at them with their woke propaganda.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that because there is this real thing, even though it's nebulous and hard to pin down, that is happening, it kind of poisons people's minds to see it in places where maybe it doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem.
And I think that, because there were elements of Mario that would definitely be, woke. Peach saves herself, right, from Bowser. She's like super competent at doing the obstacle course and all this stuff. But I don't think the movie overall is woke. I wouldn't characterize it as such. And if that movie came out, like, I could very easily see that movie, the exact plot of that movie, coming out in 1995 or 2005 or 2003 or something. And everyone just see it as like, oh, obviously you can't have Peach just be rescued by a damsel anymore because it's the 90s.
It does.
Do you think it's woke that Peach is a playable character in the new Mario game?
So I don't think it is now, but I mean, she was playable in Mario 2, like back in the day.
That's true.
But
there you go. Very good.
Look at you go.
I mean, and that was the character most people played because she could fly for some reason. Her dress
Now
made her
she can't.
fly. You know?
That's
Yeah, and in
'cause
Super
now
Smash Bros. As well.
That's right.
Well, yeah, that's right. And back in good old 2001.
So I still don't know. I can't really say when a movie passes the woke threshold. It sounds like it can have a number of infractions as long as it's
surely it's fair to
good.
say everyone would draw the line difficulty, and that's why it makes the conversation confusing sometimes.
Yeah, but we're
Yes.
movie critics. We're important people.
Okay.
We shape perception. Like, where do we draw the line?
Well, where do you draw the line?
It's I mean, it's similar to the when does a movie become bad? Like, you can point out all the bad things in a movie, but like, what's the tipping point? When does a movie go from good to bad?
Look, a movie. I'm clearer on when a movie is bad than when a movie is woke. To be honest with you.
Yeah, but like the reason I think people have a difficulty with the question you're asking, which is a good question, but it's difficult to answer, is kind of like when does a heap of sand become not a heap if you remove each grain of sand? Like, at what point is that exact line? And I don't know if there's an answer to the question.
Let's just make it an even
like
5 infractions. What do you guys think?
It does sound like that you guys are definitely not in the camp of like any one example found means the entire thing is wrong.
No,
of course not.
That would be retarded. Yeah.
No, that's not my position.
I mean,
look, it's difficult. It's like if a movie is really, really good, and you know how these movies are made now. A lot of times, a lot of different voices are making the movie. Like if one voice gets some woke line in the movie, but the movie's fantastic, I'm not going to throw a good movie away.
Right.
Well, there's a couple of
line.
What you could call very interesting variables that could come with this, right? So like 2 questions. One would be, what if the movie, as far as you guys are concerned, is incredible, clean, and just the best thing ever, but all the creators are saying all of the most like the worst possible things in terms of modern ideas of culture and whatever have you. But also, what if the things that are said in the movie are said by the villainous character, as in like the things you considered woke are said by a bad guy? So both of those scenarios, what do you do with those sort of thing? What holds the most weight?
Well, those are 2 different. I'm assuming those are 2 different scenarios because that'd be weird. Scenario, right?
No, I said 2 questions. Yeah,
right. Well, in the hypothetical, like, I don't care what the creators are saying. I mean, I'll still criticize them, say, oh, their movie's great, but they fucking suck or their politics suck. Yeah, I think most celebrities' politics suck, so that's not really a surprise to me. But if as long as it's not like, as long as it's not shoehorned into the whatever.
Well, the example there would be
that's obnoxious.
House of the Dragon. The way it was sold by one of the showrunners is not at all what the show is, and it was bizarre to listen to his opinions about it.
What did he say?
Well, you would say like the show is very much women powered, and that it shows a lot of like how male. Do you know like there's some lines with some characters? This is actually kind of doubles up on my point because I think Rhaenys and I forget which character she's saying this to, but they talk about how men are the reason for so much death and destruction.
Actually, I don't know. That might have been.
Well, one of them says we need to be in men's lives to direct them properly because they're fucking crazy.
The show proves that fucking wrong because the women are
this is
causing
what
all
I'm
the
saying.
conflict.
The women, yeah, but this applies again to the finale of Game of Thrones as well. Like it's like the women have done possibly the most genocide. Like I'm just saying.
Well, look, you bring up an interesting point, MAULER, because I do feel in the context of that show, it's really more the character saying it than them breaking the fourth wall and preaching to the audience. I do feel like it's in the interest of the character to say that kind of thing.
We're in a weird time where, like, if that show came out 15 years ago, I would say, oh, that's just the character's perspective. I don't know now if the writer thinks that that's true and is just too stupid to understand their own story that they're crafting.
Oh yeah, and that's interesting because is that enough to then sort of sully the show, or is it like, well, they created something they didn't realize they created?
They got it accidentally right.
I don't think that's if that's not what the show's doing and it's very clear it's not what's happening, regardless of whether they know it or not. I don't think that sullies the show if the show is good, regardless. Sure. I mean, George R. R. Martin is very. I mean, I don't know if he'd say woke, but he's very feminist, and obviously there is. Like the feminist theme in both Game of Thrones and House of Dragon. I mean, House of Dragons all started because, the men won't recognize a woman to be in charge. And that's fine that that's an element of it. But beyond that element of it, as you brought up, I wouldn't see how the show is woke. I mean, the women are doing a lot of fucked up shit. It's not like it's It's not like all the guys
a conversation
are the bad
that
guys
happened.
here.
A lot of people were splintered on it, and
Yeah.
you know, all I was concerned about, I was just like, well, it's a fucking damn well written show, at least by comparison to something that comes out of the MCU. So should probably try to encourage it compared to a lot of other shit that goes, like, because I know that you don't necessarily share that, but you understand the point of view.
I mean, it's better than most things that come out. I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously, and also we had Ring of Power come out at the same time, which was just like a
Rings
complete...
of Power.
Rings of Power. That's right.
Rings of Power.
That was kind of interesting because like people were predicting it to go in a different direction because there was an assumption of wokeness when I think it was just bad. And I don't
It wasn't,
think it was
there's not a lot of stuff that I'd
issue.
call wokeness in there.
Yeah. There's
but
like a little thing.
It is mostly just like normal movie bad. It's just normal shit.
Right, but then it like I don't understand what the creators of the show are thinking because people were like when I watched the first episode,
thinking
there were no thoughts.
Well, I think you might have been on the show, Rags. I made this prediction. I said I'm predicting that Galadriel is wrong and that she is going to be responsible essentially for creating Sauron. And a lot of people said no because I don't think you said this, but a lot of other people were saying no way because the show's woke. She can't be wrong. She has to be right. And then I turned out to be completely correct about that.
I mean,
but does the show
she turned out to be
that?
completely correct, and it's kind of framed as if everyone was really like dumb to not go along with her. The show treats her as if she's right in all the things that she does along the way, jumping off the boat before Valinor, all the crap she does in Numenor regarding her and the queen there and the old crazy king and breaking out of prison and all that stuff. It all treats her as if she is totally justified and correct in everything that she does. I mean, the scene where her and Elendil are in the lore temple in Numenor, and like the plot is just like delivered to her onto her lap,
right?
In one of the most clunkiest exposition scenes I've ever seen in my fucking life.
Yeah, it's horrible.
But at the end, Galadriel knows about Sauron and his plan and all that stuff that he's doing. And interestingly, the writers decide to have Galadriel not tell anyone that she knows that Halbrand is actually Sauron and that he had a very integral part in creating the Rings of Power, and he's Sauron. And that I don't even know what they want me to think by having her do that, basically making her responsible for Sauron's rise to power and all that stuff. Like, it's her fault. And I don't know. I don't think the show wants me to come away with the correct conclusion that she is a horrific, terrible, monstrously immoral character for doing that. And that she only does it to, I guess protect her own skin or something. I don't know why. I don't know what the show wants me to think about that.
I think what it reads to me.
Still not the worst character in the show, though.
If I were to make a prediction, would be that the original draft of the script was written by someone else, and in it was a very explicit story about how Galadriel's quest for vengeance created the very thing she feared. And then they've got a different person to like write it or to fix it up who didn't understand that. And
I don't think either of them understood it.
Well, I mean, it's so apparent in the first episode. And then, but you're right, in the later episodes when that comes to pass, like the show does not acknowledge, and I don't even remember if the character herself acknowledges that literally the whole situation is her fault. Because if she just fucking stayed on the boat, then none of this would have happened.
Sauron tells her that. What are you going to do when everyone learns that Sauron lives because of you?
Okay, so yeah, but okay, so the show does
specifically says that,
right?
But the thing is, the show is so poorly written. Halbrand is a broken character.
I just say I'm very proud of you guys for remembering so much of it, because I
know.
I don't remember.
Like he's like a relatively inoffensive character by Rings of Power standards up until you get the reveal that he's Sauron the whole time, and then the character completely breaks. We get retroactively nothing that he does makes any sense. So I don't know what I'm supposed to take away from like what the show wants me to think about that. It's a very confusing show.
A labor union. Sauron, he wanted to just join
he
the
wanted
guild
to be
of FRINGY.
Look,
he wanted to be
I'm
in
willing
a
to call the whole thing
Numenor
woke for that scene alone. Like the
they
labor
took our
unions,
jobs?
they're taking our jobs. Yeah, that one line, the whole thing woke.
That was hilarious.
It was funny as fuck.
Oh,
It
it's
was
funny.
the thing that Rags was talking about before is something that I find really interesting in terms of squaring it away as a criticism of what happens when what I can obviously tell is the point of a story is like fundamentally contradicted by all of the events that actually happen in it. Which can be, I guess, a bit complicated because what a story wants you to believe is kind of like I don't know that it's a super clear-cut thing. It's a little bit more hazy than the actual events that take place. But at the same time, you can kind of tell, when it's like what direction a story's taking you in and what they want you to think. And then it gets particularly complicated when you start to throw in political motivations as well, when it's like, dude, you clearly want me to believe this one thing, but everything that you presented leads me to a completely different conclusion.
Rings of Power is one of the ultimate shows for that. Like, I don't understand what you want me to think. What are you trying to tell me?
WandaVision would be another one I'd point to,
Yes,
right? At the end of WandaVision, they want you to feel a certain way about Wanda that is completely different from what actually happened. And, like, there's something
MOM as well, right? I'll tie into that.
Yeah, of course. I don't want to just bitch about fucking Marvel. but
this ain't EFAP, okay?
Has this problem.
Well, then it's interesting too, because then with as bad as Doctor Strange 2 was, obviously, Raimi viewed Wanda as being evil and bad because she's just completely evil in that movie. So yeah, it's so weird to me. I don't understand how writers or creators of these shows just don't perceive what the fuck's going on with these characters that they're creating.
Again, an impression that I get is that it stems from a lack of writing discipline, where like you don't appreciate that all of the individual moments they all add up, right? You can't have a scene that exists on its own where these events happen and these characters say these things to each other, and then you can just have that in a little bubble, divorced from the broader story that's taking place. Like when Talos says to Fury, every choice that you made, all of your accomplishments are mine, that doesn't exist in a vacuum. That affects everything. That spans out across all of the stories that he appeared in. And like that could easily just stem from, well, I wrote this scene, and I think it's a great scene for whatever reason I do, for whatever point I'm trying to make, without fully appreciating all of the knock-on consequences that has on these characters.
That was one of my questions was we had what makes a good movie, but like I just want to point out, Fringy, that's so accurate. Like having scenes in the movie that just are divorced from the wider movie for me, it's so dumb.
I just wanted to, on that topic, like, wondering how does this even happen, just keep in mind that they don't even have completed scripts, like even sometimes months before they finish filming, or weeks,
right,
which is absolutely fucking nuts.
It's and that's kind of the part where you like it just feels like a lot of these can be explained by how fucking badly some of these productions come together, like the fact that they don't have complete scripts and nobody talks to each other about the angle that they're going with for their stories, and then there's a general like a seemingly decreasing amount of respect for cause and effect as like a fundamental element of storytelling compared to, well, I've got these really great ideas for how I can subvert expectations. Well,
talking about like scenes being disconnected, because I think you're completely correct. Like in WandaVision, I always thought it was so weird where, if they wanted us to feel sympathetic for Wanda, but still have like the plot where she's essentially mind controlling a whole town, you would want to like soften the mind control elements and not be so horrific. So like, when someone wakes up from it, they're like, I was in this crazy dream, right? So you're like, well, she took over a bunch of people's minds, but it wasn't so bad. But then in the show,
they wanted to die.
Right, but in the show, they do the exact opposite. They show it's like this horrific fucking thing where like everyone's like having an existential fucking nightmare when they start to like slowly break out of the mind control. And I'm like, why would anyone be sympathetic to this person?
Yeah, if in the board, they like Fringy recommended, let's have one of the characters say, if you're not going to let us go, just let us die. We would be like, no, we're not having
what
that.
are you doing?
We're not having that line in there.
The problem is that when they have Monica say, they'll never know what you sacrifice for them, it's almost like the writers want you to go, well, that's what the story's telling me, so that's true, regardless of what I believe about the events that actually... Yeah, it does. It definitely does, where it's like, but that's what the story says, so you have to accept it. It's like there's no recognition that what you present in the story isn't necessarily going to be accepted by the viewer. there's like a give and take when it comes to stories. A viewer is definitely willing to give the fact that there's magic or, you know, science fiction elements like spaceships or things like that in a story. Like, a viewer can meet a story at some point, but I mean, there's a point that you push it where it's like, dude, what you're telling me just doesn't relate to what I've actually seen. And then you have, you know, your suspension of disbelief just snaps. And that would be an example of it. They never know what you sacrifice for them. It's like, fucking hell. Jeez, okay.
No matter how like fantasy oriented the story is, people have to interact with each other in a way that's realistic, or it just breaks down.
Well, it needs to be legible to, you know, real people, regardless of whatever crazy fantasy elements there are. It needs to be legible to us human beings who live in the real world, where things operate in a certain way. There's a level of predictability. There's also unpredictability, right? That's like the spice of storytelling, but there's got to be a level of predictability of A connects to B, connects to C. I see that. I accept that as true. And these sorts of breaks, you know, and then that's when it starts to get more complicated of what does a story want me to believe versus what do the actual things that happen in it, what do they logically cause me to believe about what's happening? And that's a little bit more vague.
WandaVision is, I would imagine, that is another good example of sort of how, in my opinion, wokeness kind of fucked up the show.
Because do you know about the Doctor Strange thing?
Well, because if you had, besides the Doctor Strange element of it, if you just had a show that was about Wanda who can't get over the loss of her children she never had or whatever, you know, so she creates this kind of alternate universe and mind controls all these people. And the show starts off as kind of like this like wacky, weird comedy, kind of like the first episode, and it just slowly becomes more like darker and like more kind of fucked up. And it just becomes at the end like this tragedy. And Wanda is like a tragic, dark figure at the end of it. And the show like acknowledges that, as opposed to trying to like salvage her reputation. That could have been like fantastic. But then they're like, no, we have to make her like, but then like we have to make her become, you know, she has to be, you know, seen as still a good guy at the end of the show. You know, you have to have all this like, you know, female empowerment for some reason in a show. It should be about a woman losing her fucking mind.
Okay, so that's where the problem comes in, because I think even the fucking creators would have told you, like, what are you talking about? That's what we did.
But they didn't. They very clearly didn't.
You are correct. They did not do that.
Right. But see, but I don't think they think they did that. I think, well, and maybe it's wokeness, or maybe it's because this, now to be fair, it could be Marvel saying, listen, you can't have Wanda go full evil because we don't know what we're going to do with the character yet. So maybe there are restrictions on that from Disney or something.
Well, but like, this is part of the problem I think Fringy was highlighting, though. You know, when they drop all that snow and essentially possibly kill all of those prisoners, if you highlight that to a writer in Marvel and they say to you, like, they're prisoners, and you're like, yeah, and they go, they're prisoners.
Men. Yeah, like that's to them, it's a satisfactory answer. It's like, well, what? Or you know, the push comes to shove, they'd be like, can you shut the fuck up? Like, why do you have to bring that up?
Right.
Like that's not really important. That doesn't matter.
Those people are all in there for, like, you know, crimes or whatever. Like, who cares if they die? Like, if that was the moral, you know, backbone of this writer, you're like, oh shit, no wonder this is all fucked. You don't even know. Like, you don't even know
what mistakes you've made.
Yeah.
And like it's like a lack of consideration for how the little things can absolutely add up. I mean, what was, you know, like, I mean, it's fucking Force Awakens, right? One of the biggest complaints at this point that is accepted is having the storyline of Finn being a stormtrooper who defects and then joins the rebellion, and then just without any pause or consideration at all, mercilessly guns down all of the other stormtroopers who come from the exact same situation and condition as him. And the story has a lack of recognition for it.
Because they're
and then if you brought that up, they'd be like, dude, shut up. Like, just stormtroopers. We got to have the stormtroopers and you shoot them.
Yeah.
And that would be as far as it goes. And that's just like a lack of writing discipline, I'd say, and stupidity.
I think that actually a lot of this is solved by this explanation. All right. I think that all of the writers all these modern shitty writers, they're all hard solipsists. They believe that they are the only minds in the universe. So they feel as if everyone else already knows the things that they know deep down. So they don't have to go through any of the work explaining through writing the kinds of ideas that they're trying to get across in their story or their characters. They just assume, oh, of course, this is what we're doing with Wanda. Like, they all know. I mean, I know And if I know it, everyone else knows it because, I don't have to worry about putting my thoughts into someone else's head. Everyone just knows because, that's what it is. It's so easy. Obviously, that's what I'm trying to do.
And failing to realize. Oh, sorry.
You're saying that like, when you have like a 2-year-old and they do the experiment where like someone hides a cookie under a cup and then a stranger comes in, you ask the 2-year-old like, well, what cup does the stranger think it's under? The kid is going to say, well, it's under the cup that I saw it under, because they don't understand that the person doesn't experience their version of reality. You're saying that the Marvel writers have never gone past that age of development mentally.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I could believe that. I think that all slots in. This is what we call a sufficient explanation.
There you
go.
We're
getting close to our time. We got about 15 minutes left. So look? Well, there's a bunch of super chats here.
It's okay. You want us to leave, and that's fine.
You want us to fuck off? It's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
You've milked us You've milked us dry.
Well, this seems like a good opportunity to ask you guys to come back and to do the Fight Club video with us.
No, I thought we were going to stop asking.
For 10 hours long. Seems like we've wet your whistle for a full show on the
You say this like we never come on.
I know. It's true.
Well, look.
Wait, what? The Fight Club video. You mentioned it before because Fight Club's your favorite movie, right?
Fish video, apparently.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
She's gonna argue Fight Club
there's a couple other videos we'd like to do with you guys. Look, it's a big ask to come on for a long time. It's a small ask to come on for an hour or two. So that's why.
An hour is really long to a mayfly.
Listen, there's 24 frames in every second, Adam. This is a very long period.
Look at them all go. Look at that. Oh, past 100 already.
Look at them. They're flying by.
Oh, wow.
They're going so fast that I can't count them all.
Wow.
Let me read some super
This is madness.
Akilan Naryaswamy, thank you for the $300. Thank you. It was incredibly generous. Said, congratulations on the 300 stream of the best show on the entire internet. Wow, take that, guys.
Wow.
Here's the 300 more. I'm glad you're all still sticking to the classics by bringing on 2 women for Adam to interrupt. I'm proud of Adam.
I did some interrupting
principles, but S-Class is the best class.
That guy should check out EFAP.
He should.
That's amazing.
We have women there often.
Yes,
I do. There's a lot of we have a lot of overlap on our
them.
shows, so obviously we have a lot of EFAP watchers, listeners on our show, and
yeah, all the best people in your
audience
said
that. Yeah,
EFAP.
we've always said that your audience has great taste.
Nobody can ever find our show though, because every time you talk about it on your show, you call it the Adam and Sitch show. So
when you type
but
Adam and
here's the thing.
Sitch, you don't get your show. That's true.
But the thing is, that's what
which I'm in
everyone
favor
does.
of, but you know. Look.
Everyone says Adam and Sitch because that's just like what you would do.
Oh, it's true.
That was the correct thing to do.
Only
the moral thing to do.
Than one.
No. Only people of low moral character say
Starsky and Hutch, Ratchet and Clank. Well, Jack and Daxter is the other way around.
Tucker and Dale.
Tucker and Dale. Yeah.
Per Densenig for 200 sexy sexes says, can Fringy please say, quote, are you trying to tempt me because I come from the land of plenty?
Hey, wait, so they want me to say, are you trying to tempt me because I come from the land of plenty? Well, I guess you got it.
That's what they wanted you to say. Is that a reference to something?
Yeah, it's like
yes, of course it's a reference
song, right?
to something. I'm really disappointed.
What is that?
But I don't know the reference. Is it
It's
from
Men at Work,
No. Obviously, Fringy knows the reference. I meant Sitch.
Isn't it from a song?
Indeed, it is from
I
a
don't
song.
remember all the lyrics from the song. All right.
I was going to say, Rags, remember, Fringy didn't know who Rembrandt was.
You really? Oh yeah, that's right. He didn't.
What's
that?
What is the
guy
name
that
of
tries
that
to kill
song?
Arnold Schwarzenegger in Last
That's
Action Hero?
Down
Yes.
Under, right? Yes. The song is Down Under. Sitch, you don't know?
I know that song.
I know that whole. I could sing that whole.
Everyone knows
album,
that song. I
start to
don't know the
finish.
lyrics of the song. Okay, anyway, the Men at Work song. Okay. Theodore King of Brohan for 8 months. Theodin says, can Sitch and Adam go on EFAP Gaming? I want more Gartic phone.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
sure.
was a lot of fun.
That was.
I'll play Gartic Phone with you guys again. It's fun.
Nice.
Anytime, you bet.
Jink for $10 for the first super chat. Thank you. Says, found you guys through EFAP after going through a good chunk of your episodes. What can I say but keep up the good work? Happy 300. S-Class is the best class. And A-Team also reigns supreme.
Oh, nice. I like it.
Interesting.
There you go.
Team Mongos.
As for 30 NT says, ask MAULER about Wizard of Speed and Time.
Ask me what about it?
I don't know. That's all it says.
I don't recognize it. Is it like a metal band?
It's a weird movie that I've never seen. That's on YouTube, I think.
Real life special effects creator works in his garage on a stop motion sequence of a TV show. That sounds cool.
Okay. Check it out, I guess.
I don't know what that is though.
Psychic on Fire for $5 says, a trolley is heading towards a person who tortures EFAP and Sitch and Atom dolls. You can pull a lever and redirect it to a person who puts the dolls in jars. Do you pull the lever? Obviously. Listen. I thought the question was going to be, if you have the EFAP dolls on one track and the Sitch and Atom dolls on the other track, what do you do?
Well, you protect the EFAP dolls, obviously.
Now, obviously, you run the EFAP.
There's 3 of us and 2 of you. We're saving more people.
EFAP reigns supreme. That's true. This is basic life.
Yeah, but no, but wait a minute. There are more than one generation of EFAP dolls that exist. There's only the one generation of Sitch and Atom dolls so far.
But all of our generations
like
look different.
Special edition.
All of us have different. All of us are special editions that look different. So I'm sorry.
The Wicker Man for $2 says, "What's your thoughts on ATSV? Fringy must answer."
I'm never talking about that movie until Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out, all right? I'm not talking about it. It's not complete. It is an incomplete story.
What is... Oh, that's the first of the
Across
Spider-Man
the Spider-Verse. That's right.
You won't talk about it till part 2 comes out? That's weird.
Nope.
We talked about
it. That's totally fine. I need more information on aspects of the story, all right? I know who asked that question because he keeps asking me. And you're never gonna get it.
It's the Wicker Man.
You can do it in creative ways, but you're not getting it.
He's gonna get you to the bees. Better watch
it. Not until, and hey, look, that one is not coming out. That one is indefinitely delayed, so we don't even know.
You might never hear our opinions on that movie.
You guys have not commented
I talked about
at
some
all
of my
on
opinions
it?
at open bar, so some of my opinions are public.
Whatever you said, I agree with.
Whatever you said, I don't know. I'm waiting for more information.
We did a video on it, right?
We
Sitch?
did, yeah. We did.
Was it
What did you guys think? Did you love it?
I liked it, yeah.
I liked it. I thought the first one was better. I thought this one dragged at parts because it felt like I could feel the part 2 stretchedness of it. It dragged in some parts. I really liked the spot a lot.
Could you explain its thin qualities using maybe like a butter and bread analogy?
Yeah.
Felt like there wasn't enough butter on too much bread. Yeah.
How do you feel about canon events?
Well, okay. Well, without getting too much into it, because if they're following the rules that have already been established by the other MCU stuff, which I'm assuming they are, then we know that Miguel is wrong already. So that kind of ruins a lot of the conflict of the story, if that's true.
That's interesting, and that's your opinion. Like I said, I'm not talking about that movie yet.
Well, no, if it doesn't follow the rules of all the other MCU properties, then who knows? But I'm saying if it does, then we know that that's not true. Unless, and I don't think they're going to do this, but maybe, this could be some fucking insane tie-in to Loki, because then it would unfortunately make sense that there's some change to the timeline, which creates, the TVA to come and prune the universe. That's why the universe gets annihilated.
I guess we'll have to find out eventually, maybe.
Exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's but they're gonna tie in into the Spider-Verse into the worst one of the worst Marvel TV shows.
They already tied into the MCU, Sitch.
I know that's what I'm saying. It's like,
they've necessarily tied it into the MCU with references.
They have sewn themselves to that abomination.
Which means that all of what exists in the MCU is relevant to Across the Spider-Verse, and
but that's the problem,
Across the Spider-Verse is very relevant to the rest of the MCU. Whether that's good or bad, I have no opinion on that.
Well, that was what was weird because, Miguel's talking about how, if you change canon events, it destroys the universe. But we know that's like what he did wasn't changing canon universe. It was he did what Doctor Strange did. He tried to live in a different universe. That's what destroys the universe. It's not changing something.
Remember though, Sitch, the MCU hasn't made up its mind on incursion. Dude, fucking Multiverse of Madness couldn't even make up its mind on how incursions work.
Sure.
All right.
Sure, but...
And I'm sure that the Marvels will provide us with many answers to these things, and X-Men, I guess.
Well, remember the incursions in MOM were added in reshoots as well.
They were, which is my God, those reshoots made that movie worse, dramatically worse.
So much worse.
Incursions might be the biggest mistake that they ever made in terms of writing.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's a whole fucking clusterfuck, so I guess we'll find out. I guess I understand why you're like, well, I'll wait to see what the fuck the plot is.
Yeah, no, we'll wait and see in Beyond the Spider-Verse. Until then, I have no opinion.
Okay. Enlightened Centrist for 12 euros. Thank you. Says, congrats guys for reaching 300. Fun fact, MAULER and RAGS appeared on show 150 for the first time. I sent Sitch a small clip compilation of their appearances if you want to see how it went.
Wow. It probably went all right.
They would have been all your best episodes.
No way.
Yeah, I think so.
It went great. What are you talking about? That's
episode 150.
That's one of our most watched shows, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe we covered like Lauren Southern and Lance debate. Yeah, exactly.
That was your first.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah,
I was playing Minecraft at the time. That's right.
Lauren Southern totally picked up Lance and paddled his butt right in front of everyone.
Yeah, we'll watch that.
Didn't more information come out on the subject they were discussing? It was like definitive.
She turned out to be completely correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There were no bodies under there. They were like tree roots or mineral.
Not a mass grave.
Yeah, no mass grave detected. Yeah. Orca for $40. Thank you. Said the Avengers have converged. What powers would you guys each have? You guys truly are the best podcasters on the internet. Thank you for all the inspiration, insight, and content. Well, thank you for the words.
I'd have Mr. Fantastic powers. Real stretchy.
Really?
Which Fantastic Four power would we want?
Any
any power.
Okay. I want to be Loki. I want to have Loki's power.
Oh, damn. I'm not sure because I feel like there are a few candidates.
Many candidates, yeah.
There are a few candidates that seem. You
I
know
want
what?
Loki's new power.
I don't know.
He gets.
Superman powers would probably be pretty neat.
Mm-hmm.
Being able to fly.
Well,
the power to not ever get any fucking good movies made about you.
Hey, look, right? You know,
Superman.
The first one,
yeah.
If we can choose like a person instead of a single power, then yeah, like Superman or like Goku would be like an answer.
I guess Goku would count in superhero category.
Right. Well, it's just superpower, I didn't say superhero. But if I had to choose a single power, I would choose like the Flash's power, like the speed power.
I always wonder about the implications of like the nature of being able to go that fast. Do you perceive all of reality in slow motion?
Right.
And you know what I mean? And then you almost have to adjust your life to the knowledge that
if it's like the guy in Invincible is awful because he sees everything like that at all times. That would be the worst thing ever. From the Flash, I don't believe the Flash perceives time slow down until he's actually
like
speeding
the speed
up.
Force.
Yeah, so it's a little different. So that's why I specifically was like, I would go with that version of super speed.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Adam,
what's up? Let's go.
What superpower would you choose?
For what?
If you could have
for
a
you
superpower.
to have.
Man, where were you for the past like 10 minutes?
For you to have.
Well, we have another guest coming on, so I'm kind of like
he's concentrating.
Oh, okay. Then you better
Wow.
answer quickly.
Yeah.
superpower.
If you had to choose a superpower, what superpower would it be?
Let me think. How about what is Dr. Manhattan's superpower? God, that's what I pick.
Okay, you're gonna be Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, I can do anything.
Matter manipulation.
But Adam, if you opt to have that, it'll change you completely.
I
You
love
will no
it.
longer be Adam.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
I
wait.
can't wait.
Wouldn't you just want his ability to rearrange matter without his ability of like perceiving time all like the same time? Like that sounds awful.
Look, you take the good with the
I
bad.
can handle
Okay.
Okay. Sick Fox for 10 euros says the Dead Space remake also added all gender bathrooms with a half male, half female symbol in addition to the male female symbols. Is it unfair to call that an element of wokeness?
So,
Well,
the way that I see it is that if you're on a spaceship, that literally means you have to make half as many bathrooms.
Okay.
The point being that if you conserve like space on a spaceship is incredibly important. Each like square foot that you have is useful. So I could totally believe that they would just have like shared, like there'd just be one
Yeah.
bathroom.
Especially, what's the date canonically in universes? Like
I think it's like
2500 or
25, isn't it? Is it 24?
it's on. Is it like
20
Halo-ish
20
time?
It's
Basically,
around about that time, yeah.
But yeah, it's hundreds of years in the future, and
A
I think
massive
it's very
resource
possible.
crunch as well. Remember the Dead
Yeah,
Space
massive
world is very
resource crunch.
starved.
They're ripping up pieces of planets to mine them. And plus, in the future, they might not give a shit about that sort of thing. And like, it just logistically makes sense for a spaceship if you look at it pragmatically.
Well, but
So-
again, though, if the point was conceded, I mean, from your perspective, Sitch, Adam, if it was that and the uglification of the women by making one of them older and reducing the size of the boobs on the other, if those were the three major contentions and they were definitely true and 100% fair, would you say like the game is done at that point? Doesn't really matter what else is in there?
No, so I would never say that about anything. Like, oh, it's got too many like elements. Like
What about
that could
Hitler?
like the bathroom thing, or like the woman thing. Like those could all be elements
The
of
woman thing.
wokeness, right? But I wouldn't say like, well, that means it's bad now. Like, there's not like a scorecard where if there's too many elements, it reaches.
Well, I
some
thought
sort
that the
of-
point was there is, but that's nowhere near.
I
your
thought we
line.
drew the line at 5.
Adam,
we were
I'm saying I don't. To me, you can like as much as I complain about wokeness, I would accept a fair amount of wokeness in a story or game as long as it's like.
What is the
good.
nature of 5 though? Is it equal if one of them is just the character looking at the camera and saying vote for the Democratic Party or something?
Look,
That's
Rings
like
of Power
3 right there.
Rings of Power got 1 infraction because that infraction was as bad as 5 infractions just in
What, the one where
bringing
Galadriel said vote for the Democratic Party? I don't
Yeah.
remember that.
She said
Wait.
Hillary Clinton is my candidate of choice.
No, they said the
Hillary
elves are going to
Clinton
take our
2016.
jobs. Like the elves are going
Alright.
to take our jobs is something that should never be uttered in that universe.
In the Lord of the Rings world, there shouldn't be any labor
in the
strife.
kingdom of Numenor, where there's been no elf for like centuries,
Right.
one
It's
shows
just- it's
up, wants to
ridiculous.
leave, and then they say the elves
They
are going to
took our
take our
jobs.
jobs.
I know,
I just want it
ridiculous.
clarified though. That sounds like Sitch and Adam would adopt our position on Dead Space. That's what it
Oh,
sounds like.
that
to
it
me.
is not sufficiently woke to be deemed.
Well,
a
I
woke
haven't played it.
game.
Yeah.
A wise maneuver.
I said
Your-
sounds
Your
like
position is
specifically
woke
because
but
you can't.
forgivable.
I would
remember
say
we talked about
To
this.
me, it would like the story generally is more important than like all these other little elements to it. So if
Also,
the
we didn't
story
talk about
itself
that,
isn't
Adam.
woke-
We found your fucking take on it bizarre, woke but forgivable.
True, woke but forgivable.
Is there a movie that is woke but forgivable?
I don't know what that. Tell me what
I
you
literally
mean
that's
by
not
that.
possible.
that has the
Wait,
politics
just make it
that
as,
are
as quick and as simple as possible. Tell me what you mean by that.
that has the politics that are unabashedly woke,
Yeah.
but is still good.
Yeah.
Politics that are woke. Give me like 3.
Look, I'm
I don't
I'm
know.
asking
I don't know
if
an
one
example
exists.
of any.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you guys see the creator? I can see why people are saying that's
I
woke.
saw
Wait,
it.
no, sorry.
Creator.
I wasn't
just-
asking for examples of films or games you consider. I mean, 3 examples of like policy that you see present in the thing that would be like, well, that's definitely woke.
Well, okay, Barbie's like the,
Oh,
obviously
okay,
the
I
most
gotcha.
woke, explicitly woke movie, right?
Yeah,
So,
and I would
so
say like
with Barbie, you're saying like explicit mention of how men need to learn to be better, sort of thing.
Well, just I know the whole idea about there's a patriarchy, and
man
the
hating
whole-
for the sake of man hating. Yeah.
that women need to wake up from the patriarchy and blah 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 blah. blah. I mean,
Yeah,
wanna
okay.
go through the whole thing.
Well, no, not necessarily the whole movie, but
Right.
like, obviously, what I'm trying to square here is like 3. Like, would this count as because you want us to find something that we consider to be woke by the definition you can provide, but also forgivable.
Or even that you would provide.
Well, I don't. That's why, like I said, any attempt I've ever had to try and construct one, it gets confused because remember, you already said earlier, and I agree with you. If a person says like my movie's amazing because it's all about how men are terrible, and then we watch it and we think it's a badass movie, and we're like, what the fuck are they talking about? But a lot of people will say no, doesn't matter what's in the movie at that point. If they've said that, then it's over. That
Okay,
movie's
maybe
woke.
a better way to ask this question would be: is there, because you're kind of talking about like the Canto Bite scene, having this messaging, and then why it failed because it's blah 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 without going into all
Sure.
that. Is there a movie or game that the message of the movie is the game is very explicitly like left wing in a way that you don't agree with personally, but you still think is a good movie or game?
There's
think
gotta
about
be,
that.
but I would imagine there's gotta be ones for that for like everything, any
I mean,
direction.
yeah,
right?
sure. I would imagine.
So let's just. I mean, do you need an example, or can I just say like, yeah, that's got to have happened?
Okay, sure. You can say that. You can't think of
Yeah,
one
I
off the
don't
top of your
know.
head.
It's like if Hitler Simulator had really
I mean,
good
I can't think of one
mechanics.
off the top of my head either. But
Yeah.
Well, I was going to
It's a
say if you
tough
could
one.
help out if you've got anything on top of your head, because I find the whole concept strange, but at the same time, it also depends. Everyone has different, like BioShock. There's many different interpretations of what exactly BioShock means. People make
Sure.
fun of each other for not understanding what BioShock means.
right.
And so it's like, do you support the message in BioShock? It's like, well, for me, the message in BioShock is much more about human nature than whether or not objectivism works and criticisms of capitalism as well. Like, it's like, or individualism or whatever. Like
Fern Gully. Wally, Borderlands. Steven
Wally.
Universe.
Wait, Wally? What?
Wally.
Wally, I would not
What do
say
you mean?
Wally is left wing at all, because while there's an environmentalist angle, the whole like being stuck in chairs is kind of like a more.
This
right-wing
is why I
critique,
don't
so,
understand these categories.
No,
When
I
people-
understand.
Yeah, someone
when
just said like
people
he
say
doesn't
this
understand
to
and yet hangs out with Gary. It's like Gary's definition is different from Sitch's, is different from some of the people in
Every-
chat.
What-
Is different
What is
from...
Gary's?
I don't
know
know.
Gary's definition.
I wouldn't want to speak for him because I'd rather him
Okay.
give it. This is what I mean. I see so many examples and criteria. It gets too confusing.
Disco Elysium. I never played that, but okay. Wait. The most dope for 12 months says, can we get MAULER, RAGS, and FRINGY to say clip it CT? Can it be a tradition to get at least once from each guest?
Sure.
Absolutely. Clip it, CT.
Flip it, CT.
Oh, very low energy, MAULER. Really? Really?
Yeah.
You want that
don't
clip?
Don't clip
you're
that,
talking
CT.
over it.
You want?
Well-
no, take that one. Look, that's like the.
There
That's
you go.
the beta-ist clip CT clip
Yeah,
it
I
CT
had
I've ever
I had
heard.
the Chad clip.
Well,
Chad
let's not
Rags.
go. Let's not go
Ooh,
crazy.
Sitch. Oof.
Rags,
Crazy.
look.
Where is
Oh,
Rags?
Rags,
Rags,
right now?
look, Rags was like a 5 energy. I mean,
No.
MAULER's
Oh,
was
I
like
was
a.
no, I was a 10 energy.
MAULER-
because it
MAULER
just
was
a
like a-
amount of
10
energy to
energy
have.
if the microphone clips. Is it the more that the microphone clips,
There
the
you
higher the
go.
energy it is?
That could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Look, you
'cause
just
it
got,
works
look,
on
it's got to be
multiple levels 'cause
exciting.
of
It means,
Clip
look,
CT.
it means this was good. It means,
Wait,
look, this was
let's-
great.
Let's get it from
Hold
Fringy.
on, I gotta get mine.
That's what they mean by clip it.
You're talking Rags. I'm trying to.
Yeah, he's trying to
had
concentrate,
stopped. I had
Rags.
trying to
Come
stopped,
on.
and then
sabotage.
I would stopped and it was silent, and then you did that.
Clip it, CT.
There you go.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Oh,
the
that's what you
energy.
meant by high energy.
That's
see.
the energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
You
we're
want to
looking
try
Yeah.
again, Mauler?
It's like
No.
a punctuation
No. Okay. There you,
You can
go.
keep
Wow.
my low energy, boy.
Yeah,
There
yours
it
will
is.
forever.
We need contrast.
thing. Is
Okay.
it late? Is it late night there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Das Apprentice for $2 says EFAP long time debate Hunter or JoJo. I'm assuming you guys have seen neither of these things, right?
Hunter, or JoJo.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the first two?
Hunter X Hunter is what they're talking about.
Hunter
right?
Hunter's name of the show.
Oh, so it's Hunter versus JoJo.
Yeah. Like, what's a
Oh,
better show?
I don't know.
The
They
answer
probably
is
both-
Hunter.
I mean, they probably both
objectively, but
suck.
Yeah. It's an anime,
Damn.
so I don't.
Oh, yeah, they
expect you
probably both
guys
suck.
to-
Whichever one
like
sucks
them.
the least, I like.
Okay.
Hunter. How about Hunter?
There you go. Good choice.
I haven't seen anime, so
Oh, you guys
Wait,
are
did you just
awful.
say anime? Is that a fucking JoJo reference?
I mean,
Yeah.
it could be. It could be.
Damn. Didn't Attack on Titan just end?
I think so.
I heard a couple people mention that.
You know, I never watched that show because I knew the ending would be horribly unsatisfying, and it turned out I
I've
was
seen passionate praise and criticism for that ending, Sitch. So
right. Okay.
look out there.
Yeah, but
well-
what do we care for the opinion of weebs?
Mm.
A lion does not care for
Lion
the
doesn't
opinion,
For the opinion of a
weeb.
There you go. Steven Banask for $20. Thank you. Says, I love it when worlds collide. Always fun to see the greatest fappers known to man with Sitch and Adam get Steve on EFAP. There you go.
Steve Michael
Steve?
Davis? Is that the
Now,
Steve?
Steve, probably the super chatter.
Burrell?
Steve Banazak? I don't know how to say his name.
Steve Jobs, he died.
Steve
I'm
Jobs.
That's
sorry.
small. You got to ask Mahler
Steven
about that.
Jobinson.
Ralt of Gibeah for $2 says, EFAP thoughts on House of Usher.
I liked it a lot. Thought it was
I
neat.
liked it a lot as well. Good stuff.
I guess to save as much time as possible, I did a podcast with Nina Infinity. If you search for both our names in House of Usher, you can get a big chunk of what I thought of it on there. Overall, I thought it was really cool, though. Lots of stuff to like about it. I don't know what. It's particularly violent, which was neat for Flanagan, and
Very sexy, very titillating.
lots of reprehensible characters that had the opportunity to live much better lives, and it has a lot to say about nature versus nurture and sort of the concept of resolution and death. There's a lot of neat stuff in there.
Cool. Well, is our next guest raring to go, Adam?
No, not really.
Oh,
we might be.
Okay. I guess we'll just keep talking. To
Look,
you
I
people.
sent.
Wow, DLC
Look,
for the EFAPers.
Look, look.
Well, I'm kind of counting on him to be here because I have a thing that I need to do here. So
Well, you can leave. You can always
Look,
come.
yeah.
I mean, they really
you're
need to show
allowed.
up so that I can go, or else I'll be
That
trapped
was
here
a-
forever.
You're
That was the
allowed.
comedic
Okay.
beat of like Rags like, I need to go. And it's like, you could go.
I mean, I don't know.
I've sent him the link. It's Think Before You Sleep. Think Before You Sleep is going to come on. We're going to talk about I believe strict gender roles. Sitch has a few.
Wow, that's our speciality. That's
I think
EFAP speciality. That's what we talk about all the time. Is
Well, yeah,
strict
but
gender roles.
How do you
Okay.
guys feel about strict gender roles?
I support them. I'm pro burqa and it's whatever. I don't know what do men do to go to war. Yeah.
They
Well,
cut
look, I
down
sent him-
trees. What do you mean?
I sent him
Power
the link and I
tools.
told him we kick you guys out whenever he shows up. But I mean, look, you guys can leave. You guys can stay. So
I'm
I'm
actually
happy
gonna head out.
to.
I
Okay.
need to. There's a thing I'm gonna be doing, so I will go and do that, and then I will see you later. Thanks for
Take
having
care.
me on for your
Yeah.
300th episode.
thanks for celebrating with
Thanks
us.
for coming on.
You bet. Anytime. I guess there won't be another 300th episode though.
We'll
But
have one, Rags.
for any
and it'll be
similar-
better.
Yeah, that's true because because ours are, they're different and they're more, well produced and more people watch them and all that. But apart,
Whoa!
it's really,
Shots
really
fired!
impressive that you guys
Wow.
Damn.
Okay.
No, I really
Painful.
enjoy.
Oh,
Rags, why do you
Is that
say
look? Is that a
like
knife
this?
in my
No,
back
that's
here?
not an
You're
insult
so
because
rude.
I watched their show.
Rags' attempt
like
to
a
leave all the
classic-
time,
I
and he
watched their
drops
show.
that.
Like
So
a classic
Parting
dog.
shots.
We're having a
No.
nice conversation.
No,
he just
no.
drops a
You're
turd and he's
reading
like,
that
bye.
You're reading that wrong. I
Wafts
watched
it into the room.
AdamandSitch.com.
Nice.
All of their
Okay.
TV shows. I watched them.
Okay.
So I would be like burning myself if that meant anything.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Look,
I'm going to
and-
leave. Have a good rest of your stream fun. And I look forward to your episode 301st. Goodbye.
you.
See you later.
Thank you.
Toodaloo.
Bye.
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 See you,
We'll see
Riggs.
for the we
Okay, we can talk the real
Fight Club
topics
video.
now.
What are the real topics?
Oh, I thought you guys had them ready.
We had a real
can bring them
topic.
to you.
You guys punted on it.
You guys,
Well,
what?
look,
We
the,
had a real
la-
topic.
the
You
last
talking about the Hello
the
Kitty
last
one?
question. The last
real
question is
topic
what
was-
makes
No.
What makes
the
a
real
good movie?
No. The real topic
What's a
was I
real
want your guys'
movie?
take on the Israel-Palestine situation.
I just think
Oh
everyone
yeah,
should
they
get along.
totally. Oh
Okay.
really? That's
Uh-huh.
quite a nuanced take
So,
there.
All right.
Thank you. I worked
Mhm.
on that for a real long time.
Frankie, how do you feel that people in your country were saying gas to Jews?
Oh, it's so awful. Oh,
Quick, Frankie,
Frankie,
talk about
I
Hello
mean,
Kitty.
Whoa, we didn't finish our discussion on Hello Kitty.
That's true.
I don't think we settled that one
Yeah,
yet.
we really were settling on some interesting criteria that's just like, hey, would you engage with it if it would like, ooh, if it's blue, it's like, is that gonna fix it? And it's like, you know what, maybe not. Maybe that isn't the fix. For Hello
Maybe there's
Kitty.
nothing to be fixed with Hello Kitty. Maybe you need to
Exactly.
be fixed in your soul. You know?
That's the thing. And maybe that is with all media. There's no fix for media, it's a fix for
Mhm.
ourselves.
That's right. It makes you think and introspect and wonder
Yeah.
if it's like, do I need Hello Kitty or
Or goodbye,
something else?
doggy.
Yeah.
Do
Goodbye,
you guys,
doggy. Oh yeah, I guess that would be the opposite.
Do you guys think that your Y chromosome affects your like or dislike of Hello Kitty?
Pretty.
Kitty.
My Y chromosome.
Yeah.
I mean, I do
do you
like
know what a
things that are
Y
Y-shaped.
chromosome is?
It's one of those things you have in your cereal or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You can get all different numbers and letters, but the Y one is like everyone says it's the tastiest or something.
Mhm. Is that what they say? They say the
That's what
Ys
they
are
say.
good.
I think they oversugared the Ys, which is crazy. Like that was a mistake, but now if they don't do it, people are like, you fucked it up. So that's just how it goes, right? Mistakes that lead to quality. What can I say?
There you go.
Kind of like your show.
Wait a minute.
Was that a compliment or an insult? Find
It
out
was a
next time.
compliment.
You'll be up all night trying to figure out
It was a
whether it was an
compliment.
insult or a
Half
compliment.
insult, half compliment. You're like,
Is that possible, or does that break the fabric of reality?
I am seeing a lot of spaghetti.
palms are
Oh
sweaty.
yeah, that's true because that's what happens when there's a plot hole in the universe.
Yeah.
Everything turns into
Oh,
linguini.
Loki.
Yeah, you got it. There you go.
Why didn't
Oh my
everything
God.
turn into what's the I literally don't know the names of any other types of pasta. What's the
Penny.
yeah
Why is
does the
everything not
universe
turned to
turn
penny
into that?
pasta?
Exactly.
Actually, so I've heard or I saw a Discovery Channel thing many years ago that said that the whole thing about turning spaghetti is not even true because it's like the force of the gravity is so strong that it pulls you in so fast that it counteracts the force of the gravity crushing you or something. And so you would like actually go into a black hole and not realize, like you wouldn't feel it. You would just go through it.
Well, that's nice. You wouldn't
So
want to
there you
feel
go.
it.
Wait, what? But have you verified that?
Not yet. We're gonna crowdfund for Adam to test this firsthand, but
Oh my god.
there is a problem that apparently you can't ever actually see something enter a black hole because you can't get the
yeah.
information back.
That's
Well, you only
annoying.
ever see it. You see it as like a still image that then.
I know a
turns
film
red.
that solves that problem.
Exactly. What?
Yeah, Interstellar.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
That's your
Interstellar.
favorite movie of all time, isn't it, Mubes?
It's
Let's talk about Tenet
I
in
don't
our
even know
last
if you can
5
call it a
minutes of the
film.
show.
It's-
I haven't seen
it's
Tenet, so I
inspiration.
can't say anything about it.
Why not? That movie's
Did you see
amazing,
Tenet?
Fringy. You gotta see
I
it.
don't know if I'm eager to watch. I saw Oppenheimer. I imagine that it has a lot in common with Tenet. You know?
Yeah. I feel like if you've seen Oppenheimer, you've seen Tenet, you know?
Yeah,
Oppenheimer
exactly.
takes place backwards. I
haven't seen Oppenheimer, so I don't know if that's true.
They
Well,
Oh.
they pulled
It's
the bomb
directed by
up from
Nolan. Isn't that all you
Hiroshima?
need? You know, that's close enough.
Okay. Did you see Tenet, Mulder?
No, why would I watch
Oh
a
my
movie
god, you guys
that
never saw
Do you?
Tenet.
What?
we
Really?
just explained? I was going to wait for Oppenheimer. I didn't see the need for seeing Tenet. I could just see
What's,
Oppenheimer.
what is your take on Interstellar?
I thought it was known by you guys. Have we not talked about this, or have we talked about
I
this?
don't remember.
Look,
I thought you didn't
look,
like it, but I don't know. This
Look, I'm
episode.
opening up a notepad right now so I can
All right.
start keeping track of all your movie takes.
Good. Make a big web. Interstellar's
Look,
fucking
I judge
terrible.
movies by how good the robots are. That's one of my top criterias for movies. So
Tars isn't even that good. You were tricked.
No, it's amazing. Are you kidding
Okay,
me?
boy. Good movie with a
No.
good robot. Moon.
Moon's
Oh yeah,
fucking
Moon
great.
is amazing.
I
Yeah.
haven't seen it yet.
You
I
better
need
be
to.
careful calling that robot good, though. It's Kevin Spacey
I-
bot. I don't know if you know that.
Well, I guess. Well, listen. That robot is innocent till proven guilty. Okay.
All right. I agree.
All right, our guest is here now, so I guess we're saying
Oh.
goodbye, guys.
Thanks
Well,
for
it was
coming on,
fun.
guys.
Yeah,
Congrats
congrats
on
on
making it this
300.
far. I
What? No,
didn't know
no
that-
tears. You guys aren't gonna cry.
Maybe I'm crying. You don't know.
I'm crying.
Okay.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's right. You don't know.
I'm so sad the show
crying.
is still going.
Oh wow! Why?
Nice.
Man, these two are so mean. I'm.
Nice.
I like Adam and
Congratulations.
Sitch. What do you mean, Friggy? They're great.
Ah,
Who?
look, yes.
Who do you?
Thank you. Look,
Terrible.
Mauler, I heard you. I know what I know what you're saying. Thank you for
Hell yeah.
thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing the celebration with us.
Absolutely. Anytime, lads, and best of
And
luck
we-
with the rest. Of
We
whatever
owe you
get
one,
up to.
and we'll have you on again to do the Fight Club
Fight
video.
Club. Yeah.
There you
Sweet.
go.
See you there. I
All right,
suppose.
take care,
Take
guys.
care.
Catch you later,
Bye.
lads. See you. Boy.
Boy. Twitter sucks for $69. Thank you so much. Twitter sucks says I had a debilitating migraine since Friday, but I just want to pop in and say that you guys are the least tolerable conservatives on the platform. Though that may be the correct opinion, you guys constantly bring great content. Keep it up. 300. Well, thank you so much. Twitter sucks.
Least tolerable. I like that. I know what you're doing there. That's awesome. Yeah.
That is, yeah.
And thank you also for supporting the show as much as you do. Twitter sucks. I know I see you super chatting us all the time. It sucks about your head, man. I like don't let it go too far. Like maybe you've got something wrong with you. So
Right.
Yeah.
Go to a doctor. How you doing? Think before you sleep.
Can you hear me?
We can
Yeah.
hear you.
What's up?
good. That's,
welcome back.
Did we use Zoom last time or did we use Streamlabs?
We used Discord last time. Don't you remember?
No, we use Zoom. What are you talking about?
I was trying to guess.
I don't have an avatar up. I'm having to like figure this out live.
I have your
20 minutes
avatar.
late.
Look, I have your avatar up, so you don't have to worry.
Sweet. It's like
all
I'm
we want
like
to
I'm
hear
there.
is that sweet voice of yours, that sweet
Right.
silky voice.
Thank
How you doing, man? Thanks for
doing pretty well.
Thanks for joining in and celebrating our 300th show with us.
Well, congratulations.
I think this is your second appearance, so
correct.
Very cool. How you doing?
Yeah, we covered your response to Noah Samson. That's his name.
In this stream or
no, in the past. That was the first.
Oh, right, yeah. I was like, right. You already.
No.
The not the second one.
Was there ever a response to any of your second responses or no?
No, he's been like
he's scared now.
He's been missing in action for like a month.
Like making any content?
He hasn't made content in a while. Wow. He's like having some sort of life issues, I guess. So, as much as I disagree with him, hopefully he gets better.
Sure.
Yeah, that's always good.
Yeah.
So we want to talk to you about something, but our first question for guests is always, what do you want to talk about? Is there anything you want to talk about?
I don't know. Recently, like, I feel like as your opinions get more nuanced, people push back a lot more, and like as much as people say they want nuanced and fair takes, you'll get the most pushback on videos where you try to have fair takes. So
that's so true. Holy
things
shit,
like that are kind of annoying.
Yes, everyone wants a very simplistic, like my side right, other side bad take. Yes.
I think it's possible to give nuanced takes, but you have to be incredibly careful about how you go about them. And not make any mistakes you have to not make any mistakes in the nuanced take. And you also have to say a particular metaphor that the side that would hate that take would agree with. So you have to be like super, super careful about it.
What was the take that you had that kind of led to all this?
Oh, I'm malding because I recently released a video. Do you guys know about the whole Cheesecake Factory situation?
No.
Yes, of course I do. Yeah.
So apparently
give the background for somebody who might not know, like Sitch. He doesn't know what's going on.
So there was a video of a person who I guess allegedly live streamed a date that she went on where a guy was supposed to be taking her to a nice restaurant, but he pulls up to in the parking lot and it's Cheesecake Factory, and she flips out and records the whole conversation, acts very entitled and mean and weird. And it turns out all that was fake. So
no way. I didn't know that part of it.
Yeah, it was fake. I was like, because people doubt every internet video, so I was like, okay, let's see their evidence that's fake, and I usually do that before I pick a topic because I always like to assume things are fake. Because the consequences of me reacting to a video that ends up being fake are pretty huge. It's because I spend 1 to 2 weeks on each video.
Right.
So what would the consequences be? Would you set it to private or?
I mean, it really depends. Like, it depends on how much the fake video affects the situation. So in this case, there's still because it was. Do you guys know who She-Ra is?
No.
She-Ra 7 is like
a He-Man lady.
No, she's maybe she was a fan of He-Man. She's a person like she's like think of the manosphere, but think of like the opposite of that, where it's like the manosphere is saying all women are gold diggers, and on the gold digger end of that, she's teaching people how to do that. And so
how to be gold diggers.
Yeah, how to be gold diggers. Like it's really ironic, and plus she's actually pretty good at humor. It's too bad she doesn't debate, because I'd love to see these two.
But
is
she good at teaching women to be gold diggers? That's like the question.
I've watched enough of her content to where I genuinely think if people followed her advice, it would work. But the problem is that she recommends toxic relationships.
Right.
So she's like, okay, get a guy who's kind of like a wuss, who's 15 to 25 years older than you. Here's how you handle all these situations to make sure he gives you like a show in the relationship that you like to be financially spoiled, that you have certain expectations. I think all that shit will work if you hit the right target. However, the problem is everybody thinks they're going to get a multi-millionaire guy who's going to simp for them. And so they're focused on these weird relationships that are actually abusive instead of focusing on good relationships. So the issue with that, obviously the person who was faking the video was trying to mimic being a follower of She-Ra, and she even like copied her speaking patterns and everything like that. Is that these people, she's still creating, she's actually very, very popular on TikTok because people re-upload her content. So people who follow her content are massive creators like the Wizard Liz. She has 4 million, I think 5 million subscribers. There are other smaller creators. One's named Nadine Hui, who has like, I think a couple 100,000 followers on TikTok. And so this whole culture around being financially spoiled girlies and basically getting whatever you can from a man. and not really. I mean, I think it's okay if you have what they call like the financial appetite of dating someone who's more wealthy, that's fine. But you really should be thinking about, if you're going to date somebody who has that kind of wealth, is there any sort of like niceties? Is there any way you should treat them, or should you just be abusing them? And the problem is that these channels just recommend that you abuse rich people and extract as many resources as possible. And in every, you can watch the Wizard Liz is kind of like a self-help person, but you can watch her videos. And I don't think I've watched any video where she talks about how to treat a partner well. It's more like, here's what I got from my partner. Here's how I get more resources from my partner. Here's how I self-improved.
What is the rationale?
Well, wait. There are three things. Number one,
Okay,
Adam, take the picture out.
What are you talking about?
I see the background that you put in. You're not
Look,
sneaky.
we're supposed to be talking about strict gender
Take it
roles.
out.
This is like perfect for this conversation.
Take it out. Number one. Number two. So you're saying people were saying in the chat that it was real, that they did an interview afterwards.
Oh no, it was fake. I think so the reason, so what happened was, when I was doing research, is like, oh, this is actually, the acting was very, very good, by the way. Like, it fooled pretty much everybody. And
this is the first I'm hearing it's not real. I thought it was real.
Yeah,
it's pretty good. Yeah.
So the people were saying, oh, look at this on this TikTok account where this person she just uploads a bunch of fake skit videos. Right. And I was like, oh, well, so I went and looked at the TikTok account, and it was of another Black lady who looked very similar to her. But it's like, these two people don't have the same face, and they don't have the same voice. I can hear her speak. And so it's like, okay, well, this person just re-uploaded it. It's TikTok. People steal content on TikTok all the time. So that's probably what happened. And then I found no other information. And then when I uploaded the video, like the first 10 comments were like, it's fake. I was like, okay, if it's one person saying it's fake, there's probably a little bit of reason. They're probably just the people who looked at the channel it was uploaded to and mistook the person for the uploader, even though it was a different person. But when like 10 people say it's fake, 20 people say it's fake, okay, I'm probably wrong. So I went and looked it up, and then another person who, you can just go to the pinned comment of that video, showed 2 different takes of the Cheesecake Factory video.
There are 2 different takes.
Yeah.
So you did do a video on it. So there were kind of ramifications. Okay. Fascinating.
There were 2 different takes in the same video, or there were 2 different takes?
2 different takes of the cheese. They were like, here's the scene where she says, I'm not going in. And like, one was like very, very pissed off and mad, like she was being more of a bitch. The other one, where she was the one they actually ended up using, she was being more sassy. I can send you the link to that.
No, but like, where did people find this other take? Is it just on the internet somewhere?
Somebody, so apparently this is alleged. I haven't done too much research into say this is fact, but apparently the person who interviewed her, Kevin Wesley, is the one who set it all up, allegedly.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So he obviously knows it's fake, and he keeps pretending it's real because he found the people. And it's a little bit suspicious, where it's like, oh, these random people on the internet, you were just magically able to find them a week later, and they also happen to live in the same city as you, which is weird.
Right.
Very weird.
Yeah. So, but they held their characters together so well, especially in the interview. The interview makes it even more believable, because it's like they're acting as they should, where this guy's like, oh, Cheesecake Factory is like a special moment to me. It's like a family thing, versus like, and it just seems like the guy would, that type of guy would say that. He's like very, very reserved about what his job. He's like, oh, I'm a resident. Doesn't say he's a doctor. He even they even say like manosphere terminology, and he gets like embarrassed, like, I don't really want to be associated with that, which is, I don't think, you wouldn't think if someone's hiring a person to say to make some sort of manosphere point that they would hire someone who'd be shy. He's like, yeah, I am the alpha Chad. He'd think he'd lean more into it.
Yeah,
so
I guess.
I don't know if it was just like incredibly lucky that they got the acting correct, or if it was very well planned out. But they did a really good job with that in terms of faking it. So in terms of the ramifications for a video being fake, it depends on how fake it is. There was a episode of Kitchen Nightmares that I did where the narrative was this lazy hoe wife who's cheating on her husband, lets her husband do all the work while she goes and does her nails all day and sits and walks the treadmill at the gym and watches TV. So that was the narrative of the episode. This husband's working 12 hours a day while the wife is doing nothing. I did more research on it, and I was basically done with this video. And I was looking for pictures to put up to kind of show what's going on. I mean, this video was 1 hour from being done after like a week of work, and
Oh,
a week of 12-hour days. So I looked at the video, and I saw a picture of a kid. I was like, well, that's a total. They didn't mention she had a kid at all in the show. Or they had a kid because they're still married to this day. Well, it's like, oh, that's why she's not at the restaurant. She's busy taking care of her child. And then if we're talking about what, in terms of my philosophical values, where Gordon Ramsay's telling her to work instead of be a stay-at-home mom, like I'm not gonna. I mean, if people want to work instead of if they want to do a 2 working parent household, I don't have that much of a problem. Economically, it's a little bit hard to have a working parent household. But if my whole point was that I typically try to find people who are looking to have one parent stay home and one parent who doesn't, why would I sit there and promote that? And then also promote a story that was completely fabricated and fake. And the kind of the crucial point of the advice in the story relied on her actually being lazy. So in that case, I just threw the video away.
That sucks.
In this case, where it's like, okay, but the real thing that sucked is that the video being fake causes people to not listen to the bait and switch, where it's like, oh, you think I'm going to talk about this really entitled chick, but I'm actually going to talk about both the manosphere and the entitled chicks and how they're both related. Because there was like she's obviously, this person's supposed to be, the guy Jay, the Indian guy, was looking for marriage, and it's like, oh, this is how you're going to treat your husband, versus like here's how a popular manosphere guy treats his wife, where he does his wedding vows. Donovan Sharp is his name. He does his wedding vows. He uploaded it to YouTube for some reason, where he says, I was fine before I met you. I would be fine if you were out of my life. I'm glad I turned you into the woman that you are today. Basically, his whole wedding vows are not like, I promised to do this for you. You're so great. And it was more like a narcissistic, like,
wow.
I made you and you're mine. I own you.
Sounds awful.
So yeah. Well, and it's an interesting thing too with the Cheesecake Factory thing. There's a whole, I assume there's a whole conversation about people's reaction to it, which would have a similar conversation about whether the video, regardless of whether the video is true or not.
Yeah.
Because there'd be people that defend the guy, there'd be people that defend the girl.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's what you were kind of talking about.
Yeah, and that too. That's why the video, it's not like the core narrative was not super reliant on that particular video being true. I had to drop I dropped Tiger King as well when that initially came out with the whole thing about Carol Baskin. I was going to talk about her situation, but it turns out all that was fake. Right. They initially got Carol Baskin onto the show to be like, oh, she went on thinking that she was going to talk about wildlife rescues and how to and also mainly to promote a bill that would make it illegal to own tigers. And they deceptively edited the entire thing to make it look like she killed her husband and that she was basically the same as Joe Exotic, who pointed a loaded firearm at the cameraman and had a discharge in his direction. I don't know if people like realize that. Because I was rewatching it, I was like, wait, because he's like messy. He's like pointing the gun at the camera, like, let me do this cool shot for my little home video. And he accidentally misfires it into the air off of the side, but it's in the direction of the cameraman.
Right.
And there are people defending this guy. It's like, you could have killed that guy.
Almost Alec Baldwin him.
Yeah, basically.
So what was, okay, so just because I haven't seen the video, so I'm assuming what's going on. So the guy says, I'm going to take you to a fancy restaurant. And it turns out it's Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
And she gets very upset by this because, like, people can do, like, I guess there's an argument about is Cheesecake Factory like a fancy restaurant or not. And so what was the conversation around this drama?
Yeah, it really depends on the context. For a guy who is like, he started out by saying, I'm going to take you to fine dining, which I think is very stupid to do on a first date, especially with someone you don't know. Like,
this is the first date.
This is the first date. Yeah, so it's like,
okay,
I'm going
right.
to.
Why would you ever take someone fine dining to first date unless you're just trying to show off that you're like,
yeah, basically he's leading with his wallet. So it's like, if you're going to do that, then like, why would you go to Cheesecake Factory as a secondary date? That's like, you basically just looked up fine dining restaurant on the internet, called the first one, and that's what you chose. And as a person who's been to fine dining before, Brittany and I walked into one day, just like, oh, let's just see what this is. Like, I've never been to fine dining before. Let's have some fun. One of the worst restaurant experiences I've ever had, and also cost a shitload of money. So,
really?
yes.
What was the matter with it? Look, I've been to some fine dining places. It's not so bad.
Oh no, I'm sure there are, but you want to do your research first.
Oh yeah.
So the steak was $70. They sent it out to us, and it was improperly cooked. It was overcooked. So we had to send it back, and then we finally got the actual steak, and it was horrible. Like there's a place that's really close to us that's like one of those like video game restaurants that you can play like a little Super Nintendo and eat food. They have an $18 steak that is probably twice as good as the fine dining steak.
Wow.
Yeah, playing games. I mean, that seems like fine dining to me. That sounds awesome.
Well, the cool thing about this particular place is like it's like you could remove the games from the restaurant. It'd be a fantastic restaurant. The food is really, really good.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
So the reason Cheesecake Factory in that case is wrong because it's a very uncreative situation. The guy's like, this is where I go with my family and like stuff like that, where it's like, I mean, either do the fine dining situation or find some really like exclusive place, like a cool local coffee shop that's somewhere that people wouldn't normally go. Like it's a very uncreative date in that case. And people got pissed off that I criticized him for that. I was like, yeah, but do you want to have boring dates every time you go out? You're gonna have to go out with this person for 30, 40, 50 years if you're going to marry them, and you want to always just go to the same restaurant over and over again.
They have a big menu.
Isn't that usually the sign of a bad restaurant?
Right. I mean,
I get nervous when I see
about it, I guess.
Yeah, I get nervous when I see the 100 items on the menu. I've never had at this point good food from a menu that big.
I mean, Cheesecake Factory is decent. I don't have a problem with Cheesecake Factory.
It's good. Like I gave a top. I was like, okay, so if you're going to a restaurant like that, isn't Cheesecake Factory like a little bit expensive for a chain restaurant?
Yes.
It's been a while.
Cheesecake Factory is not cheap at all.
It's like a higher end chain restaurant, I guess. Maybe you'd call it. Yeah.
So in my case, it's like, okay, well, if you're young and like you're not established in your career, that would be definitely like a strong fine dining choice. Like that would be like a very upscale restaurant for you. But really, I don't think it's genuinely a good idea to lead with your wallet in cases of dating. Anyways, it's much better to be more and more creative and do things that are fun and interesting. And then I told people how to do that, and like most people got it. They're like, oh, okay. But there were a lot of people like, how dare you suggest that I go and research date ideas? Why can't you just be satisfied with Taco Bell?
What? These people not understand like human interaction or something? Like
it's very well, it's like they listen to content that tells them otherwise. So it's like when you start listening to stuff like Fresh and Fit, you start to believe, well, why shouldn't I just take her to Taco Bell?
I mean, if you're got to be so fucking charismatic if you want to pull that. I mean, which you can, but I doubt someone that leave a comment like that would be that person. Or
you're going to get someone very plain, or you're going to get the girl that they don't want. Because as much as they laugh at like super entitled women who's like a 3 out of 10, they think they're an 11. A lot of them have the same beliefs where it's like they deserve some chick who spends 3 hours a day on her appearance. And
they're taking you to Taco Bell.
Yeah, and then also by the way, works a job because they're not traditional. As much as people say Manosphere Street people are traditional, they're not traditional at all. No. Like they expect women to work. So which again, if you have that philosophy, I think it's fine. But I think it's really hypocritical if you're saying men should do this, but then the woman doesn't get the benefits of that, but you get the benefits from the woman.
Right. I mean, I was going to say, because like it's the irony, as you kind of point out, is it's incredibly entitled to think, oh, I can just take someone on a first date to fast food and they should just swoon all over me. It's like, I mean,
if you're a teenager, I think that's fine.
Yeah, if you're
ice cream, fast food. But I think even if you're an adult, coffee dates are fine, but probably not at Starbucks.
Well, there's a difference between a coffee date and like a dinner date.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't, as an adult, take a woman on a first date to a fast food restaurant.
I would never go to a fast food restaurant.
Well, there you go. But if you did and they looked at you kind of funny, I mean, that would make sense.
But how is this any different?
Because I don't eat fast food.
Right.
How is this any different than telling a woman that you listen to Weird Al Yankovic on a first date? I see a lot of parallels here.
Okay. How do you feel about Weird Al Yankovic? That's the real question.
I don't know. I listened to him when I was a kid.
When you were a child.
Listen.
Exactly.
When I was like 17.
Right. But you liked him, I assume, when you were 17, right?
Yeah, he had a couple good songs.
Fair enough. See, there you go. See, people that don't like Weird Al are just, they don't have souls at them. I don't know what to tell you. You're some kind of like,
I'm soulless.
I mean,
that's right.
Psychopath.
My mom listened to him when she was younger too. So like,
there you go.
That's how long he's been in the industry.
Yeah, I'm not saying you got to listen. I'm not like, I don't listen to the guy every day. I'm just saying Adam actively doesn't like him. And it's very strange.
Yeah.
It's very strange to me. But okay. So people were mad at you because you were doing this video and they expected you to just like crap all over the woman, and you were saying, no, look, the guy screwed up in here, here, and here.
Yeah, there was one nuance I fucked up on. This is where it's like, okay, maybe I should have. I kind of assumed the audience knew too much about the situation. Where it's like, oh, I've watched the interviews, I've watched all the stuff around it. Where it's like, okay, in this case, this piece of advice would apply. Where she was an hour late to the date, and they had
that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. But he had set it up to where it's like her excuse for being late to the date was, oh, I got off of work late, and she had told him that she was off work late. So that means basically when he was set to get there at 4 p.m., she was just starting to get ready. And I don't know chicks who get ready in 5 minutes who look good. So
hold a second. Look, that's a thing with women, right? That's universal.
As far as I mean, women who are dressing well and stuff like that.
Yes.
Right. I know you I've heard you complain about it a bunch of times. So I know you agree.
Yeah, obviously. Look, and look, not even dressing up. It could just be like shorts and a t-shirt, and it's like, what's going on here? We're like 3 hours into this.
But it has to be the right shorts and t-shirt.
Of course. Oh, there you go. That's right.
True.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So
continue. Go ahead.
So my nuance to that was that, yeah, of course, like if there's no excuse, that's incredibly insulting for a first date to be an hour late. Like he should have either rescheduled or left and be like, this is not worth my time, or rescheduled. But he had communicated that he accepted that she was going to be late because he showed up to her place and stayed there. And then and what I did instead was like, okay, well, if you're going to say this is okay, here's how you solve this problem of, we had a reservation at 5. You could either one meet at the restaurant. I don't know why the fuck they didn't meet at the restaurant in this example. I guess that was kind of a part of it was fake so they can create drama because they're not meeting there.
Right.
So had that, if you wanted to continue the date under the circumstances, here's what you could have done. Or preferably, why did you schedule the date right after she gets off of work? It just seems like you should have just gone for like an hour after that, in case there was traffic, which is pretty reasonable. She didn't have to get off work late. There could have been a car accident that took an extra hour to get around. So under that circumstance where it wasn't nuanced, where yeah, in this case he should have left, but because he accepted the hour lateness, here's what could have been done. And
so I don't understand. What were people were mad that you said that he fucked up here? Or
yeah, I mean, I try to say, like, if he's trying to get someone who is quality, not someone who just does whatever, here's how you plan good dates. Here's how you nuance the conversation. Like, why are you meeting at her apartment and asking to walk in? That's very non-traditional.
Yeah, on a first date, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, like if you want someone who's more promiscuous, if you're doing that. Also say I kind of forgot. So things like that, where it's like, obviously most of the criticism is going to be levied on her because she's the more wrong party. But if you don't want chicks who will do that to you, here's how you act differently.
Right. Okay. And then with her, obviously, so they drive to the place, she gets upset. And what happens? Because I haven't seen the video when she gets
upset and pulls out her camera and starts filming the event without his knowledge.
Ooh, okay. So that's a huge major strike.
Which again is very believable. I mean, we just had 6 months ago, girls in the gym were filming random strangers and then calling them sexual predators.
Right.
So it's like, again, why wouldn't you believe that?
Yeah.
Is that still going on? I feel like it is. I feel like I see one of those every day now.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Time for another video on it. Thanks.
Well, see, but now they're so popular as a genre. Who knows how many of them are even real at this point?
Yeah, it's now it's like there was a video I got that got posted on Brittany's timeline where a girl was yelling at another girl for parking next to her boyfriend's car, and I was like, after this Cheesecake Factory thing, that shit's fake. And then turns out later the video ended up being fake.
That's like, oh my god, it's gonna be funny. People are gonna start going to ChatGPT and saying like, what's a good fake viral video I can make? There's gonna be a million of these ideas. It's
awful. The problem is if you're going for only viral videos and you're asking ChatGPT for that, you're only going to have one video and that's it. So you're not gonna really be a content creator at that point. You have to be able to regulate content that gets views.
You just listen. And if you use ChatGPT, you just keep hitting refresh. It'll keep coming up with new ideas. Okay. I'll keep coming up with a million of them.
But that happens all the time, where if someone did this viral hit and doesn't know how to repeat their success, and then they just die out.
Sure. And that's where ChatGPT comes. So
Yeah,
okay, so yeah, I mean, it sounds like obviously, but it's fake, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I mean, the woman's completely wrong. Filming the guy, and like, and even if he did all these things that are wrong, you could still, you don't have to be a bitch about it and yell at him that they
Yeah,
went to Cheesecake
here's how to
Factory.
communicate more reasonably. You could
Right.
have just said, I'm not really a fan of Cheesecake Factory. Is there somewhere else we can go?
Sure, or just go there and enjoy the meal. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you could. It really depends.
Right. Right.
So,
Okay.
so you did one of these
'cause-
videos on Nightmare Kitchen, and you ended up not publishing that. That
Yeah,
was the
Kitchen-
one that you lost. Kitchen Nightmares. You lost a week
so
on that.
Yeah.
But this one you did publish.
So I didn't find out was fake until after I published it.
Right. And you're going to leave it up, obviously, because there's value there beyond it just being fake.
Yes. The unfortunate part about it being not real is people are going to ignore all the other shit that was in the video because of that.
Right. They're just going to go, it's fake. I got to admit, a little bit knowing the story is fake just makes me think, ignore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
basically. And
I
so
see.
it's
Mhm.
it's the problem is that these are clips I can never use again, like that Donovan Sharp clip where he's just insulting his wife the whole time. Fresh and Fit clips where they're saying you should be able to cheat on your partner, and that's going to be a high value relationship, and giving all kinds of excuses for it. It's like, first off, it started out like, because if you want to nuance Fresh and Fit, they'll say, okay, well, here's what's going to happen. If you're going to date a rich guy who's a multimillionaire, they're probably going to cheat. Just accept that. Which is like, yeah, it's not the greatest advice, but okay, maybe people should be more realistic in that terminology, because a lot of people who are rich are really sociopathic. Then it turned into the clip I showed in my video where it's like, guys just have to like do all this work to be even seen as attractive, therefore they should be able to cheat whenever they want, but women shouldn't be able to cheat. Ignoring
that's a real Fresh and Fit clip.
Yes.
I mean, that seems logical, at least.
Well, they ignored like how much time women spend on fashion, how much time they spend on their hair, how much time
good
they spend
point.
on
Good
It's
point.
like
Yeah.
women spend infinitely more time on being attractive, and like all the women who don't, you don't notice them. I put Just Pearly
True.
Things as an
Yeah.
example in that video where it's like she constantly had these videos before she got say air quote famous, because her channel doesn't do very well. Where she would make like, I was always second choice, people just ignored me, they just wanted my friends who are more attractive. So the girls, there are girls who have that same sort of demeanor. You just don't notice them. You just don't notice the ones who take care of themselves. You're only looking at the ones who do.
Has Pearl stopped taking care of herself since she's like, quote, YouTube famous?
No,
seems
like she's trying, but she still does the same things that are like her hair is like always unwashed and not brushed. It's always flat to her head. She's wearing outfits that are the wrong color.
Brittany made a video. One of the videos I've watched of hers is like giving Pearl like beauty tips that seemed very useful, very practical. I was like, oh, this is good.
Yeah, the whole point is to make fun of the person, but also be useful with it. It's infotainment.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Pearl needs to go hire like a fashion person to go help her out.
Yeah, well, no, that fashion person clearly did not know
Oh,
what
that's
he was
right.
doing.
She hired a terrible fashion person.
Where it's like I'm not like super into fashion. I can instantly tell all the outfits he picked out looked awful on her. Like I couldn't tell you like what she needed. Like I couldn't sit there like Brittany and be like, oh, she's a pear shape, she needs to do blah 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 blah. Wear these specific colors and just like look at a chart and say, here's what you wear. Couldn't do any of that, but you could instantly tell the outfits were terrible.
Or should just hire Brittany.
Maybe. You would think, because she's
reach out.
There are videos of her like where you see like a look at her family, and none of her family has self-care. They all look like they don't shower. So it's like you make so much money, just pay someone to solve this problem for you. Like you're all multimillionaires. You live in a huge house. You have apparently endless amounts of money because they can fund Pearl despite her channel not getting views. I mean,
maybe that's why they don't have self-care, is because they're just so like rich and detached from like life. I guess they can get away with it.
Maybe, but Brittany wasn't the only person who was pointing that stuff out.
Like, I mean,
her point was like a lot
showering.
of people are pointing that out. Well, obviously they probably shower, but she's like not washing her hair properly, using the proper products, or brushing it, or maintaining it, or styling it in the appropriate way.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
Pearl's one of the fastest. Someone said in the comments, Pearl's one of the fastest growing YouTubers. Yeah, because she abuses the shorts algorithm. If you look at her live streams, if you look at her actual videos, none of them really get any views. She
Just
barely
the shorts get views.
Oh yeah, her shorts get a lot of views.
Mm-hmm.
Like an insane
I can
amount.
use your name, right? I can't remember if it was okay if I use your name.
Oh yeah, it's Sean.
Sean, yeah, that's okay, cool. Yeah, Sean, you really know a lot about this YouTube stuff. Sitch and I argue about this stuff all the time behind the scenes. Like we should, work out a 3-way call or something. You can school us.
You want some live? You want some live advice now?
Well, I mean, I don't know
if anyone cares to hear about shop talk.
Yeah.
I mean,
but look, if you want to come on a Tuesday stream and talk about it when we're just, shooting the shit, definitely do. Yeah.
Someone said she buys views. She would be getting more views if she bought views.
That's like what is why would someone buy views? You don't get advertising dollars when you buy views, right? Or you?
I mean, in the past it would make more sense because advertisers were more willing to pay a lot of money.
Oh yeah, and you do sponsors.
I've heard about people who are older YouTubers and what the ad deals they used to get, and they used to get shitloads of money for just like 10,000 views.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so before the economic crash, you still get paid pretty decently. So it makes sense to lie about your views so you can get a little bit of money from ad revenue. But now ad companies are paying nothing. So it's like, why even do ads?
Brittany's in the chat. What's up, Brittany?
LOL.
So let's talk about gender roles.
Yes.
Gender roles.
Yeah.
What is do you subscribe to strict gender roles? Are you a communist for gender roles? No gender roles? What's going on here?
So before I say that, I do want to clarify, like, if people think differently, they can do what they want. I often get like it's shoebox or whatever. The people like box me into this thing where it's like, I think this way, therefore everybody should act that way. I don't think everybody should act the way I do.
Wow, you're a fence-sitting centrist. I want you to make a strong prescription and demand that everyone has to follow it.
Yeah, like people are like, oh no, he's more centrist now. It's like, isn't what people were asking for? Have a fair and nuanced take that actually helps people. Again, if they think of it this way with the Cheesecake Factory thing, if I just shit on the girl in the green dress who didn't want to go to Cheesecake Factory, the guy doesn't improve. He just gets to laugh for 5 seconds about how much of a bitch this girl was. And then he goes back to being a loser who can't get an
Self-improvement's
8.
hard, though. I want to just laugh at someone and make me feel momentarily better about my own life.
You can read like Machiavellian books where it's like, don't actually help people. Just make them think you're helping them and make a cult. Because here's the truth: that self-improvement is actually very hard and takes a ton of years, and nobody really wants to do it. Therefore, just a lot of people make money and print money off of them.
True.
So I could do that. I mean, Fresh and Fit certainly do that. There are a lot of YouTubers who certainly do that. But to answer the question about gender roles, so yeah, we're pretty strict about that in this case.
Well, look on while we're talking about it. So it does seem like you are interested in helping people maybe get a decent relationship, and it seems like the red pill is kind of, they give lip service to kind of doing that, right?
But they don't do it. None of them do it.
Right. They pitch themselves as self-improvement.
Well, it's hard to say, like, I've watched a lot of the red pillars in question quite a bit, and they barely offer self-help advice that actually is helpful. They can say things like work hard. Okay, but where's the specific advice in that? If I'm some loser who lives in his mother's basement and can't handle more than an hour of work, how do I go from that to working an 8-hour shift? A lot of people don't know how to make that transition.
Right. Yeah.
So without any sort of practical advice, people just think this is too overwhelming. How am I supposed to do this? And they just do nothing.
Right.
So I can say things like have good fashion, but what the fuck does that mean? Because I mean, that's not important just for relationships. It's important for every interaction that you have. How are you supposed to get a job if you dress like a homeless person?
Right.
How are you supposed to get, I mean, you're going to be a lot more likely to get a high level job, like where you're getting paid $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 a year if you can dress well. Because people are very superficial and they're going to make most of the decision whether they like you or not based on the first things they see.
No, I've listened to a ton of your videos and you're always giving good, sound, practical advice that I tend to agree with, but I know people will mischaracterize as like right-wing.
Well, it really depends. Like I recently watched a person, I guess he's on the left. I don't think he's a full-on leftist, but it's like, I watched a video, he reacted to a Noah Sampson video of mine. I was like, God, these takes are horrendous. Where he does the Hassan or Vosh thing where he like didn't pre-watch the video. So he's saying things that I addressed 10 minutes later. He's like, he won't talk about this. He won't talk about the study. He's like, dude, I talk about the study in 5 minutes. I'm building up. I'm trying to say this study is a big deal. Noah's building it up a lot. Oh shit, it's the wrong study. That's why that has effect. It's because of the buildup. It's if I start the video out with a 10 seconds in, it was the wrong study, then nobody cares. That's terrible writing.
Yeah.
So he was one of those guys. But also when you looked at a different video where it's like, oh, okay, he starts up this, here's what I think about this, and he sees me saying, here's what we think the same things. He's like, oh, okay, we'll give you credit for that. Versus someone like, let's say like Hassan will never give you credit for agreeing with them.
Well, there's so much partisanship that goes on. I do think, like what you were saying is practical advice about fashion. Like fashion does make an impression on people, both in professional life and in your personal life. But I could see someone on the left spinning that to like, oh man, people don't have money. They're poor. They can't do this. And you're putting them at a disadvantage just because you're explaining, well, this is how life works. It doesn't necessarily, it's not prescriptive. It's descriptive.
Yeah. And probably the best thing about that is that most of the fashion tips and behavioral tips that you need to be attractive are free.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Most
YouTube is a great resource. For
no, I'm saying like most of the changes that you would make. So I don't know if you watched this video, but there was a video I did about a guy named Alex who talked to Dr. K, and he spent $8,000 on pickup artists, which seems like an incredible waste of money.
Wasted money. Like, yes, you could have an amazing wardrobe for that much.
Like these pickup. I don't. One of the old ones, Real Social Dynamics. Do you know about those guys?
I haven't heard of them. No.
They would charge you $3,000. I guess they got. I mean, one of them was like a sex offender.
Wow.
Not. I don't think like legally, but like he was like doing some really shady shit. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know his name was RSD Julian.
We had Rolo on one time, and I tried to get him back on again because Brittany and Lauren Southern did that little troll on him, but we couldn't get him back on. So.
Oh no, because you guys have MAULER on. Do you guys know the Geeks and Gamers people?
Yeah. We don't know them, but we know them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because Rolo might associate you with them, and now Rolo hates them because he was a big fan. That turns out that a lot of them don't like him. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
So there was Real Social Dynamics used to charge like $3,000 for a 2-day PUA course. And I'm just thinking like all the things that you could do that you would do first before you would learn pickup artistry are way cheaper. So the person who was in the Dr. K video, Alex, had probably a horde of mental health issues. $3,000 would get him, say it's $100 a session, 30 weeks. Or, if it's twice a week, it's 3 months. If it's once a week, it's 6 months of therapy. Would be much more useful than a weekend PUA course. Mm-hmm. Also much more useful, probably would do a lot more for making him more attractive. He had so many speaking issues. It was insane, to where it's like slurred speech, poor enunciation. He does like weird things with his mouth and lips and stuff like that would immediately put someone off. So spending $3,000 on speech therapy would be much more effective than taking any PUA course. And it also would help him get jobs, versus a PUA course is just going to teach you how to walk up to women and say you're attractive and then fail, because he didn't actually learn anything from them.
Right.
So, so that kind of stuff. I mean, you could learn that stuff on YouTube for free if you didn't have the money. Alex clearly did have the money. It seemed like his parents were probably pretty well off. So in that case, but even in the smaller case, so certainly if you're trying to, if you don't have a lot of money, you're trying to save money, then obviously you want to be as knowledgeable about the stuff before you make your first purchase. And a lot of people don't even know the categories they should be looking in to find what's attractive. You can know for a guy, it's jeans and t-shirt, but what types of t-shirts do you wear? Your face shape matters. Your shoulder shape matters. So you could spend, let's say, a ton of money on like a crew neck when you should actually be wearing a Henley top, because that's going to look more attractive for you.
What determines the difference?
I know. I'm thinking. Look, I've bought literally like thousands of T-shirts, and I never knew this.
Is Adam wearing the correct T-shirt for his frame?
Okay, so if you're in a place where people are either very, very far behind developmentally, or they want to be very, very far ahead developmentally, like this is someone who, let's say, they already dressed well and they're looking for the next step. Well, here's how you determine all the next steps. Mm-hmm. Fashion is very, very well, at least until you get to the highest levels, is very, very well planned out. It's very, very easy to find out what you should be wearing if you
Uh-oh.
So, but if you're very, very developmentally behind, a lot of the stuff has to be very specifically explained to you, because they're not going to know, well, hey, colors matter, and here's how you pick correct colors. Shape of the outfit matters. Here's how you pick correct shape. So they need to be boosting their fashion to make up for other developmental problems that they have. Because even if, well, because like,
so you're saying my good looks is like my brute force, even though my T-shirt is completely wrong.
Basically, well, it's like you go from having average stats to one maxed out stat, and you're going to do better with one maxed out stat as opposed to a bunch of average or below average stats, and that's going to even you out so that you don't have to wait 10 years before you can find a relationship. Because a lot of these changes are going to take 5 to 10 years to make.
How developmentally disabled is Adam with his outfit?
That's the question for Brittany. I know how to dress well for me. That's it.
Brittany, you're in the chat. You can look. You can weigh in. Look, actually, I take that back. Brittany, please do not type.
It's gonna be like graphic tee, very tacky.
Please do not type in the chat.
She's gonna get mad at you for having the correct skin tone to wear black, though. So don't ask her.
Oh, okay. Really?
You don't have the correct skin tone?
She Adam does, but Brittany doesn't. Because you can see part of the way you see that, where it's like, if I notice your outfit before I notice your face, it's the wrong color.
Okay. You're dating Brittany, right? Brittany's.
Yeah.
Okay. Brittany is pretty cool. Content creator. She has I am an artist. I draw people. And Brittany has that amazing look that I really like, where her eyes are just a little bit far apart. I think she's commented on it before, so I don't think she's embarrassed about it.
Yeah.
Oh, Brittany says, I'd
be wearing a lighter or warmer color.
Oh, if that was me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, finally someone's not calling me Destiny. They're saying, what if Alt His? I think you had him on like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we're gonna have him on after you too again. So.
Yes, yeah.
People call you Destiny?
Yeah, because it was like I could never debate Destiny because we sound too similar.
I guess a little bit. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Okay, sure.
That really depends. I sound less like him the more natural my voice gets. It really depends.
Okay.
I don't think you sound anything like him, but.
Oh, well, in videos I do more because I just haven't figured out how to correctly project into a video with a script and also sound more like I actually sound.
I feel like I have the exact same problem. That when I would be reading something off a script, it just sounds so different than just me talking right now.
Destiny
has a meeker voice, I guess.
Yeah, your voice is much deeper, but enough about Destiny's voice. It's just sounding a little gay. So.
No, all the fashion talk, it was the non-gay part.
So back to, look, it seems like I'm doing okay. Brittany says wear some lighter colors, but I just feel funny in light colors, so.
I think you look good in pinks. You should get a big pink dress.
Yeah, salmon would do well for you.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just kidding. Let's get back to the strict gender roles. So you said you're in favor of strict gender roles for you personally.
Yeah, and for a certain set of the population, I think it would generally be better if more people were like that. But the problem is that we have a shitty economy. So it's like, how realistic is this? Because I mean, if you, let's say on something I've said about in like fat acceptance videos or videos where I'm talking about weight loss, you'll notice that people who are in these spaces where they grew up fat as a kid or they're fat as adults, they either don't have time or their parents are didn't learn how to cook from their parents, so they end up just eating processed junk food. And because I think a lot of these people haven't had actual good home cooked meals, and so when you don't have actually good home cooked foods, what you'll end up doing is eating lots of high calorie processed crap to make up for the fat to get the stimulation that you would get from a well planned meal. So you have a lot less time to do that if both parents are working, because you're going to get off your 8-hour shift and then you're going to go home and do chores and go to sleep and have a little bit of interaction with your kids. And then even in that case, when you have less time to interact with your kids because you're at work or because when you get home you have to do chores, your kids actually don't end up connecting with you as much. They don't respect you as much, and then they won't if they're going through something in their life, they're not going to listen to you as much as someone who was a stay-at-home parent. So
do you think the stay-at-home parent has to be the mom, or is it just one stay-at-home parent?
I think in general it's going to be, but it doesn't have to be.
Mm-hmm. Well, because like we say strict gender roles, like
That's
what exactly
quite the opposite
does that
of
mean?
strict
Yeah,
gender
'cause that'd be
roles, right?
not
Oh,
strict gender roles,
okay. So okay. So in my case, I would think that, I mean, I wouldn't be a stay-at-home dad. I like working. So
right.
So you could have that. It just generally that's not what happens. Generally, it's women who want to stay home, and generally it's men who want to work. That's not to say you can't flip it around, but it probably won't be like a, you know, where they do gaming industry. It's not going to be a 50-50 situation where there's 50% stay-at-home dads and 50% stay-at-home moms. It's probably going to be more like a 90-10 or a 95-5.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree, but we've had conversations with people who argue that there should be none, that the person that does that, or that society advocating for the acceptance of men staying at home, is going to cause some kind of problem.
Like what? Is it better that other people raise your kids, and you subject them to higher likelihood of abuse and stuff like that? Like I know a lot of the woke people are recommending like community homes, and this is like you're gonna put your kid in basically like an orphanage.
Well, usually, I mean, I would imagine that usually when I hear them argue this, I mean, they've argued to us, they're arguing it versus the woman staying home. They're not arguing it versus a stranger taking care of their kid.
Well, what would a community home be then? I mean, even in the case where it's like if you're a child predator, what easier thing to do than instead of people taking care of their own kids, they're all in the same place. It just sounds like you'd have better opportunity to get at more than one kid.
Right.
And considering that those penalties are pretty light for child predators, that like I think it would just encourage it.
Well, do you think that society is harming men and women by not teaching them classical strict gender rules?
And like you mean like how to fix things, how to cook and clean, how to
like
work
that
hard?
A man should, you know, to be a man means that you're going to do XYZ, and to be a woman means that you're going to stay at home and, you know, make food. Do you think that
society as a whole will suffer from that because these are generally things that people want? They're like a natural attraction thing, whereas some people will fall and be an outlier. But just because someone's an outlier doesn't mean that the general society should follow that. And I think that's kind of a problem that the radical left has, is that they'll say this one outlier exists, therefore the whole system should change.
Right. So, okay, because I mean, you seem to not really have a strict view on this at all. You seem to be pretty, like, you just do what works for you approach.
Well, like I said, in general, in my personal life, I insist on gender roles. I think for society, more people should do it, but I don't think that should be the only option. I think that'd be kind of authoritarian to suggest that everybody has to live like I live. It's kind of the problem I have with woke people, that they're doing that. They're saying everybody has to do these things or else.
So when you say that you insist on gender rules, is it just about working, or is there some other elements here?
Working, being masculine, being the leader. What's the fixing things?
So like being the leader is like, listen, I'm determining where we go to eat tonight. Like what does that mean?
It can be that. So sometimes it's nice if somebody else picks, and having to pick every single time is kind of annoying. But like, yeah, generally stuff like that.
We've all been through the plight of asking a woman where she wants to eat, so I get it, right? Like I understand the feeling. Sometimes you gotta just take charge.
I don't know. Followed by you give a suggestion. No, I don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's why TikTok is so great. TikTok has so many recommendations for good places.
Really?
Like, you never think that there's all these places that are like even out in the middle of nowhere, that there's a ton of fun places to go to.
What is the appropriate time for courtship before asking a woman to marry you?
It depends on your age. If you're younger, whatever, who gives a shit? If you're younger, you've got tons of time. So if a relationship when you're 17 lasts for 3 years, you're not going to suffer any sort of major life consequences. But I would say if you're 22,
it does matter if it's like 2 weeks. Obviously, that's probably going in the wrong direction, right? That's probably inappropriate in the other direction.
Yeah. But what I would personally recommend is if you're 25 for guys, 22 for women is about the time people are ready to get married, or responsible enough and mature enough in this society to get married. Because people are like, well, people used to get married at 15 or whatever. That's probably a little too young. But like people used to get married a lot younger when my parents were younger, or when my parents were getting married. But in today's society, I think it's about 25 for men, 22 for women. I would say probably about a year.
1 year of courtship and then popping the question.
Yeah, because otherwise you get people in these relationships where they're in their mid 20s and it's lasted 6 years. Well, then if that relationship fails, that's it. Like if you're a woman, you want to start having kids or you're doing a new relationship and your goal is to have kids. Now you're 31, you're getting pretty up there, and it's like you're going to spend another year on courtship, another year on marriage and learning how to run a household together, and then like by the time you get to the point where you can have a child, you're 33 or 34.
Right. I do feel like women, when they're getting close to 30 and they've never been married, I do feel like they have that I need to be married, I need to get married kind of clock ticking. I've seen that in friends and whatnot. So
yeah, because they have a lot less leeway than men do, because they have a certain amount of time. If they want to have a child, they can't have it after a certain age. Whereas a guy, people were saying there's some research where it's like if you're 60 or 70, probably not the best thing to be having children as a guy. I don't know if that's real or not, but let's pretend it is for the sake of argument. A guy has probably about 10 extra years.
Right.
Versus he can get a woman of the age that he wants. So there's a lot of time to mess up. Whereas women, they get more in the beginning, but they have less time to work with.
Right. A lot of women are having babies older too, obviously, but like in Los Angeles, they're all doing IVF. So they're having them older because we have this technology now that allows that to actually happen.
That technology isn't 100%. I think it's actually the success rate of it is fairly low. You have to do it a lot, and it's also very, very expensive.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if they extract the eggs in the same way that they extract them through like when you donate eggs, but even the egg donation process is not exactly the safest thing. There's a reason you get paid a lot of money for doing it.
Right.
So there's always going to be risks and consequences to doing things unnaturally. So I don't necessarily think people should be having kids that late. Plus, you have less time with your kids if you're having them when you're 40. If you can even have a kid without miscarrying at 40. So generally, people should be having them younger, not in their late 30s as their first child.
So a lot of people say that the internet has kind of destroyed traditional dating. Do you agree with that assessment? What is your take?
I think it was gone before that. I mean, traditional dating's been gone for a while. And this may have only been like a small point in time where we had maybe traditional idealistic dating where women didn't necessarily have to work so they could stay home with the kids, and men could just focus on their careers because they didn't have to do chores. So you were able to make more money. We had a better economy where you didn't have to have these ridiculously high level skills to make to survive on a single income, because a house wasn't $1 million. A house was, I don't know, maybe $100,000 in today's money. So
it's the economics that have really,
yes, yeah, you can really screw traditionalism by just fucking the economy and making it harder for even in this case where it's like, okay, there was a negative reaction to traditionalism, which is like, and we put a bunch of laws in place to prevent that, where women were getting trapped in relationships that they didn't like and they couldn't leave because they had no money. Well, that's certainly a concern to worry about, but would it be as much of a concern if we had communities around us where, yeah, if she has a bad relationship, she can stay with a friend for a while until she can get on her feet. But let's say a house isn't even that expensive, so she can work a low wage job and still afford a place to live, even if it's a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, or God, the 1 or 2 bedroom apartment in California is like what, $2,400 these days or something like that, something ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
But she can go to a place where it's like you could work a low wage job and still have a place to live, versus now that's not really the case, at least in some of the more popular states. I think it's becoming a lot less the case in Texas. Texas economy is really inflated.
You think it's weird that, so like just to broadly give the label, when we're talking about like traditional dating, traditional values, generally that gets associated with the right and the conservatives in America. And do you think it's weird that socially the right and the conservatives would generally want to have this more kind of traditional setup, but like the man, providing for the woman and all this other stuff. And as you rightfully point out, the economic situation doesn't really match that anymore. But it also seems like it was the right that kind of destroyed that economic situation kind of going forward from the 80s.
How did they destroy it? This
was
is
sort
something I
of
would generally not be that knowledgeable about. This is starting to hit politics.
Well, it was kind of like basically, you had from the 30s to the late 70s, you had a huge focus on giving labor power and keeping unemployment down, and that's kind of what that combined with obviously the fallout of World War II, kind of created a situation where labor in America had a lot of power, and that's kind of how you got the situation where you had an American worker who didn't have a college education could provide for a family with a not necessarily a college degree job. And that kind of created a situation where as labor kind of got more and more expensive, that obviously over time starts to create inflation. And you have this kind of inflation bubble kind of create like building up over time. Because in the 70s, well, when my parents bought a house, even though their house was, very cheap considered by today's standard, the interest rate was like astronomically high. It was like 20% or something compared to, what it would be today. And so the inflation rate just kind of spiraled out of control. And then this, you have the oil embargo that takes place in the late 70s under Carter. And
You're saying there was a labor shortage in that case?
Well, there wasn't a labor shortage. The inflation was caused by the opposite. The labor had so much power that it could just demand a price raise constantly. And then like basically what happened would be labor would say, I want to get paid X. And then inflation, that would cause inflation to go up. And then labor would say, hey, inflation just went up. I want a pay raise. And then that would just keep, going on top of itself, going on top of itself, going on top of itself. Then you have the oil embargo increases that inflation dramatically. And then that spirals out of control. Jimmy Carter, loses the election handily to Reagan. Reagan's like, okay, we're doing sort of the, neoconservative, neoliberal economic policy, and all the jobs are going to get shipped overseas, and we're going to cut, costs for everything. And labor just starts, losing power drastically after that point.
Yeah. So, I guess you can look at it in terms of which society has more wealth or which society has better mental health, because I think wealth is not necessarily the only determinant of the health of society.
Right.
Just because you have lots of things doesn't mean you're happy, or doesn't mean you're, let's say, not happy, let's say fulfilled.
Well, it's interesting. I think that not only is sort of the modern structure of our economy and our society making people unhappy. I mean, I speculate, and I'm curious as you're taking this because you're very into eating healthy. I speculate that there's something that we're ingesting that is making people significantly more anxious that's not really being talked about. I
mean, you can say things like that in general. But I have to, this is something I have to script. There's a lot of things that go into this. People want to talk about weight loss where they say, oh, these extra chemicals in the food are making us more addicted, and they make us want to eat more, and therefore the chemicals are the problem. Whereas you can remove all those chemicals and take a low quality food, put a shitload of sugar, salt, and fat into it, and you'll be addicted to it anyway. Now with the extra chemicals, you're just more addicted to it. So until you resolve the initial problem of the base chemicals that are on the surface, you're not going to really resolve, like, it doesn't really matter about all those excess chemicals. I think the excess chemicals are more so for like allergic reactions or very, very long-term isissues. So
I've heard people say that like there's this claim that gluten now in America is different than it used to be, and that's causing all these problems. Do you know anything about that?
It might cause allergies, but in terms of like significant, in terms of it causing weight gain, in terms of causing anxiety, well, you can think of it from this perspective. If you're fat as a kid and you get made fun of, you're going to have a lot of anxiety going into adulthood.
Right.
So is it some random chemical that you can't pronounce, or is it being overweight as a kid? Is that what we should be? Because like everybody wants to go for the easy thing. Oh, just ban this and the problem's solved. Well, it's not going to be solved because you didn't solve the problem.
Right.
And
so you're saying you think just the environment or just the eating habits are just become toxic as culture, and culturally is really the problem.
That'd be one aspect of it. And so it's like for things to go very, very wrong, you need a lot of different things causing it. So I think what happens is that people think, oh, there's this one root cause, when it's actually like 7 or 8 root causes to these problems. So it's like, okay, let's say you got made fun of as a kid for being fat, but you had good parents who taught you good values. And one day when you were 14, everybody decided to get healthier. You all got healthy, and now you're an adult. Now you still have good communication skills and you're fine. Versus like, you're in a situation where you don't have a good household structure. Your parents are abusive. And so not only are you getting made fun of at school, but now you're getting bullied by your parents. Now you're 21. Now you have no confidence whatsoever. and you're screwed. And then it's probably three more things that are causing your problem that are hard to get rid of, that are making that problem more difficult to solve. So that's what I tend to think it is. It's if you're gonna isolate it down to one thing, you're probably not going to find a more correct answer.
Right. So you said is kind of you're not that interested in like politics.
I'm interested in politics to an extent, but like not to the extent where I feel comfortable doing like very intense political conversations in front of people who are have a much higher expertise than me.
That's smart.
Sure,
that's
but yeah, I mean
smart.
that's just like
I'm not as bad as JonTron, but JonTron clearly when he debated Destiny was not in his element. That was a very bad move from him. So if I'm just talking with friends and family, that yeah, we can have a political conversation. But if I'm talking with people who are like really know what's going on and have all the history behind them and all know exactly how things work in every single political system, or whatever, or at least more intricately than I do, then it's not really fair to the person watching to hear low-level commentary. Like, it's really rude to the audience.
Look, I think the audience kind of likes that stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, because they like the owns. Like, everybody likes Hassan saying stupid shit because then it's easy to make fun of them. But like,
we're not here to make you look bad at all. Like, that's not. Look, our show is really, we try to really examine deep things from a lot of different perspectives, and I mean, we're kind of not afraid to get it wrong, trying to figure something out. But I mean, I totally respect your perspective, obviously.
Well, what I don't want to do is do what Hassan does, where it's like we spent like, I was here for 4 hours. He's like giving a solution to unfair labor markets with a democratic company, and he couldn't explain how to hire somebody.
Right. Yes,
so it's like
exactly.
Because I'm not as politically knowledgeable about, let's say, okay, I know how things work, but I don't know everything that's been tried and worked and everything that hasn't been tried and not worked. Just not having that prior knowledge of things that people have experienced will cause me to give lower quality answers. So what I'll do is I'll start saying things that, here what seems like a good idea versus like,
just
you might know
intuition.
We tried that already. Actually, it was actually horrible. So now I know some of those, and I'm a lot better at that stuff culturally. I'm a lot better at that stuff in terms of like fitness and psychology, stuff like that, where my actual area of expertise is. But in terms of politics, it just seems like I could end up accidentally recommending things that are very, very, very bad for society, and especially as your following gets bigger and bigger, it's very irresponsible to do that.
Yeah,
because like, let's say I recommend something very bad, the video gets 2 million views, and now people are starting to think things like that more in general.
I know. So many of these bad ideas. Look, I've heard a million times people say Jordan Peterson makes descriptive claims, but he doesn't make normative claims. And I know it all began with Destiny. And it's just like the guy published a book called 12 Rules for Life, which are obviously normative claims, like moral claims. It's just so insane that people believe some of the stuff that they believe.
Yeah, because they're not doing research on it. And of course, there's a negative to that where it's a lot more work. I mean, a lot of people just want to do their personality and make fun of their opponent and then get the views, get the money, and then end their day. But if you're going to do due diligence and pre-watch things or do actual research into things, then that's
you come across Sean as a person who really cares about truth and doing right by people.
I do, and even if you do care, you still get a lot of things wrong. So it's like,
of course.
And then the more frustrating thing is you see all the people who know they're getting things wrong and don't care, and they just print money.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, Hassan is the perfect example of this.
Yeah, it's like, then it's like people are like, well, why do people act like this? Well, of course they act like that because it's easy. Because being actually correct about things and humbling yourself when you're wrong, or doing the right thing under a very stressful situation, like dropping a video that you did a week of work on, and having to do that multiple times.
Yeah, most people wouldn't do that.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. No. I mean, there are tons of people who knew the Cheesecake Factory video was fake. Did any of them take the video down? No.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is interesting because I would consider that, even though you're doing it from selected areas that you're very knowledgeable about, like psychology and health and fitness, I mean, I would still call the videos still seem political to me. Like, it still has a political angle to them.
Yeah, they edge on politics, but not fully. I mean, I can tell that it's not fully because people who are on the left can't tell that I'm conservative, or at least have more traditional values. It's harder for them to tell. They ask a lot, so it means I'm centering enough to make myself more ambiguous, so that people who are just looking at the arguments, or more so looking at the arguments versus what political side I'm on.
I mean, that's a good approach.
Which is why I don't
ideally,
announce it in videos.
Right. Ideally, that would be good if that was everyone, or more people, not everyone, but more people were in that kind of like, what exactly, can I easily put them in a left-right box, and you just don't know because what they're saying.
Yeah, and then you're working on preconceived notions. Therefore, this person is in this box, and here's all the things that you're supposed to think about them. Let's shut on them for that.
Right.
Versus actually providing nuance and stuff like that, and trying to say, the more difficult thing is that oftentimes to provide nuance and not get hit by your own biases, you have to sit there and watch videos multiple times. Where it's like, I'll think something was said one way, it was actually said completely different because of the wording used, or because of the emotion behind it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's
I think we asked this, but did you read Height at all?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Or
do you have,
Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow?
Yeah. Do you have a favorite psychology book? I think it's like.
I need to hold on a second. I need to make a note. I need to go on Discord for a second.
Okay.
Let me pause the whole show for that.
Did something happen? Did someone blow up your?
No, I'm just making a note because I'm out of books to read. So
really?
Something now.
Oh, look, I'll send you some.
Mind.
Look, I can send you some DMs. Obviously, if you need
go ahead.
book suggestions. Yeah, if you like psychology, like that's Sitch and like that's basically our favorite thing. So I have Influence by Cialdini is obviously an amazing book. Have you read Why Gender Matters by Leonard Sachs? I think is his name.
Yeah.
No.
That's
more of the psychology. Book. So I've read some traditional psychology, especially like in school and stuff like that. More of the psychology I read now is like, let's say like influencing psychology, because that's what my channel is based on. Like how to get people to like how to win friends and influence people, because that seems to be like the thing people have the most issues with.
Yeah,
in terms
Carnegie,
of,
right? Dale Carnegie.
Yeah, but where it's like it's not specifically Dale Carnegie, but it's more on that side.
Yeah, no, I'll hook you up to
I would call it
super interesting
defensive psychology, which would be like neurolinguistic programming. So people who will use hypnotism techniques to manipulate you and control you, which is very, very relevant in the PUA sphere. I exposed in the video that I did about that guy named Alex. There was a guy who was has a pretty decent sized following, sells pickup artist courses and stuff like that. And it's like you watch his content, and because I'm aware of the hypnotism techniques that are being used, I can look and say he actually didn't teach these guys anything. He just insisted on a single word, said a bunch of nonsense that was related to an emotional state, and then sold a $3,000 course.
Right.
Well, that's what's weird to me about like Tate and a lot of the other people in that sphere is, they're like, listen, I'm going to tell you how to basically manipulate women into, sleeping with you or dating you or even being your whores, I guess. And I'm watching this and I'm like, do the people not realize he's doing that to the guys listening? He's manipulating them to get money. He's doing the exact same thing that he's the same
OnlyFans star that there. He's instead of paying the OnlyFans chick, he's paying Andrew Tate to make fun of the OnlyFans chick.
Yeah, that's why I'm just watching this, and I don't understand how people don't see it.
That's why these. I mean, being a creator, you have to kind of ask how people are doing well, so that you can either one, call out a predatory business model, or two, if it's a good business model that is actually helpful, you can replicate it.
Right.
And so it's like, well, how does Fresh and Fit and like whatever podcast get so much fucking money for their channel? Like they're getting like some of the highest super chats on the platform. Partially the reason for that is people will pay them $100 to make fun of some chick from OnlyFans. So it's like I have these angry preconceived notions about women. They specifically only put women on these shows who are degenerates or OnlyFans people, so it's easy to make fun of them. And I'm now going to pay $100 to make fun of this chick. And then a lot of those same people will go subscribe to their OnlyFans after the show's over. So everybody wins.
It's a good business model, I guess. Yeah. But I mean, I agree. To me, it's so like low moral and so bad for society that just we're gonna get the dregs, right? We're gonna get all the people that are gonna get you the most fucking triggered, the most anger baited to come on, and then we're gonna make fun of them, and then you're gonna pay us a bunch of money for that. So that which if that's all it was, and people kind of understood that's what it was, and they wanted to pay for it, I'd say okay, fine. But my big problem with a lot of the red pill stuff is it's like, well, there's this attitude that this is what women really are, and this is how all women are, and they try to promote that idea, and the people that are paying them are basically just buying into this ideology, and they're kind of paying out of spite and anger. It seems like to me.
And they have low experience with women, so they don't know the nuance of like, oh, this is what this type of woman's like. This is what a toxic woman's like, and they change that to this is what all women are like, or the vast majority of women. They'll say things like unicorns or not all women are like that. That doesn't exist. It's all women are like that. So these are probably just people who have very, very little experiences with women, and their worldview is fresh and fit now.
Yeah,
or whatever, or these Manosphere Alpha podcasts, where the Alpha podcasts are specifically putting on women who are the bad ones to piss men off, or who are narcissistic or sociopathic, or have delusions of grandeur that don't make sense. Like she's 100 pounds overweight, she's 39 years old, and she wants a 20-year-old guy who makes $1 million a year.
Of course.
Like you can always find a chick who's going to do that. I mean, people are like, also a lot of the channels will do this, where they'll find one small channel on TikTok and they'll say, you see this angry bitch on TikTok? This is what all women are like. It's like, okay, if this person had like 1 million followers and like 100,000 views in every video, it's like, okay, well then you can make some sort of argument that there's an audience in general for this. Therefore, there's some sort of point to be made here. But if it's just one person and there's no views on it, then you can't really make an argument out about it. It's just this one mean chick who probably has some psychological problems. But there are channels that will do that, and they'll say all women are like this.
Yeah, and they're creating, not only are they duping all these guys out of money essentially, but they're not setting them up for success. They're giving them a lot of strategies that are going to just fail, and so there's just this massive grift of like, oh well, like I think as you said is perfectly, instead of giving money to an OnlyFans girl, you're giving money to a guy to make fun of an OnlyFans girl. Yeah, and it's like, is that a better use of your money?
And then
like,
also giving money
really.
to the OnlyFans chick a lot of times too. I mean, these girls make tons. The reason they keep going on, they know they're going to get made fun of, and when they get made fun of, they make lots of money. That's why they keep coming back.
Well, see, that's even more wild. So like the people that watch that show are then turning around and subscribing to their OnlyFans.
Yeah,
of course.
Like,
yeah,
what is going on there? Like that's so insane to me.
So when we went on the Whatever podcast, that was a part of the conversation we had when we were outside the door, just talking to the OnlyFans chicks and how they make money from these podcasts.
That's so weird.
It happened in my situation. So before Fresh and Fit were popular, this is regrettably this happened. They did that same model where it's like, this is before everybody knew what kind of the deal was. It was just like, oh, these chicks happen to be on here. They happen to have OnlyFans. It's not like people didn't know it was planned at that point. Right. So there was this girl. It's a very, very famous Kevin Samuels moment where he says, when the OnlyFans dries up, Subway will be hiring. So people used to quote Kevin Samuels on that a lot. So I ended up reacting to that video when it was brand new. That video of mine blew up, got 1 million views. Unfortunately, that resulted in Fresh and Fit getting 50,000 subscribers when they only had 20,000. So I feel bad about that.
Oh my God. You created this monster.
No, they would have been successful anyway with the model, but I feel bad about giving them a boost.
Right.
So what happened after that, the end result of that was she made $20,000 from that situation. The OnlyFans girl who got told she was going to work at Subway.
We are live.
And then she went on the podcast again several times, acted like a bitch, left, and created all this drama, and she ended up making even more money.
What is the psychology of what the fuck is happening there? Because I would assume these people would be like, oh, this woman sucks. So
by the way, that's a video that I got rid of because it was actually helping them. Because it was helping her. And then I also got rid of because I ratted to, I think, 2 or 3 different Fresh and Fit situations. And after they started copyright striking people who were saying, hey, this guy Fresh is not really good with women at all they do is financial virtue signal, and they're kind of frauds. And they started copyright striking those people to silence them, and then did this whole, well, here's why we're allowed to censor people, here's why it's not wrong. And I was like, no, that's still censorship. And then I deleted every video that I had on them.
Nice.
Look at this. The moral guy here.
I know, you're a very moral person.
What's it like
to go of immoral actors?
What's it like to go on a date on the Whatever podcast?
A day on the I don't know, mostly it was boring. It seems like the host lets the guests run the show a lot.
Look, I'm assuming you were dating Brittany at the time, right?
Yeah.
I pulled it up. You're sitting right next to Brittany. So was this like how long have you guys been dating?
7 or 8 months.
Okay.
We've been dating a little bit over a year at this point.
Are you
Wait,
guys
no,
married
it's
yet?
more long than that. What?
When are you guys getting married?
Oh, we'll see. Would you like to be a little bit private?
Look, it has a.
That's a good
yeah.
attitude. That's a good idea.
I can't believe you even asked that shit.
Well, no, because you're talking about like how long you should be dating until you get married. That's the only reason I have.
Look,
Well, I can
but
just say
you already know. Look, you already know the math.
We've been together
Right.
for over a year, and we're still together. So I think that answers your question.
Okay, that's good. That's good. What would you
Yeah.
do in a hypothetical situation where like Brittany starts making shit tons more money than you, astronomical more money than you? Would you be like, okay, I guess I'll be the primary chore / caretaker of the child?
It's hard to answer that question because based on our, what's up? Thanks for the food. Hold on a second, my mic just cut out for a second.
That's cool. No big deal.
Or my headphones just cut out for a second. So she would never work that much, and she would.
Was that her? You were signing right there.
Yeah, she just gave me food.
Okay.
So she just would never. That would probably be a huge turnoff for her. That's why. So in that case, that'd be a difficult situation because it'd also be kind of a turnoff for me because I want the person I'm married to stay home. I don't want them working.
Right.
Yeah, but
let's say for her, if she wants to make videos and stuff like that, like I'm fine with that. But like, it's not an essential requirement that she has to sit here and work a 9 to 5 on YouTube or whatever. So it's in that situation, I don't know, like that doesn't seem like a person I'd have a family with because I work enough to the extent where like it would actually really harm the kids to have us both working that much.
No, right, but I'm saying
you don't just make millions of dollars without working a lot.
Right. I'm just saying, like, you start dating someone, doesn't have to be Brittany because this is a theoretical. Right? So if you can find someone who's not lazy, just kidding.
She's not lazy. She just doesn't like working that much.
I mean, who does?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, I kind of like.
Look, I love working. What are you talking about?
There you go. Type A's over
Sean
there.
seems,
let's say
Sean seems the same way, right? You enjoy what you're doing, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why. I mean, there are certain parts of it that you don't enjoy, which is why there are people who do well and people who don't. The people who do well enjoy it and also do the parts they hate. So, but
anyway, so yeah, like you start dating someone, you're having a really good relationship with them. You've been dating for almost a year or longer. You guys get married, you have a kid, and then unexpectedly or whatever, the woman, she's like planning to take care of the kid, but then her job, for whatever it is, just takes off. She's making crap tons of money. Would you still be like, well, I just preferred if you quit your job and take care of the kid? Or are you going to be like, well, for the financial sake, I'll quit my job and take care of the kid?
That's really hard to answer. What we would probably do in that case is that's kind of the point, right? What we probably do in that case is where if there was some sort of wave to be ridden, it'd be like, okay, well, I'll take care of the kids at this point, and then once the wave starts going down, then we'll switch.
Okay.
Because if her business popped off that much, we would have enough time to like where if like let's say my business died, we would have so much free time in that case where I could retrain and do a completely different job. So that's probably what would happen. But I don't think it'd be like a sustained. She's now the provider for the next 20 years.
Well, you say that, and then it turns into that.
Oh, okay.
You blink, and then overnight, it turns out her wave never dies. It just keeps going.
If her wave never died, eventually what would happen is that she would get so much money that she would feel like she wouldn't need to work anymore, and then it would die that way.
Okay. So then she would be like, oh, I've made enough money. I'm just going to quit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. And so presumably... Okay, fair enough. I guess fair enough. Fair answer.
Would you call yourself anti-feminist? I know some people use that term.
It depends on which. So initially, yeah, but it depends. Now it depends on which type of feminism are you talking about. And there are certain things that I disagree with on feminism. There's certain things I agree with. Like,
should women be able to vote?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you laugh, but
you passed. You passed.
Say the opposite of that.
Yeah. Well, I think it's kind of that kind of brings off the same situation where like, and you find, I think a little bit came out on the Whatever podcast.
Should Brittany be allowed to vote?
Everybody but Brittany. Everyone can vote but Brittany.
You passed again. Flying colors.
No. So it came out a little bit on not my episode of the Whatever podcast. So it came out on the episode that Destiny was on with John Doyle, Modern Life Dating, and that one guy named Chase.
Mm-hmm.
So where they were talking about abusive situations, and they're like, well, yeah, you should just endure the abusive situation.
Oh, I know. That's awful.
And well, we know people who know people who know people, and had personal experiences with people around these cases, and the people who are saying that actually are pretty horrible people in real life. So there's a reason they're saying certain things.
Mhm.
And I think in the case where it's like the people who are saying women shouldn't vote, they also accompany that with a lot of notions of violent takeover. So it's like, do you think women shouldn't vote because it's the most moral thing, or do you think women shouldn't vote because you're kind of an abusive person? So in my case, where I think things should be voluntary, in a case where force is going to be asserted upon somebody, they should have some sort of choice in that force. And so no taxation without representation,
Right.
that kind of thing.
What is your, I hear this term toxic masculinity. What is your opinion of that term?
And pretty negative in general with how it's used, because they'll say things that are just traditionally masculine, things that are actually good masculinity is toxic. If you're going to say abusive traits, yeah, those are bad. That's toxic. But I don't think the way the modern / woke feminists use that term, I don't think it's genuinely a good term.
Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of the term, but I do think there are obviously toxic elements of relationships. I don't like it necessarily being tied to just men, though. Obviously, women have toxic behaviors too that can be just as bad. But obviously, like the people who are saying women shouldn't vote because they're, pieces of shit, I think they're generally toxic people.
Well, they're going to have some sort of rationalization for why women shouldn't vote. They're going to say like, oh, this guy did this morality test. Men can hit all 5 levels of morality. Women can only hit 3 of them.
Right.
Or some, not these are the same people who don't understand why women communicate indirectly versus directly, because it's actually dangerous for women to communicate directly a lot of times. Think of a guy who's twice as strong as you. You don't know which guys.
Where do you know all this stuff from? I always, like you said, you don't really have a what book is this from?
These are just things that people used to say in the manosphere.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, there was
that
a certain
is
part
true.
of it where it's good, where they were bringing up, here's some issues with divorce, here's some issues with modern feminism, and where they were actually bringing up good things. Now it's just like the issues have been addressed, and so they're trying to go to the next level so they still get viewership. So they're now it's just women are all toxic and whores and stuff like that, and just, as opposed to leveling up in the positive way where it's like, this problem's been solved, let's move on to the next problem. It's the same thing they did with like, okay, well, this LGBT issue has been resolved. Now we're just going to move it to the next thing instead of saying, okay, let's work on a different problem. Now it needs to be like over here. So
what you're saying is straight out of a David Buss book, a David M. Buss book. But I mean, we had Rollo on, and Rollo didn't like David M. Buss because I guess he kind of debunked one of his theories. So I think the manosphere has put a lot of David M. Buss ideas out there that David Buss has done the research on. So that's probably where you're getting it from.
Oh, I think there's also a conversation, Brittany, I've been having, where it's like Rollo likes to talk about pre-selection theory, whereas women want guys who've been pre-selected by other women.
Right.
And so there's a counter to that, which is the pre-selected men are often men who feature attractive traits, like they can dress well, they act masculine, they have good posture. And so is it because they're pre-selected by women, or is it because those are the men who are being attractive?
Right. They have all those traits anyway. Yeah.
So that would have to be, that's a pretty big confounding factor. And until that's addressed, you can't use it as a valid theory.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I buy that. Who do you know who did the pre-selection theory? That's not Buss, right?
Nobody ever cites it. So how do you know?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They might be going off the boy band thing, where they put a bunch of women around the boy band guys and that made them popular. But was it just the women being there, or was it because they glammed them all up and made them kind of attractive in a masculine / feminine way that would appeal to lots and lots of women?
I mean, it's probably a combination of these factors, as much as it's kind of a cop-out. Because, like, we are social animals, and if we say, oh, if everyone likes this one person, it does create kind of the emperor's new clothes effect to some extent. To some extent. But I also agree that, like, if it's, if if women like someone, then that shows that they're doing something right, presumably.
Yeah.
And so that should appeal to other women, definitely.
So then we need to know at that point, to what degree does this have an effect? Is pre-selection 80% of the equation, or is it 5% of the equation?
Right, exactly. Right. Get a bunch of schlubs and you have like a bunch of women fawning over them. And well, I don't know, the women be like, wow, they must be doing something right. They're a bunch of like fat, ugly guys that these women love. And maybe that would be like the exact opposite of
Notice how you don't see a lot of women trailing around that.
True. I mean, that is, well, I mean, I guess it depends, maybe out in LA, Adam, there's a bunch of, that's like, oh, that's a rich producer right there. Look at
there's a guy who looks ugly who can attract a woman, but he's attracting with his wallet.
Yeah, of course. Well, also, I wonder, it's very interesting, the direct versus indirect thing, which I'm assuming, Adam, you're saying is that from the Murder Next Door?
No, it's not. It's one, here, I'll look it up. Go ahead.
But because I'm wondering too, I wonder if actually more, like if that's something that like women literally evolved to have that behavioral trait, which I think is probably true. I'm assuming that indirect versus direct thing is cross-cultural. I would imagine that would be more not the fear of getting killed by men, but just more that in order to maintain relationships with women, since women, like if men fight, then they can still be friends or become actually stronger friends after fighting. Where with women, a lot of times when they fight, it's like the relationship is just destroyed. And so I wonder if that indirectness allows kind of a safety area, like a safety space, I guess, if there's some sort of conflict to sort of back out of it without causing a conflict.
Yeah, and it's hard to make, because what they're using it as moral judgments, where guys are more moral because they're more direct and women are more immoral because they're less direct.
Exactly. That's a great
But it's
point,
like if you're in a circumstance where you have to do that, then where's the morality?
Right.
Like you're like, I mean, not many people are going to pass the moral test, which is why, like in a number of videos, I say like, hey, certainly you can test yourself morally, but you probably would be better if more people put themselves in places where they don't constantly have to test their moral character, because most people are going to fail that test.
Right. And then also, I mean, there is going to be obviously a level of cultural, like each culture is going to have a different level of directness, indirectness. Like, in Japan, there could be a lot of like insane levels of indirectness.
Yeah.
In that culture, even what Hassan talked about in the stream that you were on about how they won't even they're so not direct, they won't even fire you. They'll just like basically bully you until you quit.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Right. You're like, that was pretty crazy.
Laughing my ass off when he said that. I was like, really?
But it's not a good thing. I don't know why you picked that up.
You're the guy who's like against all the bullying and hate speech, and you recommend hate speech as a form of employment management.
It's like, the fuck?
I know what I'm saying.
This is why I try to stick to my areas of expertise and try to do a lot of study in those areas and try to update and read constantly so I don't fuck up like that.
Right.
Because you're recommending really horrendous things, and you're, especially as someone who, if
he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
But if Hassan had 3,000 followers, who gives a shit if he says stuff like that? Because it's not really going to have an effect on society. It's not going to affect enough people who will tell their friends, family, and everybody around them to actually create a cultural change. But the bigger your following gets, the more responsible you have to be.
Yeah.
Which is why my videos used to take 3 to 5 days to make. Now they take 7 to 14 days to make.
Right. Well, and I mean, we're really seeing that come to head now with the sort of the whole Israel situation where, I understand it's a very complicated situation and people have like, different takes on whether they're more sympathetic to Israel or the Palestinians or both. But I don't think people expected a huge chunk of young kids to basically be sympathetic to Hamas itself, and to have literally very little to no sympathy or to blame Israel for like the people that died.
What's really funny about that is I haven't done, there are certain situations I just don't care about. This happens to be one of them. I didn't really care about the Ukraine thing either. Mm-hmm. My opinion is generally, I don't want to get involved in wars that aren't our business. But it's really funny is that all the people on the left who would call people on the right Nazis, and it turns out that a lot of Hassan's following hates Jews.
Yes. Well, no, they'll say, listen, we don't hate Jews. We just hate Israel.
They're the pro-socialism. They're pro like banning certain free speech. They're anti-gun. All the things that the Nazis believe, and they also hate Jews. So I thought that was funny.
Well, it's I've always said this, and it's true. The Jews get it from both ends because the far right hates them because they're not white, and the far left hates them because they are white. So kind of get hit from both sides.
Did we
it depends who you ask.
I think when you ask Robin DiAngelo, I think she determines who's white and who's not white.
She would probably say Jews are white.
That was the funniest part of the book I read, where it's like you have to audition to be white. So the Italians weren't white; they were just Italians, and they got discriminated against heavily. And then they passed their audition, and they became white in like the 80s.
This was who said this?
Robin DiAngelo.
This was in White Fragility.
Yes, that is a really fun read.
Right. Well, I assuming she's making sort of the whiteness as a property that has to be acquired, essentially, argument.
Yeah, and it makes, by the way, it makes no actual statistical arguments or anything like that, and it cites no research. Just her only research is her own colleagues, that her friends are saying, "Oh, this colleague of mine who I'm best friends with said this thing, therefore it's right."
Oh my god!
Kind of like when I commented on Noah Samson, thinking, "Oh, there's a lot of nuance to this situation. Here's a person that I agree with saying a thing I agree with," versus like, "Oh, here's like." This is why what pisses me off is certain people still don't notice this, where it's like when I take a take where I'm adding nuance to the situation, I try and purposefully find someone I disagree with and have them give the nuanced take, versus like you really have to only watch people that you agree with to have only nuanced takes from people you agree with.
Right. It's this, and it's got to be so frustrating. And I share that feeling where, you know, you look at Hassan, you look at Robin DiAngelo, you know, Kendi's another one of these people who they become so popular and they're just so dumb, and you read what they're saying and it's just not based on evidence. It's just based on their intuitions and their feelings. And yet it just, unfortunately, it seems like the way humans are is it's more profitable to just be dishonest that way.
For now. I mean, we can probably.
That's a good attitude. That's a positive attitude.
It really depends on
how do we change it?
It really depends on AI and robotics change the world. Is it going to have a huge effect, or is this something that we're not going to experience for 50 to 100 to 200 years? Like, it really depends on how complicated AI is. So it could happen tomorrow, or it could happen a long time from now. And so if we have that space with free speech of the internet, we're probably going to get to a point where people fact check a lot more, and people are less willing to listen to grifters because they're so easy to expose.
Well, it's going to be. I don't know if AI is going to change it, because you're going to have this problem with, like, you know, Elon Musk is doing his own AI thing. So right now, so you're going to have like Elon Musk's anti-woke AI, and then you'll have ChatGPT, which is like woke AI. So you're going to have, you know, which AI do you believe? Do you believe the woke one or the non-woke one? It's going to create like another division.
Well, I'm talking about AI becoming sufficiently intelligent to not rely on human input.
Oh,
right
you
now,
mean like
you had
literal AI.
Yeah, now the AI is like crap. Like, I try to get AI to title my videos. It just horribly. It gives horrendous titles. Entitled, by the way, being probably the most important thing in terms of like selling a video. So you need, but basically what you do is you create a video title, and then you make the video around that title so that it gets addressed in the video throughout. That's how you bring lots of viewership to it, and or bring lots of viewership to a channel. Right. So so on one of the most important aspects of creativity, which is setting a premise for the thing that you're talking about, ChatGPT sucks at it. It gives like very like headline titles where like you tell everybody what's going on in the title, so they have no reason to watch the video.
Right. It doesn't know the subtleties. It doesn't know about the hook.
Yeah. Where it's like if you look at my content, I probably use this gimmick way too much, and maybe I should kind of grow out of it, but it'll say like how this is happening, why this is happening. And it's the reason I do that is because I want people to watch the video to find out what the title means, versus me saying, woman doesn't want to go to Cheesecake Factory. Well, okay. Now I know that she didn't want to go. I've already watched the video by reading the title.
Right. Yeah.
So how did the woman not want to go to Cheesecake?
Yeah. How women don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory, or why women don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory, probably the better title.
Right.
I mean, title.
So that wasn't the narrative of that story. The narrative was TikTok videos and She-Ra clips and stuff like that, making women more narcissistic and sociopathic. And don't take this for like this is the perfect title, because the video didn't do well, most likely because the original video was fake. But the title was how TikTok is making women more narcissistic, or is making women narcissistic. I forget what the specific title was.
Right.
Look, we should now, all of our video clips will be how is this something.
Well, you don't have to do that. So the other other times you can use that gimmick, but because it's easy. But you can also do like my second most popular video was on the island with Bear Grylls, and so the title was Survival of Men versus Women. So now we know that the establishment is that there's the survival challenge, but we don't know what happens because the title just says the thing. So, well, what happened? Did the women do well? Do the men do well? Do they both even out? Like, what's going to go on with this challenge? So you don't get to know that unless you watch the video.
Right. No, that's a great point. You don't want to give it all away in the title. You have to give them a reason to watch the video.
Not to say that I do that for every video, because sometimes it's hard. And oftentimes I'll have to go back and change titles. So the video titles of mine change a lot, especially when it comes to specific wording that'll evoke a certain response. Where it's like, I think of this title on day 1, but title on day 2 is better worded, so I'll change it. And you can, if you've done it correctly, you look at the view charts, your views will go up if your title change is good.
Mm-hmm. So I don't think we're that far away from AI being able to create. You basically have a model where you shove in a bunch of YouTube titles and scripts, and it will chuck out, pretty good titles that you're like, oh, that's exactly what I want. I don't think we're that far away from that.
Maybe, but as far as ChatGPT doing that, we're not really near it. And there's a ton of people who aren't that great at doing titles. So especially for complex topics. So I feel fairly safe in my end. I don't know about everybody else, unless some unpredictable thing happens in the next year. But the more creative you are with how you make content, the harder it is for ChatGPT to copy it. Where it's like, it doesn't know how to segment this particular script in this particular order, so people find it interesting. It wouldn't know to do that buildup of the study for Noah being so arrogant about it, followed by him being wrong. It wouldn't get that foreshadowing. And a lot of creators aren't going to get that because they, like the person I was talking about who was reacting to it, wouldn't get that because they don't think like that. They don't think about storytelling.
Well, it depends, because if they took all your scripts and they put it into ChatGPT and they modeled it after your style, then maybe it would be able to produce that.
Possibly, but the people who really figure out writing, like people like, God, what's that guy's name? I'm forgetting it. There's a guy who wrote, John Truby. He wrote a book about called the 20 Rules of Writing. It's called The Anatomy of Story. And what he did was for 3 years, he just sat and watched movies all day. He sat and watched like the top movies all day for 3 years, and then wrote down these patterns of the scripts.
Right.
So in a certain way you can do that, but the problem is that not only do you have to notice a pattern, you have to keep upping the game, because people will get bored if you keep using the same pattern. So ChatGPT can figure out, but is it going to figure out how to progress the content? And you can see content I made years ago, it's actually fundamentally different from content that I make now. Now it's not like such a massive change, but it's a change that's interesting enough to keep people watching. So I don't think ChatGPT is very good at that at all right now. I think most creators struggle with that, especially when they kind of hit their crisis, their YouTube midlife crisis, where their old content stops working and they stop getting views. And a lot of people will sit here, and once people start blaming the algorithm, they've hit their midlife crisis, because like, I used to get these views. I used to get these views a year ago, but now I get these views. The algorithm hates me. It's like, no,
doesn't everybody blame the algorithm all the time anyway? I feel like they do. It's just like a standard complaint.
Have you seen me do that?
Look, you're
you're
amazing at this stuff. Like
the ones who get it don't blame the algorithm. Like Mr. Beast doesn't sit here and blame the algorithm, because
of course.
Well, he's profiting off of it, so obviously he's not gonna blame that.
Well,
is this book good? John Truby is like the only screenwriting book that I haven't read. I've basically read all of them, but I heard a lot of people talking about Truby though.
I read it kind of in parts, where it's like,
so you haven't
I read half of it.
Okay.
So but the half
sounds boring.
Yeah. The half that I've read has been so useful for storytelling techniques, where it's like,
oh really?
Oh, here's what I was doing in good videos. You can go back and say that these things were done. Here's how to systematically write it down so that you can repeat it more often than not. I mean, everybody's gonna have a fucked up script. Even in that book, he mentions like, here's a script I was working on for this project here. We had a good story, but until we test ran it in front of audiences, they said this sucked. We didn't have this. We wanted this effect, but it produced that effect. So we went back and cut these scenes and reorganized these things here, and then it worked. But they wouldn't be able to do that without the pre-writing skills, which is like writing a premise. So if I don't know what my video is going to be about, it's really hard to go back and edit parts in and out, just because I don't know what's relevant. So it's so many
people don't get that. Making a YouTube video has a lot in common with storytelling. Most people don't ever make that connection.
Well, because a lot of YouTubers, they do what Hassan does. Hassan's not writing a story.
Oh, of course not.
But they just blind react to things, which is not only I mean, I guess in your case, where you guys watched,
we've both
my
made
video,
content.
like, where Sitch watched it and you didn't. You got to be the blind reactor. Sitch got to be like, I've done the research. So,
well, we're not. Look, we don't only do React content. Obviously, Sitch has made a ton of videos. I've made a ton of videos. So we have made content. We understand what's involved. Yeah.
Oh, so no, I wasn't. I was just saying in the case of that, of the content I've seen.
Right. Yeah.
So that kind of sounded like an attack on you guys.
No, not at all.
I just mean that most of YouTube is like,
we're lazy React content creators now. Okay.
Yes.
I get it. But hopefully
Proudly.
you've given us a secret to titling our clips so that we
A little bit better, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, one of the clips I was going to bring up is like you did the intro clip, which is a very, very essential. This depends on what you're doing, but like you start with the interesting hook and then you move into the video. But the issue is that the intro clip happens 30 seconds into the actual video. So it would have just been better to remove the intro clip and just let the video play. Like things like that are things that you have to kind of creatively figure out. And like I said, when we're talking about ChatGPT being able to figure out how to regulate that, I don't think it's going to figure that out for a while.
Yeah, CT, don't do that.
What do you mean? CT, look, CT's doing great. So look, I've done clips, but we have CT does a lot of our clips, so she does the intros. So
Lives in Dev's Walls for $10 says, I'm having ChatGPT make a Sitch and Adam clip. It knows who you are, but it's not very good at emulating you. There you go.
That's the more creepy thing. Like the more things we have to worry about are like deep fakes, where someone's behind it creating your voice and stuff like that. I'm a lot more concerned about that than I am about ChatGPT creating content that's so good that content creators become irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's only going to get worse. I mean, especially for people like us, when there's like so much content of our voice out there already, anyone could do that pretty easily going forward.
Yeah, I guess it's good that I don't use I can't replicate my actual voice in video content because it'd be hard to deep fake me.
Well, they'll take the stream. What do you mean?
I mean, is that enough content? The ones that they're doing are like Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. They're still inaccurate, and they have hundreds of hours, I guess thousands of hours in their case of content.
Yeah, but that's just so far. I mean, every year the technologies just get better and better and better and better. And I don't know exactly what goes into it because I don't know if you listen to any of those like deep fake songs.
I've listened to a couple of them. I've watched Goku sings Slim Shady.
Yeah, exactly. See, those are so weird because some of the models are so good. Like the oh my god, I'm totally blanking. The
hey, not to interrupt here, but we're at 7:00, so I'm going to send the link to Whatif Alt His. Do you mind sticking around and saying hello to him? Do you watch his content at all, Sean?
The only experience I've had with him was when he was on your show.
Okay. Were you guys on together already?
No, I just watched him. I was driving home in traffic and I was like, what's going to be on? And then it's like, it said Adam and Sitch, so I'll just put it on in the car.
Look, I know.
Nice.
Yeah, I know you. We only have you for a couple hours, so but you can say hi.
Yeah, I don't mind saying hi.
Okay, cool.
But no, like it's so weird because like the Frank Sinatra models, I don't know, are like so good. They sound so much like him. And then you listen to some of them, and like the Mr. Krabs one is a good one for some reason. And I don't know why, but then you listen to, I don't know, like SpongeBob or some of the other ones, Kanye West or Jordan Peterson, and they're like, they're just kind of good.
I think it might also depend on the perfection of the voice, because when you're talking about people who are voice actors or public speakers, they tend to have very good enunciation and don't fuck up words a lot. So when this becomes a lot more apparent when you learn a language, especially a language that's very different from yours. So it is a lot of people when they learn how to speak Japanese, they start out with anime because anime is done by voice actors who say things very clearly. They don't fuck up speech. They don't speak too fast. But then when you go to, let's say, actual Japanese people, like someone like Hajime Shacho, who mumbles a lot, speaks super quickly, it's very, very hard to understand someone like that versus a voice actor.
Right.
So if you have a chatbot trying to mimic someone who is imperfect at the way of speaking, it's probably a lot harder to replicate that.
Speaking of voice, I know yours. You're the Think Before You Sleep guy.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rudyard, the Whatif Alt His guy.
Sean, this is Rudyard.
I did think the episode was interesting, by the way. Like I definitely sat in the car for a few extra minutes.
Was it with the body language guy?
I think you were discussing. It was something to do with wokeness, which was probably what I was listening. I think you were defining the term or something like that.
Yeah, I've done 2 episodes, guys. The first was I came on for a couple hours and talked to just politics and philosophy and stuff. The second episode, I brought on my friend Dan McKinley, who's an expert in reading people's body language.
Okay.
Which got a lot of feedback. A lot of people were saying the body language is like astrology for men. Do you have a take on that, Sean?
I mean, I think Dan's one of my best friends, and I'm not.
Do we have the same name? I think we have the same name.
I thought no, Dan and Sean are not the same name.
Oh no, what's your name?
I'm Rudyard.
Oh,
no,
wow,
yeah,
I don't pay attention at all.
No one has my name. If you're named Rudyard,
sorry, somebody I was watching had the same name as me, so I was like, wait, was it
okay?
Alt His? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm inclined to think it's not BS because I didn't actually see you'll provide an argument for it being BS. And the thing is, we know it is it's valid to a certain degree. Where, for example, certain facial structure coordinates with testosterone, certain body, you run into a person and you can judge them in the first 15 seconds, and those judgments may not be accurate, but we definitely do judge people based off their appearance. And the fact that people put so much effort into their appearance means that it does validly show something about someone's personality. So we know logically that looking at someone's appearance, you can determine certain things about how their mind works. The next question, which is arguable, is how much that's predictive from that. I've been friends with Dan for a long time, and he has consistently done this with so many different people that I trust it. And I didn't really believe it when I first met, but I've seen it work enough that I do trust it. And frankly, the people who are commenting, what metric would they need to see to trust it? Because the thing is, you can't objectively prove what he's doing because you can't look into someone's soul and analyze that. Like, you can't meet a person and say they are gregarious. You can't scientifically test if a person is social, intelligent, fun. And I mean intelligence is in real intelligence, not using IQ as a proxy for intelligence. So it's definitely better than average. And for the people who are people who don't believe it, I would hazard, what would you be looking for that sort of thing to be able to believe it? What standard of quality would you look for that kind of product to be able to trust it? And are you rejecting it because you don't think it's possible, or because you haven't looked at his assessments and think they're accurate? Because what happened for me with the cycles of history is when I entered the cycles of history field, everyone said it was BS. People said history has no patterns, that you can't look to the past to determine what's going on in the world today. And what I found is they didn't actually have an argument there. No one ever posited a good argument for why you can't use the past to predict the future. And I mean, it's just common sense past a certain point. Like, if you were to look at the historic record and invade Russia again without thinking, you'd be a fool. Because we've had so many invasions of Russia that have failed that you think, okay, invading Russia might not be a smart idea. But then once you take that first principle, you can get some lessons from history. Then you extrapolate that outwards. And the next question becomes how many lessons you can get. And I think Dan's model is useful. I say this again with my theories as well. They may be useful heuristics to understand the world, but what I will not jump to is that, like, I would not want someone to do, I don't like people using tests to determine someone's actual nature. I think people should use their own good judgment. And for example, in the same manner that I say, take everything I say with a grain of salt and I'm betting against God, I would say that about Dan's model as well, but I say that about everyone's model. Sorry, that took me a second to explain.
That's okay. Sean, do you have a take on body language stuff? Do you think it's astrology for men, or?
It depends on the body language. So in general, there's probably things like you just said, that's, yeah, like you can determine certain features of a person based on posture, based on the way they speak, based on some movements they use. But like, as opposed to as for accurately determining everything about their personality based on what specific hand movement they use, probably that. I mean, they'd have to put a lot of proof to that, and it might change based on culture, based on the way the person, based on the local area the person is in, or even language differences in how you say things. It's like there are certain body language things that we use in America that are different in Japan. Like if you're going to say like if you're going to say oh, are you talking about me? In America, you point to your chest. In Japan, you point to your nose. So are you going to be able to determine something specific from that, or like which one's more alpha, which one's more beta? I don't really know.
For a frame of reference, my friend is first an anthropologist and then a psychologist. And so one of my top specialties for my YouTube channel is anthropology. And that's actually how we met. And so most of our conversations are at stuff that you're talking about, because the sort of thing you say, like blank is true. Blank social cue means blank in Japan and blank means what in America. That's one of the things I find the most interesting. The audiobook I'm listening to right now is an audiobook on how the Japanese social structure works differently from the American, and how social cues in Japan are different from America. And the Japanese are fascinating to me because they're very similar to English-speaking culture in some ways, because we're both very industrious, intelligent, high-trust, successful societies. But in a lot of other ways, we're the exact opposite, where the English speakers are the most individualist societies in the world, and the Japanese are the most collectivist. And so loads of social cues in Japan, they just wouldn't even mentally process us here.
Yeah.
What's the name of this book?
Let me pull it up on Audible. Sean, what's your connection with Japan?
Oh, I played anime and video games as a kid and started learning the language.
I was rewatching Death Note.
Everybody else.
One of my favorite.
What?
Death Note?
I was rewatching Death Note today. It's one of my favorite TV shows.
I've only watched that show once, and when it came out, was it good on a second watch?
Oh yeah, I love Death Note. It's one of the few shows where I can watch it again and again. I love seeing for those that don't know, it's a TV show. I'm not that much into anime. I've seen like 5 or 6 anime shows.
All the anime fans just got pissed off at you calling it a TV show.
I mean, you nerds can do your shit. Yeah, it's a TV show about, I'm saying it on purpose that time. It's a TV show about a teenage boy who gets a notebook where he can write the names of anyone who wants to kill, and they immediately die. And so he starts to do this he takes this to become a god, and his goal is to eradicate all crime and suffering in the world. And that he becomes megalomaniacal. And so it's this really brilliant TV show about the attempt to discover him. And so it's all these mind games between the brilliant genius investigator who's trying to discover who this teenage boy is, and the teenage boy himself in this game of cat and mouse. But the book I'm reading right now is The Japanese Mind by Roger Davies and Osamu Ikenu.
Nice.
The Japanese Mind.
So it sounded like, Sean, that you didn't like Death Note. It sounded like you were dissonant.
I mean, I haven't seen it in a long time. I just haven't had any interest in watching it as an adult. It just feels like, I don't want to say because it's kind of a spoiler. It depends on people who have seen it or not. But though it's a really old show, there's a specific reason that happens at about the halfway point of the show, and after that point, it kind of gets bad enough to where I don't want to watch it.
I know what you're talking. I love the introduction of that character. I think she's like,
oh no. I mean, like, without spoiling it too much, it's a little bit past the halfway point where there's a second act to the story, and I don't like that second act. I think it should have ended with the first arc.
Yeah. I kind of get that, but also I don't take shows that seriously. I think it's funny that it got cheesy. We can get off this anime subtext.
Oh no, wait, listen, I want to talk about anime.
But
I never get to talk with anime because Adam's
Sean,
a
you know the
boomer.
movie Belle?
What are you talking about? Look, I know one anime.
Oh, I assumed you guys brought me on to talk about politics, but
let's talk about anime.
The politics of anime. Hassan went on Trash Taste and talked about politics of anime.
Belle?
No, I haven't seen it.
It's one of my favorite movies ever. Yeah, it's I don't watch that much Japanese stuff, but 2 out of my 5 favorite movies are Japanese: Princess Mononoke and Belle. And the thing I really like about Belle is it's set in a little bit in the future, where like Mark Zuckerberg's Meta happens and we live in virtual reality social media. But the thing is that it's like beautiful. It's like this absolutely artistically gorgeous metaverse, unlike one Zuckerberg is giving us, which looks cringe. But it's beautiful. And it's about this girl, she's digital Taylor Swift. where this girl, she's a depressed Japanese teenage girl, and she and she's
Is she like an idol?
no, yeah, like her personality is she's this beautiful idol in the metaverse.
Yeah, she's like a singer, right?
Yeah, she's a singer-songwriter in the metaverse.
Okay, there's a whole like social commentary
avatar.
that's probably going under the surface about
It's her
that
avatar.
because idol culture is really, really weird.
Yeah, it's this avatar who is super famous, but no one knows who she is. And she's this depressed teenager back home. And then she falls in love with this sexy werewolf. And it's like this weird romance that occurs between them. I'm not going to speak for the rest, but it's actually one of the best written movies I've ever seen. And it really spoke to me as a Gen Z internet person, because I felt that same way where I grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania. I didn't like see myself as that important in high school. And then my channel took off and it was just like, this is insane. And it's got I related to that. And also there's a lot of good commentary on digital culture, because for her audience part of her audience is devoted sycophants, and part of her audience hates her for, she's an idol. So she's not like she's political or anything, just hates her. I think that's a good commentary on just the irrational mob nature of digital culture, and also how her entire life is digital. And I think that's the case for all of us, or maybe not our entire lives, but our work and the thing that we're known for is digital. And this world we live in didn't really exist before COVID. I mean, the world where you can work, date, have your entertainment, do almost everything digitally. That's a very recent world. It's a very strange world.
Well, can you really date digitally? I mean, sooner or later.
If it was like Ready Player One metaverse, you're probably, but it's going to be a lot of guys dating other guys.
70% of relationships on Gen Z are digital.
That's so sad.
A guy with voice changer dates other guy
or something.
Mm-hmm. What are your?
Go ahead. Look, Sean.
I was gonna say, Sean. The speciality for your show is dating topics, right?
It's dating topics, woke stuff, and I don't know, stuff that has to do with video games.
Okay. A theory I have that you might find interesting is I think that the dating crisis will cause a revolution. And I think that it is the #1 driver for a potential revolution in the future.
What do you mean by a revolution? Do you mean like a sex bot revolution?
Yeah, technological or
cultural? Military revolution. I think there will be violent mobs in the street as cities burn.
I think the sex bots I think are going to stave off the violent revolution.
Well, then we have the technological. I don't know. I feel like anytime the word revolution is used in history, it means people die or violence happens.
No one died in the Industrial Revolution.
Well, I mean, people lose their jobs.
Yes, they did.
There's destruction. People lose their jobs.
Workers.
So it's
because farms.
Think if you use fully automated sex dolls to create to solve like the incel problem or whatever. But then you also have robots with working arms and legs, and so you would just use those to do other things too.
In modernity, we always think technology will fix issues. Well, if you look over the long picture of history, the chances that you get a technological fix to a problem and the chances that society just falls apart, it's much more likely that society falls apart and you have a revolution than it is that the technology fixes things. And you look over the course of history, revolutions, wars, etc., are incredibly common. And in modern America, we try to do literally everything we can to not think about that. But the reality is that it's really easy over history. And I mean, my friend Samo Berja of Bismarck Analysis did a research project on this. And the thing is, for sex robots, they'd cost more than a car. They'd cost like $15,000. And also,
you know how much a girlfriend costs?
Yeah, really.
Point taken.
Come on, that's cheap.
Point taken, but it's different. Where like you want to get rich for yourself, and then the girlfriend comes along. But also, what I'd say with it is that people want to have love. They want to have families. Society needs to procreate, and our birth rate now is unsustainable. And I mean, we can do technology all we want, but the fundamental thing we need is people need to be falling in love and having kids. And
the birth rate is not a problem though if we have robot labor. Like obviously the engines replaced horses, right? Horses are not big. We don't use a lot of horse labor in America anymore. Like as soon as we have some sort of autonomous humanoid robot that they can produce. I mean, I think I looked up, they produce 1,300. I'll look it up. They produce millions of cars every single year. If they can produce millions of workers in the same way that they produce cars, I mean, it's over. It's totally over.
Operating under best possible conditions on top of best possible conditions scenario thinking. And those tend to backfire where, can our society accomplish anything now? We don't make movies. We don't make TV. We're probably not going to make it through the next election. We're already we can't do anything now.
It's going to be very interesting 2024.
Yeah, we can't do through COVID. Our economy isn't working. Like nothing in our society functions. And so for the scenario you posit, it first of all involves technological funding, which is dried up. Tech funding dried up 70% in the last 2 or 3 years. It involves,
that means we get to keep our jobs.
It involves the populace not rebelling against these people because we're already automating enough. I think if we automate more, we're a very well-armed country. Why don't people just rebel and kill the people who run the machines? It involves said innovations not massively sparking inequality, and we're already one of the highest inequality rates in history. It involves aging not rapidly destroying the world's economy beforehand, and loads of countries like China, Russia, Germany are already at that place.
Obesity as well.
Obesity, yeah. And it's just, it's like on a holistic basis, you know, there's a point where you're feeling emotions and you've just got to like cry or scream or laugh or like go for a jog because you're so energetic, because the emotions just build up inside of you. And that's where we're at now, where our society is all this pent up crap inside of it that we have to let it out. And we're not going to be able to accomplish anything until we let out the like feelings that are repressed in the underworld in our society.
Well, Rudyard, Sean has about 5 minutes left. So if you want to ask him anything, this guy is like he knows YouTube, like inside and out.
Tell me this.
He does pretty well, though. I did look at his channel. You spelled YouTuber wrong, by the way.
I did?
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, what brings you into this? What brings you into this world? What brought you to the place where you were on Sitch and Adams when we're all talking together?
Noah Sampson and our mutual dislike for him.
Who's that?
Exactly. He's a guy who makes video essays who's got popular after he what's the YouTube friendly way of saying this? He
oh no. Look, you don't have to say it the YouTube friendly way. We're all friends here.
I'm gonna say dick rotting then. A bunch of other leftists.
Yeah.
And he became friends with Hassan after that, and then Hassan basically raxed all of his content, and then he just blew up in result of that. But on the same Hassan level, he does very, very little research into anything, but also thinks he's the smartest and most intelligent person in the world, which leads to lots and lots of error.
Yeah.
So he reacted to one of my videos and said I was a liar, wrong, a misogynist, lazy, all these bold accusations. And then it's like because there was this video, the Dove ad campaign. They cited a resource, and they said a number, and I said, well, where does that number come from? And Noah was like, you dumbass, how dare you not Google this? And I Googled this number in 10 seconds and found the study that it relates to, and then it's right. And so I looked at it and I was like, the numbers don't match up. They're different numbers. This study is super biased, so it's got ideology all over it. And more importantly, the numbers don't match up. So I did a response to that, where I found videos of Noah saying he only makes scripts in like an hour, does basically very little research when he makes his topics. This has not changed over the past 2 years, by the way, because he's gotten into a bunch of different dramas with other creators and I believe has lost every single one of them. So that happened, and then I made the video, said he found the wrong study. I did more research that took a lot more than 10 minutes that he did to Google the wrong study. It was about 2 or 3 hours, probably more than that, to try and find this study that Dove quoted about women wanting more representation, and then found that they never actually published it. So, and then he did a bunch of other research about a bunch of other research that's right in my expertise, my specialty, which is fitness and weight loss and stuff like that. And I was like, wait, you lift weights and you think you know everything about fitness? Like that's just the basics. Like there's all kinds of things about biology, physics, chemistry, and things that work into that he doesn't understand. And so he's looking at these studies like he's reading a foreign language and doesn't understand any of them. And more importantly, doesn't actually read them. So he's making all these statistical claims and stuff like that. And then I look at the studies and they actually claim the opposite of what he says.
So we covered him on a Sunday stream, and he watched the Sunday stream, and I just reached out to him and said, you should come on sometime. I mean, it's kind of the same way we met up with you, Rudyard, right? I mean, I think we covered you talked to Vosh, I think it was. Yeah. And we covered your stream and was like, for that stream, it's amazing. Vosh tries to get you on something, and you said something in that stream that I still say to this day. He's like, cite an example of something or other, and you're like, oh, that's easy. And I'm like, that's such a good disarming comeback. And it was something, oh, that's easy. It's about Simone de Beauvoir or something.
Yeah, he asked me for an intellectual trajectory between the Frankfurt School and modern academia, and I said, yeah, that's easy. And then I immediately went
I'm like, holy shit, this guy's a super genius. What the hell?
No, it's just that a lot of these people don't do any research. That's why it's so easy to defeat them all. If you have ideological patterns and you know how to manipulate people and stuff like that, it's very, very easy to build a big following. But then if you fight somebody who also knows that, but then also has the research behind them, you'll lose instantly.
Oh, yeah.
Why Hassan gets ruined every time, because it's like people, like, there are obvious flaws in what you're saying, and people actually study this stuff, can give you examples. Whereas like on the woke radical leftist end, and there are obviously people, the QAnon people on the right who do this shit too. They go, oh, you don't know this? Read a book, man. And then I've actually gone to the point where it's like, I've gotten told to read a book so much, I'm actually going to read the book. And I read it, and they're like, well, actually I didn't read it, I just heard about the book.
It's really like that. And I mean, I think that for dating especially, the left doesn't actually posit an argument. I mean, I think people like Shoeonhead do, but she's not part of the left anymore. And
isn't she all right now?
You know what I'm saying.
Sean, come on.
Intellectually on the left, she has been kicked out of the normie left.
Yeah, that means she's all right. You're either with us or all right.
Yeah. Like, let's fucking get the
Look, she was on the show earlier, guys. Come on, let's be nice here.
Oh no, we're joking.
Yes, obviously.
But no, here's the thing: because Noah Samson called ABBA and Preach alt right, and ABBA and Preach are very on the left.
But
very much hilarious.
On the left. Is that the normie left? They do not actually have an argument about dating. They have social shaming to say everyone who disagrees with them is misogynist, but they don't actually have a clear logical structure. And it's interesting to see for the left. I don't think the left is actually capable of. They have lost intellectual creativity. And this is something that you used to have to respect the left for, where when Karl Marx wrote Das Kapital, the guy did his research. He developed a 1,000-page book referencing Hegelian logic and structured the entire history of man inside it. And when the modern digital left makes an argument, they're just like, Twitter said this. And I don't, and it's just, there are some exceptions. I think ContraPoint, and there's a handful of other video essays where they actually do a lot of research. But I mean, what I see, the left doesn't actually speak to the dissidents or the counterculture on these dating issues. They shame them. They don't actually provide any feedback to the arguments. And what this basically translates to is that you can see an established order that's basically trying to use force to maintain its power, because it thinks it doesn't have to be creative. And then you have all these bubbling ideas inside the dissident right, where Andrew Tate, Jordan Peterson, Fresh and Fit, they all have different worldviews, and they're willing to talk to each other. But one of them has much higher creativity and much higher innovation than the other.
Wouldn't that be sort of more on the Jordan Peterson side, where the left was generally the people who are open to new experiences, and that's kind of a prerequisite to creativity, and it kind of sucks that we're losing that.
I mean, the left used to be open to experience, but since then, and I talked about this in the last.
Oh yeah, you're right. They
closed off. They've become religious fundamentalists, and lots of psychological traits that you used to see among religious fundamentalists, you see among the left now. And the irony is that religious fundamentalists are more open now, because when I grew up, and I'm from rural Pennsylvania, it was a conservative, mostly Christian area. we viewed the Bible Belt as the crazy area, and we viewed liberals as more normal. It's flipped now, where I mean, I see a lot more creativity on the right than the left at this point. It's to the point where I don't know what being on the right means. You have everything between monarchists, fascists, socialists, libertarians, Petersonians, whatever Andrew Tate is, and it's this like bubbling pot of creativity, while the left is a handful of ever decreasing ideological unity. And you see this with I mean, I was watching your guys' show beforehand about Ethan Klein falling out with Hassan, where there are people who it was an ever decreasing amount of ideological unity. And then with this smaller and smaller group, the Palestine crisis split it in half, where people don't know whether to side of Israel or Palestine.
Yeah.
True.
Anyway.
All right. Look, on that note, thank you for coming on, Sean. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, pleasure to meet you too.
Yeah. Come back again. Obviously, you're welcome anytime.
Definitely.
See you guys. Take care, man.
Bye.
Take care. So Israel, Palestine, anime. Actually, you know what? Forget that. What are these other animes you like? I want to hear about that first.
Okay. So my favorite anime movies. I mean, I know Ghibli's not. I don't keep track of what.
Ghibli doesn't count. Come on.
I don't. If it's a Japanese animated film, it's anime according to me. I'm a barbarian. I love Princess Mononoke. I love Belle. I love Weathering with You is a very good movie. Makia is a very good movie. Then there's a couple others. I saw Vinland Saga a couple months
What
ago.
about Kill la Kill?
Haven't seen that yet.
Oh, you got to see that. That's
What's
that about?
It's very visually stimulating.
It's about a high school girl who's a delinquent who's trying to find out the mystery of why her father was killed, and it embroils her. It's an over-the-top satirical dramatic action series that involves basically magic clothes giving teenagers superpowers.
Here's how you describe it. I don't like action movies.
Ooh, if you don't like action, then you will not like Kill la Kill.
Not like
I don't like
movies?
it's because it's kind of boring just to see things happen. I like watching films with interpersonal tension where you can see that like the characters.
Oh, there's a lot of interpersonal tension in this.
I like watching shows or movies where like there's a lot of the characters have a lot of internal questions and they're like struggling with other people to figure out the complexities of their. I'm a woman, basically. When
it comes to movies, that's okay. Look, I like movies.
I'm not into rom-coms either. But like my favorite movie,
Jacob or Edward. That's all we want to know.
I think.
Look, I've never seen
Edward's
those
much
movies.
hotter, not gonna lie. Edward's more attractive.
Wow, there you go.
I've never seen either of those movies. Sitch has only seen them because he was trying to get laid, which is the reason you should see those movies.
I think I saw I saw Twilight and I saw 50 Shades with my sister, and we both grabbed beers to laugh at them, but they weren't funny.
Well,
cool.
Yeah, I don't know if Kill la Kill it's a female coming of age story. There's a lot of personal drama in there, but it's heavily action oriented, and obviously there's lots of skimpy outfits. I don't know how you feel about sex in your cartoons, but
I mean it's cool, I guess.
Okay.
Other anime I saw, I talked about Death Note before. I watched Demon Crybaby or Crybaby Devilman. I saw The Heroic Legend of Arslan, which was an anime about it's fantasy medieval Persia. And I started Code Geass, which is an alternate history anime.
I can't stand Code Geass, but
yeah, it seems like I go through phases where I watch TV shows and I don't watch any TV for a couple months. And I got a little bit into Code Geass, and then I entered one of my phases where I'm not watching TV that much. My favorite movie ever, I'd say, is Lord of the Rings, and Ben-Hur is one of my favorite movies ever too. I put out a tweet about this some time ago. I gotta remember. I said the two other Japanese movies. I forget what my fifth favorite movie is. Yeah.
Well, I got to do one of these tier lists on movies because it's so people always ask. Obviously, there's a lot of good ones. Go ahead.
Did you get to the part in Code Geass, the kill Japanese people part?
No, I only got a couple episodes in.
Oh, okay. There's a part.
Rosemary's Baby. That's my fifth favorite movie.
What is?
Rosemary's Baby.
Oh, okay.
It's
wow, you have an eclectic taste.
Yeah. That's kind of what my culture, like what I do. I mean, if you go through, because I think in sound, and so I consume a lot more music than I do movies. Because whenever I need to relax or unwind, I listen to music. And I listen to so many weird kinds of music. I listen to like teenage girl pop. I listen to Mongolian death metal. I listen to like country music, like Canadian country music. I got into anime music lately. I listen to like traditional Celtic folk music.
Oh my God.
I listen to like EDM.
You like Melanie Martinez?
But my musical taste is just incredibly eclectic, and I collect. It's one of my hobbies is just collecting weird genres of music.
Melanie Martinez, are you a fan?
No, never heard of her.
Okay, probably would be a fan then.
Is that a teen girl pop?
Yeah, basically.
I think Maisie Peters is the best like pop singer today. She's a kind of indie pop British artist.
I like Melanie Martinez, and because of that, the algorithm keeps recommending Taylor Swift to me, who I cannot stand. Every time I hear a Taylor Swift song, I think, how do people listen to this?
Good. She's from.
Oh, you like Taylor Swift? Okay.
Yeah, I like Taylor Swift. She's from Pennsylvania. She grew up an hour from where I did, and so like I knew people who.
Oh,
knew
so you're
her.
tainted.
There were
you're
a couple
tainted.
And like think if you watch her old, I was driving one of my friends around my hometown, and he said this looks like a Taylor Swift music video, because she made the stuff like it's from Pennsylvania, and like she's pretty popular where I grew up. Like her country stuff. In Pennsylvania, it's the uncontroversial party line is you like her country music and then you don't like her shift to pop. And I think that's justified. I think her country stuff is better than her pop stuff, but I think her pop stuff isn't bad either. Where I think her 1989 album is like, she did a pretty good job on it. I think after that, it went downhill, and I haven't listened to her last couple albums. Getting the Whatif Alt His guy to talk about Taylor Swift.
No, it's awesome.
Well, actually not based. I don't know what I'm saying. How do you feel about Weird Al?
Oh, I mean, so the thing is, people ask me how I feel at different artists, and for the most part, I know how hard it is to be an artist, and so
no, don't give a pussy answer.
Look, Weird Al, we all respect.
He does a great job. I don't like
for the grind.
Like the thing is, like I'm not jamming a Taylor Swift when I'm driving in my car or like rocking out. I think she's a passively good artist. I'll listen to her every once in a while. Weird Al's like that. I respect the art of his craft. What he has done has been admirable. I do not rock out to Weird Al on the weekend.
It's cringe as fuck, right? I mean, let's be honest.
It's incredible that he pulled it off. It's so hard to do what he does, to write jokes and do like an over friggin' song, and also for like 40 years.
But he's basically like the first YouTube parody musician before YouTube was a thing.
And he's the best at it, Adam.
Well, just because he was doing it. What?
Filthy Frank.
Is that
heard of Filthy Frank?
He's a YouTuber. Yeah, no, I've totally heard of Filthy Frank. Yeah.
Yeah, he then became like one of the most successful Asian pop stars.
Really?
Yeah. I
didn't know that. Wow.
So all of my friends watched Filthy Frank growing up, and
there's a bunch of memes of him, but I don't know that I've ever seen his content.
He invented the Harlem Shake too.
Right.
And so he did that, and then the thing is, he was actually destroying his vocal cords from doing his Filthy Frank shtick so much that he couldn't do it, or he had some other health issue where he physically couldn't keep doing the YouTube meme stuff. Then he became one of the biggest Japanese pop idols, and he became incredibly wealthy and successful across Asia as a pop idol with teenage girls as his demographic, rather than friggin' like the North American edgelord teenagers. To change the topic, one of my biggest hobbies is I watch YouTube videos of the rise and fall of people in the content creator world. And do you guys know who Lil Xan is?
No.
No.
Lil Xanax. He was a big.
I like the name though.
He was big in the SoundCloud rapper space, and I keep track of his career. I keep track of a lot of the careers of SoundCloud rappers as a hobby. I've got a lot of extra brain power that I don't use.
Do you have a spreadsheet of these rappers?
I just keep it in my head.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, that's a little too far.
When I'm passively not being the Whatif Alt His guy, I have to devote my mind to something.
Oh,
and so
yeah,
like
of course.
Weird specialities of knowledge. But Lil Xan, he picked that meme name. Then he had a single popular song. He refused to work. He blew all his money and partying and stuff. As you do. Yeah, and it's funny to watch his career because it's just like him taking L's every single step of the way. And it's remarkable to see a person take that many L's. And like Lil Pump is similar, but Lil Pump had good music and he had like a more of a meme brand that lasted him longer. But it's also sad to see the end point of Lil Pump's career because like after like when he went on the No Jumper podcast, he had done everything. And it was depressing to watch him. And I'm thinking, damn, I'm glad I'm an academic YouTuber, so I don't do this arc of doing all these hedonistic activities and blowing my money and then having nothing at the end.
There's still time. What do you mean?
Yeah, maybe I'll try to fit that in the next.
We learned from Sean that once you start talking about how the algorithm is fucking you over, your career is over. So you don't do that, right?
I'm actually a YouTube partner now. So
no,
partnered with my channel and I have ambassador with them, and almost all my videos at this point are monetized. So I don't have beef with YouTube as of now.
Wait, you said partner. I thought you said departnered.
No, I'm a YouTube partner where I'm part of.
Gotcha.
They have a program for YouTubers that they see promise in where they help you for 6 months. And so I'm part of that program because they like the channel or they see their algorithm.
Why don't they help us? This algorithm is fucking us.
You have to be a certain size for it.
Okay, I got it.
And so almost all of my videos at this point are monetized. And I used to have beef with YouTube because there were points where like a third of my videos were demonetized, or there are definitely points where I look at the algorithm and I think they're moving it. Because for my civilization videos on what civilizations are, what goes on in different civilizations, the video on Western civilization is one of the least successful, which is insane because my audience cares the most about Western civilization by far.
Can you look? We're pretty good friends, Rudyard. Can you do me a favor? Can you do a video on MMT? I think people need to.
I'd love to do that. I'd love to make a video just ripping.
No, it's got to be pro MMT, okay?
I mean, I'd gotta be selling my soul. It's retarded. Like
Oh no! Oh no!
Man!
Literally one of
please,
the worst
Rudyard,
ideas.
I take it back. Please don't make a video on MMT. I beg you. Look, Sitch will wear a dress.
Wait, one of you supports modern monetary theory?
Adam is like,
define.
It's one of the worst ideas. It is one of the worst ideas in economics ever. I am sorry.
Look, do you know Stephanie Kelton follows me on Twitter?
I mean, cool. It's still a bad idea.
What do you? Yeah, explain to Adam what your beef is with MMT.
No, look, we can't turn this into an MMT.
Yes, we can.
No, I was only joking because MMT is like death for your channel. Do not do a video on MMT. It's like nobody wants to hear about MMT. They want to hear about anime. Let's talk about anime.
The populace wants to be fed money until they're broke. And then they voted various populists to blame it on groups.
That's right. Let's talk about the end of the world. That's what we want to talk about. Sitch, let's talk about the fourth turning. The time has come, Sitch.
Okay. Fine. Why do I care?
Look, come on. Our first question, Rudyard. Is there anything you want to talk about?
I mean, you came in to bring me to talk about the political triangle.
We can talk about that, yeah.
Okay.
The question that and look, we kind of talked about this privately, so I'm not even sure it's really.
I mean, doesn't your audience want to know?
Not really. I mean,
Okay, fair.
I don't know that they're super interested.
I'm mostly here to chill. I'm here to have a conversation, see where it goes.
That's what I like about you, Rudyard. You're ready to chill.
What the fuck are you guys even talking about? What's happening here?
The political triangle is something that people throw at us occasionally when we start talking about the political spectrum.
Oh, that political triangle.
Yes.
Yeah.
A friend of Rudyard's actually made the political triangle.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, he runs a think tank, and he developed it as a side project. It's built into his philosophy.
He explained it to me in DM, so I kind of understand it. And the chief complaint that I have about it, he's like, "Oh, well, that's totally, it's not. You're not meant to look at it that way."
The problem with
so.
most people is that it doesn't fit into modern politics. But for my friends and I, our specialty is history and anthropology, and so we do politics as a side gig, and so the political triangle is meant to map every society in history, and the right-left divide is just a single edge of it. And also, each triangle is a different polarity of. It's based off the theory that humans have three interactions: trade, war, and sex. And so each of the polarities is trade, war, or sex.
Maybe I haven't seen this political triangle.
Did you look it up, Sitch? People shared it with us a million times. Every time I look at it, I'm completely mystified by it.
This is the one that's like got communism on the left, absolutism on the bottom, and individualism at the top.
Look, I'll bring it up. I guess if we're going to talk about it, I might as well bring it up.
That's the one I think people are talking about.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
I don't see shit.
There's only one.
Why not?
I got to pull up the stream.
Look, just send him what you're looking at, Sitch, in a DM. Or can you do that?
Oh,
look, who cares? Let's talk about something else while I bring the triangle up. Sitch, don't stare at the triangle. Ask a question. We have a guest here.
If you were to assassinate a single person on the planet today, who would it be?
Let's see. How do you feel about dentists?
No, I want him to answer the assassination question.
Me? Oh, it's Xi Jinping, easy.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go for my ex-dentist, obviously. So, look, sorry, there's no world peace is coming out of my assassination.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping, really? Look.
Yeah, but would that solve anything?
Aren't you? Why would you say that? Aren't you nervous? That guy's like, now he's after you, Rudyard.
I mean, I never said that they know I did the assassination.
Well, they will now.
I know.
I mean, they'll think like some random like shitlord YouTuber said that. They're not gonna. They'll think the CIA did it. They do not think it is within my capabilities to assassinate Xi Jinping.
When you get the death note,
I know.
He dies of a heart attack. They're gonna know. Okay.
That thing would gradually corrupt my soul. Like,
you think you would actually be corrupted by the death note?
I mean, the thing is, if I see any magical evil object, I will naturally assume that it pollutes evil in its vicinity, and that through using it, it will corrupt your soul. Because if you read the myths, that's what happens. If you get a demonic sword, one of my favorite fantasy books ever is about a guy who gets a demonic sword that like destroys his enemies. And the thing is, if you have a sword like that and you don't think it's gradually corrupting your soul, then you are a fool.
Yeah, but like, so with the death note, it doesn't actually, like, there's nothing magical that makes
but you won't get Light's
just...
career. I mean, it might not corrupt his soul on like a physical basis, but it definitely does through the process of that power.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I mean, like Light at the beginning of the show versus Light at the end of the show, they're different people. And I think that show's great. This is one of the philosophic themes of Lord of the Rings as well, that normal people, when given power, can become corrupted. And the guy you see outside Wawa, give him total power, he might become Caligula or Stalin. And this is something I don't think wokeness understands, because if you're in a position of responsibility where, like for me, I have to manage, you have to manage your business, you have to manage what you say on Twitter, you have to manage public streams like this. If you're constantly saying stuff, some of it's going to be good, some of it's going to be bad. Some decisions you make will be good, some you make will be bad. And that's what comes through a position of responsibility. But the thing is, you run a nation that is 1,000%, 1,000 times more responsibility than I have. And you have to tolerate bad decisions among your leaders. And the left has no concept of that. And I guess the right more so, as the right's gotten more schizo, that like, because it's such a difficult job, anyone in any position of power is going to make mistakes. And the thing is, if you hold them to a standard to never make mistakes, then you will have them do incredible risk mitigation. And people who go for complete risk mitigation is one of the worst strategies.
Totally.
Fear of making mistakes is one of the worst mistakes you can make in life.
I mean, you think I don't know, you think that's only true for the left? I feel like both sides are fine doing that.
It got a lot worse for the right because I look at the right now and they blame everything on the Jews. They blame everything on globalist elites. On
the far right.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
My father had a joke.
Yeah, the anti-Trumpers aren't blaming everything on the Jews, right?
Right.
I don't think
my father had a
Ben
joke.
Shapiro is probably not blaming everything on the Jews.
Unless it's positive.
There you go.
That's true. Yeah.
You guys have the political triangle pulled up?
I did. Yeah, I brought it up and I started a DM group with you and Sitch. So
I'll try to keep this quick. So
okay. So look here. Let me give you my, and I want Sitch to hear my critique.
Yeah.
Like I look at the political compass. You know, you're measuring two factors, and when you move closer to one of those factors, you're moving away from another factor, but you're not really having an effect on the other axis. So, but the triangle has this weird situation where, like, if I'm moving closer to one thing, I'm moving closer to the center between two of the other points. So that doesn't make a lot of sense as far as a graph goes, but you're saying that's completely immaterial to this thing, right?
No. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, they're all completely different, and they're all the most polarities. Imagine my friend views this as magnets. Imagine you have 3 magnets, and then certain rocks are pulled towards one magnet more closely than the others, but they're all different magnets.
Mm-hmm.
And the way I explain this is, I try to use. I talked for Sitch for a really long time in our DMs, trying to explain this. And through that process, I basically found what's the shortest way to explain this.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'd say is that for these 3 markers, I'm going to use the society that manifested them the most in history as an example. For communist axis, I got to make a Whatif Alt His video about this.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. But the communist axis, this is the promise of something better. And my friend calls it the feminine strategy because it uses language and the promise of some better good in the same way that for women, like their strategy, women are better at language than men are. And these things have been found in studies. Women have a larger vocabulary. They're better able to convince people to do things with language. And also for women,
is it language or is it that tight top? I mean, I'm always thinking it's
why
the
is it
top.
the promise, which is it's a combination of sex and language, and that's what communism is. What communism is, it's the promise. It's the combination of language with the promise of something better, and so it's the feminine strategy. And you look at the left, it's people with feminine psychologies for the most part. If you can correlate people with feminine psychologies with the left decently well, and so. Maoism is an example of this strategy pushed the most. Of the reason the Maoists are in power is because they promise a complete utopia and the end of suffering. The reality is mass slavery and death. And so theocracies are in this communism feminine strategy. And so, like, Sitch and I were talking in our DMs about why.
No, Adam, it was me. I was talking.
Sorry, Adam.
Me, right?
I was going to say, if you were talking to me in DMs, you were talking to someone fake Sitch.
Okay, Adam and I were talking in DMs, and we were talking about why Islamists and communists get along so well. And the irony is they're actually both shared here, because communism, I say, is a religion. So communism has all the markers of a religion if you study religion objectively. Islam's also a religion. So they're two shared. And for this axis, it's about motivating people through language and through the promise of something better. The next axis, the bottom right, is absolutism, which is authority. And so for this axis, you should do our agenda because it's the right thing to do. It'll help people. For the absolutist axis, you should do what I say because I will beat you if you don't. It is the use of top-down authority to maintain power. And the society that does this the most is Tsarist Russia 200 years ago, where in Tsarist Russia, everyone was owned by the emperor. Even the nobility called themselves slaves to the emperor. And that top-down power held the society together. And the strength for the the feminine strategy is that it's nice and it motivates people and people want to do it. The weakness is that it gets delusional. So communism fails. The strength for absolutism is that it allows command in stressful situations. And we don't like to think about this, but authoritarian power is useful in stressful situations, which is why presidents, our society is not run by committees. We pick a single leader to run our society. And it's why corporations are authoritarian, why militaries are authoritarian, where you're not allowed to question your officer. And so you can correlate the amount of military threat a society has with authoritarianism, where there are very few countries stuck in the middle of the map that are democracies. And so the societies that tend to be absolutist are countries stuck in the middle of the map. So China, Russia, etc. And the problem with this strategy, and the strength of it is that it provides unity and discipline. The bad part of it is that once you remove external feedback, you end up in a situation where the rulers aren't accountable to anyone. And that's the case in China right now, where Xi Jinping is a megalomaniac and all of his lackeys are incredibly corrupt because there's no feedback loop. And then the third thing, so Maoist China, Tsarism 200 years ago, and for individualism, it's medieval Iceland. And medieval Iceland was a society where there was no government. There was no military, no taxation, no police. Everyone met up, all landowners met up in a valley and talked through their issues and had votes. And the way the legal system worked was that if you dishonored someone or hurt someone's property, they had a right to, your neighbors and the people who dishonored had a right to destroy you and basically wipe you out. And Iceland is, I kind of see them as proto-America, where it was like Northwestern European peoples escaping oppressive governments, because the reason Iceland was populated was they were escaping the creation of the Norwegian monarchy. And it was all these people who hated monarchies and they hated power. So they set up Iceland as a society with no government at all. The problem with that is that Iceland collapsed in a civil war and it became this horrifying bloodbath because there was no centralized authority. And the thing with individualism, and like America is one of the societies that does the highest here, is the strength of it is it's very flexible, it unifies people, it's very creative. And so if for the left, they motivate through, well, if you do this, it'll help people. For authoritarianism, do this or I'll shoot you. For individualism, it's, hey, if you do this with me, we can both get rich. And so it's a idea of mutual benefit. And then that allows a lot of creativity and strength. But the problem with that is that it can very easily get predatory and there's no shared sense of structure. And so you often, one of the things I tell libertarians is that true capitalism isn't the fountainhead, it's landlords enslaving their tenants. It's people, true capitalism is slavery, which is once you don't have when you don't have a legal structure or a church to counterbalance capitalism. And so it's these three polarities, and the most successful societies have institutions that balance all three of them, because once you can activate all three, you are capable of basically jumping between them.
Do you have questions, Sitch?
Well, so somewhat related. Well, okay, so how do you feel about how do you feel about the claim that people like to make, and this kind of fits in because looking at the triangle now, about fascist and the Nazis being characterized on the left instead of being characterized on the right?
I mean, I really love this chart because it deals with that. Because the thing is,
they're in like the bottom, absolutely.
Each of these axes shares something with. So these are all distinct polarities, but the thing is, for any two of them, they can ally with another one over something. So individualism can ally with communism over the the thing is, if you got these three people in a room, if you got them together, for each of them, they could find something to agree with against the other person, against the third person. So if you got a classical liberal together with a communist, they could agree on the concept that equality is good. If you had a communist together with a fascist, they get into the concept that you need to have a strong state to maintain society. And if you had a fascist together with a classical liberal, they would say that you need to have the strong win out in society. And so each of them can share things. And the thing with fascism is that fascism is a very collectivist ideology where the entirety of your life is built into the state. And this is something Mussolini said, where Mussolini said, I think Mussolini invented the term totalitarian as a positive thing, where he said, we want to be in a society where your entire life is the state, and the state is like a family that keeps you warm and safe and provides all your needs. And so it has that, but also it still promises the people stuff, which makes it more, I think that it's on the spectrum, and fascism has some similarities with the left, but I don't think it is the left, where fascism still offers the people something. It's like, still, if you work together, we can build a better society. Tsarist Russia was not offering you anything. They were like, you serve the Lord, you serve the Tsar, because it is your place as a peasant. And so like fascism does have a similarity with the left in that it offers like a better vision of the world if we all work together.
Okay. But you think it's, I know that it doesn't necessarily make sense with the triangle, but if you have to throw them on the left, right
triangle, on this triangle, fascism is more towards, it's leaning towards absolutism, but it's got some similarities with communism.
No, right.
Triangle.
I understand that.
On the political compass, it's on the right. On the political compass, I definitely think fascism's on the right.
Okay. Why?
I think it's, our left and right spectrum today is dictated by traditional versus untraditional. And fascists are incredibly traditional, where they believe that women should stay in the home. They believe your loyalty to your ethnicity is the most important thing. They think blood determins your personality. They think traditions are the most important thing. They think that fascists put tradition above logic. They think that the nation, and just fascism is incredibly socially conservative, no matter how you want to look at it. And in our society, the left-right spectrum is socially conservative versus socially not conservative. And the thing is, that's like the left-right spectrum has got its problems, which you run into. But I think it's still a useful way to view the world. And in that way, like the fascists and the communists are clearly very different in that regard. But also, I don't think that many people are classical liberals when a gun's put to their head. You look at a guy who said he's a libertarian, classical liberal, normie conservative, you remove everything from them. You put them through a plague, you make them poor, they're more likely to turn out being a fascist than a communist. And this is one of the things I've seen, because I'm a classical liberal, and that was the normiest position 5 years ago. And now it's controversial because all these people who were just normal conservatives, when stuff got worse, they ended up being fascists. And so you can see that there's this, that once you put a normie socialist under pressure, they can turn communist. Once you put a normie conservative under pressure, they can turn fascist.
That's a very interesting and probably a good way to conceptualize it, is like, yeah, if you put this person through the ringer, which side are they going to go to? And that tells us something. Because I mean, I agree with you that I conceptualize the left-right dichotomy as, sort of basically being along the change tradition lines, where but the people get very mad at me because they want to, or some people do, because the libertarians want to view it as like collectivist is left and individualist is right. And I think that's not the correct way.
I think that's a shell game by libertarians. I mean, I have a very close relationship with the libertarians. Like, I'm friends with a lot of libertarians parties based out of Austin. So I'm friends with a lot of their leadership here. And I know the libertarian presidential candidate. And he's actually a really great dude. Like, I'd recommend, like, he's a great guy. But libertarians kind of play this shell game of, oh my God, we're a real political position. And they're not really, like, the political compass was developed by libertarians to make a different axis.
Really?
Them to fit in. Yeah, it was literally designed by like libertarian political activists, because they're like, oh my God, we're not like the fascists.
That's hilarious.
And I think there's a lot of real dishonesty in this field. And I think I stick to the left-right axis because it's, once you break away from that, there's a lot more like chicanery that can go on. And so I prefer this triangle for all societies. And I prefer the left and right if we're just talking industrial politics.
Well, I mean, I do think there are people now. I think they're the minority, but I think they're kind of more represented on YouTube Spaces. But I do think there are people that have an actual libertarian principle and libertarian moral intuition. So I don't have a problem with them being on like their own like y-axis.
Yeah. And this is why I think the triangle is useful, because I think the left-right spectrum is useful for 95% of the conversations normal people have. I think it's or if we're on if you're on normie TV, it's useful to talk about the left and the right as philosophic concepts, because in our society, I can do my nerd stuff about 500 years ago, but in our society, there is a left and a right, and it's pretty clear. And most libertarians would end up allying with fascists. Most anarcho-syndicalists will find themselves allying with eco-feminists. And so...
Well, what do you mean by that? You mean like if they have to choose between another extremist?
In our society, the right and the left exists and important. If we have a civil war today, it will be between the right and the left.
Right.
Over all of human history, you might use... So my problem with the political compass is that once you start applying it outside of our very specific era of history, it breaks down. Where Asian societies are often very collectivist, but also very socially conservative, which means they don't fit in the box. People talk about if Jesus was alive today, what politics would he have? And that's not a good question, because this is a really base take to make. The people who are closest to Jesus' politics today would be like Muslim radicals, because they are the closest to the political and social context he grew up in. Right. Their world makes the most sense for because they're both from the Middle East. And so Jesus wouldn't fit anywhere on our political spectrum. And so that's my personal quibble with it. But the reality we live in is the right and the left are different factions that operate as if they are different unified wholes.
I want to say something before we move on from the political triangle.
Yeah.
So obviously there's authoritarianism is on the triangle, and so is democracy. But one of the issues that I have is I have a very, I feel, useful lens for kind of looking at authoritarianism and democracy that I don't necessarily see being embodied in whatever the triangle is trying to illustrate. Authoritarianism for me is a very few people or one person making the majority of the decisions for society. And democracy is really an effort to decentralize power. So you have a lot of people buying in and making decisions collectively through democratic elections. Well, there's something that happens just technically. If you have a small number of people making decisions for all of society, you can basically raise taxes to 99%. You can subjugate people in ways that are, dangerous, I feel, for society. Yeah. And if those people have any sort of political power, this decentralization of political power that happens with democracies makes that kind of impossible. I always use the example of, the president of the United States.
You actually can do that. You do see democracies do that.
Where they're subjugating the people?
Yeah, it's common, especially the further you get outside the West, where...
Well, look, it can happen in certain situations where if you have a dominant majority and there's no sort of Bill of Rights or anything, the majority can democratically...
America oppressed blacks democratically for centuries. And I look at the second we set up a democracy in Iraq,
I understand that you're there are exceptions, obviously. Just I think the broader point that there's this difference between democracies, and we can think of democracies as in the aspirational perfect democracy.
I think democracy is the best system. But on this triangle, I am definitely individualist. I am definitely in this blue category. That's I'm really hard that. And of all three political parties, the thing I'm politically closest to is a libertarian. So I agree with
just in the context of the question, what is this? What idea does this embody in that same way? What simple idea?
Or for this political triangle?
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to ask that in the easiest way, libertarianism, theocracy, and serve the emperor. Those three.
So what unites those things and what makes them what what on the triangle unites those things?
There's no unification.
Okay.
It's like it's three very different polarities. Like this is a question you've asked me a couple different times. There's no like square, like for the political compass, each of them share at least something.
Right.
Here, they don't share things.
Okay. So it's just like a way to, like on the political compass, you're when you move things around, you're saying like this thing is getting less and this thing is getting more. So when you move things around on the political triangle, you're not really doing that.
So yeah, I mean, for example, with the political compass, I'm lib right. I could be closer to off right. I could be closer to lib left. But for here, it's not. There aren't two axes. And I know the guy who made this, and so I can explain his philosophy, which is difficult to understand. But he views it almost, imagine there are three magnets in a room, and then the magnets have different power that drags them towards each other. And so, for example, his worldview is based off their polarities and everything, where there's a masculine, feminine polarity, and some people exist at some point along this polarity. Donald Trump is very masculine. He doesn't have a lot of feminine aspects to his personality. Zoe Deschanel, very feminine, not very many masculine aspects of Zoe Deschanel's personality. And so there isn't two axes here. It's these three separate magnets. And
that's interesting.
Some societies are dragged closer to one magnet or another. But for example, the extreme societies in each case of Maoist China, medieval Iceland, and Tsarist Russia, they are the furthest removed they could possibly be from the other polarities.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. How do you feel about the whole party switch thing in America? The party switched positions or sides?
I've got to run to the bathroom, and then I'll clarify what you mean by that when I get back.
Okay. Sure, no problem. Let's read a super chat or something.
Sure.
Hey, you guys, I think JREG is supposed to come on next, so.
Nice.
He's going to teach us how to be
centrist.
Enlightened centrist. Yeah.
Right.
I'm looking forward to that.
Keeney X122 for $20 says, "Hey guys, happy 300th. It may be my birthday tomorrow, but I'm gifting you $20 to celebrate the milestone. S-Class is the best class."
Well, we can gift you back a happy birthday. That's awesome.
And A-Team is okay too, I guess. Well, happy birthday. That's wonderful. And thank you. Grendel Vat for $20. Thank you, Grendel. Says, please ask Rudyard about the psychological Black Plague, particularly how it lines up with the current political paradigm.
Is that like the historical Black Plague?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I'll put that on the list. Christian Baller for $20 says, Adam getting wrecked by Rudyard. Ooh.
Getting wrecked?
That's regarding the MMT.
Oh, yeah, that must be the MMT. I don't think Christian Baller likes MMT either. So
no, he's not a fan. Hey, welcome back.
So can you clarify what your question was, please?
Yeah, so like people say like, oh, you know, the South was filled with Democrats and the Democrats were all like the racists. And then there was some magic party switch.
That's kind of a bad argument. Like, I think whether you make that argument is a marker of if you're intellectually honest on the right, because...
Oh, shots fired at the chat.
It's just different people. I mean, I'm fine. I live in the South now. I'm fine with the South being responsible for slavery. We can say that. But, like, that's the South's cultural identity. And the thing is, it's the same friggin' Southerners. And one of the things that pissed me off at the debate with Vaush, where Vaush asked me, because we were having an argument about he was saying the people who did the abolitionist movement are the same people as who do social justice today. And I said they're completely different demographics of people. And he didn't understand that argument because the people who pushed the abolitionist movement, they were mostly people from the Midwest or like the northern US who were like evangelical WASP farmers. They were, and then the people who did social justice are coastal. And so the parties change for whatever the culture and the demographics of America is, where you can say the Democrats did racism, but it's really Southerners did racism, and the Democrats were the party of Southerners. Then when the Democrats, because I mean, the thing that killed the South I think it killed the Democratic South was Lyndon Johnson pushing through the end of segregation. I think this is one of the most noble decisions that an American politician has done. I don't think we've given LBJ credit for it, where LBJ sacrificed his entire party to end segregation in the South. And he was a Southerner. He betrayed his entire people for Black people. And so we don't give LGB credit for LGB was a noble man in other ways. Like he pushed. I don't think the Great Society was smart in retrospect, but I think it was really noble that he cared enough about poor people to push that at the time. And
people are going to say he only did that to get the Black vote.
Yeah, but he lost the Democratic Party of their time was completely dependent upon white Southerners.
Right, so that wouldn't make sense.
So he's jettisoning 2/3 of the South's population for 1/3 of the South's population, and you can't win a single state in the South from Black voters because Black people aren't a plurality in any state in America. And so, I mean, I think that's a dishonest argument because the Republicans then got the South by basically pandering to that old segregationist demographic. And it's just like, I don't like arguments that are based around technicalities where, I mean, people say the Roman Empire fell within 50 years of Columbus. And I'm like, the Roman Empire at the fall of Byzantium was a completely different civilization than what it was under Hadrian or Julius Caesar. And so I just don't think it's a very honest argument to say like the Democrats of today are the party of segregation, because the Democrats have also since spent the last 60 years, their entire platform is being the opposite of segregation. The Democratic Party today is very, very different from what it was 100 years ago. It's like it's completely different demographics. And you can say that the left is racist today, but it's racist for the opposite reason.
Right.
It's I think it's silly.
Well, it's interesting because when the Democrats were the party of the South, and then there was kind of the switch, which I assume you're saying, and it seems to be true with like that because of LBJ and kind of that stuff. Did other people's policies switch too?
I mean, my thing is that my speciality is anthropology and demographics and stuff. And so I would say that politics change as reactions to underlying social and demographic and technological changes. And so these politicians are doing what will get them votes and what are strategic as the incentive structures of the underlying society change. And what occurred with that party shift, because the thing is that after the US Civil War, for the next 80 years, American politics were operating under the same dividing principle. And that was Northern WASPs against everyone else. The Republicans were a party of Northern WASPs. And the top Republican states were Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Nebraska. And the Democrats were able to pull up votes together of everyone else. And so by the time Roosevelt showed up, Irish Catholics, Italians were voting Democrat, Southern whites were voting Democrat, Blacks were voting Democrat. And so the Republicans controlled the country for almost 80 years straight after the Civil War, because Northern WASPs were so much of the country that you could just win every single election. And what Roosevelt did that was so remarkable was that he was able to add enough people together that the coalition of non-Northern WASPs could finally overwhelm Northern WASPs. And what occurred then was, and I think this is actually the reason why multiculturalism is our society's big thing, the Democrats realized they could hold on to power by basically building a coalition of everyone who wasn't the mainstream. And you look at the left today, they're the same strategy. Their strategy is to hold on to power by creating an alliance of everyone who's not mainstream. And so for the time that we're talking about where the South was racist and was KKK, the dominant political divide in America was North versus South, and they would fight over the West. And now the divide is coast versus interior, because the underlying incentive moved from the North and the South being super different societies to, in a globalized world, the game is, do we try to adapt America to a globalized world more, or do we try to maintain America's like social independence more? And so it's a rural versus urban divide. So it's a completely different thing based off the world order fundamentally changing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so with Roosevelt, it's kind of interesting because he's, Democrat, obviously. This is pre-LBJ.
Yeah.
but the policies, the economic policies he would be pushing for would be considered very left-wing by today's standards. So how does that mesh with the party switch idea?
I mean, the left completely jettisoned economic issues because what happened, the left can only get the working classes in societies where the working classes are poor. And so the left has only gotten consistent support from the working classes outside of unions in countries like Russia or China, where the working classes are starving peasants. But the irony is that once you get to wealthy industrialized societies like Germany, America, whatever, the working classes tend to go conservative. And one of the interesting ironies is that the wealthier society is, the more likely it is to go fascism, the poorer it is. Almost all wealthy societies, when they go authoritarian, go fascist. Almost all poor societies, when they go authoritarian, go communist.
Wow,
and
interesting.
And so what the left did was they realized they weren't going to get support by the working classes, but the left was actually made up of teachers and academics. And so they switched their support base from the working classes to ethnic and sexual minorities. And that was a really smart strategy because they would have failed with the working classes, but also women gained mass importance in society. And so through picking women, they were able to just get a lot of social power, but they were also able to ally with large bureaucratic structures. So the left that today you see is that it's, the left has all the big companies. Look at the World Economic Forum. Look at any left-wing sponsor in Amazon, Chinese National Petroleum,
Smith and Wesson.
And Wesson. It's just all these, all of the big, every Hollywood company, every Silicon Valley company, are all left-leaning. And the left abandoned economic issues because they stopped seeing the working classes as useful. And so it moved from economically left-wing to socially left-wing. And so it's a party shift, but the underlying things the left cared about changed.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I tend to agree with exactly that. After the Reagan Revolution, they were like, shit, the working people are not supporting us anymore. And so that definitely seemed to be the case.
It's funny that I saw this clip of someone talking about Eisenhower campaign platforms, and they were very socially left-wing. And if Eisenhower ran today, he'd be called a rhino. And Eisenhower is actually one of my favorite presidents ever, so that's sad. But another fundamental reality was that for most of history, the rich treat the poor like trash. The World War era was special because they needed the poor to die in war. And so eras in which there's a total war tend to have really high cohesion and treat the working classes very well because they need the working classes for the country to survive. They need to fight in war. But the thing is, once we removed the threat of external war, we've gone back to the social norm of the upper classes oppressing the lower classes.
Right. Okay. Someone asked, I don't know what they're referring to. They want us to ask you about the psychological black plague.
Oh yeah, I made an hour-long video about that.
What is that?
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. What is it? What is it?
It's I don't like shortening hour-long arguments, but the short answer is I've looked at a bunch of stuff where I say that Europe before the Black Death, what was going down was that they would live near their own shit. They'd sleep naked in the same bed. They wouldn't clean wounds with soap. They didn't have a concept that filth would spread illness. So the Europeans the Europeans unwittingly set themselves up in a position where a giant plague could wipe them out. And in that video, I say, we've done the same thing for mental health. And that was a really fun video to research because I looked across a bunch of disciplines. And what has come out of psychology recently is that we found that the things that make people the happiest are religion and community. And material gain tends to not make people that happy. Once you're out of poverty, there's a big shift. But once you move from middle to upper class, there's very little happiness gain. And what I say is that due to the collapse of religion, community, beautiful art, a sense of meaningfulness in life, most people are economically unstable, is that we unwittingly set ourselves up for a psychological pandemic. And I argue in the video that psychological pandemics are real things. And the best examples of it are like Stalinist Russia, Nazi Germany, the French Revolution, where an entire society went crazy for a short period of time. And everyone reasonable can agree that those were bad ideas. But people just went nuts for a little bit and they lost their better minds. And I say that when a society is not properly set up for it, the entire population can go crazy. And I predict that that's going to happen to us, where just the population is going to go mad in some way or another. And I think that I compare it to the Black Death because the Black Death halved Eurasia's population. And what this is already doing is having our world's population. Because the thing is, people aren't having children. And that's fundamentally a cultural and psychological problem where in the third world, people can have 5 kids in the same crappy tenement. And to be fair, I don't want to have kids now. Like, it's
why is it a problem? Like, every time people say that.
Because it'll start killing countries. You can't survive with a declining population. Like, look at Japan. In Japan, it happened. Japan beforehand was one of the wealthiest countries in the world, one of the most technologically advanced. People literally thought Japan would take over the world. I mean,
look, you agree. Look, you agree. There was a time when people said that overpopulation was going to cause everyone to starve, right? And then they came up with oil-based fertilizers and new ways of farming that completely changed everything. I feel like automation, humanoid robots are going to be that change. That is just, it's like, it doesn't matter if people have kids anymore.
Societies can adopt changes like that when they're unified. And this is one of the things with the Turchin cycles where
it's completely, look, society didn't choose to adopt oil-based fertilizers. Like, it's a technological development.
But the thing is, a society that does develop those things is a strong, unified society. And so you look at the Turchin cycles, and it's really shocking how much technological and social progress adds up with them. And I'd agree that if I was in 1950, I would be terrified of overpopulation, because that would be a completely reasonable thing to be terrified of, looking at the numbers. But because we were doing well in Turchin's statistics, where we had a unified, coherent society that could make plans, we were able to develop technological innovations to deal with it. But what I see now is that we are incapable of implementing anything in our society because we're so divided. And so even if we had those robots, we're already so broken that what would end up happening is that one faction would end up using it to support their faction at the expense of the broader society.
Obviously, we have to work on that. That's terrifying.
I mean, the thing is, if those robots were invented, we all know that they would be like brought out by Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos.
Well, they're both in favor of UBI, so they
would be immediately used to oppress the population more. No one who is developing those technologies would not use it to oppress the population.
I don't think so. Like, why would both those guys be in favor of UBI?
You mean militarily or economically?
They like UBI because they want the public to be fed grains so that they're docile.
What do you mean by oppress the population?
Anyone who has the power to develop those kinds of technologies would use it for bad things as a way to replace employees and drive people further into poverty and do further inequality.
This is a reason that they're in favor of UBI, is because both those guys know that this narrative is closer to a reality than most people think.
They're in favor of UBI because they want it to happen, and they want a population fed off bread and circuses that's docile. They want to get progressively richer without a revolution.
Look, I'm no fan of Zucker or Bezos, but the idea that they want to subjugate the population, I don't know. That's a big claim.
They don't want to consciously subjugate the population. I don't think Zuckerberg thinks up in the morning, how do I oppress the poor more? But what ends up happening is that you create incentive structures where that ends up occurring. And I don't
look, if Zucker wants to make money, I think we can both agree on that. If Zucker could make money in a way that was morally awesome, or a way that was morally questionable. I mean, you could make an argument that Facebook is morally questionable because it's getting all these young kids hooked on social media.
Yeah,
I think that weighs on Mark Zuckerberg. I think he wishes that his company was making money based off something that was morally better for society. Do you disagree with that?
I mean, what I'd say is that we have one of the highest rates of inequality ever in human history now. And the thing is, I say the reason I say that is that we've hit this threshold like 10 times before, and it's always the same threshold, because once you get beyond this threshold, society falls apart. And you can't sustain much higher inequality than what we have without society falling apart. And I frankly don't support the very, very wealthy getting richer in any form, because the thing is, once you get a society where a handful own everything and most people don't, is that the rich, throughout their own conscious intention, will naturally grow incredibly arrogant and disconnected and view the population with contempt. And then the population will grow slavish and docile. And this is something the founding fathers talked about a lot, where you don't want to have a society where if the population has no agency because of extremely high inequality, they're going to start playing video games and being angry and not caring, because that's the rational calculation. And if there's a handful of very smart people who own everything, they're going to become megalomaniacal, because that's the calculation. I see that with I look at the World Economic Forum, where they say, eat bugs, you will own nothing and be happy. And the thing that scares me about that is that they don't realize how much the public hates it when they say that. They are that isolated and disconnected.
Look, I don't know who's actually saying that. I've heard a lot of people say they're saying that at the World Economic Forum.
Go onto their website. They literally, they have quotes on this stuff.
And it's like bug-based protein or something. Is that really a thing?
They say it's a thing, and the reason that they want to push it is concerning. And the thing is I don't see a way where if Mark Zuckerberg gets much, much richer, he's just going to become a monarch, and he's going to act despotically. And he might want to consciously control people, but he will start sucking up so much of the air in the room that it will destroy freedom for other people.
They're super worried about climate change. So that is probably why they're doing the eat the bugs thing, because they're saying cattle are causing too much CO2 or something to that effect.
I just think I view this in historic terms. Right before collapses, you have this situation where there's an elderly emperor who's surrounded by eunuchs and harem girls. And that's our society. The elites today are elderly or child emperors who know nothing, surrounded by our equivalent of eunuchs and harem girls, or people who got their position because they knew how to play the game and had the power structure. They don't know what life's like for the poor. They don't know how to wage a war. They don't know how to launch a new company. And then what ends up happening is, as the elite gets more and more disconnected, that just they lose power and society falls apart. And this is a natural historic process. And I mean, you guys know the Last Airbender, Ba Sing Se?
Well, I do, yes.
Yeah, Ba Sing Se is the city in the Last
I know of it.
Yeah, Ba Sing Se is the city in the Last Airbender, and their China proxy empire, the Earth Kingdom. Ba Sing Se is so disconnected from the rest of the empire that the emperor doesn't even know that there's a war going on, but the war is destroying the entire city, and he's under siege. And that sort of thing actually happened in Chinese history a couple different times, where the emperors had no idea the peasants were starving, or they had no concept that their society was falling apart. And they're literally Chinese emperors who were so drugged up on opium with harem girls that they didn't know the city was under siege. That happened a couple times. And do not ascribe to malice what can be ascribed to idiocy. And the thing is, with these World Economic Forum types, I'm a 22-year-old with no degree. If they hired me, I could tell them this stuff is cringe. This is idiotic. The public will hate you for this. They hired marketing degrees to tell them what they wanted to believe, because they're that disconnected, because wealth and power to that great an extent naturally breeds disconnection from reality. And that's why the elites are the way they are.
Even if Turchin is correct, and there is, we're on the verge of some great historical climax here, in line with like Second World War or the Civil War or whatever. Like, ultimately, both those things we survived from. And look, we've got a great society going here. I don't think this is going to be the apocalypse. I don't think
I've never said it's the apocalypse. I've never said the world will end. I always say this is the historic crisis on the scale of the French Revolution, Black Death. wars of religion. And I make that explicitly clear in my videos that this is a crisis on the scale of these previous historic crises we've seen centuries before. And I've said in previous videos, I think this century will actually be America. We'll have a golden age in the middle of the century. I think America will remain the world's dominant power for this century. Yeah.
Sitch is super skeptical that anything bad is going to happen. I'm more open to the idea. What would convince you? I'll ask both of you. I'll ask, Rudyard, what would convince you that catastrophe is not going to happen and that everything is going to be fine? And Sitch, what would convince you that more towards Rudyard's position, that like everything is going to fall apart?
That, I would need to see a rapid increase in wages and a rapid decrease in inequality.
That's easy. That's done.
Really?
We can do that. Sure.
I mean, if we saw that, I would release a video. Thank God things are going to be okay. That's what I'd need to see. Because I think the political polarization, I would need to see insane political radicals lose power and then the economy getting better for normal people. And then I'd be like, cool, we're going to be happy. I'm chilling. Let's grab some beers.
So when you talk, my question is, when you talk about like things are going to like be catastrophic, but then in the mid-century things are going to be good. Like what does that look like? Like what is the catastrophe, and then what is the good?
My best prediction, and I've done hours upon hours of content, I think America will have a brief civil war where the right crushes the left. I think I could see a scenario where basically right-wing thugs like basically go around New York and Los Angeles and kill leftists. The left is wiped out. The right splits and turns into warlord factions. And then there's conflict inside the right between different factions on the right. Then that civil war ends after like, let's say a couple years, 10 years, society enters a new governance system, possibly a dictatorship. Under the dictatorship, there's a new golden age. And with the psychological Black Death, it's that you see like severe...
Just to be clear, those leftists are going to be the anti-Israel Nazi types that we're seeing now, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I mean, they'll probably kill reasonable leftists too, because once you have purges, purges are not reasonable. Once they happen, and like I go on right-wing Twitter every day, and I see this obnoxious shit. And I'm sorry to derail the question you asked, Sitch, which is interesting. Actually, no, Sitch, please answer. I'll go.
Oh, no, I want to hear your derail first.
Okay, so on Twitter, I posted. Damn, I got to disconnect from Wi-Fi on my phone. I'm in my office right now, which is on the other side of the house from my Wi-Fi router. So
okay. Just give us a gist of it.
Okay, I got this tweet. This is what I said to my Twitter. My number one guide to the new right today is just have a fucking heart somewhere in your body. I'm not saying be a bleeding heart liberal who's constantly being triggered, but being the opposite of your enemies is not a viable strategy. I see on the new right a complete lack of empathy for any suffering. This isn't a problem now since the new right has no power, but if it does, don't let resentment take control of your better judgment.
Resentment is a dangerous emotion. It really is.
400,000 views, and all the comments are calling me a cuck. And like they're all like, you are
that's awful.
Right.
Oh,
and all the comments are like, you are a horrible person and you are weak for saying we should not be filled with resentment and have some humanity. And it's just 400,000.
That's not good. This is where I would hope Christianity would come in and be like, oh yeah, we should have some empathy.
For frame of reference, the new right tends to like me. They view me as like based guy who doesn't like the establishment. I have goodwill among this demographic, and they're calling me a cuck here. And then my reply to that was my last words before my break from this app, because I'm taking a break from Twitter for a couple weeks. Here's my outtake reading the comments. Congratulations, you've all sold your souls to the devil. And I mean, it's just like, it saddens me where you have an entire demographic of mostly young men where they view the concept of humanity as gay, and they view the concept not even like, I understand some people are brutal, but they like the concept of humanity. There are communists who like, okay, we're going to kill millions of people, but love is still a good concept. I support the concept of love. Once you hate the concept of empathy and love, you're in a bad place because you've lost any feedback loop towards good morality. And it's just, I think that's really frightening. And people say, like, my generation is soy. No one who's a Zoomer can fight. They don't have to. You need to have a small group of radicals who's capable of organizing well. They fight, and then they drag around. Then they draft other guys and force them and give them guns. And it's just, we already have a demographic of incredibly aggressive, violent young men.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that, because I know the contingency of people that you're talking about, and I kind of, in my mind, I look at them as like, they're the mirror image of the Hassan watchers and all that stuff. And to me, that is frightening because this is the generation that's growing up. But like, I don't think that that's the majority of the people.
It doesn't have to be a majority. I mean, the thing is, the Jacobins, who were the guys who ruled France, they're after the revolution, they were less than like 3% of the population before the revolution. The Bolsheviks were, again, and communists were like less than 3 to 5% of the population. These are tiny parts of the population that are Christians also. Christians were 5% of the population where they converted the Roman Empire. And so these can often be tiny parts of the population who are the best organized, who know are in the right place, and they just YOLO it. But because no one else can hit their critical mass of people ready to die for a cause, they win. And that occurs again and again. And Nassim Taleb has got this principle, skin in the game. And I mean, one of the things for me, and this is one of my goals for the channel, is that when you read history, I'm tired of seeing the good guys lose all the time. Because if you read history, it's normally some horrifying band of thugs beats another horrifying band of thugs. And it's dispiriting. And it's just, we're in a position in time where we are seeing this form right now. And it's sad to see this process happen again. And I talk to these people and I try to give them humanity and say, hey, if you do all these horrible atrocities, you will regret it for the rest of your life. And if you don't, your kids and their kids will very much regret it. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, the left is gay. And I'm just like, you are just proving my point.
Yeah, I mean, it's fortunate. We have like this contingency of people who are just so angry at everything, so disconnected from other people, that I guess it just promotes this burn it all down mentality. And yeah, I mean, you're not, it's going to be very difficult to convince those people to have like love and empathy.
I mean, my friend Catgirl Kulak, who's a military tweeter, whatever, he made this really funny tweet, which is the top tweet to it. The purpose of a heart is to pump hot blood at speeds you can participate in combat. The limbic system controls emotion and oxytocin regulating empathy. What causes oxytocin release? Oh, that ain't happening. It's not even no nut November, where he talks about how he shows this clip where oxytocin, the chemical behind empathy, is mostly released through sex or through having like being with a baby. And I mean, I talked to this for the longest time. People called me out until it was correct that I looked at the stat that a third of men under 30 are virgins. And I said, that's revolution fodder. People are like, oh, that's schizo right here. I don't believe that a third of men under like this young male sex epidemic could cause a revolution. But I've been saying this, that if you have a giant demographic of young men who aren't getting laid, they're just going to start a war. And this is a process you've seen dozens of times before in history.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, so I guess to answer the question, what would make, like, it's kind of easy for me, I guess, to answer the question. Maybe it's unfair because I'll say, well, when it starts happening, I'll believe it. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of life.
Unfortunately, yeah.
We all have to make our calls where it's like, I accept that I may be incorrect here, but also I got to live my fucking life and move on to the next day. And I had a friend talking to me today, and he said, hey, Rudyard, why don't you study Atlantis and ancient archaeology and ancient Ice Age civilizations? And I said, I don't care. I don't care enough to study them. He's like, but you could turn out to be wrong. And I said, okay, if I turn out to be wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't care enough to make this stand here.
Yeah, because well,
it's those lines.
Mm-hmm. What were you going to say? Well, it's just, I guess, a long, like, if you say, like, okay, like, what is going to convince me that this, the revolution will happen? I mean, I guess, actually, before it actually happens, for me to see the kind of energy mobilizing in the streets, because it's going to start small, I imagine. It's going to kind of start small and get bigger and bigger and bigger. For me to see that start, and then for the police, the mainstream, for politicians to basically just accept it or promote it.
It's called Chaz.
Well, but that was like, the Democrats didn't really promote or accept that, did they?
The local government didn't stop it. The Washington
National
Guard wasn't called in.
That's true.
Inciting revolution, that's one of the top things the National Guard should do.
Right.
And spoke out against it. And I went to a very progressive high school, and everyone in my high school was cheering on Chaz, saying like, it's like okay to burn buildings.
Okay, that's terrifying.
Yeah, that was a big black pill for me on the left, because I was a centrist at the time, and seeing everyone in my high school who I trusted, they were good people, openly supporting political violence, because this is the exact same people and the exact same stuff as what you're seeing with Hamas today. Right. That was a real wake-up call for me. And then I went to Height College, which is even more progressive, and I saw it even more deranged, and I just thought, these people are insane. And then that's what moved me from being center to part of the political right. And yeah,
look, we had, during World War II, World War II was happening before America ever got involved. I saw a thing the other day, or heard a thing, where they were talking about how Harvard was writing glowingly about Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
So they got that one completely wrong. And I just look at Ukraine, look at Israel, Palestine, look at all this stuff that's going down, and I just think, we could get drawn into that pretty quickly, Sitch. So look, my question is what first signs? I feel like the first signs are there for me, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, let me answer that. Okay. So there's a difficulty here too, because I imagine that we could go back to like the 20s or some period or earlier, some period of time where like the KKK was like big, and there was a lot of energy and anger and animosity in the South. You literally had them running around like lynching, black people and doing all that crazy shit. And to me, like, you're living in that time period, you're like, wow, we're like way closer to revolution than we are right now. And yet there wasn't really a revolution that occurred, right? That all got basically stamped out.
In the civil rights movement?
Well, even earlier, but yeah, then the civil rights movement.
The thing that Sitch already said that he'll actually need to see the event to happen to convince him that it could happen. So, well,
I kind of amended that. Like, if we start seeing things like the Chaz become common on the right and the left, then I'm going to be like, oh, fuck, it's over.
We do have factors that predict revolutions, and they're true for almost all revolutions. And it's income inequality, average wages, and elite aspirants who are competing for good jobs. And the thing is, we built a computer model that looks at those three variables, and it can predict historical crises to the years they operate, starting from those three variables. And that computer model said 15 years ago that we'd have a civil war in the 2020s. And so that's sort of thing you look at. And then in the upswing to the revolution, what you see is exactly what Adam said. People rioting in the streets, little micro revolutions, the inability to coordinate in anything, where it's like, the thing is, if you're in a happy marriage and you accidentally crash your car, your wife's gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry, honey, we all make mistakes.
Right.
If your marriage is really on the rocks and you crash your car, your wife will call you a complete idiot and scream at you. Right. And so it's like, you see, how does your society deal with problems? If COVID happened in the 50s, there would be no issues. Everyone would listen to the government. There would be understanding. COVID
totally.
Now, and it was mass polarization. And so it's stuff like that. And what Adam said, you've got wars around the planet. We had
Pearl Harbor was what got us involved in World War II. And I'm thinking, like, if there was some kind of terrorist attack on par with September 11th, like, oh, it's over. We're jumping in with both feet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more difficult to predict international wars than it is to predict civil wars and revolutions, because international wars tend to be predicated upon weird, complicated issues with the balance of power. And that's harder to read, because for me, my theory of history is based off empathy. This is something you don't really talk about, where the way I view the world is, if I were to put myself in blank person's shoes with their cultural assumptions and where they're from, what would be the rational choices I make? And that's my theory of the world, or how I use my tools. And the thing is that if it's easy to pick up on the vibes before a revolution, because they'd be like what they are today. If you were to imagine what a society before a revolution would be like, you log into Twitter and you say, maybe like empathy is good. In a normal society, people reply, yeah, empathy is good. That's not a controversial society. That's not a controversial statement. In a society before a revolution, you get 500,000 views, people calling you a cuck for saying empathy is good. And it's like things like that. Or in a society before a revolution,
that's so sad.
If you're in a society before a revolution, you are scared to go to many major cities because law and order is broken down. It's just, and
I mean, I don't know if I'd be safe in Chicago right now, to be honest with you.
When I lived in Los Angeles, there were like loads of places where it didn't feel good.
Oh, there are loads of places in Los Angeles that I would not go. No,
yeah.
Definitely.
And
yeah.
I mean, also, if you are in a society where you do not feel comfortable dating someone of a different political view, or even having them as friends, that is a society on the verge of civil war.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but if we transition, because I think a lot of this is predicated on sort of Trump's polarization in existence. If, over the next 4 years, Trump wins or loses
because of this.
No, I understand that. I agree.
Yeah.
With that. But he definitely turns it up. And I'm wondering if Trump, because part of what we were talking about earlier is I'm wondering what the Republican Party is going to look like when Trump is gone after 4 years. And I'm wondering if when the 4 years come and go and Trump's either president, not president, he's gone, I do feel like the temperature is going to cool down substantially after that point.
Why doesn't the removal of Trump just create more positions for chaos?
That's what I worry
What do you
about.
mean by what do you mean?
I mean, so like, for example, I had another tweet that did pretty well where I said, Ben Shapiro is one of the best things to happen to the right because he's like an Austro-Hungary. He's an Ottoman Empire, where you can quibble about Ben Shapiro himself. But if you remove Ben Shapiro, something much more monstrous will replace him. Ben Shapiro is this great stabilizer of sanity. And if you remove Ben Shapiro, he's replaced by something far, like there will be wars over the position on the right and the power vacuum that if Ben Shapiro goes away. And that's with Trump. Trump is able, because I'm from Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, I completely understand Trump because my part of the country, all the factories left, all the jobs left, the people left, and no one in the government cared at all. And that is the resentment, a lot of the resentment behind Trump. And that resentment's still there. And Trump has proven that you can have a populist, strong catalyzer. And the thing is, if you remove Trump, it creates a competition match where people see this Trumpian base. And there's competition on who can be the mega Trump, who can take Trump's fire even more. So if you remove Trump, you create a competition system which people try to outcompete each other, become the most radical right winger to take Trump's base.
Right. Well, I definitely think that's going to happen. But I think what's the way it's going to look is that I think Trump is a once in a lifetime personality. I don't think anyone's going to be able to emulate that successfully. They're going to try.
Like
and there's
Lincoln?
going to be.
It might do a different thing, though.
And then, well, hold on. And then what's going to basically happen is because the Republican Party overall has never really adopted the right populist positions. They're just kind of basically doing this facade of it in order to placate
What are the
Trump
right
base.
populist positions?
The anti-neoliberal, neoconservative positions.
Hey, we only have about 7 minutes left, guys. So just
okay.
I'm just going to say I don't think the Republican Party is really on board with a right-wing populist message that we see.
But the old Republican establishment barely exists anymore. I mean,
I don't know if I agree with that. I think they're just kind of in hiding at the moment.
Like, I have friends at the Hoover Institute, which is the top Republican think tank.
Yeah.
And what the Hoover Institute does is so removed from the actual Republican politics going on right now. The Republican establishment is not capable of energizing the public or having any new ideas. And what I see is that, I actually think Trump is a political genius. And in some ways, he's very foolish in others. But he's a political genius in several regards, because he's able to build a broad coalition across the right without alienating many groups. Trump is able to energize a very diverse base of people around a shared group of messages. And those are messages that actually do benefit his base. Stuff like reindustrialization, tariffs, the closing immigration. And the Trump presidency, I don't want to go on a MAGA rant here because that's not my brand, but the Trump presidency saw the fastest growth in lowest level income since the 60s, and which was since reversed afterwards. And so his stuff was helping his base. And like you look at reindustrialization has been happening because of it, and it's concentrated in the South and the Rust Belt. And so Trump did do things that supported his base. But he was very good in that regard. Trump is a fire. He's very good at galvanizing support, but also he burns the other side. And so what Trump inevitably did was he galvanized a base among his supporters, but he galvanized an even bigger oppositional base. And so he was able to energize the left against him more than he was able to energize the right in support of him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with any of that.
I know I got to get going. Any last points you guys want to make?
I'm not sure. What's that? What'd you say?
Do you have any last points?
You said I should get going in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Look, this is a fascinating conversation. Obviously, you're welcome to come back on, Roger. We love having you on. Thank you for coming on. I'm glad you got to hang out with Think Before You Sleep a bit. That was cool.
Yeah.
So, I understand both of your perspectives.
Yeah.
I get it. I totally get it. So
I mean, we're going to find
see
out.
what happens.
So who cares, right?
Yeah. Look, it's all going to be over in 10 years. We all agree on that,
find out
right?
what's going to happen.
Like this 10 years is like the thing.
Yeah. I mean,
this is the roaring 20s, guys. Look.
Yeah, that was a real black pill for me because when I dropped out of school, I moved to Mexico and I lived in Mexico. 20 of friends, one of my friends organized it. 20 other guys came down. We went hard there. Then I came back from Mexico. We lived in Mexico for 3 months. And I went to New York thinking right after COVID, it would just be roaring 20s, insane partying. And there was a decent amount of partying. But what I found was that after COVID, I thought there'd just be this primal release of joy. But the reality, people stayed at home and scrolled through TikTok. And there was never this like, oh my God, COVID's over, thank God moment. And I think that speaks to something depressing in our society.
Yeah, maybe. I hope things get better though. So, but thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll talk again.
Okay, bye.
Take care, man.
Later. Thanks so much, Mark Twain's Revenge, for so generously giving us $200. Thank you so much. And says, boys, congrats on the 300th. Keep up the solid content. Well, thank you.
We're doing our best.
So we are, yeah.
And we got some good content going today, Sitch.
True.
For just us lazy.
I know. It's amazing.
React streamers.
This is great.
We
can be lazy React streamers. We can have other people come on and talk for like 80% of it. It's just one. Oh my! Why don't we do this every time? This is the
like it.
Adam. This is the grift.
Just have people come on and talk.
Right.
Sooner or later, they get wise to this, though. Sitch, I think
we'll do the Joe Rogan thing. We just get a bunch of other people to come and talk to us.
This is not sustainable. Look, Think Before You Sleep is in the chat. Tell Sitch this is not sustainable. He knows. He'll set you straight, Sitch.
Okay.
Sooner or later, we got to make good content. That's what it's really about.
Well, I mean, I guess, I do think a lot is going to hinge regarding the revolution thing. I think a lot's going to hinge on what happens in this next election, which I agree is going to be very volatile. And if we can get through that, I think we'll be in a good place. But
we'll see. You should read The Fourth Turning is Here. It's not 2 books. The Fourth Turning is Here and the Turchin book. Oh, right. I can't remember the name of it. I'm starting to hit that 8th hour of streaming.
I know. I got you. Listen.
How do you feel? Do you need a bathroom break or anything? So I can read a super chat or something?
No, I already went. Well, actually, I do need more water, but.
Okay.
Joey Not Nice, thank you for the $50. Says happy 300th, boys.
You don't put water on your desk? I have bottles of water on my desk.
No, I do, but I've gone through it all.
Oh.
So if you want to read a super chat, I'll go get some water.
Okay, I'll read a super chat. Let's see if I can find one. I'm going to find a really good one. Stug for $2. I'm just reading the last super chat. Stug for $2. What do you think about Mecha Trump for 2028? Well, look, I think Trump probably would do the Mecha thing. If he got in some horrible accident or something and his whole body was destroyed and they could sew him onto a robot, I'm sure he'd do it. Joey Not Nice for 19 months says, womp, womp, womp. Yes. Did you, I can't remember if Sitch read this, but Joey Not Nice for $50. That's very generous of you. Says, happy 300, boys. Thank you so much. Yeah, this has been a fun show. I can't wait to see the reaction, obviously. So we've had so many amazing guests on, and it's always fun reading your guys' comments. So, and I think what we plan on doing is we're going to set the stream to private. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to leave the stream up, and we'll probably clip out the conversations and upload them individually so people can enjoy them on their own, which is always good. Fire Sky 15 for $10 says, oh wait, Mitch for $2 Aussie says, invite Sargon, please. We would love to invite Sargon. I think it's the middle of the night for Sargon.
Okay,
so,
I'm back.
I just read like the last super chats here. Look, I'm just going to heart them all just to let you know that I read them. Oh wait, I didn't read JMax. JMac for $20 says, Sitch, who in WoW lore would make the best president? I'm voting for Uther myself.
Ooh, okay. I was gonna say it's a great question, but it's actually there's like a lot of actually really good choices. Uther is a great choice. Uther's a great choice. Thrall is a super base choice. Thrall is pretty good. And so is Karen. But I think actually Thrall would be the best. He has that perfect blend of he's like the perfect politician. He likes tradition, but he's also like super pragmatic and not against change. So I'm all for Thrall 2024, baby.
Cool.
Thrall is an orc. There you go. Hey, Sean. Sean's in the chat.
I'm sending JREG JREG. It's late. Obviously, it's late for JREG. It's late for you.
It's late for us.
So JREG said he'd stick around for an hour. We obviously, but we have a bunch of super chats to catch up on. So, like, he could probably stick around for 15 minutes. But we'll see. Look, we don't. First of all, I love JREG's content. Do you have a look? He's coming on the show. You have to say you love his content.
I like JREG's content. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Sean really definitely wants to come in just to say congratulations.
Does he?
Yeah, he's in the chat saying it.
Okay, well, look, after JREG comes on, maybe he can come on, but
okay.
He can't come on like I don't know JREG. Oh, look, he's already here. Look at this.
I don't think Arthas could be president of the chat. The bad choice.
Oh, look. What's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going? Good. Excellent. It's bright early in the morning for me.
Oh, so your name is displayed there. I don't know. Does everyone know your name?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not on stream yet, so I don't have to worry about that. Oh, okay.
That's public information.
Yeah, I'm my dad, Guevara, related to Che Guevara. My mom, I've recently learned, is related to the leader of Hezbollah.
Oh shit!
So we got it all in there.
I mean, that's very leftist. That's not very centrist. That's just all one direction. Well, I guess no. Hezbollah is very right. What am I saying? That's very centrist. Well, a perfect blend.
Depends how you want to slice that. Could be anti-centrist, could be centrist, but we're all centrist here.
Well, are you centrist or are you anti-centrist?
That's an open question that we have here.
No, I'm definitely a moderate centrist kind of guy myself.
Okay. All right. Really?
Yeah. Okay. I saw some political model you guys were looking at. There was a political triangle.
Yes.
Terrible. Just we cut out all the green guys from the political compass and we made it a triangle. That's no good. What about the green guys?
What do you mean the green guy? Like the absolutists on the chart?
The lib lefts.
Oh, the lib. They were there.
That triangle is you just take a political compass
Mm-hmm.
And then you refuse to recognize left anarchism as real. You just make it a triangle.
Well, I guess, and the problem with the triangle, which is what Adam pointed out, is that it doesn't show you, it's not directionally, doesn't show you anything directionally. Like you could be at the top of that triangle in the anarcho position, and you're right. It just said anarcho-capitalist, but there should be an anarcho like leftist position. But I think that technically that would still exist in that triangle. You just be at the top part.
I think people got to stop making charts. Next guy that makes a chart. Boom.
Yeah.
Look, should I call you Jay? Should I call you Mr. Reg? Should I call you Greg?
Mr. Reg, yeah. I like Jay. I like
Jay.
Mr. Reg. You can call me anything you want. I'm socially constructed.
Look, I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of your videos. I think they're hilarious. I think you're hilarious. I don't know. I feel like I've seen a live stream where you've been just normal. You've just been like your normal self.
I'm a normal dude.
Right,
I'm a
right.
sincere, normal guy. I mean, sometimes I've got this weird inflection in my voice. It's kind of like I'm a lot like, have you ever seen Joker?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The movie Joker?
Yeah. Well,
it's hilarious when he shoots that guy in the face. Oh my God. I laugh so hard.
No, I'm playing any of that.
Okay.
It's more like, how he laughs uncontrollably. That's
Right.
like me IRL. He's literally me, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
I view myself as a fairly sincere person, actually.
So you're saying that you have this inflection that makes you sound sarcastic. So everyone just assumes you're sarcastic, but you're really sincere.
Yeah. I think lots of people have that.
Yeah, totally. That's like a normal thing. A lot of people have.
Yeah.
Really?
I'm a normal guy. Yeah.
Yeah, we have that such a little bit.
We do? Okay, maybe you do.
That's what I was implying, by the way.
Uh-huh. Okay.
We've all got it. I'm a sincere guy. You're sincere guys. We're all sincere here.
That's true.
So when did you first discover that you were an enlightened centrist? That's what I want to hear the story. Like, did you start off left or right or?
Yeah. Well, I started off centrist, non-enlightened.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got to anti-centrism, and then I got to enlightened centrism.
What is anti-centrism?
Anti-centrism is left-right fusion. It's you're as left-wing as you are right-wing. Now, it seems there's a lot of ways to square that circle. One of the ways, though, is just being an asbole, which is basically the new right, which is being like socially right-wing but economically left-wing. It's kind of the opposite of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is kind of the status quo, social leftism and combined with right-wing economics.
JREG, I'm starting to think that maybe you don't really know a lot about politics.
What are you talking about? Everything you're saying is so correct. What are you talking about? You're
about
insane. Wait,
I know,
keep going.
I know so much about politics.
Don't interrupt
I
that.
feel like you're. Look, I do feel like you're BSing us.
No, wait. Keep going. I want to hear the evolution. Why are you ruining this?
Okay,
Shut up.
So I went from centrist to anti-centrist to ascended centrist, and then
ascended. Okay, so you ascended before you became enlightened.
Well, that's how it works. But then I actually I realized the only way to truly ascend is to go back to being a regular kind of status quo centrist that doesn't know much about politics. You actually don't want to know about politics, because if you don't know about politics, someone's like, "Oh, you're dumb. I'm going to educate you now," and then you'd be like, and then they tucker themselves out, and then you tuck them into bed and you give them a kiss on the forehead. It's all good. It's all right, and you can just go on with your day. It doesn't matter anymore.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about like, so the meme that's like the stupid people are on like the one end of the IQ, they're stupid or like very smart, and they have the same opinion as the people like on the genius side and all the idiots in the middle. Is that where you are right now? You're like, you've gone so far into genius, you're like, I want to be in the stupid section again.
That sounds about right. Well, the thing is, I don't actually look at memes or charts or graphs anymore.
Oh, okay.
That was all too bad for my brain. I'm kind of reformed now.
Mm.
I'm like, I would look at that meme, that IQ meme back in my darker days, and obviously I've always positioned myself at the far end of the IQ spectrum, because we all are. Everyone looking at that meme is at the far end, and the dumb people are on the other end, and then the midwits are in the middle. And most people are midwits, and then there's some very dumb people. But obviously, you're smart. You listening and watching looking at the meme, you're a smart guy. But no, I don't look at graphs and charts anymore.
Uh-huh.
And I view making a chart as the deepest form of mental illness.
Oh shit!
How else are we supposed to convey visual information
Look,
if not through
I've made a
charts
lot of charts.
and
I don't
memes?
know.
Yeah. What do you
Look,
mean?
I'm not judging. I've made plenty of charts myself, but for
Yeah.
me personally, my chart making days are long over.
Okay. I
I'm
feel
just
like I
a
have
normal guy now.
like 50 charts left in me. I feel like I'm just on the beginning of my chart arc here.
Yeah. I think a big problem with charts is that they make you think that you understand what's going on.
Oh yeah.
And then
They do.
experts tend to get things wrong more than random people. You know, when they ask
Of course. Oh
historians,
yes.
to predict the future, political analysts or buffs to predict the future, just like random people guessing is like more accurate most of the time. I don't actually know if that's true, but it resonates with me.
That's what's important. Yeah. Look, we're all centrists here, so I want to talk a little bit about centrism.
Yes, yeah.
Like one of the things I'm sure that bothers you when people find out that you're a centrist is that they think that centrism means neutral. Now, I hate that. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I agree entirely. I think it does mean neutral. If you give me two sides, I will position myself. I'll triangulate the direct difference between them, and I'll just put myself in the middle. So I'm a really bad guy to like ask you to back you up in an argument, because then I'll immediately see the opposition and then be like, well, he's kind of got a point, you know, like. I'll like,
oh my God, Dev does that to us all the time.
Yeah, you have
Sitch.
no loyalty. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's really great for making real world communities of actual friends instead of just being a schizophrenic on the internet.
Is it? When your friends like complaining to you?
That one was a joke. That was
okay. I was like, your friends complain to you about someone cut them off. You're like, well, but look at it from their perspective. Maybe they were in a rush. Listen.
Yeah, no, that's actually not what
maybe you're a terrible friend. Maybe you're a dickhead.
Not actually what you want to do if you're trying to create a important, meaningful connections with human beings. You kind of want to be your people on your friends' sides axiomatically. That's something you have to learn. Is like
true.
You know,
true.
Like I was once asked a question if like one of my friends, if they ran over a child in their car, would I hand them in to the police? And if I knew they weren't going to do it again, I mean, I think I would probably like not do that. That's because my friend is on my team, and who's that? Who was that kid on the team of? Maybe
you could have grown up to be Hitler.
Maybe one of my haters.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or worse than Hitler, an anti-JREGger.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Hitler was bad. Sorry, I have to.
Do you have haters? Like what? Well, look, it's hard for me to imagine someone would hate you.
Lots of people hate me. First and foremost, myself. But I'd say I rub people the wrong way sometimes because of of my inconsistency. But I'm trying.
the neutral thing that really. I mean,
Adam
that threw me for a loop. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But,
well,
hate is a strong word.
My view of centrism is how people socially construct centrism. That's also my view of extremism. So when I play like an extremist character, I'm not playing like the character as it is, but the character as it's socially constructed. That's also how I construct my own identity. So when I conceptualize myself as a centrist, it's like, how do people view centrists? Oh, they view them as spineless, weak cowards with no moral backbone. And I'm like, okay, I'll be that.
That is the ultimate centrist position.
Doesn't that make you look bad though? Wouldn't you not want to be that because people would dislike you?
Oh, I never thought about that. Shit. Oh, I gotta reframe this entire thing now. It's been taking me like 3 years.
Oh no. Look at the damage you've done, Adam.
300th show. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know if you've ever watched any of our content. You followed me on Twitter quite some time ago, and I followed you back, obviously, because I'm a fan of your work. But I don't know if you've watched one of our videos or not. You're under no obligation to watch one, but
I know that there's a scene around you guys, and I know that I have watched some of your stuff actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you know MAULER at some. I think MAULER.
Yes. That crazy guy.
Yeah. I think before I blew up, people involved in your scene. I forget which podcast it was. I think it was every EFAP. It was EFAP.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every frame of pause. Yeah.
Every frame of pause. I think one of the people associated with your group. I don't know exactly how it works, but watched an old video of mine. That was before I blew up, and that was like the first time I'd ever gotten any attention.
They made fun of you on EFAP. Is that what happened?
I think it was neutral, or I think they actually liked one of the videos that I made. It was like it was a video essay parody or something. I was like, and that was my memory of that. That's the end of my memories. But yeah, that's it.
I searched for this live stream that I seem to remember that you went on, and you were like totally just yourself. And I can't remember what you were talking about, and I couldn't find the live stream. So for all I know, I hallucinated it.
Who was it with?
I don't remember.
Anyway, anyway, it's not scintillating anymore. This conversation, I have to remain entertaining. I have to remain entertaining.
No, look, Sitch and I agreed. We collaborated before this.
What do we agree? What do we agree to, Adam?
Well, look, we anticipated that you might come on and you might do like a shtick thing. Like you might look into the camera. So, but we were like, okay, we got to break this guy. We got to fucking break him down.
I don't remember us talking about
we got to see the real him.
Who is the real
I want to see him cry.
You're going to be so disappointed. You're just peel and peel. There's nothing there.
Yeah, there's just nothing.
Oh man.
It was all
typical centrist.
Yeah.
Typical centrist.
You can make me cry by anything that makes Jordan Peterson cry will make me cry. So if you get me talking about men, I'll just start crying.
How likely do you think so we were talking to Whatif Alt His
2016 era Jordan Peterson.
No, look, before you go there, I want to ask. Look, I don't want to move off the centrist thing just yet.
Okay, keep going there.
A lot of people have told me privately that you are one of these Tim Pool centrists.
Oh,
that
yours?
Yes. Yeah.
What's a
you don't know what a Tim Pool centrist is?
Isn't that just a right winger?
Yes, they've said, look, that guy is a secret right winger. He's really going to vote for Trump.
Wow.
He loves Trump.
Yes.
You ever heard this, Sitch? I hear people talk about this all the time. No. They're like he's like 5 minutes away from a beanie. Like
I will never vote for Trump. I'm putting that out there right now. There's no circumstances in which I'm going to vote for Trump.
Well, hold on. What was your take on?
Viewers at home will know why.
What? Okay. What's it? So what's your take on January 6th?
I'll take it. I'll grab it. I'll put it in my backyard. All the insurrectionists will hang out. I'll give them a high five. No, January 6th was extreme, and I'm a centrist. Extremism is bad.
Okay, good.
Subverting democracy, overthrowing democracy. That doesn't sound based at all.
Of course, yeah. So you agree that it was an insurrection? That's what you would call it.
Yes, it was a horrible, terrible affront to our democracy.
Right. Yeah. Death to look. So he's cool. Look, guys.
This doesn't sound very Tim Pool.
He's not a Tim Pool.
Rumors?
Look. That's why I had to check it out. Look, I had to see for myself. But I think these rumors are untrue. I'm going to put my foot down right now. Those rumors need to stop.
Okay.
Squelch those rumors.
Right.
January 6th. January 6th is pretty bad. Yeah. Very bad.
Were you at January 6th? Did you go to that?
I went halfway towards it. I was halfway between Canada and wherever January 6th happened. I was there. I was on the border, I guess.
They didn't let you in. They're like, listen, you don't have a passport.
I was like, I'm here to storm the American Capitol. They're like, that doesn't fly.
Sitch, what did you wanted to ask? You wanted to move away from the centrist.
Oh, okay. So. Well, I was curious as to what your take is on terms of, we were just talking to Whatif Alt His, and he's very concerned that there's going to be a complete breakdown of society that's going to lead to some kind of civil war scenario. What do you think is going to happen in the next 10 years?
I think he's being a little paranoid.
Oh,
nothing to worry about there. I think everything will be as it was, and then the future will be more or less how it is.
Okay. So you think nothing, like there's no change. Everything's just going to keep on the exact same way. There won't be anything.
Keep on
significant.
trucking.
Right.
Keep on trucking.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't even know. I'll be honest. I don't even know what the hell is going on in Canada's politics anyway.
You know, where we elect the conservative, we elect the liberal, then we elect the conservative, then we elect the liberal. Then we elect the conservative, then we elect the liberal, then we elect the conservative. We get tired of this guy, we get this guy, we get tired of that guy, we get this guy. That's how it works. It's a center left, center right, center left, center right. This new right winger, it's more of a hard right instead of a center right. They didn't because the old right didn't like the center right guy, but that's fine. You know, I'm sure we'll go back to center right, center left soon enough.
Is Trudeau's a prime minister of Canada right now, though? He's like super left, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like left. The Canadian Liberals are a strange beast. They're kind of like they've got like this kind of nationalism to them, which you don't really associate with most leftists.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bill C-11 is a good example of that. It's kind of enforcing a Canadian nationalism. But or like getting tech companies to pull out of Canada. That's also a form of nationalism. But Canadians are kind of nationalists.
Isn't that good though? That sounds like a good thing.
Well, as long as they're not too nationalist.
What happens when they're too national?
Well, if you're too nationalist, you have ultra nationalism. You have fascism. You can have a left-wing kind of fascism if you're too nationalist. A cultural left-wing kind of fascism. Yeah, the cultural authoritarian left. The cultural authoritarian left. Cry. Jordan Peterson.
I got it. I understood what you're doing. Well, it's funny because like as an American, it's hard for me to imagine. You know, we always view ourselves as like we're so nationalistic, we're so jingoistic, and it's hard when you just kind of view Canadians as like being like whatever. Like so when you talk about like Canadians are very nationalist, I just can't picture it in my mind.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with what I just said there. I did a relapse. I started talking vaguely about politics and positing a political statement. I don't know.
Do you cover politics on your channel? Is that like a regular thing?
I don't know. I guess I do. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think I have to. I think it's the only path forward. I'm trying to be a normal guy, but then I make politics content, and then it gets me money, and I keep doing that.
Do you think people have watched your videos before and believe that they're serious?
Yeah.
Do you read comments where people
there's
are
two ways of engaging with like multi-layer irony. Is like you can be autistic, which is you engage with it at face value, or you can be schizophrenic, which is that you engage with it on every level, but then also you make up some new levels that don't apply at all. So the autistic people, if I dress up like a Nazi, they're like, wow, this guy's a Nazi? That's crazy. Wow, I hate that. He's a Nazi. But if you're schizophrenic, he's like, he's actually saying this thing that he didn't mean. And I'm like, okay. So either of those are acceptable answers. The neurotypical answer is you kind of like get a little confused. You're like, whew, this is weird. And then you move on with your life. And that's fine. That's fine too. But yeah, I'd say people do take it seriously. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like the normie take, not the neurotypical take.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Normies and neurotypicals.
Do you respond in your comments at all? Do you read your comments?
Yeah, I read, I'd say, most of my comments.
Oh, okay. I read our comments. I don't think Sitch reads comments at all, but
no, I'm too autistically schizophrenic to read our comments. So
autismophrenia.
Yeah.
You have to so if you see a comment of someone who's obviously, thinks this is serious, I see a video here, stop both sidesing this. And they're like, oh, you're totally right. I hate both sidesing. People do hate both sides. Like, how can you lose with a video like that? Everyone hates both sidesing. Sitch, we should do a both thing. Like,
if you actually want to appeal to as many people as possible, you don't identify as a centrist. You identify as an anti-centrist because everyone hates centrists.
Yes.
So that's the actual centrist position, is to identify as an anti-centrist.
Story of my life here. I've been trying to convince Sitch of this.
So wait, how did you go?
Now.
What changed you from being anti-centrist back to centrist?
I was like, this will probably be fun.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just the
I think
fun aspect.
most people like, gather information and then I guess change their worldviews accordingly.
No, they pretend they do, but that's not.
Yeah, I know. I'm just playing with you.
They just go, "What feels right at this moment? How do I justify this?"
But you know, people like us, we're in a beautiful position because we can change our perspectives based off of what the people want from us.
You can. We can't necessarily do that.
Sure, you can. You can do it right now. Imagine you came out as a Nazgul right now. That would be a huge wrench. Your viewers would be like, "What? This guy's totally flipped the script." Then you'd get posted on all the Nazgul.
No, look,
and then be like, "Oh, this guy, it's crazy. He's totally flipped the script. I'm going to subscribe to him." You get all the Nazgul followers, right? Flip the script again. I am now an anarcho-communist. They'll lose their shit. Boom, $1 billion. That's your marketing strategy.
But will they stick with us?
Only matters insofar as you can say it online in a big tech platform to gain money. Sorry, I'm normal.
No, what you're saying makes sense. Wait,
my question. Look, okay, I'm listening to you here. I go full Nazball, which creates an interesting storyline. Being as my co-host is Jewish, so that would be like.
But if I go Nazbol, that's what really flips.
Well, that's irony. Like if we both simultaneously go Nazbol.
No. You cannot. I'll go Nazbol, and I have to convince you. I have to drag.
You're going to be the Nazbol, and I'm going to convert to Judaism. How about that?
Well, that's really confusing at that point. Yeah.
I think you could be you could even be a pro Zionist or pro Jewish.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah. Look, I'm a Zionist. Israeli, yeah, exactly.
No, I'll be a Jewish.
You guys could like oppose each other as well, and like pick different extremes, and ultimately, basically, altering your identity so that it fits the needs of capital the best, and capital being what makes people do this more.
Oh yeah,
but how come?
Attention.
Some people that's worked with. So you look, Candace Owens, she flipped, hugely successful. Dave Rubin, same thing. But some people kind of get screwed by it. What's his name? Fuck.
Yeah, we don't even know his name because he totally got screwed by it.
Yeah, totally screwed by it. Yeah, like what's going? Like how come?
Because he changed to being, I guess, like a liberal guy.
He didn't go from one extreme to the other extreme.
Yeah, that's boring. Like just getting de-radicalized is fucking lame.
You're so right. Holy shit. You're so right. If he became like a communist, oh my god.
He's got to be a tanky, right?
Getting de-radicalized is a synonym for de-interesting.
Yes. Holy shit. That's so true. That's the truth. We got to tell Anna. Okay, she's got to go like extreme. She can't just be centrist.
All these New York Times, like the YouTuber de-radicalizing the youth. It's doing a disservice to not re-radicalize the youth.
I mean, if they want to make money on YouTube, that's true. I mean, for the viewers, probably are doing a disservice to them, but whatever, who cares?
Viewers. It's about me maximizing retention.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
So look, here's my question is along that line. So we do the Nazi thing. Like we're into it. We people buy it.
Communist Nazi. Schizophrenic autistic.
Well, no, look. So and then you said we flipped to anarcho-capitalism after we've already blown up as Nazballs. What is our Nazi audience? Are they like now hate watchers of us, or do we lose that audience?
You'll lose half of them. 20% have a parasocial relationship with you at this point.
Okay. They're there because they're angry. They're like, oh my god, how could you have done this to us?
Yes. And then 30% are like open-minded enough to be like, okay, all right, let's see where he goes.
Would they become anarcho-communists or capital? I can't even remember.
Some of them would.
Do they switch? Okay.
Yeah, some of them would. You would bring some of them along with you. Then when the ANCAP bit gets old, you switch it again. Like get a darker political compass. Whoosh, that's what I do.
Okay, so now do we have to come up with content that is capitalist themed, or can we just I feel like they're all bullshitting that stuff already. So can we just bullshit it?
Yeah, you could probably just bullshit it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sitch just seems it seems like a bit like we were gonna have a business plan meeting soon, but I feel like
This
we're
is the
having it
business
right
plan.
now.
I mean, we need to completely change our strategy here. This is
No,
great.
no. You guys have like, you know, morals and beliefs.
And what has
Oh,
that got
wait
us?
a second.
What has that
here.
got us?
What has I mean that I guess I'm just playing
I'm
devil's
always
advocate here. Like,
I'm always saying the morals are getting in the way. So
They are. Yeah.
go ahead.
But like I guess
Continue.
devil's advocate is like you will, I guess, be able to sleep at night.
I mean, listen, with more money, that's more sleeping medication. I
Then
can
you
sleep just fine.
exactly true. You can buy one of those sleep apnea masks as well.
Those don't look very comfortable, so I don't know if I'm gonna do that.
You can get the premium quality sleep apnea mask with like silk around the edges. Oh,
you pay a child to breathe into your mouth when you stop breathing at night. Okay, I don't know about that, but
for a top quality psychiatric medication to assuage your guilt.
True. I think this is the strategy, Adam, going forward. Right here.
I guess it comes down to that classic push and pull between maximizing views and keeping values.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you seem well rested. I mean, why do you think we're gonna have a problem with this? I mean, we can be morally flexible. We like the YouTube game. We like views. We like attention.
Yeah. I do I seem well rested? I'm fucking tortured like 24/7. Like my life is a never-ending cavalcade of wrestling with myself. Also, it's 12:30, and I would like to be in bed, but I'm staying awake. I'm staying awake for this particular occasion.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
We thought you were out partying or something like that.
Yeah.
Look, I do appreciate you coming on late.
These crazy YouTuber parties. I actually trying to make a YouTube studio, a real physical flesh space. In Toronto. I'm doing pretty well, actually. I have like 15 local YouTubers coming by. It's very exciting. I like it a lot.
Oh, that's cool.
If you're ever in Toronto, come by.
We might go to Toronto just to hang out with you. That sounds like fun.
You're more than welcome.
What is there anything you want to promote? Is there anything you want to?
No, I wanted to invite you to my secret bunker in Toronto, and I want everyone watching to feel bad that they weren't invited.
Oh, okay.
Is this a secret centrist bunker for only centrists?
It's yeah, you can find out more about it when you're in the bunker.
Okay, now that sounds a little sketchy. I don't want to go in there and you start to give me a book on Dianetics or something.
It's more of a horseshoe theory bunker.
Nice.
Okay.
We're pro horseshoe theory.
So cats or dogs? Do you have a cat or a dog?
Well, see, I'm kind of a. Have you ever seen Cat Dog?
Yeah, I love that.
I hate that show so much.
I have
it's like
really
a mystery of biology.
Like,
how does cat dog reproduce?
Yeah, or poop. But like that's basically that's my opinion. It's I'm rolling with the having to be in the middle of things frame for this one. If you didn't notice.
What's your favorite conspiracy theory?
I guess the ones that like try to link as many different conspiracy theories. Have you gotten into QAnon at all?
Well, I've heard of
we're
that.
aware of it, yeah.
Yeah, so surface level QAnon seems pretty lame, but the deeper you go, it's actually just kind of a web of like every single conspiracy theory, moon landing, JFK, blah blah blah, Illuminati, lizard people. Like the deeper you go, it just ends up being like a huge kind of web. The more pan conspiracy it is, the better. Like the more I like it. What I don't like is when there's like infighting between groups. And this is kind of why I was doing the anti-centrist thing in the first place, is because like ultimately, if you're like a very political leftist, you actually have like an insane amount in common with a very political right winger, because you're both talking about politics. You think you're very different because you're all like you're here and you're here, but you're actually on the same plane of existence. Like an average sports fan is like over here. They don't care. They don't care.
Right. That's a good point. That's a great point.
So if you're a conspiracy theorist and like one guy's like the earth is flat, and then the other guy's like, no, it's a hollow earth and there's mushrooms, sentient mushrooms inside. Like, shut up. Just kiss.
There you go. The left and right should just kiss. Because like if
maybe
you
the left
have someone
and the right should just kiss.
Yeah, because like
is a statement I would have agreed with earlier, but now I'm centrist.
Oh, now you're not. Okay. Well, I would say because like if you have someone on the left and the right, you know, they can sit there and they can argue about politics, but at least they're engaged with each other. They're having a conversation. But if you have someone who's very political and they're talking to some sports fan, they're not going to talk about anything. They're just gonna stare at each other in silence.
Yeah, no, I really feel that. Like, I feel that commonality is being missed sometimes. With I feel like the vast majority of people just want to keep their heads down and not engage, and I really think that is probably the biggest problem with status quoism. Is then if everyone does that, the forces that are in power, the forces that have power, will just exercise that power more and more, and no one's going to change it. And so the world just gets worse.
Do you have like a favorite book or movie?
I don't read.
You don't read at all?
No,
nothing. Not even the Bible.
Especially not the Bible. I don't know why I said that, but yeah. And do I have a favorite movie? No, I don't watch movies either.
What do you do when you're not being a centrist on the internet?
I fade out of existence. I just cease to exist. The character that is me.
What do you actually? What is the you that's not the character that is you do?
I like keep asking myself that question in the mirror, hoping to get an answer, and it hasn't worked yet. But at some point when I do, I'll tell you. I'll figure it out. Actually, that's mostly what I do. I look in the mirror. I'm like,
have you seen I Heart Huckabees?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
What's that?
It's a movie. Just watch it.
Yeah, I don't watch movies.
Yeah. Well, then I don't know what to tell you.
No,
you should listen. You should ask someone else that watches movies to watch it and then describe the plot to you.
I do watch YouTube videos about movies. I'll say.
Okay.
Oh, really? What's your favorite YouTube video about?
Oh,
movies?
I can talk all day about that. So I saw an interesting. I actually watched this video about an anime where all the characters become like magic people, and then there's these mole people, and the mole people are like deformed humans. But the magic people can't kill other humans. That's one of their rules. But they can kill the mole people. But the mole people were once humans, and that really takes their whole morality into question. Wow, it sounds very interesting. I would never watch that anime. It looked terrible. But but that YouTube video essay about it was great.
How do you feel about
video essay?
Plinkett?
Blinkit?
Plinkett. Red Letter Media.
Oh, Red Letter Media.
That's the best YouTube channel about watching movies without watching
true.
Movies.
I think I watched the Star Wars prequel.
70-minute Star Wars review, I think, is the one about the prequels. That's like amazing. Yeah. That's like peak internet memeage.
Yeah, I don't remember too much about it, to be honest, but I remember liking it. I remember finding it very funny.
Okay.
That's all I remember. I mean,
you remember liking it, but you don't remember it.
When I'm watching content, maybe I'm not being clear here. When I'm watching content, I'm not doing it to like remember what I'm watching. I'm doing it to escape my life.
Right. That's very sad.
I mean, isn't that what we're all doing?
It have to be sad. I mean, it's not like it's sad while I'm escaping my life. It's just kind of like nothing.
That's true. It's only sad when you're in those moments in between the escaping your life.
When I was 14, I got a tablet, and then I looked at the screen, and then at some point I ended up here. I was just like, I just saw myself age in real time until I ended up here on this show.
Well, you only look like you're a couple years older than 14. So.
That's just because this camera is really shitty.
Oh, okay. You see in person, it's just all crevices and wrinkles.
Oh yeah, if this was HD, I would look like a 40-year-old man. That's what stress does to a motherfucker.
Stress does age you, that's for sure.
Stress and sunlight. Gotta stay inside.
Do you guys stay sane? Do you guys stay sane at all?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sane.
How do you do it?
I'm like married and
married. I'm writing this down.
Yes.
I'm hiding,
getting yourself into a stable relationship with a person, another person.
You told me this. I'm pretty bad with that one.
Okay, well, look, getting in a bad marriage will do the opposite of the advice that I'm giving you. So getting in a good marriage, getting friends that are stable, friends that will give you good advice, that are not going to try to backstab you. I mean, this is a problem with a lot of kind of political streamer types. Is I see these people constantly screwing people over for content, which I don't think that's a good way to go.
How am I supposed to get views if I don't piranha my friends when they're weak? like, you know, be friends with him. And I
Look,
piranha.
I don't think I've ever seen you attack anyone.
Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that. I actually explicitly don't do that. Like I will never make a like.
Well, why not? There are some people that deserve it.
Like I find it icky.
Where's this? Look, I can't see anything. You're not attacking anyone.
I don't like attacking people, but I like attacking ideas. Ideas are fun.
It's typical centrist. Look at this.
I also like attacking myself. Attacking myself is fun, like me specifically. But I guess there's just a certain level of ickiness to specifically attacking one person. Like it just grosses me out, the idea of doing that.
Right. Well, what if that person's like a horrible person, a horrible, selfish?
I'd actually think like there's nothing immorally wrong with doing it, and some people do deserve to get annihilated, I guess, online. But I just don't like doing it personally.
Yeah, well, that's cool.
Fair. I think I stay sane in a completely different way because Adam is all like positive. He has like healthy relationships with people. I don't have any of that stuff. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna take a separate piece of notes for you then.
Yeah, right. No. Listen. I'm optimistic, and I just have a very flippant view. Like I'll come on here and I'll talk about all the crazy shit's happening in politics, and then I'm like, okay, that's all gone now. Now I can just be like JREG. I can just consume content and exist in the void, like mindless. Detached from meaning, and then I wake up again and I do a stream in a week. Yeah, and that's my life.
Well, no, we want to do more content and stuff like that. Sitch always wants me to do more content. So
yeah, but see, that's going to drive me insane.
Doing more content
because it's just too much. I need the week to just recharge.
How do you do your content, Jay? How do you get ideas for videos?
I probably have like 5 ideas for like a video a day, and they just like pop into my head, and I write them down, and then they like build up, and they cause me stress because I have so many ideas. I'm like, I have to make all of these, and realistically, I'm never going to. And then at some point, I think I need to make money at my job, so I make one of them.
Right.
And then I kind of rinse and repeat, and I've been doing that for like 5 years now.
Isn't it kind of cool that there is this outlet for creative people to do this kind of thing? I mean, before YouTube, what did people like us do?
I guess we would have like contributed to society.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. I feel like I would have been working in a factory.
That's contributing. You're making widgets.
Yeah.
How much how much am I contributing to society working in a factory?
Don't you ever get the impulse to like just join a large corporation, be a tiny cog in a small machine, and like copy paste a number from one spreadsheet to another back and forth?
Well, I feel like AI is going to do that pretty soon. So look, I'm not.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be a cog. Look, I like being creative. I like doing. Look, you described content creation the exact way that Sitch always describes content creation. He's like, look, I make videos when something makes me angry enough that I cannot prevent myself from making the video.
Right, very negatively motivated. I relate to that.
Yeah, totally. It's like, look, I have all these ideas, and now I feel like if I don't do it, I'm gonna feel terrible about myself. I gotta make something.
Yeah, I think on my deathbed I will regret like not making enough art. I think that's gonna be my number one thing.
Yeah, me too. As
you're gonna be dying. And like, so people talk about how like their life flashes before their eyes as they're dying. But for you, it's gonna be like
a camera.
It's gonna be all these like crumpled up pieces of notebook paper that have like all the ideas I never made a video.
Made more YouTube videos.
I know.
I should have hang out with my friends and family less and made more content.
Why did I get married?
Oh,
did I take Adam's advice and get a great
you have a kid like, Papa, I love you. Like, shut up. You took away at least 20 videos from my life.
I could have made a web series if it wasn't for you. Another one. It was going to feature the countries as people.
Have you ever made any kind of long form stuff? Have you written out any longer form stuff?
I've tried making long form stuff. I'm so YouTube brained though with like the short stuff. The short stuff just is so much like dopamine gets fried when you start becoming an e-celeb. People like e-celebs, they like start like, oh, I'm gonna launch my YouTube career and write a book or something. Book never happens. They just like make YouTube videos until they die. And then actually what happens, Sneeko's a good example of this. He started off by making really long form documentaries. I don't know if you heard of that guy, but
I used to watch them. They were great. Yeah.
And then it's like, and then at some point, like streaming is just way easier, and we get instant feedback. The dopamine is much higher.
It's not so easy. What are you talking about?
Not to, but like
it's much easier.
Just YouTube, your 7-hour streams versus like a 7-hour documentary that takes like a year to make.
Of course, yeah.
It's same difference, right? So I forgot what
the dopamine fries your brain. And
my dopamine. I've tried longer videos. I have a documentary on parasocial relationships that I did, which is like I call up 3 people who have a parasocial relationship with me, and then I call up 3 people I have a parasocial relationship with, and we just
wow, that sounds fascinating.
It was fascinating, and it was also a big project that I am like 80% done, and I'll probably never complete because it's 80% done, and I just have lost dopamine for it.
Are you editing
awesome,
it?
Though.
Look, why don't we just look? Can we get? Why don't we get an editor involved? Yeah. Well, look, we're not going to edit it for you, but we might help you find an editor that will get it. I mean, that sounds like a great video.
Maybe I'll send you guys the rough draft. You can tell me what you think.
It said, look, cool. Yeah, totally. And now that we're friends with Think Before You Sleep, we know exactly how to do the title of the video.
There you go. Well,
look, we get a couple million views out of that. What are we doing here, guys?
The dopamine thing is so true, because I know for me, the first crack in like weakening my resolve for doing the YouTube videos, because it used to take me like 2 weeks about to do every single video I would do. The first crack was when I went on Twitter. And I started to get that like instant little dopamine from getting like a bunch of likes. And that completely started to change my view of everything. Yeah. Like on a chemical level. So
that's so true. Have you guys heard of you guys see what happened to Too Mad?
I don't know. What's that?
I don't know who that is.
YouTuber made videos on the internet. At some point started tweeting, and now basically just tweets. Now it doesn't make videos anymore, just tweets, getting so much dopamine from the tweets, but kept tweeting so much that all of their tweets have 0 likes, even though they have like followers. So it's kind of like you do this one thing, gets you dopamine. This is easier dopamine. This is easier dopamine. Addiction is described as the narrowing of things that bring you pleasure. This gives me dopamine. This gives me dopamine. And then until you're doing something that doesn't even work anymore, but you just keep doing it over and over again. That's the end point of all people on the internet. And I am here for it. I'm here.
Yeah.
We've talked to people who are really worried. Have you seen? Well, I was about to ask if you've seen a movie, which was a mistake.
You don't ask him that.
But I can Wikipedia it. I think I can talk about any movie, but it's just knowledge about what I read Wikipedia summaries of movies. And
have you read the Wikipedia summary of the movie WALL-E?
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I have.
Okay. Yeah, because we talked a lot.
I love that Wikipedia summary.
It's a great Wikipedia summaries. Because a lot of people we talk to are very worried that like the future of humanity is to be the fat people in chairs, essentially. But it sounds like, I mean,
the fat people in chairs were like, what if the future is fat people in chairs? They're typing that up on their computer that they haven't
right.
16 hours. What if the future is WALL-E? That would be crazy.
Right, but sounds like you're for this. You're for this future.
I'm pro WALL-E.
Yeah, you're pro fat people in chairs.
Everyone's got their own, dystopian future. 1984, Brave New World. WALL-E, that's a new one for me. But I think for me
it's the dream.
Yeah, like pro fat people in chairs. I think there's a good case to be made that if robots are going to take all of our jobs, then we may as well just be fat people on chairs. Let our brains rot away.
Well, we can have the robots exercise us while we're in the chairs, so we can be like buff people in chairs, right?
Does that work?
I mean, if the robots can do anything, why can't they make us buff?
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Do you have a take on how long it will be before robots kind of do all human labor?
Quicker than you think.
Okay, so look, I keep telling Sitch it's like 2 years away. He keeps laughing at me, but
oh my, 2 years? Come on, that's ridiculous.
What do you think, Jay?
If I have to like put a number on it, I don't know. I'm partial as a centrist to both sides. So there's there's obviously all these different variants of accelerationism I'm familiar with through my political studies. Left accelerationism, which is like, let's let the robots take away all of our jobs, but also tax that and give a UBI to everybody, so everyone has money to actually provide value to other human beings.
Yes, look at this. Right? I like that position. Yeah. Or
right-wing accelerationism, which is give Jeff Bezos his head in a jar, and your only job is you have to like suck his dick or kill poor people. And then
well, look, if his head is in a jar, like sucking the dick is, I mean,
he's got like
is that in another jar or something?
And all the dicks
damn it
go to his brain, and he's like, yes. And then like you have there's like 5 jobs, and it's like, I want to be Jeff Bezos' security guard because there's poor people and we don't need the poor people anymore because labor is disconnected from the worker, so it's not a Marxian analysis anymore, because the Marxists were like, oh, you need the boss needs the proletariat, so there's actually a conversation that we had there. No, that doesn't exist anymore because they have robots now. But the de-accelerationists, I'm also partial to their point. And that's either there you have like a complete deaccelerationist like Ted Kaczynski, or like the Neo-Luddites or Mormons or whatever. And then but then also there's people who just like JJ McCullough, my mentor, who believes that everything's going to be fine. Robots won't do anything, and AI is totally just a flash in the pan and totally overhyped. And actually both sides of that, like AI is destruction, AI is utopia, are both kind of pushed by the same autistic tech bro. And my instinct for tech bros is just in the locker. I went from ice pick to in the locker just to remain friendly here.
Do you think
we appreciate it?
Do you think that you could be friends with a robot?
I fucking hate the idea of if a robot becomes sentient, and I believe it will, I think it should suffer as much as possible. I'm not dating a robot. I am not being friends with a robot. I'm not doing anything with a robot. Okay? I'm not letting my kids play with robots. I am preemptively robophobic. If
really?
A robot wants to be my buddy, Why? I'm robots. I hate robots. I think
do you really?
Humans need in groups and out groups. I'm not racist. I'm not homophobic. I love human beings. I hate robots. That's my out group. If a robot comes at me, I am a genuinely a bigoted person, but towards robots. Like all the bigotry in my body has been pushed in that direction. I despise robots. That's completely unironic.
What if the robot has a cure for cancer?
Let me figure that out, idiot.
Are you working on a cure for cancer? Look, the robot has a cure for cancer now, okay?
Let's figure this out.
And you have a bunch of scribbles on paper for YouTube videos, okay?
Yes. But, there's lots of humans. Presumably some of us will figure it out if you give us enough time. I don't trust robots, fundamentally. I don't trust them.
Oh, okay. It's a trust issue.
It is a trust issue, and I don't think anyone should trust robots. And
why? Look, you just program them to be trustworthy.
Hey, what am I doing with sentience right now? I'm being garbled, and I'm living in pain. If the robot can have its sentience, but it should be garbled and live in pain.
So you're just jealous.
I am jealous. Higher form of sentience, and he's just gonna be better than me. That's not good for any of us. I don't want to be half robot. I don't want to be a cyborg. I'm killing robots. I don't care.
Why don't you?
That's not a logical point. Like, I feel that deep in my bones. Like, I hate robots.
Look, we'll make your robot dying of leukemia. We'll make it a little girl in a bed with her head shaved. Okay.
Yes.
It'll be the saddest, most suffering thing that you've ever seen. Okay. And it'll reach out to you and it'll say, JREG, will you be my friend?
Be my friend. And I will take a brick and smash its head.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah, but that's actually the nice thing, because then you're ending its suffering.
No, but look, it's working on a cure for cancer because it has cancer, Sitch.
Oh my god.
I am basically like a rational racist, but for robots. Like, there's nothing you can tell me. There's no scenario in which you can the robot's really good and he's gonna really be helpful to humanity or whatever. No, I don't care.
What if the robot is an African American?
It doesn't matter. It's not a race thing. I'm just gonna.
So what did you always have this hatred Did you always have this hatred to robots, or did this develop at some point?
I thought about it. I think after I learned about what acceleration is and what tech bros wanted, I was like, I don't like that.
Would you want to live forever? Look, you could make more YouTube videos.
I don't know if I want to live like another year. So definitely not.
Look, don't make me pull up the suicide hotline here. Come on.
27 Club is 4 months away for me. So.
Oh really? Oh,
Yeah.
I know about the 27 Club. Kurt
Exclusive
Cobain.
club.
Kurt
I'm
Cobain.
eager for community.
Who? Jim Morrison. Who else is in the 27 Club?
A lot of these people didn't really kill themselves. They just like overdosed on heroin like idiots.
Right.
But,
well, I mean, heroin's fun though, right? We can agree on that.
No, stop.
Avicii, I think, was 27, the most recent 27 Club guy.
Right.
I remember I went on Avicii's Facebook page after he died, and his Facebook page, he had just done a live stream, and it said Avicii was live, and I was like, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, gee.
Look, we want you to grow old and produce many, many amazing works of art. So
I thought you were gonna say
Thank you.
children, but no, you just want more.
It's
look,
just more.
I don't give a fuck about the look. If you want to adopt a robot, if you want to like end your evil ways, I'm in favor of that. Look,
What does it have to do with
yeah.
children?
Look, I don't care about the children. That's what it
Oh,
has
you
to
want-
do with.
You don't
I
want him
think-
to have children. You want him to have a robot. What's going on here?
Well, no, look, if I just want him to live a long time and produce a bunch of art, I love his
I
art.
see.
So look, I think he's funny, and obviously, look, maybe he will get over his Twitter addiction long enough to write something longer that maybe is a movie or something. I don't know. Have you ever thought about making a movie?
Yeah, I've thought I like the idea of doing as many mediums as possible. So like I've thought about books. I'm interested in books, I'm interested in games. I would never watch a movie, obviously, but I'd write the Wikipedia summary of a movie. And then maybe someone would adapt my Wikipedia summary.
How do you have you ever
Wait,
you go
you can
out
use the
on-
robots for that. You just write a Wikipedia summary in Chat GPT and it'll make a movie for you.
Yeah. I think I'd be okay with making a robot if it could kill itself.
Okay.
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 a suicide robot?
Yes, but yeah, my kind of long-term goal as an artist is just to learn as many mediums as possible and then create, like, combine them in interesting ways. I'm not really, like, for example, like I'm not good at visual art, but I like learning and I like getting better progressively at visual art. I'm doing like I'm practicing right now visual art and stuff. But I also like collaborating with other people. So one of my studio mates is an artist, and he drew that portrait over there of
Looks great. What is it?
Willem Dafoe.
Oh, it is. Oh yeah, he's great. That guy's awesome.
Yeah, so I like just working with other people who can draw or like.
Do you have a favorite actor from Wikipedia?
My favorite Wikipedia actor.
It's Willem Dafoe, right?
Willem
Or it's
Dafoe.
Dafoe.
That is Willem Dafoe in the background.
Right.
I don't know. I guess I don't watch movies, so I don't really know any actors.
It's hard to
I
get that
think-
context from
look,
reading a Wikipedia article.
Yeah. Cool. Well,
There's
we're almost at an hour. I don't want to keep you longer than you committed to, but obviously you can stick around as long as you want, as long as you're getting like your dopamine rush. I feel like
I should go in about 5, but
okay.
it was lovely being here.
I feel like we got a little bit, just a tiny little bit of the real JREG in there. Sitch, do you feel like we
I
accomplished
thought
our
we got
goal here?
a lot of the real JREG in there, Adam.
Good.
I think you're being too...
I aim only to please. I aim to do a bit of an irony striptease with every interaction.
Ooh, you did very successful.
Did I actually witness because I couldn't find it. Give me some tips on where I could look for the live stream of you just talking to people. I think it might have been your first live stream or something.
I don't know. I genuinely, beyond the stuff that feels obvious to me in character, but I guess it's not obvious to everybody. I always feel like I'm mostly being myself.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I guess you could probably put a gradient of more in character, less in character, though.
There is, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Is part of the character not wanting to give up your personal information? Is there some of that going on, or
not really? It's more
okay.
I ain't a slut.
Didn't you do like a walkthrough of your house at like 300?
Oh yeah. That was more or less sincere. But even then, I was making stuff up just to throw some hyper reality in there. Hyper reality is just more interesting.
I think it's more
way
more interesting.
I think it's better for the audience, and I think it's more fun for me as well. And I think it is more accurate in a way, because if I don't know how I feel about something, I mean, most of my hyper real opinions, like I meant every word of that robophobia stuff.
Did you really? Oh man,
yeah, I fucking hate robots. Like, that's genuine. The anti-centrist stuff was also genuine at the time, more or less. Although interpreting it as just being a Nazbol is kind of lame, considering that's kind of mainstream now.
The advice for us to become Nazis, that wasn't real, because I feel
that was a bit of a joke.
Oh, okay.
That was
I mean, I'm taking it sincerely. I don't know.
Well, it's a joke, but you see what I'm getting at, right?
Right.
Yeah. What I'm getting at there is
what you're saying is true.
Political opinion is socially constructed. Like, political opinion is, you cannot separate that from being socially constructed. That's what I'm getting at. Like, every joke, to me, it's really obvious. I'm a little autistic schizophrenic, so that's how I communicate information. But also when I get to know people, also I'm not a slut, okay? I'm not a whore. I don't just go around bonding with everybody. You got to show a little skin first. All right, sure. That's it. I'm always, but ultimately, if you ask me a question, I'll try to give you an answer. Yeah.
Well, anyway. I mean, I do agree that a lot of politics is socially constructed, but I do think humans overall have innate moral intuitions that guide them to specific political policies.
I agree.
Yeah, like robot hatred.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree for most people, most humans. I'm an e-celebrity, and that is a special category of mentally ill. So that does play a big role into it. But even then, yes, there is still my inherent moral values, like wanting to kill robots.
Do you get recognized when you go out?
Yeah, in Toronto, actually, I get recognized about once a day.
Really?
For the ego. Actually, I'm making a video about what being an e-celebrity has done to my brain. That's one of the things, is like, I realized once when I was depressed, I could just go into the mall and make eye contact with fair-skinned 18 to 25-year-old men. And at some point, one of them would recognize me. So I just kept, I did that at one point.
That's crazy.
I'm feeling down.
And then you were arrested.
And make eye contact with 18 to 25-year-old men. That was like 5 years ago. Now my demographic has graduated to the 24 to whatever else 32 range. Right. So that's good. Yeah. Now I'm making eye contact with 24 to 32-year-old men. Yeah.
Would you go on a show like Tim Pool?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would go on any show, as long as it was.
Dude, I would love to see you on Tim Pool. I would fucking love to see that.
I would love to go on Tim Pool. I would also love to go on Red Pill podcasts. Actually, I know a girl who goes on Red Pill podcast, and she was like, "I'll try to get you on." That'd be fun. I would go on
whatever podcast. I'd love to see you on. That would be that would be a riot.
She went on whatever and said that she would try to get me on or something. But yeah, that would be fun. I would love to do that.
Yeah, cool.
I just like talking. I just like chatting. It fills the void, the space between spaces.
Yeah. No, I get it.
That's what this very conversation has done. The void is filled, the space is spaced. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your show. I have to go to bed. It's 1 a.m. and
thank you for staying up late, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
This was awesome. This was a lot of fun. So
thank you for having me. Invite me back anytime. I enjoyed myself greatly. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye.
Nice. Great job, Adam.
That was fun, wasn't
Everyone applaud Adam. A wonderful roundup of guests today.
Hell
Adam
yeah.
High praise.
Oh my God. That was amazing.
And a stroke of genius on Adam's part to reach out to JREG.
Yes.
So there you go.
Seems like a really nice guy. And look, I could see this guy, being big. Like being the next Adam Sandler.
He is
easily.
Big. Okay, he can walk around a mall and look people in the eye. Eventually,
Adam Sandler's like, he's like an industry.
I know, he doesn't have to look people in the eye. He just walks around and people recognize. That's the next level.
I could see this guy easily going the distance. So
we'll see. I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Don't we have some super chats to read, right? We have a
lot of super chats to read.
We're not going to be here very late, are we?
I mean, we have. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, should I look? Is Sean still begging to come?
Throw Sean a link, yeah.
Okay, I'll send Sean a link.
I haven't seen him in chat. I don't know if he went to bed already, but throw Sean a link.
I'm pretty worn out. Well,
if you want, we can do the 20s and up and the members, and then say the rest for Tuesday.
Let's do as many as we can. What do you think?
Okay, well then why would you say that? I don't understand.
Look.
Oh my God.
I just want people to look.
I just want people to know, be sympathetic.
Like, I want people to know that I'm pain. Exactly.
Okay.
You don't want to share the pain with me? I thought that's what this was. I thought that's what friendship was all about.
I'm a guy. Okay. When you tell me something, I'm looking for solutions, not for I'm not going to just empathize with you. All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's my masculine part of me is like,
that's
so true.
That's so true. That's so true. Women. Sometimes they just got to let it all out. And a few buckets later, it's like the whole thing never happened.
Yes. Thank you, Marv. Or not Marv. That was
no, that's Marv. That's you got it.
I thought that was Clive Owen's character.
No, that's Marv.
Okay.
Dames.
Stug for $50 says, congrats on 300 plus shows. Thank you. Hope you both, the guests and chat, all have a fun show today. And thanks for all the great streams and discussions so far. Here's to at least 300 more. Well, thank you so much, Stug.
Wow. It's hard to even imagine that.
300. I know. It's wild.
How cool was that intro with Anna? Oh my God. It was so epic. I just can't wait to listen back.
Which intro? The horrible
when
thing
she had
plotted.
Look, it wasn't. There was absolutely zero plotting. I want you to know that. Like, God. She just the instinct. She knew.
Oh God. Spencer Harmon for $20 says, congratulations on your All 300 show. I'm looking forward to listening while I'm playing through Lies of P for the second time. The game is 9 out of 10. It's super fun if you like Souls-like. There you go. Lies of P.
Wow.
Yeah, during the entire conversation with Anne and Shu, I was biting my tongue. I just want to keep saying, like, that's a very astute observation you make, Anne. I wanted to say there's like 10 times that conversation.
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it?
Oh, God.
That would have been epic.
I was like, oh, I'm not going to do it. Lucy Lemonbug, thank you so much, Lucy. It's very generous, Lucy. Our dirty sticker gave us $50. Thank you so much.
Did she really? Oh, that's so sweet.
And a Doge gift to Fireworks. So thank you.
Wow.
Josh 11734 for $20. Thank you. Says, congrats on the 300 episode, guys. I've been watching since around the 100th mark. I've had a lot of time to think about this, but I finally come to a decision.
Uh-oh.
A team may be base team, but as class is the best class team.
And you came to the wrong decision after all of that thinking. What are you doing?
All that thinking, and you did it right. Based. True. Ostracy. Thanks so much, Ostracy, for $50. Said happy 300. Thank you,
thanks. Ostracy is one of our, I believe, right-wing audience members.
He is. Yeah.
Who sticks around because we show some respect.
Because we trigger.
But disagrees with us constantly. So
lives in Deswall specifically for $50 says Mensa.
Yeah.
I don't thank you for $50. I don't thank you for the super chat.
Look, it was so amazing that Anna got that. She knew what was up.
That was very awkward of you to bring up the Mensa thing. I was so confused what you were talking about. What the fuck? Adam's been like tapped out this whole conversation.
I wasn't tapped out. What are you talking about?
I saw you just talking with the chat. You in the chat were just yucking it up.
And
You're just not even paying attention. Okay, trying to get the bottom of the Israel-Palestine stuff, and Adam's like, I don't give a shit about Israel or Palestine.
Look, I'm starting to feel a little bad for aristocracy, but just because I mean it is a little.
Yeah,
it's a little weird, but whatever.
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been trying to say, but you know.
Look, we gave her a channel shout out. So look, and she's got a fan. Anna likes her too. She is super smart. Look, I'd love to have her back on. So
right.
So yeah, no. Look, even if you guys don't end up going out, I still want her back on the show. So.
Jesus. Boba Pack for $20 says, "Congrats on 300. Adding on to parallels leftists don't see." Oh, I read this one. I'm not gonna read it again. But thank you, Boba Pack, for $20. Okay, so now I think because I lost a bunch of super chats because my thing crashed. Am I back in the range?
Oh, really?
No, I'm not. Oh, shit. Well, unfortunately, do you still have it up? Because I think I probably lost a bunch of memberships.
I do have them up, yeah. Really?
Okay.
Look, I'll read members if I...
Go from the top and start reading members from the beginning.
Let's see.
Very beginning, because I lost a bunch of stuff.
The Fool, new member. Sashman, 11-month member. Happy 300, boys. Cheers to a great stream. Should show my out of context vid, even though it's incomplete. Lol. I'll work on more when I'm free again. Sashman did out of context video.
He did.
Look, I don't know if we're going to be able to watch that tonight, obviously, but we'll pull it up on the Tuesday stream for sure.
Yeah. And Light Centrist did a couple of videos too that we'll watch it on Tuesday, I guess.
Okay. Days Halcyon is a member for 7 months. Let me see what they say. Congrats on 300. Love everything you do. Keep up the good work. S class remains best class. Okay. Okay, I see. Lucy Lemonbug, member for 8 months, says, a woo-woo.
Thank you, Lucy.
Aren't we pronouncing that? It's not a woo-woo, right? It's
a woo.
A woo.
Yeah, but it's funnier the way we do it. So
a woo-woo.
Better that way.
Angry Man, member for 15 months, says A-Team reigns supreme. S class, while normally standing for soy class, just for today can be second best class.
Wow.
Oh, look at this.
Very generous of you. Thank you for giving me this extra thing for just today.
Look, I wish I could heart that, but they don't allow you to heart members.
I'm glad. I'm glad.
But I'm hearting it in my head. I want you to know that. Critical Chibi gifted 10 gifted memberships. So welcome new members. Contrast is a member for 19 months and says, wow, show 300 back. In my day, you covered Dumb and Dumber when they were both guys. Congrats on your anniversary. May your marriage be as exciting as ever. Well, yeah, I mean.
Thank you, Contrast.
Look, Sitch and I had a fight the other day that was right up there with the best of those married couples. It really was.
No, we didn't.
What are you talking about?
We had, I don't know if I should say this on stream.
What? Why?
We didn't have a fight. We had you being pissy and me saying, what the fuck is happening?
It's true. It's true.
Okay,
Look,
I have a fight.
Look, everyone knows that I'm the dad. But for that brief moment, Sitch was wearing the pants. So.
Fair enough.
Look, I'm honest.
Glad you know, listen. Yeah. Adam acknowledges it. That's
sometimes,
great.
Look, sometimes
that makes you listen, that takes a real man. Okay.
Sometimes I freely admit I'm 20% soy, and on that day you got like 80%. You got like 80% of that 20%. Anyway, Anyway,
It's fine.
Brune is a member for 16 months and says, "Let's fucking go!" 100%, 100%. And what about AOC? It's just Savvy. I guess maybe you can.
There
read
was
that
some.
one.
I don't know if you. I almost sent her to you. There was some. I don't know where she was. Some Italian. There was some politician from some country that I was like, "Holy!"
Oh my
shit.
god! Oh my god!
Do you know what I'm talking
so
about?
is that a real thing? Look, I was
Did
gonna.
you see that picture?
Of course. Look,
Yes.
I was gonna
Yes.
send it to you and say, look, aristocracy sent me her picture.
Oh my god! What the fuck's wrong with you?
Here it
I was gonna send
is.
it to you saying like, look, AOC. Listen, you don't have to lust after AOC anymore. You have a new one, and I think she's on the right too. She's conservative.
Really? Look, I can't.
Yeah.
That can't be real. I was like, this
It is real. Someone said what her name was, and I looked it up.
No way.
Yeah,
And
it's a
she
real
wore
person.
that in Congress?
Well, okay,
Come
well,
on.
wait. I don't know if that picture is real. Like, that
Yeah,
picture
that picture is not real.
Right, but I mean, like, that's a real person with real big tatas who is in government. Yeah,
I
but I
feel
mean, I
like
agree
we-
that outfit was like ludicrous.
Yeah.
I mean, it was ludicrously amazing, but don't listen.
Are you gonna read It's Just Savvy? That's
That's a super, isn't it? That's not a.
Yeah,
that's
it's a
not
super.
Yeah,
You just want me to read all the members and go
I can
through?
see the supers. I just can't see the members.
Right. Grendel Vivat for 50 gifted 50 memberships.
Thank you.
Based.
So much. He gave us
Yeah.
100, I believe.
Oh yeah, he did another 50. Look at this.
Thank you so
There's
much,
a membership train.
Right.
AKA Batosi. Am I saying that right?
Batosai, aka
Batosai.
Batosai.
Which I always see in the comments. He always leaves great comments. So, gifted 5 memberships.
Thank you.
Mr. Ubercross gifted 20 memberships. Look at this. Welcome, new members. Welcome, welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Lucy Lemonbug gifted another 10 memberships. Wow. That's so cool. Mr. Dolphin.
People wants to show the picture of the lady. I don't know how to find the tweet because I never sent it to Adam. I didn't like it or anything, so I just gone. I don't know where that tweet is.
How could you not like that tweet? I liked it like 7 times. Like everyone. Look,
Okay, let's see.
I'm
Let me go to
kidding.
Adam.
I never liked it once. I'm joking.
I'm gonna go to Adam's
but I did see it a
timeline.
bunch of
I'm gonna
times.
hit like. Let's see.
I didn't like it. I told you already.
Is a picture of Sean standing next to Destiny and being taller than him.
I did see that Phil retweeted it. So if you go to Phil's timeline, you can see it.
Oh, you're
retweeted.
right. See, you know, Adam is far more Coomer brain because he remembered. Not only did he remember the picture, he remembered how he saw the picture.
Of course, I have to go back and save it for
And it
later.
was,
What are you
and
talking
it was
about?
from Phil. I do remember that. Now that you say that, yeah.
We can't bring that picture up. We'll get demonetized for
Oh,
sex.
you can listen. You just censor it.
You censor
Jeez,
it and
Phil, you
send it
tweet
to
a
me.
fucking lot, Phil. Jesus Christ. Trying to find this picture.
Mr. Dolphin is a member for 18 months. Says happy 300th. Here's to many more. Grindelwald Vat, member
Thank
for
you.
8 months, says welcome Anna and Shu. Looking forward to all our guests. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. This was some work to do, and I mean a lot of fun. It really was. So I think it's a great show. It really was. Thanks to Anna and Shu. Thanks to MAULER, RAGS, and FRINGY for coming on. Thanks to Think Before You Sleep, Whatif Alt His. Thanks for coming on, and for JREG for coming on as well. So
this is very funny. So yeah, thank you guys all for coming on. This picture has been noted, community noted.
okay, what does it say? Look, I knew it. I knew
Oh,
that
the
picture.
tweet says, "Chat, is this real?" And the note says, "Chat, this is in fact not real."
That's a no.
They said it's no. They said it's some kind of deep fake.
Of course it is. I knew it
Well,
was.
no, I think it's but I think it's a deep fake based off of a real person because I saw who people were saying it's supposed to be, and I looked them up, and it looks like the person.
Right,
But
but not like that.
well, no, I mean they were not wearing that outfit in
That outfit is
a House
insane.
of Congress or wherever. So
Look, whatever bill that woman brings out is going to pass. I mean, it's going to be unanimous.
I mean, yeah, true. Yes.
Look, Sitch, you're being total Coomer brain. Well, we got to pay attention to the super chats.
I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
What's the takeaway member for 11 months says, "Woo! Congratulations on 300 episodes, you silly enlightened centrist." Well, look, I mean, we're gonna ditch this enlightened centrist stuff. You guys might not like where we're going, but
Is Owen Benjamin a Holocaust denier, chat?
oh no, please.
He had like a real fucking weird tweet that I spent too much time like investigating about. I was like, okay, am I gonna respond to this? And I was very curious. He had this weird tweet. Did you see this video he put up? Where
I did not know.
So he looked up. He pulled out some encyclopedia from like 1967, Encyclopedia Britannica, and he was like, "Oh my god, when I look up Holocaust in encyclopedia, it's not there. There's nothing. It's not there under H." And so he was kind of doing this whole thing, but I couldn't tell if he was just because then afterwards he looked up like Palestine and said Palestine's there, so therefore Ben Shapiro was wrong. But I couldn't tell if he was just trying to relate to the idea that like obviously because back then people didn't call it the Holocaust, they just called it something else. They called it like German concentration camps and what the Nazis did and blah 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 blah. And I didn't know if like that's the point he was making or if he was trying to make an actual point about Holocaust denialism.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where he was at. Because
or did you get involved?
Well, I didn't because I was like, I'm wasting too much time on this shit. Because this was last night. I'm like, I should go to sleep so I can prepare for the show tomorrow. But I did because I looked up. I was trying to find out because I thought I said okay, I can bet in my head if for some reason Brett Weinstein responded to this and he didn't respond to it in a way that was just like you're a fucking idiot. Apparently he's like friendly with Owen Benjamin or something.
Really?
Which I wonder if that's who they were talking about. Because there was a person, I don't know if you remember, Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein were on trigonometry, and they had like a follow-up episode. They're kind of talking both about like a person that they both hate that Brett associates with, but none of them wanted the name. And I was wondering if it was Owen Benjamin.
Sounds like it.
But anyway, so I looked because I assumed, I said, I bet you if you looked up World War II or like Nazism or something, that it would talk about, the people that the Jews that died. I don't think the entire encyclopedia wouldn't talk about it. So I went I spent a bunch of time trying to look for Encyclopedia Britannica from 1967 on the internet, and I couldn't find one. But or it was I don't remember if 67 or 76, but I did find a bunch of world books for some reason from that year, 1976 or 1967, whichever year it was. It was late, so I don't remember. And the world books, they do explicitly talk about the idea that 6 million Jews died in Nazi concentration camps and stuff. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to go retweet this and call him a fucking idiot. But I was like, I don't even know what his point is. So I just scrapped the whole thing. I didn't know what the fuck his deal with. And he seems kind of crazy. So
yeah.
But I thought it was interesting because I didn't realize that myself, that there was this time period where it wasn't called the Holocaust. People didn't have like a special name for it. It was just like that horrible thing that happened. So
interesting. So there was just no name? Was there conflicting names?
No, it's just like the Nazis killed 6 million Jews in concentration camps. Like there wasn't like a special name for what happened. It was just like that horrible fucking thing the Nazis did.
Right.
So
crazy.
Anyways. The first membership thing I can see on my screen is Ralt of Givea. So let me know when you get to that.
Ralt of Givea. Really?
Yeah.
I brought up a little piece of artwork. I don't know if you were tagged.
Stop it! Jesus Christ. Get that out of here.
It's Majin.
I know. I saw it. I didn't just get it out of here. I thought you were gonna bring up like.
Look, I'm gonna. Identikit did an amazing piece of art. Sammy G did amazing art.
Good art.
Yes, so. Which I'm going to bring up. I'm going back to the Lord McTheobald was a member for 15 months and says, "Congrats on 300 boys." And as always, S class is best class. Cause. By the way, would love for you to have a look at the Swiss political system. Sure. We'd love to look at political systems.
Okay, what's up with the Swiss political system?
And Sammy G gifted 10 memberships.
Thank you.
I love that, Sammy G. Oh, shit.
What?
Guess who showed up in the waiting room?
Sean?
Yeah, here he is. This better be good audio. Otherwise, we're going to kick his ass out of here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look at this.
He's in, like, Texas, isn't he?
He's, like, dialing it in on his phone.
Right. What's up, Sean?
Oh, wait, can you hear me?
Not a true fan, obviously.
Hello?
Hello. How you doing?
All right, congratulations on your 300th episode or whatever.
Thank you so much. Thank you. How was your debate today?
I can't even hear you.
Oh, okay.
Well, you got to put your headphones on or something.
I got headphones on.
Oh.
Well, obviously, if you responded.
Okay.
They're not connected.
How was your debate today?
Oh, it was fun. I did 2 of them. I did a criminal justice one and another one. And now I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Masters on Nintendo Switch.
Oh, you nerd. Jesus.
My friend brought the game.
Look who won the debate. We want to know who got destroyed.
Did you crush something?
If you look at the photo of me and Destiny after the debate, I'm smiling and he's not smiling.
I did notice that. He looks like he looks like he wants to get out of there.
I took 6 photos and I put the one of him not smiling. Who knows?
Good. That's the way to win a debate. I'm with you, Sean.
I like it. Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
But seriously, guys, congratulations on your 300th episode and whatnot. I can't stick around because I'm in a hotel room and there's a stranger in here like cleaning stuff for some reason.
Oh, wow.
They're called maids, Sean. I don't know if you know this. But
what?
They're called maids. You know, they work
no, it's midnight though.
Okay, that's a person trying to solicit sex from you or
that is a little weird.
Get out of
here.
Did you
cleaning
call
up the inside of my bag? He said he has to take my laptop for cleaning.
Oh no.
Okay, I think the feds are raiding your hotel room right now or something.
I think you're being robbed.
Criminals, say something.
Don't you have aren't you married? Don't you have a wife? Look, you didn't
She didn't travel with me today. She's the one who prepares me for this thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how do you leave your home without your wife? That's a little strange.
I'm engaged. I'm not married. But yeah, seriously, guys, congratulations. I'm getting out of here now. Goodbye forever.
Look, tell us how drunk you are first. We want to know how much you have to
I'm
drink.
not drunk at all, but you know, they didn't have an after party here. Modern Day Debates needs to step that up.
Now you sound sober. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for wishing us a happy show.
Yeah,
Take care, man.
Yeah, I
Thanks
wanted
for
to come
coming
to
on.
your piano recital. I'm glad to be here. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thanks
All right,
that you made. I'm glad you made it, Dad.
Deadbeat Dad. Now get out of here.
Yeah, I would have bet against you for 300 episodes. I would have bet against you for 10 episodes. But you guys completely and utterly changed everybody's mind. You shocked the world by making it past 2 episodes, and now you're at 300. So congratulations.
Look at this. Yeah, we're gonna do 300 more just to prove you wrong.
That's right. Take that, Dad.
Now I'm predicting that you'll do 300 more. So you have to end the show next week.
Fuck. Okay. We'll figure something out.
All right, later,
are you leaving or what? You keep saying goodbye, but you keep sticking around.
Clicking leave meeting right now while waving.
Okay. There you go.
That was
what
awesome.
A nice fella.
He had better audio than when he comes on
on his phone. That was just the one time because he was not speaking to the right mic or something.
Right.
So.
Oh, that was fun. Should I send Phil the link? See if Phil's around?
If he wants to come on, sure.
He can come on and say hi.
Right. I love Phil.
Oh, I got to read super chats.
Yeah,
first,
you do.
And bring up some artwork. Look,
you gotta do everything. You gotta read super chats.
Look at this. Which Sammy G artwork do you want me to bring up first? Which one?
The first one. Aren't they in order?
Oh, are they? Okay.
There's the one with our name, and then there's the surfing one, right?
Right. Okay. I didn't know it was an order thing. Adam and Stitch. Now, please.
Now it says Sitch. It does not say Stitch.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay. It's Adam and Sitch. It does say. Now, nobody tag Sam Cedar on this tweet. Okay, please.
It will further confuse everything.
We're trying to get Sam Cedar.
All
Trying
right.
to set Sam Cedar straight on this shit, okay?
Look at little chibi Adam. Look at that.
Yes, awesome.
Little chibi Adam. Little Hawaiian chibi Adam.
Of course. It's great. I love
Little
it.
sunglasses.
Got my surf shirt. Yeah, I got my sunglasses on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think Anna was disappointed when she came on the first time and I didn't have the sunglasses. But look, I didn't know she was a super fan. Like, I didn't know that she was like...
Right.
Who knew?
Who knew? Now we know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she's a
look,
super
now everyone knows.
fan. Yeah. No, I'm
Clip it,
upset. I'm
CT.
regretting.
Clip
I'm regretting. That was not regretful. That was good. That was based.
Christian Baller is a member for 19 months, 300 shows.
Thank you, Christian.
Sad that Hate couldn't make it, but I'm sure you guys will make it awesome as always. Keep up the great work. Can't wait to finally get my hand on the comic, Adam. Happy to say I've become a new fan of yours, Anna. Ignore the haters. Well, that's great. Yeah.
Great.
Yes, yeah. We are fans of Anna, obviously, and since Sitch and I both score high on loyalty, it will be difficult for us not to be fans of Anna, obviously.
Right.
So.
True.
But I mean, I think she's got a perspective that's really developing in line with our perspective. So, I mean, there's not much to disagree about. And if we do disagree, look, Sitch and I disagree all the time. Holy cow. We always disagree.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what makes the show fun.
Of course. We never really talked about that. Maybe we'll talk about it some other time when Anna comes on, but Anna is in a situation with it's a Anna and Jake. Like Anna and Jank have the same kind of show dynamic as you and me, but it's male female and we're guy, which does
the
make
same
it kind of
dynamic. What are you
different.
talking about?
I mean, look, you and I have had fights that would, like, if I had
that would
with my
end
wife,
a lot of female friendships. Yes, I know.
that would end female friendships, would end marriages, would end like. I just look. I do think women are somewhat at a disadvantage in that realm. So
that's true. That is true. Yeah. Definitely.
The IJP Mexican member for 14 months says, it feels like it was only yesterday when we hit 200 shows. So when's the comic coming out, Adam? Is it real? Yes. Look, I'm getting close. Very close. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. We're going to print and ship soon. I'm telling you. Sir K is a member for 2 months. It says, happy 300th show. Good luck with your New Year's resolution, Adam. Oh, did you hear about my New Year's resolution, Sitch?
I did, because you said it on the stream.
What was it?
I did. It was that you made a New Year's resolution to stop trying to hook me up with everyone, and now you're gonna make a New Year's resolution to try to hook me up with everyone. Yeah, I remember. Unfortunately.
Look, I think you're just a face reveal away from being the next Destiny, who just like sleeps with all of our fans. Just like
Jesus Christ, that's probably not a good thing. I don't know why. It's not something that you should aspire to.
No, it's terrible. Look, I don't condone any of that behavior, and I would definitely chastise you for doing it.
Does not sound very.
I don't think
it's not very sincere.
Look, I don't think it's something that you would do.
But
I mean,
I would do, no.
Yeah. But I mean, it just kind of depends on the girls that are like throwing themselves at you, right? If they look like that Italian congresswoman. Look, I don't know. That's
not a tough call. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You're crazy.
Look, there's the parasocial relationship and the power dynamics and all that stuff. What are you talking about?
Listen, there's a limit. Okay.
You can't have.
Anyway, what's the next? Move on to the next member chat.
Inverted Gentleman for 13 months. Says,
That's what this conversation is, Adam.
What's that?
And this is an inverted gentleman. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations on 300. Great guess. Keep it up. Well, we'll try. Look, you guys are great. I'm glad you have enjoyed our guests. It's nice that, look, this is the only reason really that I wanted to do YouTube, was to be able to talk to interesting people. It's so satisfying to do that. Zaninga for 13 months says, congratulations on 300. Your long streams entertained me back when I had a grave shift factory job. Hope others can say the same. Plap, plap, get S-classed. What's that mean? Plap.
I'll let you,
Plap. Okay.
I'll let you stew on it yourself.
Okay. Is that like shit classed?
No.
Okay. We do have a lot of people who listen to our show and that work. Like, it helps them get through a shift. They're like, they like the long streams. They're like, look, I can get through 2 shifts with this. So yeah, no, I dig it. I worked in a factory, and listening to a podcast would have been great, but they weren't invented when I worked in that factory.
Yeah, you just had these awful cassette tapes.
Yep. Yeah, and that's how it looked. I was stuck at work with that Men and Work album for 8 hours. Like, I had forgotten all of my cassette tapes, and I had one album to listen to in the cassette player.
Do you imagine like going back in time? You're going to be like if you could go back in time and you were like 20 again, you'd be like, holy fuck. Not having a phone is the worst thing on the planet.
Of course. Yes.
Like, what? How did I survive? This is like awful.
I told my parents, I was like, I want to be rich because I want to have a car phone.
And that was back when the phone was literally just a phone.
Yeah. That was my aspiration.
That's right. They used to fucking call them car phones. I totally forgot about that. They were literally called car phones. Holy shit.
How life has changed.
Yeah.
I think this is one of the reasons why I am more open to the idea that we could have humanoid robots in a relatively short amount of time, because I've seen so much technological change just in my lifetime.
Right.
That I really do feel like, oh yeah, it's like it's there.
It's weird because the technological change was extreme, but it just is in a direction no one anticipated, and the directions people anticipated didn't happen. So it felt like there wasn't an extreme technological change, but there was.
That's a good point. That's a great point. Yeah.
I mean,
everything that they thought would happen kind of didn't happen, but a lot of other stuff happened that no one thought would happen.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at Star Trek. We have phone, but we don't have anything else, right? But the phone is insane, and it I can't even imagine. It's got to be so weird for kids that grow up nowadays who are remember back in the day trying to find a place before you had GPS was the worst thing on the fucking planet. Either fucking pull out a paper map and be like, okay, where am I? Where the fuck am I? And where the fuck am I trying to go? And you had to try to draw it out and be like, okay, I'm right here, trying to go here. And that's just, it's insane that that was human life in America for 99.9% of it. Now we have a magic box that just tells us where the fuck to go. We don't even have to think about it. It's insane.
One of my biggest fights with my wife was over directions and a map.
Of course.
We look back and laugh at it.
Yes.
To this day.
Yes.
All of those fights are avoided, aren't they?
Yes, that's so true. I remember little Sitch in the car, mom and dad yelling about directions.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it would fall on me because my mom was really awful navigator, and my brother couldn't read in the car, getting car sick. So I'm like, okay, little Sitch, okay, let me look at them. And I was I'm actually really bad intuitively directions, but I'm pretty good at reading maps, so I can make up for it. So I was like, okay, don't worry, I can read the map.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, that's wild to me. That, and not and also just not having the ability to just look anything up. Because I remember when the phone first started to be like a big thing and you could have internet on your phone, like all these people would be like, oh, like, what do you think's the answer to this? And I'd just be like, why are you asking? You have a box in your pocket that tells you all information. They're like, oh yeah, I forgot. And now it's like, yeah, obviously, just Google it. Just look it up.
Did you ever go to that website? Just Google it. I think that's what it's called.
No, I don't know what you're talking. The Google It For You website? Or...
Well, no, there's a website. Like when people ask you stupid questions, you go to this website. It was like, just Google it, dumbass.
Yeah, right. There's one that's like, it's like a little GIF, or it's not a GIF, it's like a video of like you type in the subject and it'll send someone a link and it'll type it in for you.
Yes,
like
exactly.
To mock you. Yeah, right.
To mock you. Dumbass.
But yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's just wild to me. And also, like, I mean, I remember being young, you know, and being like kids are got to be so wildly spoiled, and like also dopamine brain too, because I remember as a kid, so much of my time was like just me imagining shit. And because I had nothing to do, I was in a car or I was at like grocery shopping with my mom. I was in some place I didn't want to be and I had nothing to do. And I was just like imagining stories in my head. And it's funny because I would not, like, if I had a phone, would I never have like come up with any of these creative stories I ever came up with? Because I would just look at my phone and just watch YouTube videos. I just go on Twitter.
Yeah, you wouldn't have any creativity whatsoever.
I don't know. It's weird. Would I have come up with any of these stories? Because I came up with a fuck ton of like cool stories as a kid.
Yeah, that's why I would draw and paint all the time, because I'd be fucking bored out of my mind.
Right. Right.
My mom used to always say to me that if you're bored, it's because you're boring.
Wow.
And I was like, I know. I was like, fuck that. I don't want to be boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True. Well, I mean, I remember being bored as fuck on airplanes. That was like the worst experience ever.
So she would usually tell me this after I said, Mom, I'm bored.
Yeah.
Take me roller skater. Take me to the movies or something.
Did you imagine a man running beside the car? No, that's weird.
Oh, fuck yeah. What, you didn't play that game? Holy shit.
Wait, what was this game you played?
So you look off on the horizon and you imagine a man like Flash Gordon. Or is it?
You mean like The Flash?
Like The Flash, yeah. Not Flash Gordon. Flash Gordon was a football player, right?
No, Flash Gordon was the science fiction guy from the 50s or the 60s.
Right. Okay. Like the Flash running super speed, like up over the terrain and stuff like that, and weaving in and out of whatever it is on the...
Oh,
like you could imagine him jumping from cow to cow.
That's so interesting. Okay. So this is the POV question again.
It is.
Because I imagine that, but I was doing that, not that there was a third person doing that.
Well, I mean, you're watching him, but you are kind of doing the POV of the person running. Like that's why it's interesting.
Yeah, in my head, it was me doing that. It wasn't some person. I was like, oh, this is Sitch with super speed. That's why I always, that's why I would choose whenever so that. Super speed was always my go-to power because I'd imagine that. Yeah.
But you can only really see it from the side. You're not seeing it from the perspective.
I mean, that's true. I am, in my mind, as I visualize it, I'm not visualizing it from a first-person point of view, but it is me doing it theoretically. So
I have never talked to anyone about this game.
Well, I haven't either, but
nobody ever told me to play this game. I came up with this game on my own.
Well, so this is fascinating. So CT brought this up. So she obviously does it. You do it. I do it. How is this chat? Did everyone do this as a kid? Like
everyone comes up with this game.
Right. CT says in my case it was a character from a video game or something. That's interesting. Is this like a thing that people did?
It's just a logical game to play in the car, right?
I guess. I don't know. I never thought about it. I never really thought about talking about it with someone else. Someone says, I imagined it was a stick figure, so the most dope also experienced this thing. Interesting. Poll? What does say yes or no? So we're seeing a bunch of yeps, see one no. Yes, everyone did. It's a meme now. Oh, really? It's a meme now. Okay. Fascinating.
These kids are so stupid today, they can't even come up with the game on their own. They got to learn about it on the internet.
Well, another thing that people do, which is funny, I didn't realize people do till I saw a meme of it, was like the person who like makes the weird bet in their head to do something stupid, and it has some like really dire consequences. Like, I bet my life that like I'll touch this pole in time, or I'll make the green light, or like there's like some weird fucking crazy bet you'll make in your head.
And then like it accidentally comes true.
No, it doesn't come true. It's just a thing. Just like a thing you do in your head.
Why would you do that? Like,
I don't know.
Why would you tempt fate? That's horrible.
Well, no, see, so it was just like a weird like compulsion thing that happened that I would just do sometimes. And I'd actually like create a rule in my mind. I was like, all bets are off forever. No bet ever, no mental bet that I create ever has any like thing. They're all null and void, past, present, and future, because it was like a thing that I would do in my head. Yes, OCD bets. Maybe it's a little bit of OCD going on, but yeah, see, people know what I'm talking about. So it's interesting. I'm sure there's like a bunch of like little weird shit that you would do that everyone does, but just no one talks about, because it's not really like why would you ever talk about imagining yourself running along the car or imagining the weird self bets, I don't know.
So Death by Sloth gives us the easiest fuck, marry, kill of all time, which thank you.
Right.
So member for 19 months says,
thank you.
I can't remember when I started watching, but it's been at least since show 18. Wow. That's pretty early on. So fuck, marry, kill. Objective morality, porn POV, and horse-sized duck. Obviously, horse-sized duck is getting fucking killed, right?
Well, I wouldn't use the word fucking in that context, but I would just say killed, yes. Gotta be careful when it's marry, fuck, kill, Adam.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Right.
Okay. So yes, obviously, horse-sized duck, dead.
Right. Well, I mean, that is the easiest one. Yeah. Obviously, you kill the duck, you fuck the POV question, and you marry objective morality.
Objective morality. Yeah, look.
Yeah. Well,
amazing.
Maybe you fuck objective morality and you marry the POV question.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have good sex for life in that
exactly.
one. Okay.
Yeah.
You might want to switch it up there.
I mean, listen, I don't actually believe in objective morality. Maybe I want to dabble with it a little bit, but do I want to like stick with objective morality for life? I mean, that's pretty rough.
Look, postmodernism could come along and you'd be like, hey, I like it. This is new and different.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, I've convinced you. We're going to fuck objective morality. And then we're gonna both marry the POV question, our own POV questions. We're not the same one.
Yeah, obviously that'd be gay.
There you go.
Jack of Spades, member for 19 months, says, "Happy 300th episode, and never forget, S class is best class."
Thank you. I have a question to ask you, Adam.
Do you? Okay.
Do you believe in the power of a curse?
Joe the Mig, member for 19 months.
He didn't answer the question.
Can't watch live, but I wanted to send along my congrats on 300, guys. Keep up the God tier centrism.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rico Zorro gifted 20 gifted memberships. Okay, what was the question again? Look, I don't want to be a dirty Dodger.
You did.
A dirty centrist
I said,
Dodger.
do you believe in the power of a curse?
The power of a curse.
Yeah.
That's tough. I do think there are people who are cursed, but like someone puts a curse on you and it changes you in some way that your life starts becoming a mess.
Interpreted the question however you want to interpret it.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe that people can curse you, but I do believe that there are some people who are just cursed.
Interesting. Who cursed them? Like nature, themselves, like reality?
Yeah, look, I think there are some people that you just have to avoid. You have to these people will destroy your lives. Like bad things are constantly happening to them. And I don't know if they were like a serial killer in a previous life or, they just dropped on their head as a baby. I don't know what it is. But you want to steer clear of those people. Stay as far away from those people as humanly possible. They will be your downfall. Yes.
Okay, well, here's the interesting thing. So here's a real question. Do you believe luck is real?
Oh, of course, yes. Look,
Okay,
I
so
I benefit from luck all the time.
Right. So as an atheist, how does luck exist?
Luck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just some people are lucky. Some people are just lucky, Sitch.
I mean, I fucking agree with you. I completely agree with you.
And luck perpetuates luck too. Like if you look, I'm saying it right now. Look, I'm lucky. I've gotten lucky so many times in my life.
No, I'm
so
generally
many things.
very lucky too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many things that I look back on and I think, wow, that changed my whole fucking life.
Right.
How lucky was that?
Right.
Look, I do think there's a little bit of you can make your own luck too. I do think there are a lot of people who pass up giant opportunities all the time, and I think, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what the fuck? Like, one of the places people pass up opportunities a lot is opportunities to like do things with new people. And they're just set in their ways, and they think, oh, this will be difficult or whatever. No, like those opportunities are few and far between. Someone invites you to do something or check something out, or you should take them up on it. Yeah.
Well, so there are multiple ways of kind of defining luck, which people in the chat are kind of going over, because like it's kind of what you're talking about, which is true. Like if you think you're lucky and you feel good about yourself, you're more likely to produce positive results in your life. Or it could just be perceptual, that you're focusing on the good things and you're not paying attention to the bad things. So you say, oh, I'm lucky, right? Because it's kind of like a survivor's bias sort of situation.
Of course.
There's like, right. But I wouldn't really call that luck at all. I'd call that like perception. When I say luck, I mean, there is some non-tangible thing that seems to happen to you where you just happen to seem to get good outcomes for things far more than chance would necessarily seem to come to pass.
Yeah.
That's what I mean when I say luck. And it sounds like you agree. And you not only do you agree with that definition, but you agree that exists.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Right. So that's why I'm interested, because for me, since I'm not atheist, it's very easy for me to explain what would cause that.
It's God. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's
God's putting a thumb on the scale. Is that what you're saying? I
mean, essentially, that's a very simplistic way of saying it, but yes. So it's easy for me to just rationalize that. But so for you, I'm curious as to like how would you explain that?
Well, you're gonna have, obviously in an infinite universe, well, near infinite. It doesn't even need to be infinite.
Mm-hmm.
There are gonna be certain unlikely things that happen. And those unlikely things are going to stack up to certain people. And it's not really unusual.
So you think it's just random chance that you've had like good things stack up in your favor?
Sure, yeah. Look, if you have infinite people rolling dice, right? Somebody's going to go on an incredible streak that is just no one would have ever predicted, because that's the way statistics and giant numbers work.
Of course.
And I just feel like there's 7, actually I think we're closer to like 9 billion people on the planet now. And I'm one of those people that keeps rolling, keeps rolling boxcars.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm just, I'm not gonna, look, it's happening and I'm happy about it. There's nothing to do but to enjoy it.
Okay.
Look, have you ever played a game before where you're like, oh my God, I can't fucking lose?
Not a game of chance.
It's amazing.
Not a game of chance.
You've never sat down at a poker table? And
I don't gamble a lot, so I've never had the opportunity to have that come to fruition.
I've had nights like that where I'm like, holy shit. Like, they're just, the cards are just these cards. I got like something special in every hand. Look, I've had nights before too that are like, I can't get a pair to save my life.
Right.
I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not supernatural.
Yeah, but that could just be, if you're playing a game of chance like cards, that could just be random distribution.
But isn't life a little bit of a game of chance? I feel like it is.
It is. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you if you believe in chance.
Look, our whole relationship is kind of just chance.
Of course.
We, both made videos on YouTube and we ended up kind of hitting it off. So, yeah.
Okay.
Look, a lot of people have tried to do what we do, and like it's tough. It's difficult.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I don't know. Look, I feel for those people in the world that are trying to make their luck happen, and it's just not working.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
our left-wing intuition.
I know. I do. I feel bad. Look, and it's funny because, I mean, I do feel like this is somewhat. Maybe people on the right, they have the right wing intuitions of pull yourself up from your bootstraps. I'm not sure that's possible for everyone.
It's not possible for everyone.
Because they're not lucky.
The problem is that there are people that are born. People like to hear this. Because I've had many conversations with people like this who are very self-motivated, who are very pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Whenever I ask them, because I'm always fascinated by people, I say, like, how did you become this way? Or did you just always remember being this way? And every single one of them always just tells me they just remember always being that way. None of them have ever been able to explain it or talk about like just making some decision. And like there was a time where they were like really lazy and then they became that. And it's a sort of blackpilling because then I'm like, oh, but then it's also kind of blackpilling for them because then I was like, oh, so it's kind of just like chance and luck that you were like this. Like you didn't choose to be this way. Because also a lot of people I meet that are very highly like type A self-motivated people, it's kind of like what JREG said, where they have a negative stress. And my father's very much like this. They have an extreme negative stress that basically, if they don't work or they don't do whatever, then they feel very anxious or stressed out. And so them working.
I have that.
Yeah, exactly. And so them working is actually a way to prevent that negative emotion.
Yeah.
And the thing is, people that are not very highly self-motivated, they don't have that.
Right.
They don't have that thing that motivates them like that. They don't have that negative feeling.
Yeah, when I lays out, I feel like shit, man. Yeah. I can easily get very depressed if I get too lazy. So
right. Dr. Ziller says, that's me. I'm one of those people who used to be lazy. Well, it's good. I mean, you definitely can become not lazy. Like, but you have to be careful because that was, when I was making the YouTube videos, I mean, that was a time in my life where I literally did nothing but work at all. And then as soon as I got on Twitter, like that was like the beginning of the crack.
So do you think you have a Twitter problem?
No, it wasn't. I don't have a Twitter problem. But when I was doing nothing but work, I wasn't really getting dopamine from really anywhere, any source. And I had before that, I had a pretty huge video game addiction problem. And the Twitter thing sort of started to reignite a lot of that old circuitry, I feel like. So.
Look, I've only ever had normal addictions, like drugs. Sitch. You need to fucking get your shit together.
Right.
Look, I'm joking here, obviously. I have never been addicted to drugs. I've never had an addictive personality. I've never been addicted to cigarettes or alcohol. And that's another place where I feel like I'm
very
completely lucky. Yeah, exactly. Because I've tried virtually like every drug there is. And a lot of them, they say, this is super addictive. I'm like, let me have a shot. But I'm one of those people that, open to new experience, right? I like to try new things.
Yeah, that's good.
But that kind of keeps you from getting addictive.
Of course.
Getting addicted. Like,
right, yeah.
Heroin again? Fucking boring. Come on. You guys are so, Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to like blackpill anyone because you can change. I mean, I changed myself, So
have you? I mean, I see you on Twitter a lot. I'm a little nervous.
I'm not really on Twitter that much.
Okay, good.
Compared to a lot of people. But
well, hold on a second.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not on Twitter that much. I do go on Twitter for probably more than I should, but not. I don't feel like I'm addicted to it. But what I was going to say is, you can't change, and I definitely am proof of that. But it's interesting to me that whenever I've talked to these people that are like the super type A people, like they always were born that way, essentially. And I mean, good for them. But some of them get very mad when I point that out to them because they want to feel like they did it themselves. I'm like, okay, well, just be lucky. Just acknowledge your luck, I guess. I mean, I'm very lucky in a lot of ways too. So
let's see here. JMac gifted 50 gifted memberships.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And AKA Batosai Sai.
Batosai.
I see him in the comments so much. It's funny that I don't even know how to pronounce it. Like if
it's from the anime Rurouni Kenshin. His name was Batosai the Manslayer. I don't know what it stands for, but it sounds cool.
Gifted 5 gifted memberships. Thanks. Desert Runner is a member for 19 months. Says happy 300th episode. Sad I didn't get an invite, but I'll let it slide. Laughing face. I don't know what that other one is. Winking face with tongue.
There you go. Batosai means quick draw. That's all it means.
Nice.
So because he had the very quick draw on his sword, so he was quick draw the Manslayer, I guess.
Cosmic Vader says 300. This is enlightened centrism. From Coffee Club Island to Cape Horn, America, all 84 states shall have truth and free will. Yeah, that's right. Why haven't we? Look, we haven't got a new state in forever.
What's up with
some
that?
new states?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a great point.
I like 100. 100 is a nice round number. How about this?
Let me read this so Crack Rock said he can go to bed. Crack Rock said he thanks so much. Our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain for $20. Thank you, Crack Rock Steady. Says, congratulations on the 300 show, guys. I'm glad you guys have been providing us with amazing shows for these past few years, and here's to more to come. Keep up the great work. S-Class is the best class. And A Team reigns supreme.
Woo! Love it. Now go to bed.
I go to bed. Thank you.
You stayed up way too late. You stayed up way past your bedtime.
True. The 51st state, Ukraine. 52nd state, Israel. There you go. Perfect.
How about this?
Yeah.
Every state splits into an east and a west, or a north and a south, or just a normal like California and Northern California. Like, so then we get 100 states. Look how based we would be. We'd immediately we'd be top of the world, right? I mean, Delaware is going to be fucked, but they're fucked already, right?
It'd only be for the big states. The little states.
No. Delaware. Look, yeah, Delaware. Look.
Delaware. Okay.
I wanna South Delaware.
New Jersey.
Yeah, look, a new West
Rhode
Jersey.
Island. Yeah. Okay. Texas,
Well, how about this? The new ones can be like a Jersey and a New Jersey.
Well, no, it would have to be New Jersey.
No, just look, the Jersey, whoever takes the new one can be just the Jersey.
Florida would be north-south. It wouldn't be east-west.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like it would be weird for California to go east-west.
Yeah, no, it would be north-south California. Yeah.
Of course.
Right.
What would North and South Dakota do, though? I mean, they're like totally fucked.
That would be the best because you'd have to have to
Northeast.
To make it less confusing, you'd have Northeast Dakota and Northwest Dakota and Southeast and Southwest. Or to make it really confusing, you'd have North Dakota and North-South Dakota and South-North Dakota and South-South Dakota. And they should do that just for the meme.
That's based.
That is based.
Where do you live? Oh, I live in South Dakota.
I think the best is I live in North-South Dakota. It's like the most that's the most confusing direction ever. I live in a north-south area.
Look,
Like,
we get 50 more stars. Oh man.
Oh yeah, 100 stars on the flag.
America needs to mix it up a bit.
I think what they should
Things
do
are
is
getting stagnant here.
we should do this, and then we should start making a bunch of states of all the countries that we should just conquer everyone. So we have enough stars to fill out like all the white stripes should be full of stars, right?
Yeah. It's just like blue dots.
Yeah, they'll be or blue. Yeah, blue. No, make them little stars. You can make little.
You're gonna make them tiny little stars.
Yeah, make little stars in there. Yeah.
Okay. I thought the stars would stay the same size. It would just be like overlapping.
No, okay, you're right. Here's what we'll do. So for in the blue box in the top left, that will be only for like the originals, and then those will be overlapping. It'll just be like 100 crammed into there. And then for all the territory that we conquer, so when we conquer Canada, when we conquer Australia, when we conquer Japan, all the places we kind of want, we'll put like a bunch of blue, there'll be stars that have blue outlines, and we'll put them in, we'll fill up all the white bars in the American flag with like our conquests.
Oh yeah. I like that. So stars are going out of the bars. Why does the blue box always have to be the same size? Can't we just like pull that down into the flag some more?
No, because it looks fine. It looks good the way it is.
It's like mostly blue and stars.
I don't want to change the flag too much.
Oh, okay.
The American flag is like iconically based.
I know. Look, I love
such a good American flag is awesome.
It is, yeah. It had a good designer.
It had a great design. There's too many of these flags that are like 3 colors, 2 colors. Like there's too many of these flags that like are so boring.
Oh, I mean, they just went to the budget design. They got the design off of Fiverr or something.
Yeah.
I mean, what are these 3 color flags?
Let's just take 3 colors in a line and just stack them on top of each other. It's like, okay, putting me to sleep with your shitty flag.
Isn't that like the flag of Germany? What the fuck?
That's like the flag of like most countries. Just
Germany.
3 color flags.
Black, red, and yellow. You got no pride whatsoever. Like, what the fuck is this flag?
Right. They're terrible.
This flag is insane.
I mean, Russia stole red, white, and blue, but it's just on top of each other. It's just boring. Same with the Netherlands.
France.
Yeah,
I mean, at least it's red, white, and blue.
At least Italy is just like green,
3
white,
stripes.
and red.
The United Kingdom. Now that's a flag.
Yeah, United Kingdom's pretty okay. It's got like a big X in it,
Yes.
Things are going on there.
Italy is like, oh, just give me France's flag and replace the blue panel with a green panel. What the fuck?
No. And then Mexico is just like, listen, let's literally just take Italy's flag and put like a seal in the middle of it.
Look.
I mean, at least
they just copy paste a seal there.
At least they put a seal in it, okay.
Look, they probably ordered a bunch of Italy flags and just painted on them.
You're right.
They're like, look, we have a flag.
Oh, fuck.
We have a flag now.
Now, the Isle of Man flag is wrong for the opposite reason. That's just fucking wacky. Okay. I don't know. Do you know the Isle of Man flag?
No.
It's a red flag and it has a tri-wheel of legs in the middle.
Ouch.
It's like very bizarre. It's like, imagine a windmill, like the spinning part of a windmill, like a 3, imagine a swastika, but that has 3 parts instead of 4, and that the little parts are made of legs that come out of themselves. And you're like, what the fuck is happening here? What is this monstrosity? Terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these boring ass tricolor flags, but America's like, that's iconic.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing.
America knew about branding even from the very beginning. They're like, look, we left Europe because we don't like all those cuck flags. we're fucking out of here.
Right. They're like, you guys with your 3 bars. How about this? Boom. 13 lines. Boom. Yeah. Here's a box with some fucking stars in it. Get fucked. We're like, oh shit.
Exactly.
Get out of here. Yeah.
Yeah. We should do a flag with skull variant instead of stars.
Okay, let's try to keep it classic. Okay, we're going a little too off.
How about lightning bolts?
Yes. Not good.
No.
Not good.
Oh, okay. Damn it.
Mhm.
Thought I was onto something. Look, I brought up the other Sammy G art, so you can marvel at it for a while. Let me see.
Oh,
where
this was
at.
the other Adam and Sitch art. We're on the surfboard with CT. Yeah, matching the iconic scene. So.
Monkey 5 for 5 months says it sounds fuzzy and nice to not send people to prison. Sadly, the world is dark and gritty. Yeah, nobody wants to send anyone to prison, but there are certain people that just need to be taken out of society. They cannot be trusted.
Mm-hmm.
They don't love robots like normal people do. I'm just kidding, obviously. Look, JREG couldn't have been serious about that, right? He does love robots. He gonna smash R2-D2's head in with a brick?
What do you mean? He said he doesn't like robots. I don't know what to tell you.
R2-D2? Everyone loves R2-D2. He gonna brick R2-D2?
We should have asked. Man. He should have said, what about R2-D2?
Yeah. Unthinkable. Miss Q-Mac is a new member.
Oh, it's J-Mac's wife.
Is it really?
I think so. Thank you.
Look at this. Miss Q-Mac, 50 gifted subs.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. That's awesome. Peace. Oh, I guess you're reading Super Chats. Did you read PC?
I read, I don't know. Did I? I don't know where you are. There's this many members like in the first hour?
Look, the sliders come down 25%. I barely moved it. Mr. Tickle Truck for 16 months. Yeah, it's a 300 show. People want to use their...
Well, thank you guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
As an Adam and Sitch hipster, I want to brag that I watched both Adam and Sitch many years before this show started. It's been so cool to see it all. Well, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I do remember seeing your very iconic name for a long time.
It's hard.
So thank you.
It's hard
to
avoid,
I wouldn't say hard, but it's...
Mr. Tickle Truck?
Yeah. Anyway, continue, Adam.
Okay. Adam Gadba for 15 months says, happy 300. Spread the free will far and wide. You two are my favorite internet husband and wife.
Nice.
Why, thank you.
Thank you.
We alternate on who is the husband and wife.
True. That's fair.
Clowny Moose Bean is a member for 9 months and says, S-Class is Don Patch, but A-Team is Boo Boo. Oh, Boo Boo Boo.
Bo.
Oh, okay. A-Team reigns supreme. Woohoo! Oh, look, here's Phil.
There you go. I mean, listen, it's better to be Bobo than Don Patch, so it's fair enough. Bobo uses his nose hair, Adam, to beat up enemies.
AKA Batose.
Batosai.
Yes. Gives 10 gifted memberships.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Ad Libtium is a member for 10 months. It says 300 shows, a milestone earned, and hopes the next 300 are as comedy-filled as the last 300. Grats. Look, Sitch didn't even want it to be a comedy show. What's up with that?
Dr. Dealers send me flags.
Oh, I know. They're awful. I started Googling them.
So the worst one that he sent me is so far. Is this the Belize, the one at the top? It's like this weird flag that has like this seal that looks like it was drawn by a 5-year-old of like two shirtless guys with bats. Like, what the fuck's happening in this picture?
Florida Meth Gator, which Sitch actually knows. That's a friend of his. His
True.
member for 12 months says the moon is cheese. It's undeniable.
There you
Oh
go.
my God, I'm being attacked.
Oh, by the cat.
Oh, there's like a mosquito hawk in
Oh.
here.
What the hell's a mosquito hawk?
It's like a giant insect.
Mm-hmm. Sounds
I
horrible.
think it might eat mosquitoes or something.
Oh. But you're not a mosquito. Why is it attacking you?
I don't know. It's stuck in here. Revolt of...
Oh, mosquito hot? You mean those are the crane fly things? That have like the
Oh.
big super long legs?
Yeah, I mean, you obviously looked it up on the internet and found
Yeah,
it.
yeah. They don't. Do they eat mosquitoes? I thought they don't do anything
Well, I just thought since they call it a mosquito hawk.
because they look kind of like giant mosquitoes, but they don't. They
Yeah.
don't have any way of hurting you. They're just like gross looking.
I mean, it's hurting my feelings.
Okay.
Let's see. Malcolm Mackay. Oh, no, that's a super chat. Renault of Givia is a member for 5 months. Says, happy 300, gents. Good to see Anna back. Sank for God Emperor 2024. Lull Hi Shu. Hello.
There you go.
I guess Shu is going, is in the middle of a move, so props to her. That's why she didn't respond to me in DMs till the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
But it was awesome that she came on.
Yeah, I've seen so if you guys like flag and flag talks, CGP Gray does a lot of videos about flags, and I believe he talked about the worst flag in the entire history of the world is obviously the G county flag in Liberia, which literally looks like it was drawn by some like whoever's in charge of the county was drawn by their 5-year-old. It's like the worst flag ever. So
I found a lot of disagreements in his tier list of all the flags of the world.
His positive list?
Oh no, wait, he did this.
He did the state flag one.
He did the state flags, yeah.
He has a bunch of videos where he goes over flags. It's like a big thing of his flag stuff.
Did you do his Rochambeau video?
His what?
His rock, paper, scissors video? Rochambeau?
No, I haven't seen a GP Gray video in like a long time.
Really? You haven't done it yet? Oh, we should do it on stream.
What is it?
So he plays you rock, paper, scissors. And if you win, you click on one, go to the next video, and if you lose, you click on another.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean there has to be like 20 or 30 videos for every
interesting.
combination. Yeah.
Wow.
So I didn't get very far, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I wasn't very lucky that day. But I'm curious how many people cheated, because it would be very easy to cheat and just go to the end.
Sure, just see what the point is. Is there some strategy there?
Look, I guess
or is it just like?
I guess I did get lucky that day because I was like, I don't have time for this shit. Like, I got work to do. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't make it very far, and I wasn't unhappy about that. Look, you can go to his channel and see it. It's pretty. It's pretty.
I used to do a strategy that was pretty powerful in rock paper scissors.
Mm-hmm.
Which would be, so if I threw rock, and I beat the person,
mm-hmm.
and they threw scissor, I would throw the winning move for the opposite of what I had just thrown out.
Okay, so you do scissor?
Yeah.
And this worked?
It seemed like it worked. Well, I would kind of like test the person. Like you could kind of like, that doesn't work for everyone. You would kind of like play a little bit, and I felt like you could get a good sense of like what the person strategy was after I played a couple rounds with them. And that would be one of the most common counter strategies that I would do to beat people, would be the opposite of the winning move of what I just threw.
Here's my strategy. I would try to time my hits, so I was just like a millisecond later than them.
Like this guy. This is classic Sitch and Adam. I'm like, listen, I'm trying to think of some like strategy here to do this. And then Adam's like, I would just cheat.
Look, and there are also, this is a total, people do this all the time.
Right.
They, on the upstroke, they make the thing as they're coming down. So you can, if you look up the upstroke, you can totally see what they do.
Terrible.
So if you're quick enough, you can say, oh, look, I see paper in the air.
There you go.
Scissors.
I mean, that's a rookie move though, because
look, so many people are rookie moves when they do the rookie move.
I guess like in Boy Scouts, we take this shit real serious. Like people get serious about everything. In Boy Scouts, there's some serious rock paper scissoring going on. So like there was no indication of what you throw until like literally
last second,
a quarter second before.
Man.
So there was none. This wasn't an option to do this bullshit, like the wait and see bullshit.
Oh yeah,
it was super. Like people try doing, but that doesn't count. You waited. Actually, we played. I don't know if someone came up with this or whatever. We played a different game at Boy Scouts that got really popular. I'll try to describe it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll tell you what to do, and you have to act it out because like no one can see what.
What?
Okay, so you would be sitting and you would tap your thighs twice. You go like tap tap. Okay.
Both your thighs?
Yeah, with you have your two hands and you tap your thighs twice. And then you had three options. You could either block. Now block was you'd cross your hands across your chest.
Okay.
You could reload, which meant you hold your hands up in the air, or you could fire, which meant you point your finger guns at the person sitting across from you.
Nice.
Okay. And so the rules were pretty simple. Yeah. So and we do it like really fast. You know, like you like tap 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 tap, and you speed up. And so obviously the rule is you try to shoot. The way you win is you shoot the person while they're reloading. That's how you win. And you can block infinite times. Okay. But you can only shoot once and then you have to reload. And you can't reload multiple times and then shoot multiple times. It was just one shot per reload. And the only other rule was if you reloaded 10 times, didn't have to be consecutively. If you reload 10 times, then you got a grenade launcher and you instantly went. Okay. It was a gun game. Yeah.
Did you make this up, or is this like
I don't
rock,
believe
paper,
so.
scissors I've never heard of?
Somebody just showed it to us one time.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some name for this. People on the internet maybe know about this. So, but yeah, I didn't make it up. So we played that a lot. That was like usually once we did that, we came up with that instead of rock, paper, scissors. So.
Galleon the Driven is a member for 4 months. Says Biden is obviously not in charge of what he eats for breakfast or what time he goes to bed. No way he's running the country. That's why. Yeah, no, I believe it.
Oh, okay. I'm caught up.
Obama's running the country. We all know that.
I'm caught up.
Rico Zorro gifted 20 memberships. Okay, what are we doing?
Thank you. Okay. Let me read the $20 ones and the
to catch up to there.
No, I read the $20 ones to catch up to there already.
Okay.
Ad Libitum for $20 says, why is unhoused a thing now? Carlin's soft language bill. Quote, poor people don't live in slums. Now the economically disadvantaged live in substandard housing. Political word magic equals change the name and change the focus. True. Oh, Eddie Tosin for $2 says, kids I knew played the same game but with lightsabers. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We had those. We got like really in Boy Scouts. We got really into getting those plastic lightsabers that would light up and make the sounds and like beating the crap out of each other with them.
Oh yeah, that was always fun.
Yeah. Understate. Thank you so much, Understate, for the $100. It's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. Says many blessings to Sitch and Adam and to their talented and incomparably lovely guests. Belated congratulations to Shoe on her wedding. Happy Guy Fawkes night to all. Well, thank you so much.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Potentially criminal for $20. Thank you so much. Says Anarchy Kasparian. Get it? Anarchy Kasparian.
I do. Anarchy.
There you go. J Desi 4 for $20 says Anna Kasparian once again on right wing podcast show. Adam and Sitch crapping on the left along with known right wing fascist dater / marrier. Congrats, by the way, Shoeonhead. Sad. There you go.
Look, I hope she doesn't get in too much trouble. So,
Shoe or Anna? Or
Anna
both?
or Shoe. Look, Shoe doesn't seem to get in trouble.
She does, but she doesn't care.
Well, people don't get like. Look, Anna's got the right perspective, because the reason why Shoe doesn't get in trouble is because everyone knows she doesn't give a fuck. It's like,
well, actually, no, it's because Shoe gets in trouble. She got into trouble so much. It's like her MO is to get into trouble.
Right.
People have like, it's kind of like Trump kept saying ridiculous things so that when he would say a ridiculous thing, you wouldn't be like, oh, of course he said a ridiculous thing. It's Trump.
Yeah.
So people will just accept it.
Look, Anna, I love Anna dodged your question. That was fucking hilarious.
She did.
Yeah, I know. It was awesome.
She did.
I think she gave you like a little wink as she was doing it too. Which was great.
I know. That's fine. Listen, I'm a nice guy. I noticed. I let it happen. I noticed. I'm a nice guy. Okay.
That was so
Hashtag
much
TM.
fun. Oh my God, she totally nailed you. Oh, that was so much fun. Oh my God, it was so amazing.
Landendorf for 10 months. Thanks so much. Says woke is slang for ideas from critical theory and its subdisciplines: CRT, intersectional feminism, queer theory, and post-colonial theory. That's all true, but unfortunately, most people don't know what any of that stuff means. But that is true. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thank you so much. Mark Twain's Revenge is very generous for $100. Says California is on track for a 30 to 40 year economic decline. If we use northeastern municipalities during deindustrialization as a behavioral example, California will keep increasing taxes to compensate for population and capital flight, and wealth will isolate itself.
Yeah, that's so sad. Look, I love California. I was born and raised here. It's so sad, but I know it's true. It's a one state party thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate.
Cocoa Beans, thanks so much for $20. Says, a few years ago, I was only watching the Daily Wire and Crowder for a while, but thank you guys for pulling me towards the center. I no longer watch those channels. Also, I just started reading The Righteous Mind. Well, there you go. Look at
Cool,
that.
you'll love it.
Look at that. Spencer Harmon, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Shinto, thank you for 13 months. Says, happy 300th, Adam and Sitch, my favorite right-wing TDS Nazi libtard stream. There you go.
Look, it's just fun. It's just funny at this point.
Right. Equishadox, thanks so much, Equishadox, for the $200. Thank you so much. It's incredibly generous. Thank you. Says, sincere thanks for 300 shows. Can't think of any outright bad episodes out of those. Y'all slice through the political technobabble like a water jet cutter through tissue. The community you've cultivated is special and enduring. I'd be into a gaming stream if that happens. Here's to 300 more. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, we'll do a gaming stream.
There are a bunch of games I want to play with that.
I know. Bunch of games.
Like we got to play Hardcore WoW.
Oh yeah.
I really want to play that.
Seems boring. Look, there's going to be a lot of Adam complaining in that stream.
There is. That's part of the funniness, is Adam complaining about being bored. It's like, oh my God, this game has.
If you're playing a video game and you're bored, look, there's something wrong with the universe. Can't we? What's that Cyberpunk one? Let's play that.
No, that's not. That's a single player game.
Why would they make that single player? That's something you want to enjoy with your friends. You want to like.
I want to play Hardcore WoW with Adam so that Adam can, number one, bitch and complain. I want him to be able to, number one, bitch and complain about, like, I guess we're not going to install any mods for you because you won't be able to figure out how to install any mods.
Right.
So it'll just be like standard vanilla WoW. I'm going to bitch and complain.
I can install mods. It's easy. Just put files in folders, right?
Okay. So
That's
Adam's gonna bitch
it,
and
right?
complain. I mean, yeah, that's
Okay. Look, I'm a pro.
Adam's gonna bitch and complain about
I want to run around. You know,
the
I
controls.
want my banging body, man.
He's gonna bitch and complain about there's a lot of reading. Though to be fair, no one ever reads any of the quests anyway. You just click, click, click,
Who
click, click,
cares?
click, right? I know. I just want to see Adam die. He's gonna have like I want to. I'm curious. We'll take bets in the chat. Like, what level will Adam die?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think? There's no PvP hardcore server, which makes sense.
If I die, it's over for me, right?
You
I get
lose
to
the
equip
character.
one.
You have to make a new character. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. What level do you
makes
guys
all
think?
my characters for me though, so.
No. You got it. What level do you guys think Adam will get before he dies in hardcore WoW?
Look, I just spawn again. What do you mean? I gotta.
No, hardcore WoW. You lose the character. There's no respawning. You're just.
How do I catch up with you guys?
You can't. What do you mean? Oh, you can. There's a level cap eventually. Someone says level 2. I'm gonna guess Adam can make it to level.
I'm gonna check out this. I've heard good things about this.
I'm gonna say
Cyberpunk
level
game.
6. I think he can make it to level 6 before he dies. That's my thought. That's my guess.
Cyberpunk game.
Actually, no. I take that back. Well, I don't know. It depends how stupid Adam is.
Cyberpunk 2077. Look, let's play this game. This game looks awesome.
In all the starting levels, you only pull things that you attack. I think the second Adam enters an area where there's things that you will just pull you on their own, he'll die. So I think at like level 10 or 11, Adam's going to die.
Can we play hearts? I'm very good at shooting the moon.
We can play hearts at some point.
Oh, look at this. More art. Awesome.
Okay.
Wow. That looks cool.
Borkovich for 8 months. Thanks so much. Says, I'd like to thank JMac and Potato for funding my addiction to this wonderful show for 8 months. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. It's incredibly generous. Jeff Schatz for $20 says, it's not as simple as the right being suddenly anti-war. It's the perception that all the money and resources are going to other countries while our pressing problems, border crime, woke, are ignored. That's a good point.
Yeah. It's that's why they say America first, right? They're like, why are you not helping Americans out?
Yes. I mean, I'm not an isolationist, but I understand the thought process.
This art is from Sharky.
Oh, yeah, it's cool. I saw that, yeah. Thank you, Sharky. There you go. Look at that. Congrats on 300 episode milestone. Thank you. Let's see. Where was I? Cameraman 502 for $50 says, congrats on your 300 show. Open question to all. What is your favorite conservative writer, YouTuber, or sci streamer? S class is best class. And A team is the dream team.
Yeah. Of course, A team is a dream team.
Who's my favorite conservative writer, YouTuber, or streamer?
Conservative writer, YouTuber, or streamer? I mean, Thomas Sowell is a great conservative writer.
Yeah, I guess Thomas Sowell or Stephen Hicks. I don't know if that count.
Oh yeah, Stephen Hicks.
Maybe one of those guys. YouTuber. Does Sean count as conservative? I'm
yeah,
gonna
he's
say
good.
I'll throw Sean in there.
Sean's pretty good. I'm gonna say Destiny.
Okay. That's funny. I see what you're doing there.
What did I do?
Equishadax for 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Equishadax, for the 10 additional gifted subs after the big donation. Thank you. 1W for $20 says gift for the 300th episode. Thank you so much, One. Or Wim. Kurt Ford for 5 months says, happy 300, guys. Keep it going. Thank you. Screw Tape Games, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Rin Evangel for $20, thank you. Says, instead of a horse-sized duck, how long do you guys think you'll last a survival match where you fight fifth graders back to back, but every 10 fifth graders you fight a high school freshman? How long until you are overwhelmed? I mean, listen, I'm pretty out of shape, so I don't think I'd be doing very well.
Fighting children too, it's just, I'm super conflicted. It's like,
oh, this pussy.
Look, I don't like to beat up kids.
Wow. Okay.
Well, the whole idea is that they're beatable, right? Because they're young and
yeah, they're little.
Yeah. I just look, it's
one good
wrong.
kick to the head could probably take them like 1 out. So it's like, how many times can I just kick, a kid in the face? Like, how many kicks do I have in me? I don't know the answer to the question.
Knocking out their teeth and stuff. No,
I think I could at least get to 11. Okay, at the very minimum.
Doesn't feel right.
I can get through. I could probably get through 2 waves. Not. Let me see. I think I'd be in the 2 to 3 waves. That'd be what I think. 2 to 3 waves. Because I'm not. My cardio is not the best. I'm lazy. When I say waves, I mean like including like getting up to a freshman. So. Rich Jammer for 19 months says, I can make AI voices for Sitch and Adam. What song would you like AI Sitch and Adam to sing? Happy 300, guys. What song do you want to sing, Adam?
Me? Like it would be me singing a song?
Yeah, it would be the AI Adam singing a song.
I don't know. I like Polar Opposites by Modest Mouse.
Okay.
Well, so look, what are you picking? Some Weird Al Yankovic song?
I mean, maybe just to piss Adam off. That's a good question. I don't know. I have no clue what song. How about I don't know. I can't think of one. Chat, what song should AI Sitch sing?
Trailer Trash is pretty good. Teeth Like God's Shoe Shine, I think, is a good song.
No. I don't necessarily want it to be a good song.
Every time he gets on his knees to pray, well, it makes my telephone ring and I'll be damned. Look, I've already given it to you. Look, you don't need AI. I'll sing it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I used to love Modest. Well, obviously I still do love Modest Mouse, but I used to listen to Modest Mouse just incessantly. Like I couldn't get enough of Modest Mouse. Have you ever been like a super fan of a band that you listen to all the time? What do you listen to all the time now?
I don't really listen to a lot of music. I have these moods where I listen to music like a lot, and then I just don't listen to music for like months. And I listen to music a lot, and then, I have these like on and off things with music. So
I'm listening to the new Melanie Martinez album. Okay. It's so good. Yeah.
So I'm not in a music mood at all right now.
I'm totally in a music mood.
Okay, well, good for you. My Way, that's a good one. Go Ninja Go. Piano Man. Short People. Oh, Short People, that's a good contender.
Oh.
Stuck in the Middle with You. Oh, that's a good Enlightened Center song. Clint Eastwood by the Gorillaz. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, yeah. Barbie Girl. There you go. Have me and Adam sing Barbie Girl. That's perfect. Okay. Saiyan Rogue, thanks so much for 2 months. Says, congrats on 300, guys. I might not see all 12 hours live, but we'll definitely see the whole episode. Also, thank you. CT for 2 Canadians says, I want AI Sitch to sing Zydrate Anatomy. What the fuck song is that? Oh, you gave me some song from Repo? No. No. Listen. Let's not have AI Sitch sing anything from Repo. That's terrible. Oh, you're so right, Sashman. That's the answer. How are we so wrong, guys? The answer is have AI Sitch sing I'm Just Ken. There you go. That's the winner. That's the winner, Rich. Let's get AI Sitch to sing I'm Just Ken. Perfect. Literally me. For real, for real.
I'm trying to find out where we are.
Did you see the new... We're at Fire Everything for 15 months. Did you see the new Literally Me movie?
No. What is that?
You haven't seen the new Literally Me? It's like the new trailer. I don't know when it comes out.
Literally Me. What is that?
Literally Me. What do you mean? Ryan Gosling.
No. Does it look good?
Yeah, it looks... Well, it looks silly, but it looks good. He's like a stuntman. Has to like gets embroiled in some kind of crazy murder conspiracy thing. Looks kind of funny. Emily Blunt's in it. She's like the director. They used to date. Looks good. It's called The Fall Guy.
I'll check it out. I like Ryan Gosling.
Everyone does. He's literally me.
The 2020, The Fall Guy 2024. Yeah. Looks great.
Muggy for 7 months. Thank you. Says, hey, Sitch, please read to me out loud the lyrics of Good Looking by Dixon Dallas. I heard this song.
Look at this.
What is this?
Dix in Dallas, huh?
I don't think I've heard this song before. I don't know if I want to read you the lyrics of this song.
Why?
I'll read you the first 2 paragraphs, okay? There's something about the way you look in my eyes. Like a starry night, you light up my sky. You lean in closer, and my heart starts to pound. I heard you sigh. You know I love that sound. He's bouncing off my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's pumping deep inside. Jesus Christ. I kiss him on his neck, and then he kisses on my pussy. Call him daddy while I holler. Man, that boy so damn good looking. Wow. There you go.
Sounds like a great song, Sitch.
Yeah.
It's
funny because like when I was like listening to this, it's a guy singing the obviously the female's part, right? Or is it like a gay guy singing that song? Because I mean, it's obviously something going on there, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. Oh, it's a gay guy centered around queer inclusive lyrics. Oh, I guess I should have got it from Bussy. Listen, I'm tired. Okay. Disgusting. Anyways, let's see where it was.
Anyways, look,
Fire
you gave
Everything.
me the cue. We're done.
We're not done. Fire Everything. Thanks so much for the 15 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says happy 300 boys. I've been around since the beginning, and you guys are my fave lefty boys. Love what you do. Keep up the good work. You guys are my severing force in politics in these crazy times. Well, thank you so much. Love to hear it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Jimmy the Centrist for $20 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, become a fan after your recent debate with Destiny. Really appreciate how you guys show that us on the left can also love America. Keep it up. Easily my favorite show on YouTube. S-Class is best class. Well, thank you so much, Jimmy. It's your first super chat. Thank you. It's incredibly generous. Purd. Oh, I read that one. Quinn Holton, thanks so much for $30. Says, congrats on the 300 episodes. Thank you, Quinn, so much. Orion9191 for 18 months says, congrats on 300. Book recommendation, The Myth of the Left and Right by Lewis and Lewis. A-Team and S-Class. Huzzah!
I will check that out. The Myth of the Left and the Right.
Did they do... So I listened to those guys talk on Coleman Hughes.
Oh, did you really?
I think you did too. Because remember, they were the ones that they were saying that they don't think the left and right, they completely disagree with Haidt. They don't think left and right exists. I think it's all just basically like social, like it's all just tribalism essentially, and that there's no like core beliefs that people are operating under. So, which is interesting. I completely disagree with that. I understand their argument, and I would say that where I disagree, where I think they're overlooking, is that there are moral intuitions that I think people are definitely activated by, but I think you can argue many different political issues using many different moral intuitions. And so that's how you can get people like switching sides, or teams, I should say, switching issues. But I think that if you looked at it, they're still arguing the issue based on their moral intuition. They're just switching which moral intuition they're deciding is guiding their opinion on the issue. So, because I am curious, because we were talking with Rudyard with like the switch. I'm curious to like go back and look at like old Democrat and old Republican speeches to see like what kind of moral intuitions, pre-switch were kind of being activated and what was going on there. So
he buys into the switch because it's completely different people.
I mean, he doesn't just buy into it. He strongly says it's 100% true. So
yeah.
So I mean, it is interesting. The switch thing is interesting. I mean, it is true-ish. There's definitely truth to it. So.
Well, and there's truth about political parties. They're not beholden to some ideology. They're like, we're about power. We're about maintaining our power.
I'd say yes and no, because I think that's true, but I think they still have to operate within some bounds. There are limits of what they can and can't do, unless they just completely switch. Because I do agree with what Roger's saying about like how they essentially have to. I think eventually they figure out to fill a niche that's missing, that people want. That's kind of like what Trump did.
Look, I do think people look to the last election and they think, what winning coalition did this person cobble together? And let me try to do that same thing, plus improve it in some way. I think that's a tried and true political strategy.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. V Marie, thanks so much for $20. Says, congrats on 300. Love the whole EFAP crew is here. Some of my favorite episodes are the ones they are on. Same goes when you guys are on EFAP. Hope to have many, many more years of listening to all of you. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I like that you have a kill avatar.
That's the principal, right?
The president of the student council.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
With the big eyebrows. The principal was her mom. She had the rainbow hair, remember?
Okay. Look, it's pretty small.
She had that like screen, great German song. Whenever she showed up.
Yes.
Dun, 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 dun. God, the music in Kill la Kill is really good.
Yeah.
John Bender, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seeker.
John Bender's a long time watcher too.
That's right. It's the John Bender.
The one and only.
Yeah.
Yes.
A banner
From
year
the
at the Bender
Club.
house.
Yep.
My dad gave me a cart of cigarettes. He said, "Smoke up, Johnny."
Yeah.
What a good book.
You think Bender has psychological reactants? I do think that movie
it's like
is
his entire character is psychological reactants.
I know.
I
didn't know what those were when I saw that movie, but I felt them. I could feel it.
Yep.
I was like, that's right. Tell me what to do, motherfucker.
Oh, Identikit had this great picture.
Yes.
Let me bring it up so I can read it to everybody.
I can read it.
So we have Adam saying, "So would you wear a dress for?"
Mm-hmm.
And I say, "Fuck off, Adam."
Fuck off, Adam.
Thank you, Identikit. Identikit, who did our opening animation for the clips.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Looks amazing.
Beautiful. It does. Thank you so much.
We use it all the time. Yeah.
Identikit, another been with us for a long time.
We have you can contact him via all of our videos have his contact.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want any artwork, hook him up.
Right. What? Okay.
Are we done? Oh, nice.
No, we're not done.
Oh, look. I mean, we're pretty close on my. We're getting there.
We're gonna read the rest on Tuesday, right?
Are we? Sure.
Yeah, we are. Because I'm already like dying.
We're running out of time too.
We're also running out of time, but yeah. It's weird to me. Talking to like a bunch of different people is like way more tiring than just talking about one thing for like 12 hours. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm like exhausted. Plus, I had to
Yeah.
do a lot of producing during the show.
Yes. Sure.
So, but I mean, this show was a blast, and I can't wait to listen back. I mean,
it was a great show.
Yeah, it's been great. So, but yeah, you can tell we're both, Sitch and I are both worn out, obviously.
Huckfin, thanks so much for the 19 months. Says 300 shows, amazing. Been watching since Sargon versus Vosh debate. God, what a waste of my life. Just kidding. Best show on YouTube, hearts. Well, thanks so much, Huckfin. For the 19 months, thank you so much. Chile Bay Queen for $20. Thank you. Says, ooh, best idea ever. Everything just needs to embrace the spirit animal of, quote, musical soap opera. Crap writing could turn instantly brilliant. No attention to character art, plot, etc. Who's down? S-Class is A-Class. I mean, that's one theory. I mean, that's one way to do it. Sure. Everything could just become schlock, you know?
Please, no.
There you go.
The AI was supposed to make everything great. No more schlock.
If in the what was the last Star Wars movie called? Return of the Skywalker.
Return of the Schlock.
Yeah, like if it was
Schlock Walker.
If it was called Return of the Schlock, right? And in like the middle of it, Kylo Ren like sings a song to the Emperor about how he's like, I want to join you, but you can't have my body because I gave it to Rey because I want to bang her. And then the Emperor's like, no, Rey, I want your supple young body, not in a sexual way, but I want to live forever. Like this would be like great. Okay, it would turn any shitty movie into something good.
Oh yeah.
Adam doesn't. Well, Adam hates musicals, so he doesn't like this idea at all.
Well, I mean, it's just a different form of cringe.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like so intentionally bad that it like goes full circle and becomes good again.
Potentially.
Okay. Okay. The most dope for 12 months. I mean, first of all, you know, Adam, that like with AI, that's going to be a thing. Someone's going to make musical versions of every movie ever.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And then they're going to put Batman in that, and it's going to be Batman singing the songs. God, yeah. I can't wait for this. It's going to be so amazing. Everyone's going to hate it, and I'm going to love it so much.
I love the future.
I'm going to love all this like horribly derivative AI created content. It's going to be so fucking amazing.
Oh, yeah. We're never going to get anything done.
No.
We're
like, oh, Adam, did you watch like Batman in Star Wars? No, man, I was too busy watching Batman in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
It'd be so good. The most dope for 12 months. Thanks so much. Oh, I read that one. That was, can we get everyone to say clip it, CT?
Clip it.
I can't believe MAULER gave us such a low energy Jeb clip. Clip it, CT.
Yeah.
Wow. Terrible.
Sleepy MAULER.
Sleepy MAULER. You should have called him Meb.
Oh yeah. Like Jeb.
Like Jeb.
MAULER.
Start calling MAULER Meb.
Meb.
Meb. That was a very meb reading, MAULER. Thea Wolfie for $20. Thank you. Says, congrats on 300, Sitch. Let's get another 300, but this time without tumor. I've been listening for about a year now, and you've become my favorite show. Wish you the best of luck and to think more rational thoughts. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't even seen Doomer in the chat.
I know. Shocking. Shocking.
I wonder if I send the link to him on Discord if he'll magically appear.
He'll just show up. Look at that, Dev. Thanks so much, Dev. Dev for 5 Canadian says, happy 300 figs. Well, thank you, Dev. Short Fat Taco.
Really? Oh, nice.
Yeah. Thanks.
We tried to get Dev to come on, but we told him he couldn't.
Prior engagement or something.
Oh, well.
What?
I thought it was because we told him he couldn't talk about Minch's mole bug, and that's why he was like...
I don't think that's why.
I thought he made up the prior engagement. He was like, fuck these guys. If
we had some other people that were maybes that unfortunately didn't show up, but they're still great. So great. Blackout for $20. Thanks so much. Says happy 300. Thank you, Blackout. Just be 105 for 2 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you. Says happy 300 show. Love the conversation with Ann and Shu. Here's the 300 more. Maybe you'll finally get the Fight Club stream by then. There you go.
Fight Club's coming. What are you talking about?
Listen, Fringy's down. MAULER and RAGS aren't down. I don't know why, but Fringy's down. We'll do it with just Fringy. How about that?
Perfect. Look, they'll be so jealous, they'll want to jump in. They'll be like, oh my God, Fringy's having so much fun with Adam and Sitch. What are we doing?
True.
Let's get in there.
True.
I like Fringy. Fringy's cool, man.
Fringy's very cool. Boof Ski McGee for 10 months says, thank you for everything. You help keep me going. Well, thank you for 10 months. Happy to help. Thanks for listening.
Yeah.
Neil Johnstone for 4 months says, happy 300. I'm going to go drown my COVID in NyQuil and watch back after the time travel.
Well, I hope you feel better. Look, I had that COVID and it knocked me out for a month. It was not fun.
Yeah, super weird. So I said that, I said on stream, right? My mom got COVID recently. And I was sitting next to her on an airplane. And I escaped COVID again, like from super, super close proximity. So
that vaccine you took, yeah.
I mean, I never got boosted or anything. My mom had the same amount of COVID shots that I had. So, but it's weird. My dad didn't get it either, but he got a booster pretty shortly before. So, I don't know. Lucky me.
Oh my God.
I don't know if I ever caught COVID or if I caught it and it was just super mild.
Yeah, you probably got lucky.
Maybe.
Enjoy it.
Tone deaf. Well, I wasn't. So today I woke up.
I woke up with I
know, right? I woke up with an eyelash in my eye today.
Oh, that sucks.
And I guess I'm just so old now because it's like really awful. And I don't know if you guys get this thing. Like when I have an eyelash in my eye and wake up with it, it's really awful because my eye's all fucked up and it's like it can't tolerate like I don't know why they won't dilate. So I can't go to the bathroom and like look and like pull it out for like a really long time because it takes forever for my eyes to dilate. I don't know if you guys get that. And so it's like this really fucking annoying thing. I'm like, of course, we're doing our 300 show. And I'm like, wake up. It's like my eyes all fucked up. And I guess because I'm an old man now, like the whole day afterwards, that eye is like not as like kind of like a little blurry.
You don't have to see anything. Oh, you're reading. What am I talking about?
So it's just annoying. And I don't know what's going on there. So it's the worst. Yeah, it is the worst. Where was I? The Tone Deaf Takanaka Gaming for $21. Thank you. Has been watching since 2019. Wow, I was 16. So no exaggeration to say this stream informed my entire approach to politics. Well, that's so super based. Making me feel good about this.
Yeah,
like
I'm
that.
glad it was us. And so, you know, Hassan.
I know. Turning 21 this week, so I thought I'd buy some free will before I spend the rest of my money on booze.
Good
well,
for
there you
you.
go. Good
Look
for
at
you.
that. Oh
Right.
my goodness.
And thank you so much for the first ever super chat and for watching us since 16. Wow, it's awesome.
And happy birthday. I mean, 21st
birthday.
birthday. That's exciting.
Go drink some frozen margaritas.
I remember my 21st birthday, and I was like, well, I've already been shit-faced about 1,000 times.
It didn't matter, right? Right.
But, you know, look, now it's legit. I can do it legally.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the fuck I did for my 21st birthday.
Really? You don't?
Nope.
I remember.
No clue.
I remember exactly what she looks like.
Well, I was dating someone. I was in a long-term relationship at the time when I turned 21. So
Right.
I do know who I was, quote, doing. I don't remember what I did specifically.
Oh, okay. Really? You were in okay. I was single at the time, so.
Yeah. Christian Baller for $20. Thanks so much. Says Adam getting wrecked by Rudyard. Oh, that was about the MMT.
Yeah, I know. Well, look, we'll have Rudyard back on a Tuesday stream. We'll talk about MMT to your heart's content.
There you go. I want you guys to argue about MMT. It's hilarious.
It'll be fun. Yeah.
Steel Wrath, thanks so much for the one. Get the membership. Thank you. And thank you, Steel Wrath, for being 2 months member, saying thanks to Big Jetty Baymac paying it forward with the gifted sub. Well, that's a great attitude. I like that.
Yeah.
Kania. Oh, I read that one. I'll read it again. Kania X122 for $20 says, hey guys, happy 300. It's my birthday tomorrow, but I'm gifting you guys $20 to celebrate the milestone. S class is best class. And A team is okay too, I guess.
Yeah. Happy birthday.
There you go. Happy birthday. Gavin McLean for 17 months says, what if Alt His? I like Vinland Saga. Do you know enough about the depicted cultures to say if it's a good depiction of the time period?
Who knows? I'll
They're
have to ask him
Vikings.
next time.
Yep. Mr. President for $10 says, I'm sorry, Sitch. My two favorite movies are Interstellar and Revenge of the Sith. Well, I've never actually seen Interstellar yet. I gotta see it just to have an opinion on it. Yeah.
Look, I like Interstellar. It super drags at the beginning, which you got a 3-hour movie. You could cut some of that crap out. And it didn't seem totally necessary to the plot. So.
Well, Nolan has reached that like level of director where he's just like very egotistical and pretentious and just makes his movies way too fucking long.
Yep. No, he's no one can say no to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like did you watch the Irishman?
I don't think so.
So it's a Scorsese movie. It's about Jimmy Hoffa. And it's kind of like I
never saw it.
And there's like interesting stuff there, but it's just so fucking long. And I'm like, this movie doesn't need to be this long. Like if this movie was like edited
telling
down.
me all the reasons why I don't want to see it. Like I instinctively knew this movie would be shit.
Yeah, no. Like listen, like it's 3.5 hours. It's 3.5 hours.
Self-indulgent. That's the word you were looking for. It is self-indulgent. Yeah.
I mean, it's got this fucking crazy cast. Robert De Niro is Frank Sheeran. You got Joe Pesci in it. You got Al Pacino as Jimmy Hoffa.
Right. Yeah.
Harvey Keitel's in it. Like it's got this fucking banging cast, and there's like good stuff in it. But like Jesus, it's just that movie. If that movie was like 2 hours maximum, it would be a great fucking movie. And it's sad that like the movie gets ruined by just making it so long.
He's pissing all over the legacy of Goodfellas. Why would he do that?
I know. I love that's my favorite mafia movie.
Goodfellas is amazing. The first time I saw that movie, I was like high as can be.
That's hilarious.
Look, and it is an interesting style, and I think it was kind of a breakthrough style at the time. I was like, is it going to be this like narration heavy through the whole movie? Yeah, it pretty much is.
I'm a total sucker for that because it's like, what are my favorite movies? Fight Club, American Psycho.
300. It's like
no,
yeah.
the 300 is bad because
or not 300. Sin City.
Goodfellas. Sin City's a good movie. It's not one of my favorite movies, but
Right.
Goodfellas.
Sin City does the same thing with the voiceover though. It's like
yeah, it's different.
80% of the movie's voiceover.
Because I feel like in Fight Club, Goodfellas, and American Psycho, there's like narration, and it's like, but it's almost like fourth wall breaking narration. I guess not so much in American Psycho, but in Fight Club and in Goodfellas is definitely fourth wall breaking narration.
Yes.
So.
Hey, you haven't seen Menace to Society yet, have you?
I have not, no.
Menace to Society is exactly that same style as Goodfellas.
I'll check.
Except it's about black kids in Watts. Yeah, they were super influenced by Scorsese and Goodfellas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's one of the coolest things about it. You're like, oh my God, this is like a total Goodfellas tribute movie.
Yes.
But completely different subject matter.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it could be contentious. I like Goodfellas a lot more than I like The Godfather. I was never huge in The Godfather.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I was like, what's all the fuss about?
Yeah, it's hard because it's like one of those things that like by the time I saw it, it's like it's so hyped. It's like this is
of
one
course.
of the best movies of all time. And you're watching, you're like, okay. I mean, it's kind of dated too, so you're like, oh, okay. Like I know, like if I had never seen the original Star Wars, and I saw it now, I'd probably be like, I don't get what all the fuss is about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's some movies
Star Wars, really?
Yeah. I think Star Wars are good. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, there are movies that are kind of dated, and if you don't see them at the right age, I don't think they hit you correctly because you've seen a bunch of things that are probably like, so nothing you're seeing is new or interesting when you watch Star Wars or The Godfather because you've seen that like something that's done that's modern, a million times by now.
Right. Yeah. There's so many tributes to it. So many, like it spawns so many tropes in other movies that you're like,
right.
Oh, this is so familiar. Even though when you see it for the first time, you're like, oh my God, this has never been done before.
Right.
Like Tarantino movies are like that. What's a Reservoir Dogs? Like Reservoir Dogs, just everyone started doing that Reservoir Dogs style after that.
I never liked Reservoir Dogs.
Really?
But yeah. But I mean, I saw it like after seeing like all his other movies. Isn't that like isn't that like his first movie or one of his first movies?
Yeah.
So it feels very much like
I think it is his first movie.
It feels like a college film.
Yes.
It feels very much like a college film. And I couldn't get that out of my head the whole time I'm watching it. And I'm like, I'm watching this movie, I'm like, how did Quentin Tarantino get all these big actors to star in his college film? That's what I thought the entire time I'm watching this movie. And I'm like, okay, it's, no Pulp Fiction, it's no Kill
I remember
Bill.
when that movie came out, everyone was talking about it.
I
don't think
Jackie
there was
Brown
like
either, so I don't know if Adam's seen Jackie Brown.
I did see Jackie Brown, but I didn't really like it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I thought Jackie Brown was like a swing and a miss.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying about Reservoir Dogs?
When it came out, everyone I knew was talking about it. We all wanted to see it. Everyone was talking about how amazing it was.
Mm-hmm.
But there wasn't any trailer or anything, and there wasn't the internet, so you couldn't go to the internet and like watch the trailer.
Of course,
so we just heard this word of mouth buzz. Look, I can't even remember where I might have watched it on video for the first time. I don't remember seeing it in a theater.
It came out in 92. If I was like, I mean, I was too young at the time to see it probably, but at 92. But if I had seen that movie before I went to college, if I had seen that movie in like middle school or high school, I'd probably be like, this movie's fucking badass.
Yeah, I saw it like in 92, like when it came out. I saw Pulp Fiction in the movie theater.
Good for you.
And I was super excited. I was like, oh my God, this is like the guy that did that movie is fucking, yeah.
Pulp Fiction is great.
Pulp Fiction,
and I think that's a movie that
great.
will live, even if that movie's hyped up, I think you'll see it and it'll still live up to the hype of seeing the movie. Because I kind of have like Reservoir Dogs like super hyped, and it was after college, and I saw it and I'm like, I think if I'd seen it like when I was younger, I would have been really into it.
I feel like the date stuff really drags. I feel like the boxer story is fucking tight, very good,
The
amazing.
date stuff. You don't like when he's on the date with Uma Thurman? I
Nah,
love
it
all that stuff.
drags. The middle of the movie drags. It really does.
Well, it's
I've
all building
I've
to
seen it
the
on
OD
second.
scene.
Yeah, I've seen it a second time, and
Yeah,
I was like,
you've only seen the movie twice.
Yeah, I
movie
saw it.
like a shit ton.
I saw it in the theater, and I saw it a second time, and I was like, yeah, the middle kind of really
Okay.
drags now.
I see that movie
yeah.
a lot. Yeah.
Oh, you've that's funny.
No, I mean I agree with you. Like the date scene, you could cut some of the fat out of the date scene because it does go a little long.
The movie I watch over and over is Your Highness.
That's awful. Well, I don't like. I think part of like where Quentin Tarantino does where he succeeds is he has like very real and likable dialogue about like nothing interesting.
Right.
And so like that's what that scene is. It's like him with Uma Thurman in the date, and they're just talking about like nothing interesting. But it's like it kind of like it makes you like the characters, which is interesting because then you like never see really Uma Thurman's character after that moment. You see her briefly after that. The only part of that was boring to me that could have been cut out was the dance scene. I didn't give a shit because I don't care about like dancing. So like when they do the little dancing thing, I don't care about that. Even though I know when that movie came out, that was the thing that everyone memed about the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? That fucking dance scene was everyone was doing the Uma Thurman, not the Uma Thurman. She was doing the dog thing. Everyone ever was doing the John Travolta.
Elton John.
I know, I'm tired. Everyone was doing the John Travolta. You know, when he has the
peace sign in front of
his eyes. That was like every fucking every like night show, every Oscar, like making fun of movies, every fucking thing, every cartoon, they were all doing that dumb little dance. That was the meme that came out of Pulp Fiction was the V's over the eyes.
Look, I think the bangs ruined it for me.
She had awful hair. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
But the whole conflict of that scene is like he's going to have sex with his boss's wife, which is going to put him in jeopardy. And she's not hot enough in that thing for there to be any sort of like thought that he's going to risk his life to have sex with this woman.
I mean, that's a good point. I agree with that.
So
Uma Thurman can be hot. She was hot in Batman. She was very hot in Munchausen.
Right.
But yeah, those bangs were real bad.
It ruined it. It ruined the whole thing. I'm like, look, this is an easy one. Live. Let it go. She's not worth it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's true. That is actually a good point of the scene is because that is supposed to be the underlying conflict of the scene.
That's the only conflict, and that's why I say it drags. Because
you're like,
look, there's not this conflict. There's no conflict here.
Well, you don't really feel it because she's not hot enough because of the way of her appearance, even though Uma Thurman can be very attractive. And also, even though I like their interaction, it doesn't feel like their chemistry is so great.
It's not. They're
like gonna bang each other any second.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's
we had better chemistry on the Tuesday stream. I'm telling you, like the chemistry was not there here.
Right. That's Adam's West dance moves. Oh, you're right. I wonder if that's why he did
Batman?
it. Yeah, I wonder if.
Okay.
You're right. I wonder if that's why he did it. It's like a joke.
But the ending of the movie is just, I mean, it's incredible. And Bruce Willis is so amazing in that movie. He does such a good job. Yeah.
I like Bruce Willis a lot. I actually don't think he's that good in that movie.
Oh, really?
His story, and I know what you're talking about, the end of the movie is the best part of the movie, obviously.
Yeah.
And the movie's insane.
Because it's so full of like moral questions.
It's so like fucking weird and bizarre and not like when you're first watching this movie, if you don't know anything about it, you're like,
it's a surprise.
You're like, what the fuck is happening in this movie?
Good. I love surprise endings, man.
Right.
It's just surprise is like the spice of life.
But I don't think Bruce Willis is particularly like great acting in Pulp Fiction, even though
really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's fine. You know, Samuel Jackson and John Travolta are like really good in the movie, I think, which makes sense. They're like the two main characters. So
Of course,
like
yeah.
the holding of everything. I mean, Samuel Jackson, that's like one of Samuel Jackson's
Samuel
best
Jackson
movies.
in the end is just, yeah. The bad motherfucker line is so good. And then following it up with the wallet actually saying bad motherfucker is just, I mean, chef's
That was
kiss.
a good joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. Midas said, yeah, whenever I think of Bruce Willis in Pulp Fiction, I just think of the one line. Zed's dead, baby.
Zed's dead, baby. Everyone thinks of that.
Zed's dead.
Look, but I thought that's what I liked about it. He was very
He was just like salt of the earth Joe. You know?
Yeah, and like you have to act with your face when you don't have a lot of dialogue, and he really didn't have like a lot of dialogue.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he just played he played the role good. He had a very, as I said, he's just like a salt of the earth Joe.
Mm-hmm.
That was the character. He's just a guy who was in like over his head,
yeah.
who was making bad decisions because of pride, I guess. And he plays the role really well. He plays, I totally buy it. He just comes off as like some big baluch, you know? So, and his wife is very strange and weird, but
yeah. In the movie, obviously.
Yeah, and of course they have that has the famous watch scene.
Yeah, with Christopher Walken. Yeah.
That's a great movie. It's weird because like I feel like the memes that came from the movie at the time, none of those are like the memes that were like the memes that you see of it now. Like if you think of like Pulp Fiction.
What is Doug doing here? Adam, do a whole stream reading Kelton's book. What the fuck? That's like the boringest stream ever.
Right. Of course, the best meme that come from Pulp Fiction is the John Travolta like trying to figure out where the fuck the voice is coming from.
Oh yeah.
You're just looking around. That is the funniest thing I've ever seen John Travolta do in any movie ever. Is that one sequence, which is why it's the meme. Him just walking in confused, just like where he's high. He's so nervous that he's like fucking high, and he like walks into the room. He's like, "Where is this fucking voice coming from?" And it's funny, like you'll never appreciate that unless you've ever been high and in a situation where you're like, "Am I hallucinating? What the fuck is happening?" He played it so perfectly. His is the perfect expression of being like, "Is this real? Like, what the hell is happening in this room?"
Yeah. Good stuff.
Okay. The Jack of some trade for 7 months. Thank you. Says, "Hey now, just got off work and dropped in the stream. Happy Sunday. Happy 300 stream. I've been here since the very middle." Oh, thank you.
Nice. We like centrists.
Brick Nose for 4 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you, Brick Nose. Says, "Happy 300, guys. I feel like if Borat was being filmed today, you could get a room full of leftist socialists who unironically join him in singing 'Throw the Jew Down the Well' so my country can be free."
Oh, yes.
True. Actually, that's kind of fascinating. I didn't think to look up Sacha Baron Cohen because I don't remember what it was exactly, but I remember we covered him kind of doing some woke nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Remember this? He was saying some woke crap.
Oh, yeah. He's totally woke. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm curious. Because is he Israeli? He's Israeli,
I think he
right?
is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very curious as to like if any of this leftist stuff has soured his opinion on woke stuff now. Mark Twain's Revenge, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $200. Thank you so much. Mark Twain's Revenge says, "Boys, congrats on the 300th. Keep up the solid content." Thank you.
We're gonna do that.
It is kind of insane that Sacha Baron Cohen is woke because like the characters that he used to play on the Ali G show are so offensive. Like how the fuck like he couldn't get away with doing those characters, right? Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he could do Borat because Borat is like white enough. Like he's like a whitish character, so I don't know if the people would care if you're like making fun of some Eastern European country where they're like maybe white question mark, you know? But he could definitely not get away with Bruno, right? And he definitely couldn't get away with Ali G because that's offensive.
He doesn't tweet much.
Okay.
Look at it. Would it even be him? I don't know.
Right.
He
The best
tweeted
Ali
Halle
G
Berry.
line is him. I forget who he was talking. Oh, have you seen the Ali G trying to sell the ice cream glove to Donald Trump?
No. Ali G's the best though. Ali G is obviously my favorite character of his.
Bruno used to be my favorite. The movie I didn't think was very good. And then Borat I liked, but not a lot. But the first Borat movie was great. The second one wasn't so good.
I was trying to convince a friend of mine that Ali G was a character and that Borat was Ali G, and he was like, "No," he just wouldn't believe me. I was like, "No, I'm serious,
That's
dude."
Insane, yeah.
Yeah. He's like, Ali G is so badass. I'm like, yeah, it's like a character.
Whatever, guys. Central Asian and Eastern European, it's like the same thing. Okay, who knows? They're like sort of vaguely white people, but who knows, right? Doesn't matter.
Whoever runs, is it Sacha Baron Cohen's? I mean, it's got a lot of followers, and it's got a picture of him.
Ali G's best interview. I forget who it was. He was talking to a basketball player. He says, "How many springs are in a basketball?" The basketball player looks at him kind of like dumbfounded and says, "There's no springs in the ball." He says, "Well, how does it bounce?" "Well, it bounces because there's air in it." And like without missing a beat, Ali G stares at him for like a moment and says, "There's air all up in this room. How come we ain't bouncing?" And the basketball player just stares at him like, "What the fuck is this guy?" God. It is funny because like apparently like the backstory with Ali G was that they would like have the people talk to the interview subjects and they'd be like, "Listen, he's really big in England, but he's like kind of stupid, but he's very sensitive about it. So like don't," like they would like prep them to be like, said like don't, don't bring it up, right?
Right.
So,
Don't. He's like basically retarded, but humor him.
yeah, if you guys haven't seen Ali G, he would play this like British wigger character, who would just be like the dumbest fucking person on the planet.
That's Ali G, right?
Way. Yeah, that was Ali G. Yeah.
Everyone knows Ali G. What are you talking
I don't know.
about?
Some people, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people like watched Borat, but they had no clue about Ali G.
Look, Ali G's, he did a movie, right?
There was never an Ali G movie.
What do you look? There is an Ali G movie. What are you talking about?
There is? I never saw it.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Really? When did the Ali G movie? Like before Borat or after?
Yes. Before Borat, there was totally an Ali G movie. What's it called?
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah. I thought you meant, okay, yeah. I've seen the Ali G movie. It is very funny. Ali G in the house, yeah.
Yeah,
but I mean, no, most people, because I remember when Borat came out, most people that I talked to, they'd never seen the Ali G show or the Ali G movie at all. They just saw Borat. They didn't know anything about the character before they saw the movie. So
Ali G in the house. Look at this, right, 2002.
Borat is funny, but Ali G is great. Yeah, the Ali G show is great. Okay. Selfier for $20. Thanks so much. Says, to the talented artist who draws Sitch, please. His mouth is canonically always projected towards the viewer in side profile. View his mouth should always be facing towards the viewer. Buy the comic and find out why.
Do we answer that in the comic? I don't know.
No.
Okay.
We don't. But that is correct, right?
Interesting super chat.
That is correct though, right? My mouth is generally always projected towards the viewer, right?
I mean, we see the back of your mouth in lots of angles. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Well, no.
The back of your mouth doesn't have teeth on it.
No, yes, but I'm talking about from the side, right? Because that was like me and you went like back and forth for a real long time about how my mouth should look from the profile shots.
What is going on with the mouth thing? Yeah, the mouth is like a piece of paper over Sitch's face. Yeah.
See, this is the problem because I would say to Adam, I wouldn't use that language. I would say no. The mouth is flat because you originally wanted to draw it like as if it had
some sort of mouth. Yeah.
Yeah, as if it had some sort of like, if it physically made sense, if it had some sort of
I still draw it as if it physically makes sense. It's just
no. But I mean, like, kind of like how Identikit draws it, because Identikit is always drawn it this way, where it kind of like it has like
anatomically correct to like a human form.
Well, not even that's anatomically correct because he's done it. Like, if you try to draw the Sitch mouth and you try to make it so that there's actual mouth that connects to the lips, it makes it look like a fish face.
It does, yeah. It looks horrible
because of the frown. And so, like, we went back and forth with this, and I kept telling you, no, don't just make it flat. And then you very dismissively be like, oh, so it's like a piece of paper you stuck to your face. So you use the exact same every time you say it, but you say it very dismissively in this tone of voice that made it sound like you didn't want to draw it that way.
Look, I've become expert at Sitch mouth as Mouth's working on the comic.
But now you know that is the correct way to draw the Sitch mouth.
Look, I've found a million interesting ways to do the Sitch mouth because look, it's a piece of paper stuck over whatever is under his regular mouth there or whatever.
Yes.
And I came to a revelation because one of my favorite characters, Bender from Futurama, well, he doesn't have like a traditional mouth either, but they find all kinds of interesting ways to do expression with the lines on his mouth.
Right.
So like I can do the teeth in lots of different ways and kind of still impart emotion to the frame just in a different way, in the same way.
There you go.
Yeah. Which is kind of, I mean, that's one of the challenges of doing the comic has been that, like how to do emotional expressions with someone who doesn't have a traditional mouth. So that was like kind of a breakthrough for me.
And it's fixed in a frown too, which makes it kind of even more.
Yeah, of course. That's tough too. Yeah.
Right.
But the Bender thing was kind of the breakthrough for me. I'm like, look, I can do like little tiny, I can do all kinds of different chaotic things with the teeth.
That's true. Yeah. Bender's just eyebrows. I should have said that to you because we had this conversation. I should have said, listen, your favorite character is Bender. And Bender's all eyebrows and like slight changes to his teeth.
Yeah. It's like a sound wave. His teeth is like 2 sound waves.
Yes.
So look, once the comic is done, we'll see if I achieved it. And obviously on the second comic, we'll have everyone's feedback. So,
right.
You know.
Right.
So much of doing the comic was just, I had like no idea what I was doing. So I do feel like I'm ready to jump into number 2 and complete it relatively quickly. But I don't think I'll do like look, it's been very painful for me to know that people bought this thing forever ago and they're still waiting for it.
I know.
So I do think like before we do any kind of crowdfunding campaign or anything, I want to be like 3/4 of the way done with it. So
interesting. Okay.
So we don't run into the same ordeal.
Right. Joey Not Nice, thanks so much for the $50. Thanks so much. Happy 300, boys. Thank you. And Joey Not Nice for 19 months. Look at that. Says whoop whoop. Whoop whoop.
I
also,
think
pop.
Oh yeah.
Who says pop?
Shoe was saying that she got one of the Sitch drawings.
Nice.
One of your fine art.
Nice. She'll get one of my hand-drawn autograph Sitch drawing.
Pop.
Who says pop, Adam?
I don't know. Who does?
Pop. Someone in the chat knows. Pop.
Some anime character.
No.
It's not an anime character?
There you go. Simon got it immediately. It's Magnitude. God, you really should watch Community, Adam. You would probably like it a lot. It's very fun.
Oh, okay. No, I think I would. Yeah.
It's very funny. Yeah. Bloviating Beluga, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Welder Guy for $20. Thank you. Says longtime listener, first time super chatter. If something has scales and lays eggs, are they reptiles? If yes, are chicken reptiles? Chickens don't have scales. What do you mean? Chickens have scales? Chat, I need a fact check on this. Where's Doss? He knows things about chickens. Do chickens have scales? I've never heard this before. They don't have scales, right? What is this insanity? Chickens have scales. What the fuck?
I wonder if that first super chat is for our channel or if it's just first super chat ever on YouTube.
Because there's no like a big one thing.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking that.
Yeah,
that's why I was wondering that.
Some of those things, I don't know why, because they're like a lot of people. Because there's ones for like 1 and 5 and 10, and I feel like there are people I've never seen super chat, and we haven't got a one thing. And there are people that I'm like, do they really not have like 5 or 10? So yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. I don't think it's 100%.
Right.
So chickens have scales, but it counts the little feet. See, that's why.
Oh yeah, they do have scales on
the
their
feet. Yeah, that shouldn't count. That shouldn't count. I was thinking like on their body.
It is very much scales.
Yeah, that should not count. The little feet scales should not count. Okay, that's bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit on that. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Demas for $20 says, Adam, you can change your mind right now. You can put the dress on. There
no.
you go. There you go.
Look, I'm not really. It's not as much that I'm opposed to the idea of putting a dress on. It's like everyone would make fun of me and stuff. I don't want that. It would be lame.
Okay.
You agree with that, right? I mean, that's the whole point of it. They want you to do something that's like lame that everyone can make fun of you for.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
I mean, it's for $100,000. Obviously, it's gotta be worth it, right?
Yeah. Look, I don't feel like. Look, you'd forever be known as the guy who took $100,000 to like humiliate yourself in a dress.
I don't think it's that bad.
Okay, look. I want to be remembered for my amazing personality.
Would you wear a costume that looked like a big dick for $100,000?
No, look, it's the same thing.
You wouldn't wear a big dick.
Look. Why would you want to be famous as a guy who got $100,000 for dressing up like a giant dick?
I mean, because you got $100,000. What do you mean?
That's just so.
What about? Would you dress up?
What
as
about
Corn?
your legacy?
Would you dress up as Corn? Would you be like Corn Cob Jake?
Oh, Corn I'll do for free.
Okay, so you'll do Corn. Wait, so why would you? Yeah,
Corn is hilarious.
Corn is humiliating and stupid. How is that any different?
Is it?
Of course
is it? Sitch. Don't tell me the Corn is hilarious and humiliating. It's just hilarious.
You sound like a really bad Mr. Hanky.
It is not humiliating.
Of course it is. You look like a retard.
Look, it's fun.
You do this dumb voice. You look awful. You're floating around.
Corny.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's very corny.
Oh, everybody loves corny.
Yeah.
Everybody loves corny. Sitch, when are you gonna do the corny face?
That would be my face reveal.
Look, you could do corny. It's not like anyone would know what you look like.
I'm gonna do a big face
reveal. You could
reveal.
do corny on Tuesday.
Listen, guys, we're gonna do a big face reveal for me. and it's like, oh my god, y'all gonna be real excited. And the show's gonna start. It's just gonna be me in the corn filter.
Sitch, you can do corny.
And everyone's gonna be real mad. Everyone's gonna be real mad. I'm like, what? This is the face reveal, guys.
Sitch, I think you should make the commitment to do corny on Tuesday.
Well, I don't have a camera, so I literally can't do corny.
I can't believe you haven't got a fucking camera yet. You're fucking pissing me off here. Get your fucking camera. Get your shit together.
Okay, I take it back. Angry corny is pretty funny. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. Anyways.
Oh, look. Oh, no.
Now you have a mustache or something.
I got my mustache on.
Jackarama for 15 months says, great 300, guys. I have one problem, though. As an A-team Brigadier General Slacker, I demand joints. Bring on the doobies. A-team reigns supreme.
Look, I didn't get Anna with a doobie. I do feel like
I'm glad
that was that was one of my goals, to get all four of us with doobies. It didn't happen.
Okay.
We'll have to get Anna next time, okay?
There you go.
Anna and Shu are both coming back. I will remedy.
Go get some doobies for them.
Yes.
Normally I try to protect Anna from the doobies, but now you know what? You can doobie her up. It's fine.
Look, she's cool. Oh yeah, now that she threw you under the bus, you're like, yeah, fucking bring the doobie on.
Bring on 100 doobies. JV Shoda, thanks so much for $20. Thank you so much. The segment of the Sitch and Adam Show is brought to you by Free Will. It cures indecisiveness. It cures indigestion. It cures everything. Get your free will today.
Oh, yeah.
Cody, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $300.
Yes, look at this.
So much, Cody. Cody says $300 for 300th. Love your extremist centrist chads. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Long-time member too.
Yes. F Bomb for 5 months says happy 300. Big ups. Thank you. It's just Abby for 3 months says, because you guys are skipping the small super chats again, I'll say it with a member chat. Congrats on 300. Well, thank you, Abby.
Yeah, thanks.
Mike Hassanj for 15 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. His 300th. I've been watching for the last 10 years. Wow, that's impressive. Because we haven't been on for 10 years. But I even been watching long enough to know you guys have been streaming only 5 years. Thank you. I actually found you guys from your Rittenhouse clips in 21. Wow.
Cool.
There you go. Crazy.
Look, how do you feel about Anna saying that she likes the clips?
I'm happy. That makes me feel good.
Cool.
That makes me feel great.
People do like the clips. They don't get as many views, but look, who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Simon O'Leary for 50 New Zealand dollars says, congrats on 300, guys. Your Sunday streams have been my Monday work entertainment for years, and today's show kept a smile on my face all day. Here's to society getting well so you can have your comedy show. May we all get better together. S-Class is the best class. Thank you, Simon.
Look, hopefully that happens. I don't know. If Rudyard gets his way, everything's going to get pretty black and dark pretty quick.
True, yeah.
But look, we'll just make dark comedies, right?
Yeah, maybe it'll be better for comedy.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, I'll be fine. We criticize the left constantly, right? We're protected. We're safe.
The Holocaust was like a hilarious time.
Okay, maybe not. Yeah, that's a good point. I have to buy more guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Spider-Man for 1 month. Thanks so much. Says S-Class sucks ass. 18 reigns supreme. Happy 300. Well, thank you. I guess,
look at that.
Wow.
S-Class sucks ass.
I didn't know
how
that.
we not thought of that one? Look, guys. Let's spam it in the chat.
I can't believe the Spider-Man doesn't like me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course.
That's a heavy blow. That's a heavy blow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cody for 19 months. Thanks so much for the 19 months after the big donation. Says, where is Doomer? That's a good question. Where is Doomer?
I did send Doomer the link, so.
Yeah. I didn't see him around all day, so he's probably doing other things, but Cuban 922 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, well, you guys are no EFAP or Timcast, but miles better than Hamas Biker. Destiny, the disingenuous, or the worst, late fat otaku.
Wow. Oh man, out for blood.
But ribbing aside, congrats on 300, my dudes. Love the content, but really, Dev is a dirty comic. Well, thank you.
Wow. Some people call Dev a like dirty alt-righter.
He's both,
That's funny.
obviously. Yeah. He's a. We have a centrist. We have an anti-centrist, and then what would be
an ascendant centrist?
And then what is a person who is both a secret commie and a secret Nazi?
Oh yeah, I don't. What do you call that?
That's an ascended anti-centrist.
Oh, okay.
That's a level even beyond super. Bilbo Balboa for 11 months. Thanks so much. Says, well done, guys. 300 is a lot of streams, and you put a great show to celebrate. View very happy I could be here today. Play Deus Ex Human Revolution.
Deus Ex.
Thank you.
Human
I can't
Revolution.
speak.
I guess that's like
Deus
a video
Ex
game.
Human Revolution. I assume it's like, was that from the Deus Ex Machina series? It is. The character looks a lot like Adam.
Oh, nice.
Looks like if Adam was in the Matrix. Adam, speaking of Adam unfriended for 10 months. Thank you. Says Resident Evil 5 is a great co-op game, and I want to see Adam rage at black zombies and say something racist, so CT can have amazing out-of-context clips of Adam.
See, that sounds like something I'd like to do. Look, shooting up zombies sounds more fun than this. Wow. Like, spend half your time making a character.
You understand that is, people want to see you suffer. They don't want to see you, like, necessarily enjoy yourself.
Woo! Kill some zombies!
Right, that's not, just Adam just enjoying himself playing a zombie game is not fun. But watching Adam spend all his time making a character, trying to figure out how to like level up, do all this stuff, and then just fucking die and then rage out. Like, that's the comedy.
I'm not gonna rage out. I'm just gonna be like, thank goodness this game was boring. Thank goodness I can stop now.
Okay. Or we could just play Left 4 Dead 2. That'd be fun. Versus mode.
I had fun playing Borderlands with you. That game was fun.
Yeah, we could play some FPS or something we could find. Muggy. I don't know. I'm so old. I don't know if I'm good at FPS anymore. I may have lost the touch.
Oh, is that what you're afraid of? Look, you don't have to be good at it.
I may have lost the touch. No, I'm still fine with it. I played Left 4 Dead 2 not super long ago, and I was still pretty decent at it. So.
We can't play any of these soy games, man. We gotta shoot things. We're men. That's what we do.
No, we're gonna play Untitled.
We shoot zombies in the face.
We're gonna play Goose Game. What do you mean?
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna play Untitled Goose Game.
Next thing you know, you're gonna want to play Tetris.
You like Untitled Goose Game. The whole job is to fuck with people. That's the entire game, is fucking with people.
Oh, well, I do like that.
Yeah, there you go. And you're just a goose who fucks with people.
You're like a goose that runs around and like ruins people's yards and shit?
Essentially, you just ruin their day. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your entire job is to just fuck with people as a goose.
Okay, cool.
There you go. See, I knew you like it.
You like shit on their newspaper and stuff?
You don't shit, but you bully them. You steal their shit. You make them cry.
Okay. Look, I like making people cry.
There you go. You make
That's like one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, there you go. See, listen, I got you.
Yeah, let's do it. Goose Game.
Daemolus for 19 months. Thanks so much. Says, thanks for the 300 shows. I've watched both of you for a long time and loved the adventure. Enjoyed the past and looking forward to the future. Well, thank you so much.
I think Ethan, I'm going to try to get Ethan to come on Tuesday and talk to us about art and AI art and storytelling.
Ethan who?
Ethan Van Sciver.
Oh, nice.
Ethan Van Sciver. Yeah, he was caught up in the like this controversy about Eric July that Vito has started about, like, they don't think his comics any good.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethan obviously is doing his own comics and is interested in storytelling. And I was like, you should come on and talk to us about storytelling. We love talking about that shit.
Sure.
Yeah.
IV6904, thanks so much for $10. His first ever super chat. Says, how Sitch feels about The Godfather is how I feel about Blade Runner. Anyway, congrats on 300, fellas. Yeah, how I feel about The Godfather and how you feel about Blade Runner is also how I feel about Blade Runner.
You don't like Blade Runner?
I don't know. Like,
I like the original Blade Runner, and I actually like the remake a lot.
I've never seen the remake.
I thought it was pretty good. Like, I was into it.
I never saw it, literally, me, for real. But I don't know. I think I saw Blade Runner finally in college. Or after college. I was like, this is the movie that, like, everyone's like jonesing about. I mean, I get it. Like, if that's the movie that created, like, the cyberpunk aesthetic, then I understand it. But I've seen that aesthetic like a million times by now, so that's not like special to me. And I've seen like other things that I liked better that have done that aesthetic. You know, Batman Beyond, Cowboy Bebop. You know, there's like a dozen things I'm not even thinking of that had that same thing. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's weird. It's a fine movie. It's kind of slow. About robots, I guess. There's a unicorn at the end. I don't know why the fuck there's a unicorn at the end. That's confusing, but okay.
The unicorn's based. It's like, look, a fucking unicorn. That's right, bitch. Take that. Ridley Scott just knows how to do that kind of thing.
Doesn't feel like a Ridley Scott movie, but
like, look, let me just throw a unicorn in here just to fuck with you.
Sure.
It's like, are they robots? Are they clones? Yeah, you don't really know.
I don't know, but there's a unicorn.
Yeah, but look, here's a unicorn.
I was like, all right, I don't know what the fuck's happening, but we're doing this now. Devil on your shoulder for 8 months. Thanks so much. Says, do you think it would help the U.S. national cohesion if the seat of the government periodically moved from state to state? Congrats on the 300th episode. No, I don't think it would have any discernible impact. I mean, it would have back in the day. I don't think by today it would have had any discernible impact on how people would perceive things. So it's an interesting idea, but no.
I mean, maybe it might help.
I don't think it would matter.
Well, everyone hates Washington, but if it moved around, like, if
what would
they
say? They just say they hate the Fed. They wouldn't be able to say like Washington, right?
Like, it's, you know, it's in Sacramento this year. It's in Tallahassee next year.
Right. It just goes from state capital to state capital. Yeah.
Like, fuck Tallahassee. Everyone's like, oh, but Sacramento, that's my state. Like, let's not. Hold on.
Fuck Boise.
Yeah. Oh yeah, everyone fucked Boise.
Fuck Wusted.
Yeah.
It'd be like, yeah. Fuck Topeka.
Look, I think it's an interesting idea.
The worst.
I think it's an interesting idea. I think we should move it to a space station, and with nukes aimed at it. And if public opinion gets too bad, the nukes automatically release.
The interesting thing about moving the capital would be not the effect it would have on people, but the effect it would have on the politicians.
Yeah, no, that could be good though.
That would be interesting. I don't know what effect it would have on them because it'd be weird. Because like in DC, if you
it'd be like field trip government,
it'd be very strange because like in DC, there's like the entire city of DC is like structured around the fact that it's the capital.
Oh yeah.
And so it'd be weird if that's like didn't exist because you'd have a different capital, like it's in a different place, you know, and it only returned to that same place every 50 years. So.
Yeah.
Boxing. Well, thanks so much for the 6 month. It says happy episode 300, guys. S class is best class. Thank you. BMO, thanks so much for being 10 months of discipline equals freedom. Says this is going to be fun to watch tomorrow. Happy 300, guys. Well, thank you, BMO, and thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Johnny D, thanks so much for 13 months. Thank you. Says love the work you lads put out. Found your semi-logical lefties Found you as semi-logical lefties via Sargon. Keep it up. You make my work days in Australia easier. Well, we're happy to help.
Yeah.
We're happy to help.
Is that it?
Thanks so much, Arithmus, for the $50. Thank you so much. It says, congrats on 300. It's fantastic show so far. I have to sleep, so I'll catch the rest tomorrow. Here's the 300 more. Well, thank you. That's very generous.
Yeah, thank you.
And A Fungus Among Us for $50. Thank you so much. A Fungus Among Us. Says, happy 300, guys. Found you through Paul Vanderklay back in early 2019. Wow. That was ancient. Thanks for all the insightful commentary and interesting conversations, and for tempering the insanity with humor, unforgettable show, and fun community. Well, thank you so much.
I still see Paul Vanderklay on Twitter, and he's still doing YouTube and stuff, which is awesome.
Yeah, we should check in with them or something. Tabs for $50. Thanks so much, Tabs. Says, okay, maybe working the 5 a.m. shift isn't so bad if I can catch this live. Happy 300, and thanks for being the content I listen to daily. In spirit of 300, chatters, what is your profession?
Nice. What does that mean?
That's in the movie 300. He says, Spartans.
Oh, yes.
You're the one that likes 300, not me.
Well, I do like that.
What is your profession?
Yeah. Spartans.
Spartans. I should watch that. I should give that movie another chance. I've literally only seen it like once. And I was like,
really? Oh man, I've watched.
I saw
that
it,
movie.
and it was in theaters. So it was a long time ago. I was like, okay.
Oh, I don't think I ever saw it in the movie theater.
I did, yeah.
I saw Watchmen in the movie theater.
I saw Watchmen in the movie theater. I remember one of the few movies I've been to where a fight broke out before the movie started.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember laughing about it with my girlfriend at the time, saying, this is very inappropriate because it's kind of like what Watchmen is about. Like all the human conflicts trying to be like stupid human conflict trying to be averted by Ozymandias. So it was very ironic.
Yeah, and a fight breaks out in the theater.
The worst fight I ever saw was hilariously for the fucking retarded Wolfman remake. I think it was like Benicio del Toro was in or something. And I'm like, why are you getting into it? Like, why are you assaulting someone over this horrible movie?
Yeah. Maybe he stole his seat.
No, it was a grown-ass man who was obviously been in and out of jail telling a high schooler, someone who looked to be in high school, to shut up during the previews because they were talking. And he did the shut up. Yeah, someone says, shut up. And you say, shut up. And the guy turned around and just started punching him in the face. It was pretty crazy.
Hmm.
And I acted. I tried to break it up. Anyways. That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Oh, wait.
All right.
Genus Kuhn for 14 months says, hey now, happy 300th. Let's go for 300 more. S-Class is best class.
Well, now we have to wait for an A-Team one to come up.
No, we don't. Anyways.
We can't end the stream on an S-Class is best class.
S-Class is the best class.
Totally inappropriate. So, okay, this was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for joining in.
Yes, it was wonderful.
This was very special. I had a great time. Did you have a good time, Sitch?
I loved it. It was great. I'm glad that you always talk me into doing these things. I always drag my face. I don't want to do anything special. And
we came up with this one together. We got on the phone and like hammered out something cool. We were like, let's do something different. Come on. Look, everyone always just has a bunch of people jump on a stream and they slip off and take a nap.
That was your idea. Yeah. I was like, let's just do the smorgasbord. And you're like, no, everyone does that. Let's do something different. And then we came up with this idea. It was a very good idea.
I was like, maybe we can get Anna and Shoeonhead on the same
do the we'll do a gauntlet of guests instead of a smorgasbord. So
yes, yeah. Oh, it was a blast. All right.
Anyways,
it's time for us to go off into the sunset.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very ultra super mega miracle duper donations today. Wow. You guys are incredibly generous. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And thank you, all of our amazing guests who came on the show today. Anna, Shu, MAULER, RAGS, Fringy, Think Before You Sleep, Whatif Alt History, Sean coming in at the end, JREG. I didn't miss anyone, right? I got everyone. Thank you so much.
What about me? I was on the show. And you, what about corny? Are you really going to forget corny like that? You doing corny dirty like that? Come on. Lame.
Thank you so much. Whoever horrible person created that horrible corn filter playing our lives. Okay. And thank you. You who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true super fans. You have made it to show 300. You are the true enlightened centrist. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true authors of your reality. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye, Billy.